Lee Han-soo lies hospitalized, spending childhood immersed. Gaming becomes his routine, filling empty time while physical weakness limits movement. Frustration rises after losing again, realizing repeated play has lost excitement. He reflects on modern games, noticing repetitive mechanics and shallow stories lacking depth. He reads discussions criticizing games for predictability. Bored, he discovers an unfamiliar game that seems different from others he played. The game presents itself as a retro-styled single-player experience with simplicity. He examines details carefully, unsure about limitations yet intrigued by unusual presentation style. Deciding to try, he installs it and prepares to begin new experience. Lee Han-soo selects Barbarian character, assuming choice holds little importance for short gameplay. He begins exploring dungeon system, observing unfamiliar mechanics. As gameplay continues, he notices unique design elements that challenge his previous expectations. Lee Han-soo becomes deeply engaged with the game experience. He recognizes the game's unique systems, requiring strategy, teamwork, and careful planning decisions. After sudden character death, he realizes progress resets completely. Initially playing casually, Lee Han-soo grows frustrated after failing near important stage completion. Despite interruption, he analyzes mistakes carefully, planning next moves with improved understanding afterward. Unable to find guides online, he commits himself fully to mastering the difficult game. Lee Han-soo resolves to conquer the game alone, committing himself. He continues playing through hospitalization, balancing life duties while consistently returning to game. Even during studies and work, he dedicates time steadily. The game becomes central to his life, consuming attention as repeated failures occur. Each death resets progress. Yet Lee Han-soo persists, refining strategies through constant repetition. Through countless retries, his skills improve, allowing gradual advancement deeper into dangerous dungeon. After 9 years, Lee Han-soo finally reaches the final dungeon. Standing before the Abyss Gate, he feels anticipation. Overwhelmed with achievement, he celebrates reaching unexplored stage. Lee Han-soo reflects on 9 years, realizing dedication consumed his entire youth. He confidently selects entering boss room, ignoring warnings about irreversible consequences. With firm resolve, he confirms decision, believing effort justifies risking everything for victory. He expects difficulty, planning carefully to observe boss patterns before attempting final victory. Analyzing possible dangers, he considers movement, abilities, and lethal mechanics, requiring constant attention. While waiting, confidence builds as he believes preparation ensures success against final challenge. Suddenly, system declares entry completed, presenting unexpected message indicating tutorial completion. Instead, strangely confused, Lee Han-soo notices language change, realizing game now displays unfamiliar Korean text. Shocked, he struggles to process situation, sensing something fundamentally wrong with entire game. A sudden system confirmation triggers intense light, overwhelming Lee Han-soo. Blinding energy engulfs him, causing unbearable pain as his body begins losing control. As transmission begins, consciousness fades quickly, leaving him stunned. He awakens suddenly, hearing unfamiliar voices announcing warriors. Confusion overwhelms him as he observes fire, crowds, and environment unlike his reality. Unable to understand situation, he realizes he has been transported somewhere. An old man demanding warriors prepare themselves and choose their weapons. Lee Han-soo struggles, mentally, questioning language, location, and situation while trying to remain calm. He decides to observe carefully, gathering information first before taking any immediate action. Lee Han-soo, noticing increased size, strength, and unfamiliar muscles. He tests movements carefully, realizing complete control despite drastic physical changes from before. Understanding dawns as he accepts new form, recognizing this body now belongs him. A voice calls participants forward, prompting Lee Han-soo to observe others stepping ahead. He watches surroundings cautiously, confused while comparing situation with familiar game scenarios experienced. Suddenly he is forced forward, pushed into action without time to react properly. The old man announces warriors loudly, guiding each participant to select their weapons. Lee Han-soo recalls similar scenes, recognizing patterns resembling the game's introductory sequence events. He remains alert, deciding to follow process while analyzing everything happening around him. Lee Han-soo recognizing familiar setting identical to game introduction sequence. Shock overwhelms him, confirming world matches dungeon and stone perfectly. He realizes timing aligns exactly before final boss encounter he experienced previously in-game. Confusion spreads among others, but Lee Han-soo understands situation differently from surrounding barbarians. He confirms this is beginning scenario, recalling events that determine early survival outcomes. Others panic uncontrollably. Unlike him, relax. Lee Han-soo questions, situation, realizing others also possessed bodies without their consent here. A powerful presence appears suddenly, drawing attention as tension rises across entire gathering. Faced with interrogation, Lee Han-soo recognizing danger from this overwhelming figure. Lee Han-soo watches nervously as suspicion shifts, tension rising. The old man suddenly accuses another, directing blame toward a confused, trembling barbarian. Fear spreads quickly as the accused realizes danger, unable to understand sudden accusation. Without hesitation, the old man attacks brutally, killing the accused before anyone reacts. Lee Han-soo witnesses violence closely, shocked by merciless execution happening. The situation grows tense as authority asserts control. Lee Han-soo hides emotions, understanding revealing weakness could result in instant death here. The old man explains possession, warning others while maintaining control over frightened participants. Realization settles in as Lee Han-soo understands rules governing survival. Lee Han-soo realizes outsiders are labeled evil spirits, making his existence extremely dangerous. He understands discovery means immediate death, leaving no chance for negotiation or survival. Determined, he decides to stay hidden while observing ceremony. The ceremony continues as names are called, warriors stepping forward one after another. Lee Han-soo grows anxious, realizing he does not know identity of this body. Uncertainty increases as his turn approaches, leaving him unprepared for inevitable moment ahead. He considers options quickly, knowing hesitation could expose him. Calculating risks, he plans to imitate others while gathering information to avoid suspicion. Finally, his name is called, Bjorn, son of Yandel. Lee Han-soo, realizing no one steps forward after name called, understanding the rule. He decides to act before time limit triggers deadly consequence. He steps forward confidently, believing the called name must belong to him. Lee Han-soo steps forward confidently as name Bjorn is called. He maintaining composure while others watch his movements closely nearby. The old man studies him briefly, creating tension as silence spreads across gathering. The elder commands weapon selection, signaling next stage of ceremony for chosen warrior. Lee Han-soo realizes identity confirmed, feeling relief while preparing for crucial decision ahead. He understanding weapon choice will greatly affect his survival chances here. He recalls knowledge about barbarians, recognizing their strengths differ from magical affinity users. Analyzing options quickly, he searches for equipment suited for defense and adaptability instead. He prioritizing survival and control over reckless offensive power choices. Lee Han-soo confirms shield choice, believing it provides safest starting system, confirming his identity as Bjorn officially. His attributes appear clearly, showing physical strength and combat ability suited for barbarian class. He remembering poor weapon choices led to repeated failures earlier. Testing different weapons before, he realized offensive focus caused frequent deaths during battles. He understands resilience matters more, deciding defensive approach. Reflecting further, he remembers unstable builds, relying heavily on unpredictable combat performance. He recognizing barbarians' natural durability and endurance advantages in combat situations. Confidently, he commits to balanced style, using strength and defense. Lee Han-soo, now Bjorn, realizing bombs and terrain manipulation ensured safer victories. An explosion erupts suddenly, demonstrating overwhelming power. He feels satisfaction remembering successful clears, confirming his knowledge gives strong advantage here. Massive gates open loudly, signaling next phase as ceremony transitions into labyrinth challenge. Bjorn understands objective, knowing survival depends on navigating city before entering labyrinth. He remains focused, preparing mentally to use knowledge within unfamiliar yet known environment. The destination is revealed as Rafdonia, confirming setting identical to game world progression. Warriors charge forward together, beginning journey toward uncertain survival. Bjorn moves with them, determined to survive using experience and calculated decisions. The group runs chaotically, lacking direction as confusion spreads. Some begin shouting, realizing they are lost within unfamiliar city. Blame rises suddenly, accusations targeting leader for guiding group incorrectly from beginning. The leader accepts responsibility, stepping back as another warrior volunteers to take charge. Einar steps forward confidently, gaining support from others who believe in her judgment. Bjorn recognizing leadership shift while analyzing situation carefully from distance. Soon confusion returns as even new leader admits uncertainty about correct path forward. Arguments escalate again, warriors shouting different opinions. Bjorn remains silent, realizing chaos will prevent reaching labyrinth if situation continues. Bjorn approaches Einar quietly, deciding to share knowledge, he pointing toward armored group who clearly know proper route. Einar listens attentively, accepting suggestion and preparing to guide others. Using this information, she confidently announces path, gaining trust. Warriors react positively, believing her wisdom, despite misunderstanding true source of guidance provided. Bjorn remains silent, allowing her to take credit while avoiding unnecessary suspicion from others. The group advances quickly, finally reaching labyrinth entrance glowing with mysterious energy ahead. Bjorn confirming this location matches game knowledge he remembers clearly. He feels determined, accepting new life fully as Bjorn within dangerous world now. Bjorn recalls harsh tax system, forcing citizens to earn money, knowing entering labyrinth or working city jobs are only choices. Monsters represent danger, while city work offers stability. Bjorn realizes barbarians struggle finding jobs, making city survival extremely difficult without combat success. The labyrinth gate opens rarely, creating urgency as limited time forces immediate decision now. He understands missing opportunity means waiting months, worsening survival chances. Bjorn evaluates risks carefully, knowing entering labyrinth determines future survival or eventual failure. Fear grips him suddenly, realizing consequences are real. Despite hesitation, he understands entering labyrinth remains only viable path for survival. Now, Bjorn is stopped by Einar, informs him others already entered portal, she emphasizing urgency as only few warriors remain outside. Bjorn realizing delay could cost him chance to enter labyrinth safely. The portal crackles intensely, showing unstable energy as it prepares to close soon. Einar urges Bjorn forward, insisting she will follow. She expresses gratitude briefly, acknowledging his earlier guidance. Bjorn avoiding attention while maintaining focus on immediate survival objective ahead. Einar admires him, asking how he gained such wisdom. Bjorn gives simple advice, choosing practicality over explanation while preparing for next challenge. Einar expresses gratitude, promising reward if she survives journey. Bjorn comparing her determination with barbarians he remembered from gameplay before. He questions her fear, realizing warriors here face real death unlike simulated experiences. Einar admits fear, honestly, yet accepts duty as warrior requiring strength despite danger. Bjorn recognizing shared struggle as both must fight to survive here. He reflects internally, realizing others are not different, only forced into harsh circumstances. Bjorn acknowledges reality, understanding survival requires confronting danger. Time runs short as portal nears closing, forcing immediate action without further hesitation. Bjorn gathers resolve, finally moving forward to face uncertain fate awaiting inside labyrinth. Bjorn sees closing portal, realizing hesitation will cost his only survival. He trusting strength and knowledge gained from years of gameplay experience. Without delay, Bjorn leaps forward, entering portal determined to survive. He arrives inside dark chamber, system confirming entry into labyrinth. Bjorn observes surroundings cautiously, noticing unfamiliar environment unlike controlled game perspective before. Confusion rises as he realizes this reality feels far more dangerous than expected. Bjorn relying on knowledge and strong barbarian physical abilities combined. He trusting experience gained from years mastering the game. However, uncertainty remains as reality differs, hinting his expectations may not fully apply. Bjorn realizing dungeon environment differs from expected familiar game mechanics. Observing others he notes everyone entered with minimal equipment, contradicting previous assumptions entirely. He recalls knowledge about crystals providing light, confirming early floors should not remain dark. Recognizing abnormal conditions, Bjorn deduces labyrinth structure. He considers possibilities carefully, understanding missing information could determine survival or immediate death. Bjorn decides to check system interface, planning to access status, inventory, and skills. Bjorn realizing nothing responds within unfamiliar dungeon environment conditions. He testing surroundings, despite uncertainty and limited visibility ahead. Progress feels slow, forcing Bjorn to remain cautious while advancing through unknown terrain carefully. Suddenly, Bjorn triggers hidden trap, suffering injury. Pain overwhelms him, recognizing trap originates from goblin mechanisms designed to injure intruders. Despite injury, Bjorn restrains reaction, preventing noise that could attract nearby hostile creatures. He observes surroundings silently, suspecting additional enemies nearby monitoring movements. Understanding danger, Bjorn chooses aggressive response, refusing to remain passive under uncertain threats. He prepares for combat cautiously, deciding to account for hidden enemies before advancing further. Bjorn realizes goblin presence nearby, understanding trap likely alerted. The goblin observes patiently, waiting for Bjorn to weaken. Bjorn steadies breathing, forcing himself to think clearly despite pain and growing danger. He knowing delay worsens condition and reduces survival chances drastically. Forcing movement, Bjorn drags himself forward, attempting to provoke hidden enemy into revealing. He pretends vulnerability, masking intentions while enduring pain and carefully controlling his actions. Bjorn shouts deliberately, testing surroundings while suspecting Goblin continues watching silently nearby. Receiving no response, he assumes enemy hesitation, possibly uncertain about attacking wounded target. Choosing survival, Bjorn retreats slowly, prioritizing escape. Bjorn provokes Goblin verbally, attempting to lure enemy closer. He detects faint footsteps, confirming Goblin follows cautiously. Bjorn struggles to track enemy, relying on sound cues since vision remains severely limited. The Goblin approaches slowly, observing Bjorn's movements and stopping whenever he halts movement. Bjorn realizes enemy is patient, waiting for fear and exhaustion to weaken him further. Understanding behavior, Bjorn confirms Goblin hunts intelligently. Suddenly, object strikes Bjorn, revealing Goblin tests his condition before approaching closer cautiously. Bjorn recognizes strategy, understanding enemy checks whether he remains alive or vulnerable target. As footsteps return, Bjorn prepares mentally, anticipating imminent confrontation. Bjorn waits silently, then suddenly rises, launching attack as Goblin approaches within range. He aiming to strike first before Goblin can react or retreat. However, his attack misses, revealing miscalculation and giving Goblin brief opening opportunity. Bjorn notices strange reaction, realizing body moves faster and stronger. He adapts quickly, predicting Goblin movements while unleashing powerful consecutive strikes with precision. Confidence grows as he recognizes advantage from Barbarian's strength combined with his knowledge. Bjorn overwhelms Goblin with relentless attacks, striking repeatedly. The Goblin weakens under pressure, unable to match Bjorn's superior physical power anymore. With final blow, Bjorn crushes enemy, securing first victory. Bjorn defeats Goblin, gaining experience while observing corpse disappearing. He notices dropped item, recognizing familiar system rewarding players. The object reveals itself as valuable resource, confirming similarities between reality and game world. Bjorn identifies item as mana stone, understanding its value and possible uses immediately. He recalls information, realizing small rewards offer limited survival benefits within harsh environment. Despite effort, outcome feels underwhelming, emphasizing difficulty and resource scarcity within dungeon conditions. Bjorn reflects on world rules, understanding monsters return daily and environment follows strict system. He recognizes this world operates like game, yet consequences are real and permanent. Determined, Bjorn accepts reality, committing himself to survival. Blood continued to spill from Bjorn's wounds as he dragged himself across the cold rocky ground. Each movement burned. Yet the system kept announcing his bleeding status, forcing him to acknowledge his worsening state. Pain pulsed through his battered frame, but he refused to collapse. Despite his body nearing its limit, his mind clung to survival. While crawling, he realized his reward wasn't gold or glory. It was simply the ability to keep moving forward. Numb limbs and dimming vision tried to stop him. Yet he pushed on, gripping the earth like it was his last anchor. His only goal became reaching light, a sign of life and safety. The cave's atmosphere grew brighter as he advanced. He assumed this meant progress, but reality proved cruel. When he finally reached a clearing, a menacing hallucination greeted him. Doubting his sanity, he questioned if the figure before him was real or another mental trick. Regardless, he moved, refusing to give in to fear or madness. Eventually, the light grew stronger. In the distance, real adventurers appeared. Their presence reignited his hope. He had survived the worst part. Though the system still warned of bleeding, help was finally within reach, and with it, the will to endure burned stronger than ever. A group of seasoned adventurers surrounded Bjorn, eyeing his battered body with suspicion. One questioned how a novice reached this depth faster than them, while another noted his silence, mistaking it for arrogance. Bjorn, overwhelmed by pain, struggled to speak or even breathe. Internally, he begged them not to harm him. The group's leader turned to their priestess, asking if she could heal him. Her refusal shocked everyone. She declined without hesitation, provoking tension. Her rejection, while unexpected, led the leader to shift tactics, offering to heal Bjorn in exchange for a future favor. Without warning, pain surged through Bjorn's body. A healing spell was forcefully cast, triggering excruciating agony. Muscles burned as if they were melting. What should have brought relief instead unleashed unbearable torment. Yet he endured, screaming in silence. Eventually, the spell ended. Bjorn remained conscious, barely kneeling upright. His breathing steadied, but confusion lingered on the adventurers' faces. The leader demanded answers how a rookie arrived. First, Bjorn deflected, claiming he entered the labyrinth and simply ended up there. Doubt remained, but the leader offered an explanation involving rare dimensional instability. Apparently, once every 100 years, a person might bypass floors. Realizing this provided a convenient cover, Bjorn remained silent, hiding the truth behind weary eyes. Bjorn silently observed the group. Among them were a mage and a priestess, indicating their high level. The fact that he experienced a rare phenomenon on his first dungeon dive, something even they hadn't seen, seemed almost unbelievable. Still, he masked his thoughts, keeping his expression neutral. The leader accepted his explanation and dismissed him without further pressure, even waiving payment for the healing potion. Bjorn didn't respond. Internally, he acknowledged that every second spent in the labyrinth was as valuable as gold. As the party moved deeper, Bjorn was left behind. Though he survived, being pitied left a bitter taste. From afar, the adventurers discussed how fortunate it was that someone kind like Druss had approached the barbarian, not someone crueler. Their conversation turned light, even mocking. Some suggested barbarians didn't like help, and that Bjorn's behavior fit that stereotype. Despite their words, the priestess offered no clear agreement, merely observing in silence. As they walked, the group followed the blood trail Bjorn had left behind. They commented on its length, unaware it mirrored the extent of his suffering. Eventually, they reached a branching path. Druss, the leader, expertly guided them. Having memorized the first floor's map, his sharp navigation brought them ahead of others. Arriving first at a sealed doorway, something unusual awaited beyond. A glowing portal marked the entrance to the next floor. With confidence, Druss activated it, rallying his team forward. However, something left behind caught their attention: a single sandal, abandoned near the threshold. Recognition struck them. It belonged to Bjorn. Nearby, they discovered a scorched trail, evidence of a powerful energy blast. As they followed the path, realization dawned. Bjorn had ventured ahead, alone, enduring what no ordinary adventurer could survive. Whispers of disbelief spread among the party, but one member began piecing it together. Recalling Bjorn's desperate crawl and his extended arm holding a magic crystal, they understood his intention. Even while half dead, he ensured the item reached them. Despite excruciating pain, he never lost focus. Their earlier doubts faded. The group now viewed him differently, not as a reckless novice, but a relentless survivor. Druss emphasized that such individuals weren't lucky, they were dangerous. For people like Bjorn, death was never an option, survival wasn't chance. It was sheer, terrifying will. After barely escaping death, Bjorn was forced to move again. The moment he re-entered the dungeon, goblins ambushed him without pause, one after another. They attacked relentlessly, preventing him from resting. Though injured, he countered their ambushes, aware their tactics were crude and hiding spots obvious. Despite handling them, the problem lay elsewhere. Hunger had begun to take its toll. With every strike, his movements slowed, not from fatigue, but lack of energy. His body demanded food. Remembering the priestess likely carried supplies, he regretted not requesting any. Hunger clouded his judgment. Eventually, he stumbled upon discarded food remnants from fallen enemies. With no choice, he collected what he could, suppressing disgust. His earlier decision to crawl across the floor may have cost him vital supplies. Out of 7 days' rations, 5 were already consumed. Bjorn rationed what little he had, chewing stale bread slowly, savoring each bite as if it were a feast. Yet thirst began creeping in next. Surrounded by crystallized walls, he questioned where he'd find water. This world, unlike the game he once played, didn't offer convenience. The hunger system was no longer pixels on a screen, it was reality. And here, failure meant more than restarting. It meant dying. Alone in the dark, Bjorn continued forward, exhaustion pulling at every step. He stumbled upon a group, resting in the dark, but they offered no greeting. One of them recognized him from earlier, but none stepped forward to assist. Despite being in plain sight, he remained alone. Sitting down, he reflected on his progress. For someone close to death, surviving this far was no small feat. But another issue plagued him: intense fatigue. Rest was impossible in a dungeon filled with threats. He considered his options: risk sleep and trust fate, or seek allies. The second choice seemed logical. Groups could share watch, defend each other, and provide some safety. But every attempt to join a party failed. Repeated rejections, often due to prejudice against barbarians, left him standing alone again. As despair settled in, an unfamiliar voice called out. A man approached with a proposition one Bjorn misunderstood. At first, the term overnight companion carried unintended meaning, but it was actually a system role for safe resting. Realizing the offer was sincere, Bjorn agreed. This man, Haas, knew the rules and offered protection. For now, forming a temporary alliance offered a chance to survive the night. Though awkward, it was a beginning. One step closer to enduring another day in the labyrinth, despite the awkward phrasing. Bjorn accepted Haas's offer to rest together, knowing sleep was critical. The arrangement, while strange, followed a known mechanic for survival night companions, provided safety during rest. Bjorn played along, though the situation tested his patience. A coin toss determined watch order. Haas won and claimed the first shift, handing Bjorn a pocket watch to track time. He assumed Bjorn lacked basic knowledge. Rather than argue, Bjorn observed silently, masking his irritation. Though underestimated, he decided to remember this moment someday. It might serve him well. When Haas eventually fell asleep, his loud snoring echoed in the cave. Bjorn found the sight ridiculous, yet oddly reassuring. This wasn't the kind of companion he had expected, but it was better than solitude. While pretending to sleep, Bjorn monitored the time closely, growing impatient for his turn to rest. Even when Haas woke him later and offered rest, Bjorn declined. Trust didn't come easily, not in this place, and not with someone he had just met, to protect himself. He feigned deep sleep, complete with exaggerated snoring. From a short distance, Haas watched him, amused. He believed the act and dismissed Bjorn as a simple barbarian. Unaware of the truth, he underestimated someone who had no intention of ever lowering his guard. Bjorn maintained his act throughout the night, snoring deliberately, pretending to be in deep sleep. He hoped it would prompt Haas to reveal any hidden motives. No threat came, time passed slowly, but rest never arrived. Not once did Bjorn let down his guard. When dawn approached, fatigue hit hard. Bjorn hadn't slept at all. In contrast, Haas had snored peacefully for hours. Regret settled in. Despite the opportunity, he had chosen caution over recovery. Still, the thought of trusting a stranger remained unacceptable. Until proof of reliability surfaced, he wouldn't take risks. Eventually, Haas woke up and casually greeted Bjorn, unaware of the long, sleepless night. Their roles shifted, with Bjorn now tasked to rest, but he declined again, unwilling to relax beside someone he barely knew. Even when offered more rest, his instincts overruled his exhaustion. Just as a fragile sense of routine started forming, a chilling realization struck Haas. Wasn't just friendly in a split second. The man raised his blade. Bjorn, fully aware, had expected this. There was no such thing as kindness in the labyrinth. His suspicions proved correct. Trust, once again, had been misplaced, and this time, lowering his guard would have meant death. Survival demanded more than strength it required, relentless vigilance. Surrounded by hostile intent, Bjorn remained steady, eyes fixed on the traitors, approaching through the shimmering dungeon light. Without hesitation, he launched forward, intercepting an ambush midair, and hurling his attacker aside. Blood splattered across his face as the skirmish erupted, and he stood alone, wounded but unyielding. Despite his injuries, Bjorn refused to fall. The sight of fallen comrades fueled his rage as he confronted the last remaining attacker, who had fled in desperation. The coward's panic intensified, but Bjorn offered no mercy. Each step forward was a judgment, his expression silent but damning. When cornered, the man begged for his life, stammering out justifications laced with greed and fear. Bjorn, however, demanded truth, not excuses. The confession spilled out he had targeted the barbarian solely for magic crystals and gear, valuing items over life. Disgust twisted Bjorn's face. He questioned the morality behind killing for profit, receiving no answer worth the blood already spilled. Pressed again, the traitor added the barbarian's shield as another motive, still clinging to survival. Bjorn saw through the deception and struck with precision. No longer willing to tolerate lies, he issued one final warning: speak honestly, or pay the price. The coward trembled, faced with the wrath of a warrior who would not forgive betrayal. The man's trembling voice revealed a darker truth. Barbarian hearts were now commodities, harvested and sold at high prices. Bjorn stared, stunned by the revelation. It wasn't just for crystals or gear. The real motive was alchemical. His heart was worth more than his life, a rare ingredient for some arcane spell. What once seemed like senseless greed was in fact a calculated hunt. Realization settled into the attackers. He wasn't a person, he was profit. Their betrayal wasn't just desperation, it was a cold transaction. The man who cowered before him hadn't gambled for survival. He had chased a reward, disregarding the cost in blood. As the truth unfolded, the man begged for mercy, scrambling to justify his crimes. Bjorn, however, had heard enough. There was no redemption in his eyes, only the weight of necessity. He knew others would come, driven by similar greed, cloaked in the same lies. Forgiveness held no place in this world. With one final blow, Bjorn ended the man's life. The silence that followed marked a turning point. Only a day after arriving in this brutal world, he had taken a life. Yet in that grim act, Bjorn shed hesitation and finally began living with purpose. Bjorn crushed a goblin with a single blow, its body vanishing instantly. The power surging through his barbarian form still surprised him. Though unsure of his full combat abilities, he realized that wielding this strength during battle made him feel almost disconnected from the body, like a passenger in a force far greater. More goblins emerged as the dungeon shifted. It was the second day, and monster spawns were intensifying. Armed with a new weapon, his battle stats had improved, and for a moment he believed his progress would remain steady. He charged in, slaying beasts with efficiency, but fatigue crept in faster than expected. Despite the strength, his stamina waned. Worse, the wave of enemies refused to stop. The dungeon seemed relentless, and each victory only triggered the next ambush. 10 minutes hadn't passed before another horde charged, shouting in frustration. Bjorn fought back, hammer swinging wildly. Though he cleared one wave, his body begged for rest. He hoped for even a moment's pause, but sleep brought no peace. A goblin ambushed him in his rest, slipping past his defenses. He hadn't sensed a thing. The sneak attack jolted him awake, eyes filled with fury. Rage ignited once again, and the barbarian rose to crush the next threat. Bjorn stumbled forward, bleeding and breathless. The last ambush had pushed him near the edge. He tended to his wounds and downed a potion, barely holding himself together. 14 hours had passed since he separated from Hans, and despite the exhaustion, he couldn't afford to stop. Barbarian hearts were now a commodity. He was a walking target. Determined to find safety, he ruled out teaming with humans. Their smiles were masks, and yesterday's betrayal remained fresh in his mind. Though now many sought him out, none earned his trust. They praised his strength, claimed kinship through race, but he saw through the manipulation. Humans only saw a barbarian they could use. Refusing multiple offers, he declared his intent to seek out another barbarian. When that failed, he considered alternatives. Elves were known for their honor, dwarves for their spirit. As long as the companion wasn't human, there was hope for a genuine alliance. After an hour of searching, a change occurred. Light flickered in the cave, and a figure emerged in the shadows. He approached cautiously. Sitting alone, injured yet composed, was an elf with silver hair and piercing golden eyes. She hadn't noticed him yet, but he had already decided he would trust her. Bjorn encountered a wounded elf deep within the dim cavern. Crouched and tense, she kept her bow raised, her wary eyes fixed on him. Her silence and posture revealed she trusted no one. Noticing the blood on her side, Bjorn deduced the wound wasn't from a goblin. Something more deliberate had caused it. He asked carefully if a human was responsible, and her flinch said enough. Though she didn't speak, her trembling legs gave away her vulnerability. Abruptly, she dropped her guard and pleaded for help. Her voice cracked as she begged for mercy, mentioning a younger brother waiting for her return. Bjorn, taken aback by her raw desperation, realized how rare warmth and emotion were in this brutal game world. Her behavior clashed with his expectations. Most characters here were emotionally distant. Had he known her true nature, he might have approached differently. Despite her panic, Bjorn reassured her, yet when he tried to explain, she screamed, convinced he intended harm. Her perception of barbarians clearly stemmed from prior trauma. Frustrated but patient, Bjorn chose not to argue. Instead, he silently offered lyco leaves to treat her wound. Confused by his kindness, she asked why. He simply replied some actions require no reason. But even so, this time, there was one. Erwin finally began treating her wound after receiving the healing leaves. Though still cautious, she quietly accepted Bjorn's offer to stand guard. He admitted to himself that forming a temporary alliance with her served his interest, but it wasn't entirely selfish. Injured, exhausted, and vulnerable, she was clearly in a worse state than him. After swiftly finishing her treatment, Erwin surprised him with her efficiency. She seemed more relaxed now, giving him a chance to initiate proper introductions. Bjorn revealed his name and background first. After a moment's hesitation, she responded with her own name. The awkwardness between them began to ease. Wanting to understand her fear, he asked about her reaction to barbarians. She hesitated, then revealed a painful history of violence between their races. Bjorn realized her fear wasn't baseless. It was cultural and traumatic. She nervously clarified she held no personal grudge against him. With tensions lowered, Bjorn proposed forming a short-term partnership. Caught off guard, Erwin asked if he meant an overnight companion, clarifying his intent. He reassured her it was merely practical. Still wary, she asked him to swear upon his warrior's honor not to harm her. Without hesitation, Bjorn gave his oath. Trust, while fragile, had begun to form between them. Bjorn clarified his identity, correcting the elf's constant use of Mr. Asserting his name and age, he reintroduced himself with youthful pride. Following her request, he formally swore an oath upon his warrior's honor, vowing not to harm her. In turn, Erwin did the same, invoking her tribal name. Both pledged peace for the night, forming a fragile pact that brought mutual relief. Exhaustion visible on her face, Erwin asked to sleep first. Bjorn, understanding her fatigue, agreed. Though wary, she promised to be careful and gradually let her guard down. As he laid back, Bjorn was surprised by how quickly he had begun to trust her presence. Just as he was about to relax, her sudden shout startled him. She had unintentionally drifted to sleep during her watch. Startled by her honesty, Bjorn handed over his blanket, encouraging her to rest properly. Her surprised gratitude was genuine. Within moments, she curled up and drifted into sleep again. Watching her rest, Bjorn reflected on the physical and emotional toll she had endured. Despite everything, she seemed peaceful now. Time crawled slowly as he stood guard. Though his body sat still, his mind wandered. Thoughts of reality, isolation, and what had become of his life outside the game crept in. But before despair could settle, he reminded himself to endure a little longer. As Bjorn sat in silence, thoughts stirred about whether he should ask Erwin to continue traveling together. Considering her skills as an elf, he reasoned she could manage herself, but long-term plans needed clarity. Allies came with both benefits and risks. Still, surviving alone had its limits, and decisions would need to be made soon. While pondering his next steps, unfamiliar voices broke the stillness. Two men approached from the darkness, whispering about an elf they seemed to recognize. Suspicion arose quickly as one directly questioned Bjorn about his relationship with her. Staying guarded, he refused to answer. The intruders withdrew, but their intent was clear. They had been searching for Erwin. Returning to his companion, Bjorn watched her sleep soundly, unaware of the close call. Gently, he tried waking her. She groggily responded, still wrapped in the warmth he'd provided. Bjorn's patience wore thin. The looming threat made him realize there was no more time to delay. Bjorn rose first, immediately noticing Erwin still lying beneath the shared blanket. While he tried to rouse her, she hesitated, keeping her eyes closed as though hoping the moment would last longer. His movement finally forced her awake, and her startled reaction revealed how flustered she was by their brief closeness. Bjorn quickly pulled away, aware that their temporary watch arrangement had ended the instant she opened her eyes. Erwin sat upright, nervous and embarrassed, fearing he planned to abandon her. Her expression tightened with unease, and she tried to explain herself before he made any decision. Bjorn listened quietly, realizing her worry came from the fact that she had nowhere else to go. Their partnership was never meant to be long-term, yet the situation around them continued to grow more complicated. Moments later, another group approached, recognizing Erwin. She denied any connection, but Bjorn understood the danger once she mentioned the symbol on their clothing. The emblem belonged to a larger organization known as the Crystal Union, the same group tied to the earlier threat against her. The revelation convinced him that the pursuit wasn't random, and that her circumstances carried far heavier consequences than expected. Despite his reluctance, Bjorn chose to hear her full story while they moved. She eagerly followed, relieved he hadn't left her behind. As they traveled, she recounted her first encounter with the hostile clan, and how she unknowingly revealed her identity during an exhausted moment. Only later did she learn that their leader operated openly within the labyrinth's first floor, making her situation far more dangerous than she initially believed. Erwin continued explaining how she escaped the Crystal Union's grasp, despite being hunted relentlessly. She recalled their pursuit growing increasingly coordinated, forcing her to flee through the labyrinth with little rest. Bjorn listened carefully, noticing how her injuries matched the desperation in her story. Her claim that they used message stones surprised him, since such devices had never appeared in the game he once knew. Their existence confirmed that this world contained many differences he still didn't understand. While they ran, Erwin described how the stones enabled long-range communication, allowing the pursuers to track her far more efficiently. Bjorn quickly realized that abandoning her now would guarantee her capture. However, he also wanted to know what reason the Union had for chasing her so persistently. His question made her hesitate, and she reluctantly confessed she had accidentally struck one of their members in a sensitive spot during her first escape. Bjorn's expression tightened at the revelation, recognizing how easily that alone could provoke a violent grudge. Before he could respond, Erwin stiffened and warned him that someone was following them. she instructed him not to look back, estimating the distance based on her heightened elf senses. Bjorn trusted her judgment, understanding the danger approaching. He immediately increased his pace and signaled her to stay close. Despite her reopened wound, she matched his speed without complaint, proving her determination to survive. Their situation had grown more complicated, yet both realized escape depended on maintaining their momentum and avoiding confrontation with whoever was closing in behind them. Bjorn pushed forward through the tunnel, noting how Erwin continued matching his pace despite her reopened wound. Her determination impressed him, yet the closing footsteps behind them forced him to evaluate their situation with urgency. The enemy remained persistent, and every second of hesitation allowed the gap to shrink. Bjorn realized that if their pursuer was using communication tools like message stones, then reinforcements could arrive at any moment. While running, he assessed potential outcomes. Eliminating the threat would ensure their safety, but taking a life carried consequences he couldn't reverse. Because of this, he needed more information before committing to a choice that permanent. He asked Erwin what she could contribute during combat, prompting her to reveal her archery skills and spirit magic. Her abilities aligned with what he needed, though her lack of real combat experience concerned him. Even so, Erwin insisted she could act when necessary, showing resolve stronger than before. As the pursuer continued closing in, Bjorn recognized they would eventually be overtaken if they remained on a straight path. He prepared a new plan, choosing to divert into a side route. Moments before turning, he instructed Erwin to summon her spirit. She responded without hesitation, calling forth a burst of flame to support their maneuver together. They veered sharply into the opening, hoping the sudden change would buy enough time to prepare for whatever confrontation awaited beyond the bend. Bjorn and Erwin moved into a darker section of the tunnel where the summoned flame offered their only source of light. The narrow passage forced them to slow down, yet the sound of approaching footsteps warned them their pursuer was still closing in. Erwin quickly expanded the flame to brighten their surroundings, helping Bjorn assess the upcoming terrain. A lone figure emerged from the darkness, stopping only a short distance away, despite having no direct line of sight. Bjorn realized the enemy had tracked them using sound, rather than vision. Acting immediately, he signaled Erwin to prepare an attack. Erwin lifted her bow and released a precise arrow, striking the pursuer before they could react. The threat collapsed silently, allowing Bjorn to confirm that the immediate danger had been dealt with. Bjorn carefully observed Erwin, now adorned in upgraded gear. Her physical transformation wasn't just visual, her aura had intensified, though the changes seemed subtle. They hinted at something more powerful underneath. Bjorn silently noted the practicality of her new equipment, and acknowledged that both her upper and lower armor had improved. Curiosity turned to strategy as Erwin examined a message stone. Bjorn guided her on its use, and with a firm press the device activated. What followed was an unexpected transmission, a bounty notice targeting him, with a staggering reward of 10,000 gold. Erwin's reaction was instant shock gripping her face. Her fear was visible. To reassure her, Bjorn remained composed. He quickly shifted focus back to the mission, stating their next destination, the second floor. Erwin questioned the decision, aware of the dangers, but followed him regardless. Descending further, she voiced concern over the difference in difficulty. Bjorn acknowledged the risk but reasoned that staying near the entrance would reduce it. Their strengths balanced each other, her precision from a distance, his strength in close combat. Despite her hesitation, Erwin agreed. The duo pressed onward, passing adventurers who eyed them with interest. Bjorn, determined and calm, reminded her that he wasn't planning to leave her behind no matter the bounty. Erwin, though visibly anxious, gathered her resolve and agreed to descend to the second floor. Her sudden decision spared Bjorn the effort of persuasion. From his perspective, helping others wasn't new. It aligned well with his own interests, especially when it meant inconveniencing undeserving foes. The thought of doing good while reaping benefits was appealing. Together, they entered the deeper part of the dungeon. Unsure of the exact path, Bjorn relied on the dungeon's structure. By following the darkness, one would eventually reach a portal leading upward. As they advanced, Erwin halted him, pointing out a goblin trap ahead. The danger was subtle. The goblins weren't nearby, making the trap unusually risky. Bjorn had barely stepped forward before Erwin spotted it just as quickly. Enemies emerged from the shadows. Without hesitation, she rushed to face them alone. Bjorn warned her not to use her spirit powers, knowing the cost. Erwin nodded confidently and charged ahead. Her attacks landed swiftly, but more goblins flooded the area. Arrows flew and blades clashed as the enemies closed in. Meanwhile, Bjorn stood at a distance, prepared to intervene, surrounded but composed. Erwin continued her assault with precision. Her movements showed no hesitation. She was determined to prove herself in battle, and she was succeeding. Erwin stood victorious among scattered goblin corpses, the glowing spirit behind her fading as silence returned. Pride showed on her face as she turned to Bjorn and sought his opinion. He acknowledged her performance with a simple nod, quietly impressed by her agility and precise aim. She had earned his recognition. When Bjorn handed her the recovered magic crystals, Erwin lit up with excitement. She quickly calculated their split and proudly recalled her past teasing nickname. Confidence now replaced hesitation. She promised to improve and match his pace. Bjorn gave a neutral reply, unsure whether to feel mocked or motivated. As they moved forward, distant voices echoed a bounty was being broadcast again. The reward for capturing Bjorn had risen to 15,000 gold. Erwin overheard it, her grip on the message stone tightening. They pressed deeper into the dungeon. Bjorn noted the lack of traps and began suspecting unseen watchers. Despite the tension, their teamwork held firm, just when it seemed safe. Erwin called out ghouls were rushing toward them. Bjorn analyzed the sudden threat. Ghouls shouldn't be on this floor. They may have strayed too far, nearing the dungeon's outer edge. Seeing the numbers, he knew this fight could be valuable. More enemies meant more experience. He chose to engage. Bjorn charged into the cluster of ghouls with raw power, slamming the closest enemy into the ground. Compared to goblins, ghouls were faster and stronger, but their patterns were still predictable. Using that simplicity to his advantage, he maintained control over the chaotic skirmish. Meanwhile, Erwin fought at range, landing clean hits with her arrows. Notifications confirmed her kills. They advanced steadily toward their goal and soon encountered a blood trail. Erwin crouched beside it and confirmed it was fresh. The sight raised concern. Bjorn recognized the eerie red coating as blood moss, an unnatural sign. Further ahead, a goblin trap lay beside a glowing portal. Bjorn paused, realizing how dangerously close they'd come to triggering it. Beyond that lay the exit to the next floor. He remembered the last time he'd reached this point in-game, and the painful memory of falling, just short of success. The portal pulsed with energy. Erwin sensed his hesitation and offered encouragement, though surprised by her optimism. Bjorn steeled himself. They stepped through together. Crossing the threshold, the portal engulfed them in light. Moments later, they landed safely on the second floor. The message confirmed their arrival. The journey had only just begun, but this was a clear victory. Bjorn and Erwin were transported to the second floor, landing with impact in a dense wooded area. Though the fall was sudden, Bjorn quickly recovered and reassured Erwin of his condition. Their safe arrival confirmed the portal had worked as intended, despite its unpredictable nature. Surroundings had shifted drastically. Unlike the first floor's dungeon layout, this region resembled an open forest under moonlight. Bjorn realized the environment allowed greater visibility, but it also meant threats could come from any direction. Monsters were categorized by region. Each direction held a different type. To the north were goblins, east had wolves, west was crawling with undead, and to the south stood large, muscular beasts. Zerwin recalled some layout details, believing the paths eventually led to the third floor. Bjorn, however, was more focused on understanding the exit strategy. Once the labyrinth's time limit expired, the explorers would be automatically returned to the city above. Deciding to stay and explore, Bjorn led the way cautiously. Erwin followed closely, admiring the forest's strange beauty while remaining alert. He warned her of traps hidden beneath leaves and advised her to mirror his steps. Though Erwin couldn't see the dangers herself, she trusted his judgment as he pointed one out. Erwin successfully revealed a hidden trap using a thrown rock, confirming her keen detection skills. Bjorn, momentarily surprised, realized her intuition was sharper than expected. Although he refrained from giving open praise, inwardly he acknowledged how dependable she had become. Her cheerful response to his dry compliment reinforced his perception she was easily motivated. He maintained a neutral tone, downplaying the act as her basic responsibility, but still affirmed her growth as a proper explorer. Erwin beamed with pride at the acknowledgement, clearly encouraged. Together, they shifted focus toward clearing nearby traps to secure the surrounding area. Bjorn explained that removing them would expand their safe zone. Using rocks, they triggered mechanisms to disable potential dangers. Their cooperation became smoother with each step, and Erwin continued asking for feedback, seeking his approval. Suddenly, she halted and reported a group of goblins approaching. Bjorn assessed the situation quickly. Although the enemies hadn't noticed them, he knew they'd need to act fast. Erwin estimated the enemy numbers and distance. Their cover remained intact for the moment. With time on their side, they formulated a preemptive plan. Bjorn decided they would engage. Erwin agreed without hesitation. Quietly, they began preparing their approach, moving into position with practiced focus. As the goblins lingered ahead, Bjorn and Erwin began their coordinated ambush. She quietly moved into position and loosed the first arrow. Though it was hard to confirm the result from afar, the goblins quickly stirred. Their formation broke, and the group began charging toward them. Bjorn immediately stepped forward to shield Erwin. She acknowledged his command and took cover behind him. The enemy's approach was rapid, their numbers overwhelming. Bjorn noted how much fiercer the goblins felt on the second floor, faster, stronger, and more organized. Still, something inside him remained calm. Despite facing a goblin warrior, fear didn't take hold. Instead, excitement surged. His barbarian instincts awakened fully, and with a battle cry, he lunged into the enemy ranks. Fists and weapons clashed. Bjorn smashed through the first line but quickly found himself flanked. With calculated precision, he deflected attacks from both sides and retaliated with brutal force. Yet the waves didn't stop. A blade narrowly grazed his face. The moment confirmed it. These goblins were not ordinary. Their strength pushed him harder than expected. Realizing retreat wasn't an option, Bjorn tightened his grip and prepared to face them head. On this wasn't just survival anymore. It was a test of will, and he refused to lose. Bjorn faced the encroaching goblins with relentless focus. Erwin positioned behind him, readied another arrow. Surrounded but not alone, he embraced the advantage of teamwork. With renewed determination, he prepared to strike back, no longer holding anything in reserve. Victory over the goblin warrior rewards Bjorn with a crimson magic crystal, glowing faintly in the dark. Compared to the effort needed for early progression, the gain now feels far more efficient. Erwin hands over a second crystal, noting its value, and they resume their march without delay. Further into the woods, more goblin groups emerge as they move beyond the 3-kilometer point. Among the enemies, one wields a bow, an archer cloaked with concealment magic. Bjorn quickly alerts Erwin, bracing himself for an attack that could strike unseen. The goblins close in, and Bjorn blocks the charge with solid footing and his shield. Though outnumbered, he remains composed, trusting in his experience and brute strength. Detecting a shift, he prepares for a sudden strike from the hidden archer. An arrow whistles toward him, but his instincts trigger a swift dodge. He spots movement in the shadows and lunges, with lethal precision. The archer falls, and Bjorn gains another point of experience without hesitation. At last, they take a break. Erwin, relieved, slumps down beside a tree. Bjorn offers to stand guard while she gets some much-needed rest. Sleep comes to her instantly, a sign of deep exhaustion and trust. Watching Erwin sleep so peacefully, Bjorn wonders if his presence makes her feel more secure. Their patrol had stretched over 15 hours, steadily bringing them deeper into the labyrinth. Along the way, more adventuring parties came into view, often moving quickly and in tight formations. He found those fellow explorers more dangerous than monsters, driven by ambition rather than instinct. Erwin, resting beside him, posed a new concern. Her appearance alone could invite trouble. With eyes half open, she mocks his comment, revealing she had been awake the whole time. A small laugh escapes her before she drifts off again, leaving Bjorn to his thoughts. Time marches on. Days blend together as they battle goblins and endure the grind. By the 6th day's end, weariness builds, but they remain committed to surviving. At last, the 7th day arrives, signaling the deadline to exit before the labyrinth closes. With just under 3 hours left, they begin the trek back, alert for any danger. Newly appeared, traps confirm goblin groups have returned to reclaim the area, scouting ahead. Bjorn estimates around 70 enemies, including spellcasters and elite fighters. Retreat is no longer an option. They ready themselves for a direct confrontation. Surrounded, but unshaken, Bjorn charges forward, prepared to smash through the final wave, eyes sharp and breath steady. Bjorn unleashes a furious charge into the enemy ranks. Rather than scatter, he splits priorities. Erwin will snipe the archers while he tackles the close-range fighters. His brutal momentum earns him the name once given in jest, Bjorn the Thousand-Armed. Confidence now evident, Erwin maneuvers through combat, releasing arrows with trained rhythm. Bjorn recalls her earlier warning there should be a second archer, and sure enough, an attack follows, with the field cleared quickly. He acknowledges her progress with a rare word of praise. Though unsure if her last shot landed, she openly admits the mistake without shame. Inwardly, Bjorn reflects on how far she's come since their first encounter. Before more thoughts form, a strange glow catches their attention just ahead. They discover a blue orb pulsing gently. It's a rare monster essence. Bjorn immediately recognizes it as a powerful skill item with strict limits per user. Such a drop in this zone is almost unheard of, making him uneasy. Too convenient, he thinks it doesn't feel like luck. Erwin lightens the mood, asking if consuming it turns him into a goblin. Without much interest, she turns down the offer, leaving the decision entirely to him. Erwin, eager and impulsive, offers to take the essence since Bjorn seems hesitant. Bjorn recalls the skill's incompatibility with his build and acknowledges it's useless for a barbarian. As they discuss the item, a group of unfamiliar adventurers suddenly appears and shouts for them to stop. Accusations fly from the approaching group, who demand an explanation for their presence. Erwin attempts to respond, but tension escalates rapidly before anything can be clarified. Without warning, one of the enemies grabs her, sparking immediate chaos. The essence flares in Erwin's hand, and she instinctively activates it during the struggle. Stunned by her reaction, the others panic, claiming the item belonged to them. Bjorn silently steps beside her as she recovers, the tension thick but unchanged. Though furious, the other group knows they've lost the chance to use the essence. Their leader hesitates, unsure whether to start a fight or back down. Standing firm, Bjorn challenges them directly, ready to fight if they make a move. Heavy footsteps pounded through the grass as Bjorn and Erwin rushed toward the portal without pause. While sprinting, Erwin glanced back, questioning whether the 4 enemies from earlier were still pursuing them. Bjorn warned her that even if they weren't chasing, they'd likely arrive at the same destination. Those 4 had the right numbers for a second. Floor-Raid Bjorn pieced it together quickly. Their movements suggested they were using the same shortcut to descend floors and bypass monsters. Suddenly, Erwin detected goblins nearby. Bjorn decided they would steer clear to avoid confrontation. That plan failed fast. Erwin shouted that the goblins were heading straight for them. Bjorn realized they were being tracked by the monster's enhanced detection, active in recent days. Without hesitation, he turned them toward a different route, hoping to shake the pursuit. An arrow sliced the air. Bjorn shielded Erwin just in time, recognizing it wasn't goblin. He understood the ambush came from their earlier enemies. They had lured the goblins in and now waited ahead to trap them. There was no escape. Bjorn called for Erwin to prepare her magic. Responding swiftly, she activated a frost-based spell, icy power circling around her. A chilling aura exploded outward. She was ready to fight. Bjorn handed Erwin a potion, entrusting her with guarding the classroom exit during the fight. Without hesitation, he turned to face the goblins alone, preparing for a direct confrontation. He warned her to wait for a signal. There would only be one chance. His decoy worked. Rustling leaves and loud steps lured the goblins into view. Moving first, he struck fast, slashing down the frontliners before they could organize. Judging their strategy, he guessed the enemy party would act once the goblins weakened him. A dozen goblins closed in, with 2 wielding swords, indicating some level of training. He fought hard, but the lack of arrows felt suspicious until he spotted one flying. Archers had revealed themselves, catching him mid-swing. Dodging blades and arrows, Bjorn stayed mobile, using his shield and footwork. He couldn't afford to forget Erwin or the classroom's location during the chaos. Fatigue deepened as wounds multiplied. A sudden double arrow assault forced him into action. One came from a hidden crossbowman, the other, a goblin's shot. Bjorn raised his shield and blocked the deadlier one, just in time. An arrow pierced Bjorn's shoulder, forcing him to retreat as the poison started affecting his movement. The wound crippled his left arm. He could no longer hold both weapon and shield. With a decision made, he kept the shield, prioritizing defense over offense, focusing on survival. He realized the real threat wasn't the goblins, but the hidden attackers. Although his hammer could crush goblins easily, it left him exposed to ranged fire. He chose caution, using his shield to defend while enduring wave after wave of enemies. More goblins rushed in. Despite injuries, Bjorn held his ground under relentless pressure. A brief moment of calm let him reassess the battlefield and spot his ambushers. 3 armed men watched from the shadows. Their trap had failed, but they were impressed. Bjorn called them out directly, confirming they were the same enemies from earlier. They mocked his strength, surprised he was still standing after fighting so many monsters. Their leader offered a deal: hand over Erwin, and they'd spare him. Bjorn silently laughed, knowing the offer was a lie. His defiance provoked them. The group prepared to strike together, swords drawn. They charged forward, treating him like a boss monster to be hunted. Bjorn noticed his left arm remained unusable, forcing him to rely solely on his right side while assessing the battlefield. He realized a signal was needed for Erwin, something easily recognizable to anyone from this world. Raising his hand, he activated a bright flash of magic, creating a clear signal to guide her next move. Chaos breaks out as Bjorn abruptly lifts an enemy and launches him overhead without hesitation. Trusting the unseen ally's signal, he moves swiftly, acting before doubts can surface. The thrown body crashes into two foes, knocking them down with brutal efficiency. Steel clashes mid-charge. A powerful opponent blocks Bjorn's path with sheer force. Holding his ground, he calculates the risks. Retreat isn't an option. Thoughts race. The enemy hadn't fallen for the earlier decision chain prediction after all. A glowing object descends, drawing attention with its unnatural light. Recognition hits. This must be Erwin's move, part of a broader plan. Bjorn keeps his stance firm, ready as the attackers shift focus toward him. A shield fighter intercepts, halting progress and taunting with smug confidence. Bjorn scowls, realizing their intent was to block Erwin from the start. Enemies converge. He knows he can't face them all alone, accepting the cost. He sacrifices his left arm to secure a strike. Pain shoots through him, but he closes in on the redhead. His attack lands, clean an injured arm for a lethal blow, a fair exchange. Bloodied and beaten, the enemy gasps out, "Monster," before collapsing beneath Bjorn's crushing grip. With no time wasted, Bjorn hurls the corpse aside, clearing his path with sheer force. Momentum surges as he charges through the smoke, closing distance without hesitation. While clashing blades, Bjorn signals Erwin to unleash the prepared attack. Flames burst behind the enemy lines, igniting chaos and splitting their formation. The surprise attack works. Erwin's timing shifts the battle's rhythm in their favor. Suddenly, one opponent breaks away, heading toward Erwin's position. Chasing him would stretch their defense too thin and invite collapse. Instead, Bjorn holds his ground, trusting Erwin to handle the threat alone. Another ambusher leaps in, but Bjorn reacts first with a brutal counterstrike. His target crashes down hard, no longer a threat. Ahead, the last warrior waits, heavily armored and clearly experienced. A swift double assault comes from both sides, forcing Bjorn to adjust instantly. Rather than strike directly, he fakes an opening swing to bait a response. The trick succeeds, and his next blow breaks through the shield user's defense. Wounded but resolute, Bjorn exhales, his blood-stained body still prepared to fight. He lunges forward without mercy, delivering a crushing blow that pierces through his foe's guard. Refusing defeat, he unleashes a final barrage, fueled by raw willpower and fury. Silence settles as Bjorn stands amidst the aftermath, blood dripping from his fists. Erwin and the elf girl approach, calling out with urgency upon seeing his condition. Their arrival confirms it. Both battles are over, and they're alive, concerned. The elf quickly presents a potion and insists he take it now. Although surprised by her tone, Bjorn listens as she explains the poison's effect. After a brief hesitation, he drinks it down, bracing as heat surges through him. Pain flares through every nerve as the liquid spreads violently inside him. With effort, he checks the time. Only 10 minutes remain before the floor shuts. No time remains for rest or recovery. Commanding swiftly, Bjorn instructs Erwin to prepare while they gather supplies. Together, they sprint toward the glowing portal as seconds tick down. Just before it closes, they leap through, escaping by the narrowest margin. The group dives through the portal just before time runs out, barely avoiding collapse. Bright energy surrounds them as the system confirms their successful entry into the first floor. Landing safely, they catch their breath, surprised by the violent nature of the transition. While the elf girl cheers, Bjorn remains focused, noting only 30 seconds remained. She reminds him of a promise made earlier. Something involving the essence. He deflects the topic for now, insisting they speak, once they're safely out. With seconds to spare, Bjorn commands the team to target the Black Walker. The labyrinth begins closing as the system prepares to transport them back. Moments later, Bjorn opens his eyes. He has returned once again to Rafdonia. At the city plaza, countless adventurers returned, drawing attention with their triumphant presence and worn gear. Unlike in the dungeon, time passed differently here, forcing them to adjust to the city's rhythm. A loud voice broke through the noise, calling out to Bjorn, recognizing him as Jandal's son. Karaka was quickly surrounded as allies rushed to greet him, each relieved by his safe return. His popularity grew, with warriors praising his bravery. The excitement intensified as many declared their intent to prove their worth with magic crystals. Bjorn lingered at the back, quietly observing the gathering while clutching his large sack of loot. Nearby, the clerk announced totals. One warrior had over 40,000 stones, drawing gasps from the crowd. Karaka's name was praised again, labeled a true warrior by those impressed with his results. Without a word, Bjorn stepped forward and dropped his heavy bag, prompting swift calculations. The final count stunned everyone. 182,473 stones, far surpassing the previous totals. Shocked murmurs spread. Bjorn had broken every known record with a single submission. Cheers erupted as his name echoed, each voice chanting louder in admiration and disbelief. He raised his weapon high, proudly declaring his dominance among warriors. Guards arrived to calm the uproar, urging the crowd to quiet, as tension slowly faded. Crowds shifted and murmured as adventurers moved through the square, drawing attention from nearby onlookers. Choosing to blend in, Bjorn trailed behind the other barbarians, curious about their next destinations. Spotting someone unexpected, he paused, his eyes locked onto a woman with silver hair and confidence. Erwin stood with poise, surrounded by peers, her presence commanding more than casual attention. While Bjorn watched silently, envy surfaced. She laughed easily among mages while he remained isolated. Their eyes met briefly. Bjorn seized the moment, proposing they meet later with direct, assertive words. The women around her reacted immediately, suspicious and surprised by Bjorn's familiarity with Erwin. Questions flew, but Erwin dismissed them, clearly caught off guard and flustered by the encounter. Others began doubting him, convinced no true warrior should be close to someone of her rank. He turned away, tension building, surrounded by whispers that questioned his identity and strength. Determined to prove himself, Bjorn swore to silence them through action in the next dive. Meanwhile, joyful reunions unfolded. Sons returned, brothers embraced, emotions poured across the gathering. However, joy wasn't universal. Not all adventurers made it back from the labyrinth's depths. Grief filled the gaps where warriors once stood. Families wept, friends screamed, hope shattered. Among the mourning, Bjorn walked forward, bloodied, silent, and alive, processing real grief in person rather than pixels. Left Bjorn with a strange sense of discomfort. Shouts for celebration echoed as mugs were raised and the tavern burst into chaotic drinking. Across the room, Bjorn remained still, eyeing the frenzy with quiet disbelief. Staying with the barbarians had a purpose. He'd hoped for insight or advancement, not revelry. Now surrounded by noise, he questioned whether waiting here offered anything useful. With that thought, he rose to leave, catching everyone off guard with his sudden exit. Outside, the wind was gentle, and laughter spilled from rooftops above the stone streets. This peacefulness felt unreal compared to the blood-soaked chaos of the dungeon below. Around him, ordinary citizens moved easily, shielded by law and routine. Here, even collapsing might prompt someone to help. An unthinkable kindness underground. Though crude, this world held comfort Earth never offered. Later, steam wrapped around his body as he soaked, tension fading. Fresh from the bath, he stepped into warm lamplight, temporarily at peace. Thou rested, a quiet ache returned, as he lay down. Above all, he still wished he could go home. The night approached as Bjorn checked the time, preparing to leave for his promised meeting. He recalled exiting the labyrinth at noon, and realized the day had passed faster than expected. On his way out, he learned from an older man that the Black Whale Tavern no longer existed. Despite the information, Bjorn headed toward the area, determined to confirm the location himself. He soon found a new establishment standing where the old tavern once operated. Upon entering, he was greeted loudly as customers recognized him, directing him toward Erwin's table. However, instead of Erwin, her older sister confronted him, clearly evaluating his intentions. She introduced herself with authority, noting her connection to Erwin while studying Bjorn closely. The woman demanded an explanation, questioning why a barbarian needed to meet a young girl at night. Inside the lively tavern, judgmental stares follow Bjorn's entrance as murmurs of his absence echo around. A white-haired woman confronts him coldly, accusing him of vanishing right after their labyrinth expedition. Rather than explain, he meets her glare and silence, trying to piece together what he missed. News hits hard. He'd been unconscious for a shocking 30 hours since leaving the dungeon. Staggered by the time frame, Bjorn struggles to grasp how so much time passed unnoticed. It dawns on him, the sense of recovery was no miracle, he simply overslept. With no excuse, Bjorn lowers his head and apologizes, admitting he had been asleep. The women exchange surprised glances, not expecting humility from someone they consider a brute. Deflecting further questions, he suggests they speak to Erwin about the real reason. A sharp voice mocks his barbarian roots, dismissing him as reckless and unworthy. Warnings follow. If he intends to stay, he must take Erwin's future seriously. Without retort, Bjorn presents a heavy pouch, Erwin's full earnings, counted and complete. Despite the gesture, skepticism lingers. She refuses the money outright. Bjorn, unwavering, turns to Erwin and asks for his stance. Erwin confirms the agreement was fulfilled once the essence goal was reached. Bjorn reacts in disbelief as the elf casually accepts the reward split without complaint. Her bright smile fades, realizing too late the consequence of Erwin leaving her party. Lowering her gaze, she apologizes softly, feeling the weight of the unexpected shift. They clarify that sending Erwin alone was part of a standard tradition, not carelessness. Though pretending to understand, Bjorn internally notes Erwin never lacked support to begin with. Rather than argue, he focuses on the reward, pointing out a shortfall in stones. The woman hesitates when confronted about the missing amount, feigning forgetfulness. Bjorn catches on quickly, suspecting a deliberate attempt to reduce his share. Now wary, he mentally notes the prejudice behind her sly behavior. Before rising, Bjorn states he still needs a word with Erwin privately. She thanks him for accompanying her, and gently excuses him from further duties. Abruptly, another party member demands a sworn vow. Bjorn must not sleep with Erwin. After a brief pause, he raises his hand and agrees without protest. He swears on warrior's honor, though internally scoffing at the ritual. With the oath made, the silver-haired woman exits, her terms satisfied. As she turns to leave, the silver-haired woman remembers one last thing. With a composed tone, she thanks Bjorn for rescuing Erwin, calling him Jandal's son. Bjorn exhales quietly, while Erwin questions if speaking out earlier was the right choice. Her worry doesn't last. Bjorn assures her sister didn't seem upset. Though grateful for his offer, Erwin admits she already chose to follow her sister. Understanding her stance, Bjorn responds that he wouldn't trust someone suspiciously offering to carry him either. Carefully counted, Bjorn hands over 63,000 stones, his precise share from dungeon loot. Erwin mentions she stored the others' belongings at her place, offering him a look later. He notes how she dodged his real question, but still covered his concern. Wanting to repay him, Erwin struggles to find a fitting gesture. Bjorn, meanwhile, reflects on the odd condition her sister forced him into. Rather than money, she proposes sharing her first drink, something deeply meaningful for fairies. The gesture confuses him until she explains its cultural weight, mumbling a late thanks. Bjorn tries to handle the emotional weight awkwardly. Just then, she casually admits it wasn't actually her first, stunning him completely. Bjorn casually reveals that it was also his first time exploring the labyrinth. A feast is prepared on the table, signaling a moment of well-earned celebration. Erwin praises his performance, and together they toast their successful mission with raised mugs. Empty plates stack up as the two continue eating and drinking in a relaxed rhythm. Erwin comments on his clothing choice, while Bjorn quickly deflects with sarcasm. He shifts the topic, reminding her about her earlier wish to repay him. Bjorn lowers his voice and says it's not safe to talk there due to security. Erwin pauses, then quietly suggests they go somewhere more private, with a smile. She agrees to head to his room, misreading the intention. Inside the dim room, Bjorn attempts to evaluate Erwin's flexibility with firm but precise movements. Tension builds as her body strains. A painful crack signals that something's gone wrong. Realizing his error, Bjorn pulls back, noting how easily his raw strength overwhelms normal limits. Erwin gasps, but assures him she's fine, swearing she can continue. Shaken, she checks her arm while Bjorn quietly observes how little flexibility shows without game stats. Curious, he admits his intent was to compare stat effects between the game and reality. In Dungeon and Stone, players adjust 3 core stats: body, mind, and ability. Raising body allows for heavier gear and stronger physical attacks, crucial for survival. Bjorn's high stats explain his advantage knowledge earned from watching others fail repeatedly. Among all attributes, obsession remains unclear, newly appearing after gaining Erwinate's essence. Erwin wonders if behavioral shifts, like impatience or cravings, are linked to it. Bjorn recalls a sudden craving for cookies, something he never enjoyed before. Perhaps obsession alters desire. He considers other hidden stats might exist. Before he can reflect further, Erwin softly announces her exhaustion. Though still curious, Bjorn lets it go for now. Rest takes priority. Sleep breaks as Bjorn suddenly opens his eyes, struck by a nagging thought. A warning from Erwin's sister resurfaces. He wasn't supposed to sleep beside her. Seeing her resting innocently, he reasons it likely referred to something else entirely. Displayed before them lies the loot, shields, bows, and valuable gear from their expedition. Erwin requests a leather set and belt, excited to claim her share. At the market, a merchant offers 350,000 stones for a portion of their spoils. The total profit from sales approaches 180,000 stones, a decent return. Combined with earlier gains, Bjorn calculates 145,000 stones in total earnings. Even after subtracting Erwin's cut, it surpasses anything he achieved in his first playthrough. Confidence builds as he considers it a strong start. Erwin reacts with surprise when Bjorn casually suggests separating. Rather than split up, they continue toward the square together, through mourning crowds. A commotion halts their path. Something serious draws the townspeople in. It turns out to be a public execution, announced by stern guards. Shockingly, the accused aren't murderers, but individuals guilty of lesser, unclear offenses. Crowds watch tensely as officials announce that the condemned are guilty only of unpaid taxes. The city justifies the harsh penalty by emphasizing the need to sustain dungeon defenses. According to their logic, anyone unable to contribute is simply removed to preserve stability. Before Bjorn can process it, citizens rush forward to collect blood with pieces of bread. Erwin explains that many believe consuming it grants prosperity for the coming year. When Bjorn asks about taxes, she recalls that non-humans face 700,000 stones initially. Her answer continues, as she mentions the second year raises it to 800,000 stones. The steady increase mirrors the game's mechanics, pressuring explorers to advance quickly. Failure, Bjorn realizes, could leave him sharing the same fate as those executed. To avoid that outcome, he decides reaching at least the 6th floor is essential. Upon entering the library, he notes how different it looks compared to the unfinished version in-game. Whispers circulate around him, surprised to see a barbarian studying among scholars. Nearby, a blonde noblewoman lies asleep on an open book. Bjorn recognizes her and wonders why she's here alone. Nonce awake, she immediately identifies him as Yandal's son, greeting him without hesitation. A loud voice echoes across the room as the woman greets Bjorn with enthusiasm, drawing attention. Though surprised, she explains her presence by recalling his advice to think before acting. Books spread before her. She admits, she came to gain more knowledge through study. Bjorn suspects her behavior changed after something serious happened in the labyrinth. Instead of boasting like other barbarians, she now strives to understand the bigger picture. Since reading proves difficult, she plans to visit the shrine and learn from the elders. Before leaving, she remembers a promise to repay him if they survived. Sincerely, she offers help should he ever need it. Bjorn accepts and reminds her not to forget, knowing her support might be needed soon. Left alone, Bjorn wonders how to locate the right book in such a vast library. Noticing a serious girl nearby, he assumes she's familiar with the system. After clearing her throat, she calmly responds, offering assistance without hesitation. While scanning the room, Bjorn searched casually for a book, unaware of what had triggered the event. A sudden burst of glowing magic surged from the woman, encircling the space with runes and energy. Caught off guard, he noticed his body reacting strangely, as if the spell had altered something within. Once inside the library, faint lights began to shimmer, subtly guiding his steps toward the right shelves. He instinctively reached for a red-bound volume, drawn by a pull he couldn't explain. The contents described a world's collapse, with one final fortress surviving amidst widespread ruin. Magic meant to protect the people had instead created a deadly, twisted labyrinth over time. Another book followed, unveiling realms beyond comprehension and the dangers they harbored. Reading deeper, Bjorn sensed each account carried hidden purpose, steadily revealing lost history. Without offering explanations, the next volume showed repeated deaths tied to a warrior's destined fall. It labeled him as the game's pivot point, marking his death as a timeline fracture. Bjorn began to suspect the records hinted at his own role in unfolding events. Elsewhere, a knight struggled to recall vague warnings from a mysterious blonde. One disappearing girl, perhaps unintentionally, had shaken the flow of time. Accepting the truth, Bjorn realized everything pointed back to him, and this place was no coincidence. 3 days had already passed since Bjorn left the labyrinth behind, from bed. He counted the days until the next opening. Just 27 remained. Rather than delay, he resolved to begin recruiting a new teammate the following day. A sudden knock startled him from rest as loud banging echoed through the room. Outside stood Erwin, calling his name with urgency, her voice rising with excitement. Before he could react, green energy swirled around her, illuminating the hallway. She declared her contract a success, proudly presenting the newly bonded wind spirit. The floating creature circled her joyfully, confirming her claim as genuine. Spirit stones weren't cheap. Realizing she used 10, Bjorn guessed she had noble ties. Erwin quickly demonstrated her power, but the swirling winds caused immediate disorder. A sharp reprimand followed, and the girl apologized in a panic. In seconds, the spirit cleaned everything, restoring order to the space. Though he praised her success, Bjorn reminded her to focus on preparing. She hesitated, clearly wanting to linger longer. With sincerity, she admitted she simply wanted him to be the first to know. Bjorn admitted the girl reminded him of his past comrades, something about her felt familiar. Though he didn't fully understand it, the bond between them had clearly taken root still. He made it clear he would remain in town and welcomed her any time. Daylight faded as birds soared across the colored sky, marking the close of another day. The city buzzed with activity. Adventurers filled the plaza, laughter echoing among buildings. As he arrived, murmurs spread his name quickly recognized by those nearby. Curious onlookers whispered while someone invited him to stay the night at a cheap inn. He declined, mentioning his visit wasn't for rest, but to meet someone specific. The woman they mentioned, Einar, appeared shortly after, questioning why he sought her. Bjorn calmly requested a duel. He needed real combat to sharpen his skills. Though surprised, Einar agreed to fight, warning she wouldn't go easy. Training grounds bustled around them as others fought, but their match would be different. Without delay, Bjorn signaled to begin, determination burning in his eyes. Spectators gathered as the two clashed, weapons drawn, tension rising fast. He came to improve, but losing wasn't part of the plan. Despite the bruises, Bjorn stood tall, clearly satisfied with how far he had pushed himself. Einar, still composed, questioned whether he was ready to stop or continue. Rather than backing down, he braced himself as she launched another attack without hesitation. Moonlight bathed the field as the intense sparring session dragged deep into the night. Worn out, Bjorn finally admitted that hiring a party was beyond his budget. Hearing this, she casually asked if he planned to challenge the labyrinth solo again. Instead of dodging the topic, he offered a direct solution, teaming up with her. Just as he laid out terms, her sharp voice interrupted him mid-sentence. Confused, he wondered if his conditions had offended her somehow. Unexpectedly, she clasped his wrist and spoke with calm resolve she would trust him. A grin spread across his face, realizing she'd accepted together. They departed toward the next destination, the Barbarian Shrine. Welcomed by the elder, both were acknowledged as returning warriors. Bjorn ignored tradition and immediately voiced his purpose. He needed the spirit seal. Specifically, the undead seal, a skill vital for clearing the labyrinth. In this world, chosen warriors are drawn into divine spheres, governed by ancient power and rules. Fairies grant contracts to champions, empowering them with spirits, while mages summon entities for battle. Among all, only barbarians possess the unique ability to wield the rare and potent spirit seal. Bjorn shocks the elders by mentioning the spirit seal, a topic few outsiders dare speak of. Rather than deny it, he explains he uncovered the knowledge while researching at the city library. Pleased by his initiative, the elder praises both him and Anier for their worthy curiosity. The elder warns that claiming a spirit seal comes with a steep cost, 800,000 stones. Without flinching, Bjorn agrees to pay, leaving the room stunned by his certainty. He knows how hard that amount is to earn, especially under restricted conditions. Bjorn slams down bags of stones, totaling the required amount. He confidently states he planned ahead and expected the question. To explain, he says he found and exploited a wounded fairy on the first floor. Using her for magic crystal farming, he later fed her essence to another. Her grateful sister paid him in return, boosting his unexpected fortune. The tale leaves the barbarians roaring. No one had ever scammed the fairies like that. As a sign of recognition, the elder rewards Bjorn with 200,000 stones for his potential. Such generosity stuns the crowd. Receiving that much simply for promise is nearly unheard of. Rather than boast, Bjorn confidently vows to keep improving, drawing cheers from his fellow warriors. The spirit seal ceremony initiates with Bjorn seated in silence, surrounded by mystic energies. Through a method involving magical essence, his body begins absorbing power to form the seal. Because of this process, barbarians bear tattoos, visual proof of completed spiritual binding rituals. Intense pain strikes the moment the seal is applied, making Bjorn clench his teeth. Barely holding on, he questions whether he must endure this torment with each activation. Eventually, the pain subsides as the system confirms his physical and regenerative stats have increased. A quiet chuckle from the witch doctor puzzles Bjorn. As he expresses his thanks, feeling awkward, he decides to leave before things grow stranger. Outside, moonlight greets him, offering a moment of peace after the ordeal. At dawn, Bjorn heads to the marketplace to acquire better gear. His recent training convinced him that swords don't suit his combat instincts. Instead, he opts for blunt weapons, practical tools ideal for crushing early floor monsters. A sturdy mace catches Bjorn's eye, and he gladly buys it for 220,000 stones. Next, he picks light armor that costs 360,000 stones, balancing defense with mobility. His shopping ends with 50,000 stones remaining just as Erwin waves and approaches. Together, they share a quick lunch before he heads off to the library. He studies until late afternoon, then visits a tavern to gather more information. Although the meal disappoints, the overheard conversations prove more valuable than expected. As evening sets in, Bjorn trains fiercely with fellow barbarians. Repeated drills enhance his physical stats, showing visible progress. Erwin appears again, cheerful and eager to join him for dinner. Despite the long trip, she insists it's no trouble and remains upbeat. Later that night, she departs for her lodging while he quietly reflects. Before long, the steady routine makes time fly, and a full month passes. Only 24 hours remain before the labyrinth reopens, signaling the start of a new phase. Bjorn and Erwin arrive at the guild to confirm their entry. After placing their hands on the crystal, the fee is confirmed 15,000 stones for two. At registration, Bjorn and Erwin confirm their participation by syncing their magic with the crystal. While the clerk processes their request, she explains how team slots function within the labyrinth. Once approved, Erwin casually suggests they eat before preparations continue. During dinner, Erwin enthusiastically points out their feast cost over 800 stones. Bjorn hesitates at first, but she urges him to try it himself. Overwhelmed by the taste, she declares her determination to work harder and earn more. Just 10 minutes remain until the labyrinth opens, and tension builds around the portal. One group rushes forward, barely arriving on time, drawing admiration from onlookers. Their leader proudly announces their arrival, receiving cheers for punctuality. As the gate stabilizes, Erwin reflects on the moment with nostalgic excitement. Permission is finally granted to enter, and the crowd starts to move. Bjorn hesitates, but Erwin urges him forward, confident she'll follow no matter what. Only a minute remains before the gate closes, and Erwin grows impatient. A nearby warrior signals it is time, and everyone braces for entry. Without waiting, Bjorn and Erwin charge into the portal as it begins to narrow. Bjorn awakens in darkness as the labyrinth transfer completes, alert and focused on survival. Visibility is poor, but his team stays calm while identifying the zone as the dark region. Prepared this time, he pulls out torches, confirming the surroundings remain unchanged since previous runs. A burst of blue light erupted as Bjorn triggered the ritual with a firm motion. Energy spiraled upward, shaping itself into a stable portal, while the party watched its formation. Once the gateway settled, Bjorn gave the signal to move, and the system notified his level increase. Their arrival placed them in a desolate landscape described in records as the land of the dead. Nothing around them suggested life, and even the faint echoes felt drained of presence. A sudden sensation spread through Bjorn's body, making him aware of a new energy circulating within. Status changes confirmed that his spirit attribute had risen immediately after completing the ritual. System guidelines came to mind, reminding him how skills and essence capacity expanded with each level. With level 2 achieved, Bjorn gained permission to handle 2 essences instead of 1. Experience gain in this world usually slowed dramatically once a certain threshold was reached. Opening the portal offered a workaround, providing experience without relying on monster kills. The method stayed between them, as Bjorn insisted on keeping the information undisclosed. Maintaining a low profile seemed necessary, considering how unusual progress could attract attention. A rope and torch were quickly repurposed, forming what he called the Barbarian candle mode together. They prepared to continue through the area, prioritizing caution over speed. Darkness gathered ahead as Bjorn identified the area as a known zone filled with undead threats. A closer look confirmed the absence of living creatures, leaving only corpses ready to rise. Recognizing the danger, Bjorn prepared himself, knowing the terrain favored ambushes against careless explorers. Anar reacted first when a pack of ghouls emerged, moving quickly across the ground. Bjorn assessed their number, understanding that their mobility would complicate the fight. Before he could intervene, Anar charged ahead, eager to handle the front line on her own. She cut through the ghouls with practiced swings, clearing the field with surprising efficiency. Bjorn followed behind, spotting a new figure drifting toward them with an unnatural presence. Its appearance revealed a banshee, forcing Bjorn to avoid direct combat to prevent a curse. Anar panicked when the banshee's scream echoed, realizing how dangerous the encounter could become. Bjorn pulled her away, redirecting her attention to an incoming group of skeletons. Together they shifted focus, preparing to strike at the skeletons' cores for a quick finish. Their coordinated attacks shattered the enemies, each defeat granting Bjorn small increments of experience. Travel continued north afterward, bringing them into regions populated by even more undead. Soon, stronger variants appeared, including elder ghouls and heavily armed skeleton warriors blocking their path. Combat felt smoother than expected, with few enemies slowing them down on the first day. Bjorn's growing strength made a clear difference. His battle instincts had sharpened. Instead of 2 hammers, the single mace now suited his grip, offering better control and force. He used the new vest-shaped armor to move with greater freedom. Losing some shield coverage mattered little, as his aggression increased with open movement. While the helmet lacked crossbow protection, it stopped most weak projectiles with ease. Enemies fell one after another, but Bjorn wasn't the only efficient barbarian. Anar burst into fights with relentless attacks, roaring as she cleaved through foes. Though odd at first, her loud shouts now felt like natural rhythm in battle. They gained steady experience, each kill marked with familiar notifications. Healing from his undead skill sealed injuries fast, keeping him in top form. Soon after, the earth beneath changed firmer, colder, and clearly more dangerous. Cautious steps followed as both sensed the environment shift once again. Cries in the dark warned of banshees hiding nearby, their presence unmistakable. Bjorn gave a final notice: stronger enemies were about to emerge. A strange howl echoed in the distance, putting both barbarians instantly on alert. Bjorn recognized the sound as a warning one, tied to a formidable foe's arrival. Without delay, he ordered Anar to strike its head core, the known weak point. The death fiend wasted no time, lunging forward with massive force. Bjorn held his ground, absorbing the hit as the shock rippled through him. Despite their preparations, the monster's raw power overwhelmed them. From above, Anar descended with her sword, aimed directly at the vulnerable spot. Her strike landed, but failed to penetrate. The blade barely scratched the surface. Knocked away by a powerful swing, she recovered with gritted teeth. Their combined strength wasn't enough to slow the fiend's regeneration. Even deep cuts healed within seconds, undoing all their work. That ability, body preservation, made the creature nearly unstoppable. Suddenly, the fiend raised its hand and activated a summoning skill. Dozens of ghouls emerged, flooding the battlefield at its command. Now surrounded, Bjorn and Anar prepared for a long, brutal fight. Amid pouring rain, Bjorn stood firm over a heap of lifeless bodies, glaring up at the towering monster. Confident the ghouls were cleared, he shouted for his ally to finish the cleanup behind him. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, torch in hand, aiming to strike the towering beast directly. His blade clashed against the enemy's arm, but the creature's response was immediate and violent. Hearing footsteps approach, Bjorn glanced back as a companion called out and rushed toward him. While dodging a counterattack, he positioned himself for a second blow as the ally closed in. Both warriors launched attacks, but the creature met them with relentless aggression and sharp claws. Bjorn warned against lowering their guard, yet blood flew as the beast retaliated fiercely. Forced back, they regrouped, recognizing the enemy's ferocity wouldn't wane easily. A clean strike landed, yet the creature barely flinched, grinning through the pain. The wound sealed instantly, revealing a frightening regenerative ability. Bjorn jumped back, stunned, as the foe pressed forward without pause. Not only was the monster healing fast, but it seemed immune to lasting damage. Bjorn realized brute force alone wouldn't bring it down. It defied normal battle mechanics. Calling for Anar, he tightened his grip, ready for a desperate next move. Anar's quick thinking led to a shift in approach, focusing on teamwork over raw strength. Charging together, they struck with precision, slamming the death fiend into the ground. Dust and debris burst upward as the creature roared, refusing to stay down. Determined to end it, both fighters charged once more with everything they had. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, landing blow after blow while smiling through the chaos. A final strike landed true, and the system confirmed the monster's defeat and experience gained. A large red crystal caught Anar's eye, gleaming in the remains. Excitement faded when they learned it was valued at only 100 stones. Despite defeating a powerful foe, the reward felt insultingly small. Anar jokingly compared its value to the cream bread at the inn. Bjorn couldn't help but smirk, finding amusement in her food-based logic. They pushed forward, laughing, choosing effort over profit. Fiends kept coming, but their rhythm never broke. Over 70 fell by their hands, though few left anything behind. Even as pairs began to appear, they adapted with relentless focus. After knocking down one fiend, Bjorn and Anar lured the second closer, intending to escape. Realizing they couldn't handle both together, they turned and ran without hesitation. Since monsters never left their zone, retreating became the wisest option. They found a quiet clearing, scanning the area for signs of danger. Suddenly, 3 unfamiliar figures appeared, watching them from a distance. Bjorn grew tense, identifying the newcomers as fellow explorers, but wary of their intent. Without warning, Einar's glare silenced the group, her hostility unmistakable. The men apologized and walked away, intimidated by her presence. She urged Bjorn to relocate, explaining bluntly that other humans couldn't be trusted. While searching for a new camp, they heard someone shouting for help. The cries didn't sound like a monster attack, it was clearly human violence. Recognizing the tone, Bjorn concluded it was a murder in progress. They rushed to the scene, only to discover several corpses on the ground. Among the bodies stood a red-haired woman, calm and composed. Her words and demeanor revealed the truth: she was a plunderer. Plunderers, known for killing other explorers, lay dead among the trees, their brutal trade finally ended. Despite the carnage, Bjorn faced no punishment. The labyrinth rarely investigates the deaths of criminals. From the shadows, a red-haired woman stepped forward, her voice calm as she addressed the barbarian. Her presence unsettled the group. She looked too composed for someone surrounded by corpses. With striking red hair, a facial tattoo, and an old scar, she was easily recognizable. Yet no one knew her name. She likely ensured no survivors ever left her encounters alive. The scattered bodies wore elite gear, suggesting they operated deep within the labyrinth's upper floors. Most hadn't drawn their weapons, meaning the ambush was swift and efficient. She questioned a corpse, mockingly, then shifted her attention toward Bjorn and his companions. Silently, she pulled a massive sword from a magic storage bag with practiced ease. Observing her strength, Bjorn quickly understood they stood no chance in a direct fight. Only escape remained. As she called out again, he made his decision. "Run," Bjorn commanded. Without hesitation, the group dashed into the night. Retreat wasn't cowardice, it was survival against overwhelming odds. Behind them, the woman watched silently, unmoving amid the dead. Bjorn noted the delay in pursuit and used the chance to adjust their escape route, turning at the fork. The group followed a less familiar path to avoid predictable movement. Before they could get far, a group of armed strangers appeared, halting their advance. Relying on unknown humans was risky, but options had run out. Bjorn quickly explained the threat chasing them and pleaded for support. His oath as a warrior was offered as proof, and the leader reluctantly accepted. The man guided them forward, promising to activate a concealment skill. Using a gnome's ability, he created a field that hid everyone in its radius, remaining motionless. They relied entirely on stealth to stay undetected. Elsewhere, enemies celebrated, believing their trap had worked perfectly. Bjorn's body suddenly locked up, caught in a status effect called suppression. Struggling internally, he realized they'd been manipulated into this vulnerable position. Escaping the debuff required him to receive damage. Any injury would break the hold. Nearby enemies discussed his capture, unaware of his resilience. Focused entirely on enduring, he prepared for the moment to act. One attacker approached with lethal intent, ordered to finish the job in a single strike. Bjorn braced for impact, knowing that taking minor damage would cancel the suppression effect. The enemy lunged in, confident and unaware Bjorn was deliberately inviting the hit. Steel pierced his body, but Bjorn moved his head just in time to avoid a fatal wound. A shallow injury triggered his recovery. The suppression lifted instantly. With strength restored, he counterattacked in a flash, shocking everyone nearby. Surrounding enemies panicked as Bjorn broke free and retaliated. One of the men shouted for someone named Einar. Seeing the tide turn, while bleeding, Bjorn entrusted the rest of the battle to his ally. Einar leapt in, striking down multiple enemies in rapid succession. Blood sprayed as he overpowered them with brute force and speed. Using the momentum, Einar charged forward and continued the offensive without pause. Despite the success, Bjorn collapsed from blood loss, barely conscious. Companions rushed to his side, shouting in panic at the severity of his wounds. Amid the chaos, Bjorn gained an achievement, an increase in personal stats. Bjorn reached for a potion, knowing the wound would leave a lasting scar despite recovery. While treated, his companions remained upbeat, treating the injury as a mark of pride. Nearby, another group recovered their equipment and prepared to chase the enemy who had escaped. A sudden projectile flew through the air, catching the group off guard. It struck one of them, revealed to be a poison dart with immediate effect. The red-haired woman calmly appeared, implying she had watched everything from the shadows. Einar and Bjorn charged forward, seeing no choice but to engage her directly. Without hesitation, she readied her weapon, standing firmly in their path. Both sides clashed mid-air, each aiming to finish the fight before it dragged on. A horde of warriors charges, weapons raised, while Bjorn watches beside the cloaked red-haired fighter. She dashes forward in a blur, cleaving the front line with a blazing, arcing strike. Bjorn flinches as sparks fly. Her strength and precision are far beyond expectation. Faced with her immovable defense, one soldier shifts tactics, deciding brute force is his best chance. He roars and barrels into her, yelling for Einar to strike while he pins her. Instead, he collapses, confused and empty-handed, his push easily neutralized. Nearby, Bjorn realizes their formation crumbles faster than anticipated. Another attacker lunges, only for her to sidestep cleanly and deliver a crushing blow. He's flung through the air, landing hard as groans echo across the battlefield. Einar bleeds, frustrated, while the red-haired warrior calmly approaches, eyes locked on Bjorn. She offers him a choice: surrender peacefully or meet the same fate. To his surprise, she claims she never wanted to fight at all. Her words reveal guilt and respect for barbarians. Admitting a personal debt, though seemingly sincere, doubt lingers as Bjorn listens warily. Another warns him quietly this might all be a trap. Bjorn, still kneeling, questions her threat, asking what happens if he refuses to comply. Without hesitation, the red-haired warrior replies that she'll kill him, calmly stating it as a promise. Though unsettled, he responds with resolve, swearing on his warrior's honor to abide by her terms. She calls him unique, slicing her palm in a binding ritual of intent. As blood drips down, she turns to the wounded barbarian woman, asking for her decision. Despite exhaustion, the woman yells her defiance, firmly rejecting the warrior's offer. Acknowledging the refusal, the red-haired woman raises her hand, ready to finish things. Bjorn panics as Einar lies on the verge of death, shouting for a vow to save her. Einar hesitates, but seeing Bjorn's desperation, she finally agrees with a solemn oath. Bjorn shouts for trust, reminding Einar she once promised to follow his call. Torn between survival and honor, she lowers her eyes before whispering acceptance. From afar, the red-haired woman prepares to leave, but demands one last answer. Bjorn sits with Einar, exhausted, when the woman asks what floor they reached. The red-haired warrior answers cryptically, declaring the truth, before walking into the distance. They activate the crystal gate, vanishing together as she vows to return next time. A blinding flash signals their arrival at the crystal room. As Bjorn holds Einar carefully, she winces in pain, but dismisses it, ashamed to speak of suffering as a non-warrior. Bjorn reminds her that surviving makes one strong, urging her not to give up. Her eyes widen slightly. She admits she understands, though not fully. Bjorn reflects on shame and suicidal thoughts, realizing survival might define a true warrior. Despite exhaustion and safety, sleep eludes him, his mind still burdened by past humiliation. Memories surface of a time he was spared when a blonde outsider offered him healing. Back then, the priest refused him aid, and he drank a potion tossed like a bone. Though grateful to live, the shame of that moment still lingers in his heart. He recalls always doing what was necessary to survive, never daring to hope for more. Even choices meant to protect others often led only to guilt and self-loathing. Resolute now, he admits he can't survive with that mindset any longer. Bjorn turns to Einar, proposing a risky plan that could lead to real power. Without hesitation, she agrees. Death is certain if they remain weak. Their decision made, Bjorn declares their next goal: to enter the rupture and face chaos. Bjorn and Einar continue fighting through waves of monsters, gaining small amounts of experience from each kill. Amidst the chaos, they spot a structure ahead and realize this section holds something unusual, despite the danger. They press on toward a sealed device, sensing its importance. An inscription referencing a legendary wise man confirms the area's link to the game's hidden lore. Bjorn deduces the conditions are the same as the game, and prepares to open a rupture. Einar pledges silence, agreeing to follow him without questioning the secrets he holds. Using specific monster crystals, Bjorn activates a hidden mechanism within the dungeon. The ritual completes, and the rupture bursts open with overwhelming force. Together, they leap into the fiery portal as a new challenge begins. Cracks split the sky as the rupture activated, tearing reality open with ominous red light. Floating relics pulsed above the ground, signaling the emergence of interconnected dungeons known as ruptures. Among them, the blood-tinted castle appeared, a structure already on the brink of collapse. Explorers arrived before the ruin tents, but prepared for what lay within. Unlike previous labyrinths, this one retained a working platform, offering an unexpected point of entry. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. A new challenger approached, drawing everyone's attention. Deeper underground, Erwin struggled with only a dagger in hand. Forced to confront his limitations, he received blunt advice: fight without relying on spirits or bows. Though trained to trust in teams, he was reminded that survival demanded self-reliance. Acknowledging his mentor's skill, Erwin guessed he was advancing rapidly above yet Shortcuts were limited. Rupture access still required risk and persistence. Entry wasn't purely luck, many veterans had simply never gotten the chance. 8 months had passed since the last rupture on the first floor. Its return was imminent, following the known cycle of appearance. With quiet resolve, Irwin was told he'd soon surpass the barbarian himself. A piercing hum filled the air, instantly recognized by Irwin as the signal of an awakening rupture. Suspended above them, a jagged crimson rift widened, unstable, glowing, and ready to devour anything near it. Without hesitation, they bolted toward it, racing to cross the threshold before it sealed shut. As red energy spiraled around their bodies, the two were pulled forcefully into the rupture's core. Elsewhere, another group arrived just seconds too late, left watching the portal close behind them. The scene shifted to a new zone where unfamiliar explorers, dwarves and mages had already gathered. Bjorn and his team landed on solid ground, surprised to find high-rank mages still on floor 1. Despite the unusual location, the assembled party boasted impressive balance and capable members. This wasn't ordinary, it was a rare mix of elite classes, suggesting something significant. Alua, a confident 6th-rank mage, formally introduced herself with a faint air of superiority. 2 other members followed, a well-equipped dwarf named Mulcrop, and a silent carrier, Tarjin. Their polished gear and reputation hinted at long experience and careful preparation. Bjorn identified himself while Iwar revealed her noble lineage without hesitation. Suspicion rose. Why would such seasoned figures explore the labyrinth's lowest level? Both avoided details, vaguely mentioning the rupture's timing, while Bjorn silently deduced their shortcut strategy. Mulcrop suggested taking charge, warning the team to follow him without question. While Bjorn remained quiet, he quickly analyzed each member's potential and intentions. Before any agreement formed, Iwar suddenly voiced her opposition, shifting the group's mood. She firmly insisted Bjorn was the right choice to lead, due to his unmatched strength. Claims about his endurance and long training hours added weight to her argument. The others stood silent as her admiration peaked, declaring Bjorn extraordinary beyond measure. Embarrassed, Bjorn denied their relationship, trying to shut down the misunderstanding. Alua smoothly ended the awkward moment, urging everyone to refocus on the mission. Despite limited introductions, she believed cooperation was still possible through sheer power. She claimed she and Tarjin alone could handle the coming challenges. Without hesitation, she announced she'd take the Guardian's loot for her own studies. The declaration stirred immediate tension among the group. Conflict erupted as others questioned the fairness of her demand. She defended her claim, arguing that magical research required priority access to drops. Still, no one welcomed being handed mere leftovers. Alua dismissed the others' concerns, and insisted the loot must serve her magical research. Meanwhile, Bjorn reminded them that everyone deserved fair rewards, not just mages. Frustrated by the imbalance, he stood firm and rejected the idea of favoritism. After a brief pause, he offered a compromise: he'd give up the Rupture Stone. In exchange, he demanded 2 essences that didn't belong to the Guardian. Alua accepted the terms, and the party moved forward with the agreement. They prepared to enter the dungeon, putting earlier arguments aside. Although tensions had faded, Bjorn recognized the manipulation behind their smiles. He swore to grow stronger and climb the ranks, no matter what. Crimson Castle consists of 4 perilous chapters, each escalating in difficulty and danger. At the entrance, a heavy drawbridge looms, leading challengers toward the formidable stone bastion. Deep within, the path winds through an underground prison and ends in a room of demonic rituals. Under a blood-red sky, the team approaches a gate flanked by ominous gargoyle statues. Without warning, the grotesque creature stirs as their presence triggers its ancient defense. It lunges with ferocity, exploiting the element of surprise to break their formation instantly. Reacting swiftly, the barbarian activates his petrification skill, absorbing the brunt of the attack. Support comes from the rear as the group holds position and regains control of the fight. Healing magic restores their frontliner, stabilizing the team's defense against the relentless assault. A direct hit lands on the barbarian, but he remains unshaken by the blow. Channeling brute force, he counters, striking at the statue's vulnerable joints. The enemy collapses under pressure, its stone body shattered by precise, unrelenting attacks. With a final roar, the warrior delivers a decisive blow, ending the fight. Victory is confirmed by the system. The first trial of Crimson Castle is complete. Their formation holds, and after a brief recovery, they prepare for the next phase. The mage quietly admires the dwarf's destructive precision, calling it the mark of a true warrior. Suddenly a glowing heartstone begins to float, activated by a retrieval spell. Taking charge, the rogue offers to manage the item and distribute it as needed. A loud impact shatters a sealed barrier, opening the path ahead. Darkness blankets the corridor, forcing the team to advance cautiously. Light magic reveals a swarm of disfigured monsters, emerging from the shadows. These creatures, known as Deadman, are magical failures, left to fester underground. Their unnatural strength bypasses armor and even resists basic spells. As they charge, the group braces for immediate close-range combat. A brutal swing from the vanguard sends limbs flying across the room. Momentum builds as the team executes a coordinated offensive, clearing out the front lines. With enemies momentarily subdued, they take position for the next wave. Cheers erupt as the final monster crumbles beneath their combined effort. Ahead lies a sealed gate, glowing faintly with ancient magic. Without delay, they activate the rune and prepare for whatever lies beyond. A subtle hand gesture signals the group's readiness as they face the sealed chamber ahead. Once inside, magic lights swirl as the party steps onto a wide circular platforms. Smiling, the mage leads them forward, unaware of the danger that lies beneath. Positioning themselves carefully, they prepare to descend toward the lower courtyard. Moments later, the floor trembles and a grinding sound echoes through the halls. Without warning, the bridge collapses, plunging everyone into a sudden freefall. Blood begins rising from below, transforming the floor into a churning crimson lake. A voice shouts in panic. Something moves beneath the surface of the liquid. Realization sets in. This trap was designed to summon the undead in waves. Undead creatures surge upward, surrounding the group with snarls and rotten limbs, rushing to counter. They strike back while retreating to a defensible position. At the center, the mage chants, preparing another purifying spell to eliminate the threat. Powerful green surge explodes outward, vaporizing the surrounding dead instantly. As silence falls, bodies scatter across the ground, lifeless and broken. Their leader confirms the area is clear, but a grim tone settles in. The group prepares to continue, needing to lower the drawbridge to advance toward the castle's gate. Strange laughter echoes as they move ahead, activating the mechanism without resistance. The first chapter ends unexpectedly easy. Beneath a crimson sky, the fortress stands as the final destination of their brutal campaign. A devastating spell erupts from above. Cast before enemies have a chance to appear. The entire field trembles as the explosion wipes out potential threats in a single strike. Roars echo as a new wave of monstrous enemies storms toward the team without hesitation. Charging ahead, the two barbarians coordinate seamlessly, ready to meet the threat head on. Their combined tackle crashes through the enemy line, clearing a path with sheer force. Dark energy gathers again in the mage's hands, forming another deadly spell. Within seconds, the Death Fiend's skull shatters under the weight of focused magic. Its body crumbles and vanishes, leaving behind only smoke and silence. Reunited, the group exchanges quick words of recognition and relief. Grateful, the mage offers to contribute further, aware of past mistakes. She now values cooperation as much as strength. While moving on, one warrior lingers with suspicion. Something feels off. She passed a statue without hesitation. Destroying it might reveal what she missed. The layout of the castle dungeon is recalled from memory, revealing a path once cleared in game. While others follow instructions, Bjorn reflects on how knowledge from the game now saves time. Soon, the group reaches the inner castle, stepping cautiously into unknown territory. As they advance deeper, the mage casually remarks that no enemies have been detected so far. Without delay, the team crosses over a fiery corridor and descends toward the next chamber. A prompt appears, confirmation that they've entered the third floor of the blood-tinted castle. Discussion begins on the monsters that inhabit this floor, from banshees to death fiends. Lone warrior notes that all mentioned creatures were previously encountered, except for corpse golems. Warnings are given about toxic fluid bursts, especially dangerous when caught off guard. Suddenly, unfamiliar monsters appear, prompting concern and confusion from the mage. Before anyone answers, a piercing sound halts them, signaling a banshee's arrival. Tension spikes as the creature screeches toward them, at terrifying speed. The mage nervously jokes about how terrifying banshees can be for magic users. In desperation, she demands more explanation, clearly rattled by the encounter. Yet moments later, she regains composure, masking her fear behind compliments and curiosity. A blazing aura erupts as the mage activates a powerful countermeasure to stop the banshee's advance. Waves of fire spiral outward, engulfing the enemy in a violent, coordinated blast. Its scream fades into ash, leaving scorched ground and a tense silence behind. Without hesitation, she leads the party onward, unfazed by what just transpired. The others glance at her in awe, realizing her strength far exceeds expectations. Descending deeper, they cross into the prison's next floor filled with mutated threats. Chimeric beasts and undead lords now roam these halls, blocking the team's route. While discussing strategies, she reveals a secret door ahead mapped from memory. Instead of hesitation, they prepare themselves for the looming corpse golem encounter. Torches flare as the group enters a sealed room cloaked in darkness. Inside, rotting bodies lie piled high in an overwhelming sea of death. Though grim, no one turns back. Bjorn withstands the odor, but others begin to falter. The porter stumbles first, unable to hold back nausea. Even Raven, used to corpses, gags from the unbearable stench. The group pushes forward, unaware that the corpse pile ahead conceals something unnatural. Movement stirs beneath the mountain of bodies, triggering unease among the party. From within the heap, a voice emerges, startling everyone with its eerie greeting. Suddenly, the first boss, the corpse golem, rises with a disturbing, echoing cry. Unlike in the game, the creature speaks in agony, its body writhing with trapped souls. Bjorn reacts quickly, snapping the others out of their daze and ordering them to regroup. Chaos spreads as the creature screams and reaches toward them. While others hesitate, Bjorn recognizes the threat and prepares to act alone. With no time to waste, he charges forward, ready to take the lead. Years of dedication led Hansu to the final area of Dungeon and Stone, a ruthless RPG. Upon entering the gate, he recognized the ominous dungeon layout from obscure development illustrations. Despite familiarity, confronting the monstrous corpse golem in reality struck him with undeniable dread. Each party member radiated strength. The mage's equipment far exceeded expectations. The supposedly low-tier cargo carrier carried himself like a trained warrior, raising silent suspicion. Still, both he and Asnart received no respect assigned as expendable barbarians for combat. Chaos erupted when undead figures surged forward. Asnart shouted, urging the frozen team to act. Bjorn braced himself, while others hesitated. The enemy closed in without mercy. Seeing danger approach the dwarf, Bjorn shielded her instinctively, intercepting the toxic strike. Screams echoed as the dwarf clutched her burning eyes, poisoned by corpse fluids. Bjorn issued commands swiftly, instructing Asnart to retreat and guard their vulnerable mage, rather than follow. He charged headfirst, torch lit, determined to delay the advancing threat. The golem's tactic was clear: launch rotting bodies at distant enemies. Close, ranged targets weren't spared either. The creature dragged them in with overwhelming force. One misstep meant death. Getting pulled into that massive corpse mass guaranteed no return. Closing in recklessly would have drawn the corpse golem's attention toward the mage instead of Bjorn. He maintained calculated spacing, ensuring the threat remained fixated on him as the main target. Rather than stand idle, he circled the battlefield, forcing the monster to chase and stall. A surge of mana erupted as the mage finally initiated her high-level spell. Blazing energy consumed the area, bright enough to push back the surrounding gloom. The inferno landed. Hard flames tore through the corpse shell, exposing its core beneath, no longer fully protected. The golem's structure started to collapse under continuous impact. Together, the two barbarians advanced, their strikes landing with unrelenting force and timing. With a final crushing blow, the notification appeared: the enemy had fallen. As the creature dissolved, dark mist coiled skyward, marking its end. Bjorn quickly identified the essence, a rare core that few adventurers ever witnessed. Among the loot were artifacts, gold, and enchanted gear scattered across the ground. Essence drops weren't common, making this find extraordinarily valuable. Tension stirred as the group gathered, debating who truly deserved the reward. Despite earlier agreements, envy crept in. Their loyalty now hung by a thread. Rather than one, Bjorn had hoped to secure two essences from the battle. Corpse golem traits offered immense power, monstrous strength, balanced by equally monstrous risks. Using the essence recklessly could turn even the boldest fighter into a liability. Not all stats were ideal, but some proved highly practical in close-quarters combat. Abilities like Flesh Explosion inflicted heavy damage, though they also harmed the user. To make matters worse, acidic blood passives degraded armor with each blow sustained. Resting near the fire, the dwarf admitted his failure and thanked the barbarians. Asnart didn't hold back, reminding him bluntly that she'd saved his life. Bjorn listened quietly, knowing hesitation had nearly cost the entire team their lives. Moments like these shattered any illusion that this world was still just a game. Bjorn turned to the group, signaling it was time to address the loot. After everything, he knew he couldn't stay silent if they wanted fair compensation. Without hesitation, Bjorn claimed the rupture stone on behalf of the barbarians. Silence followed. The others hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Eventually, the dwarf stepped forward, supporting the claim with sincere gratitude. The mage initially resisted, but her tone shifted after some thought. Bjorn promised her equal opportunity for future loot, easing the tension. Just as things calmed, the dwarf revealed they also secured a corpse golem essence. Surprised by the unexpected find, the mage reconsidered the earlier argument. She weighed the potential against the risks tied to its powerful but flawed abilities. Bjorn proposed a trade, offering the current essence if he could claim the next one. Bjorn proposes exchanging the corpse golem's essence for the guardians, drawing Raven's full attention, though the results aren't guaranteed. He assures her that he'll accept the outcome himself. Amused by the idea, Raven agrees, clearly more intrigued by the corpse golem's potential. Without delay, she prepares to collect the essence, stating it's valuable enough for research. Using her only high-grade test tube, Raven stores it with precision and care. Bjorn notes her willingness, understanding that the essence's rarity makes the risk acceptable. Satisfied with the deal, the group regathers as Raven urges everyone to leave the ruins. With no objections, they proceed out, their torches lighting the way through darkness. Still cautious, Bjorn senses there's more to uncover beyond the completed trade. Examining a ruined wall, Raven remarks that the Lord's room once stood above. Her hand triggers a hidden mechanism, revealing sealed armored knights behind the stone. Curious about her knowledge, the team questions how she knew of the location. Raven presents a forbidden tome, the Necronomicon, claiming she read everything from its pages. Though stunned, the others step back, unable to interfere with her access to forbidden magic. Smiling slyly, she declares the book's value, hinting at deeper ambitions ahead. A violent surge of magic erupts as an armored undead knight rises from the depths of darkness. Bjorn's group watches cautiously while Raven examines a nearby switch connected to the summoning. Realizing the activation is complete, she notes it's time to collect the enemy's essence. A stream of powerful purple magic bursts from Raven's staff and strikes the armored foe. Within seconds, the knight collapses under the energy assault, vanishing into a cloud of essence. Raven captures the essence with precision, while Bjorn silently acknowledges their unexpected fortune. The group gathers to discuss essence distribution, and Bjorn offers Einar, the knight's core. Though surprised, Einar accepts after Bjorn insists it suits her weapon best. Bjorn reflects that utility absorption fits swords, and his own weapon won't last forever. Einar prepares for the essence transfer ritual, while the others remain alert. Magic surges in her hand as she begins the absorption, unaware of a detail Bjorn forgot. That missing warning may affect the outcome, something Bjorn now regrets not mentioning. Initially, Einar feels no change, assuming the ritual failed. Moments later, she grows in size, shocking everyone present. Confused, she demands answers as Raven points out Einar is the one who changed. Raven clarifies that the Bone Knight's essence boosts charm drastically, but doesn't weaken Einar's stats. Displayed stats confirm boosts in agility and charisma, while physical power remains unchanged. Although Raven offers reassurance, Einar's distress grows as she fixates on her altered appearance. Frustration erupts as she fears others will no longer take her seriously in battle. Instead of comfort, Bjorn's casual comment about her beauty fuels her insecurity. To her, looking less intimidating means losing part of her warrior identity. A new threat appears, giving Einar a chance to test the essence's effects in combat. Though still unsure, she steps forward, determined to prove herself again. The monstrous foe charges as she braces for impact, sword ready. Her strike lands before the beast reacts, ending the fight in one swift blow. Cheers erupt from the party, stunned by her overwhelming strength. With disbelief in her eyes, she quietly asks if she's still a warrior. Bjorn answers confidently, calling her stronger than ever. Relief floods her face as she rejoices alongside her companions. Together, the team approaches the Guardian's door, ready for what lies beyond. Bjorn senses danger and recalls the game's warning about doors that react to player progress. He quickly notices the unusual red glow from the Guardian's chamber, signaling something has changed. The door swings open, on its own, and he yells for everyone to shut it immediately. A powerful red aura erupts as the chamber reveals an unexpected and overwhelming presence. The group watches in disbelief as a cloaked figure slowly emerges from the smoke. Raven realizes this is not the expected boss, but something far more dangerous. Instead of a Death Knight, they face a vampire, a being with higher intelligence. Raven identifies it as a named monster, a sign of extreme threat. Standing tall and menacing, the vampire Duke Cambermeyer reveals himself as the new guardian. Monsters are classified into 4 distinct types. Among them, the lowest rank includes mutant species. These consist of basic enemies like goblins, archers, and lancers, each with different combat roles. Above them are named species stronger variants that usually serve as mid-bosses within dungeon floors. Without warning, a massive vampire emerges. Its power clearly exceeds normal parameters for the current realm. Panicked, the group flees. The monster's overwhelming presence disrupts any attempt at organized resistance. Wone Mage identifies it as a superior mutant species, a rare threat not expected here. Bjorn admits he only recognized the enemy from a recording made by another adventurer. Rather than knowledge, his reaction stemmed from instinct and prior in-game observations. Despite explanations, they continue escaping as the vampire relentlessly chases behind them. Earlier, Bjorn spent time analyzing obscure monster data others ignored. That research proves vital now. The vampire's dark aura grows heavier, suffocating the air and freezing weaker party members in place. Panic spreads as summoners lose composure. The danger becomes more than they can manage. Acting quickly, the mage casts a blinding spell, warning everyone to shield their vision. A flash of intense light erupts, engulfing the corridor in radiant magic. When the brightness fades, the vampire is gone. Relief replaces the dread on their faces. The vampire's regenerative ability renders previous attacks ineffective, reviving him fully in moments. Floating midair, he surveys the party coldly, emitting pressure that crushes the group's confidence. Chaos erupts when the wizard is suddenly struck, forcing the team to regroup immediately. Memories of past player failures replay in Bjorn's mind. Most perished before learning the Duke's secrets. Instead of hesitating, he demands retreat. The party must survive before solving mysteries. Though never here physically, Bjorn assures them he memorized the castle's layout from the game. Flames flicker as the group runs through dim corridors, guided only by torchlight and Bjorn's lead. Navigating swiftly, he recalls every twist experience from hundreds of game runs, reinforces his instincts. Zone teammate questions his certainty, surprised by how exact his mental map truly is. The vampire resumes the chase. Shadows creep behind them, forcing the group to sprint harder. Through a burst of light, the exit finally comes into view beyond a long hallway. Reaching the outside, they escape just before darkness consumes the corridor behind them. Outside, the team takes a breath, shielded by the setting sun's glow. They begin to realize Bjorn's skill isn't luck, his strategy saved them all. Acknowledging his courage, one warrior hints that Bjorn may one day become truly great. As evening falls, concern grows about what to do before night fully sets in. One member urges quick action, suggesting they relocate while they still have daylight. Bjorn, unwilling to risk delay, demands everyone rise and prepare to move immediately. A companion insists on protecting the unconscious wizard, even at the cost of his life. With urgency rising, the others follow suit, readying themselves to leave the area. Taking initiative, Bjorn decides to scout nearby, while the wizard remains out cold. Near a statue, he discovers a hidden mechanism, unlocking a relic sealed within. The Tear of the Goddess, a sacred item known for healing and purification, is revealed. Useful against evil-type monsters, the artifact adds a critical advantage to their arsenal. Eventually, the wizard awakens and sits upright, still dazed but alert. A warning follows: darkness will bring the vampire's return. Speculation begins about the attack's nature, possibly involving pain, sharing magic. Bjorn asks about other sunlight spells, seeking options for future encounters. Instead of answering directly, the wizard complains about the rudeness of his question. Ignoring her irritation, he focuses on what matters: staying alive. The mage reveals she can cast Solar Sphere, a high-tier spell with solar attributes. A visual projection shows the spell similar to Fireball, but enhanced with sun-based energy. Bjorn asks about additional support spells, and she confirms she needs time to recover mana. The mage agrees to assist, though the party questions why Bjorn is calling the shots. Laughing, Bjorn explains that trust matters more than position or class titles. Acknowledgement follows as night falls, signaling danger will soon return. The vampire awakens with stronger bloodlust and an urge to destroy the party. Appearing without warning, he taunts them, heightening the group's tension. Despite the threat, Bjorn declares they must endure for 30 minutes until the spell is ready. A towering demon crashes from above, trailing red energy as it slams into the battlefield. Dust and debris scatter while panicked adventurers scramble to respond to the sudden impact. Wings unfurl wide as the creature roars, prompting warriors to rush civilians away from danger. It charges again, emitting a screech that rattles the surroundings. Warning cries echo as the fiend's form barrels closer, eyes glowing with murderous intent. Without hesitation, a fighter meets the attack head, on his strike, forcing the demon to pause. Swinging with brutal force, the dwarf slams his hammer into the beast's path. His skill, weight balancer, steadies him even as shockwaves pulse from the enemy's might. Others seize the moment, converging on the monster with synchronized precision. The enemy retaliates, flinging a fighter aside with a violent burst. Its tail sweeps wide, knocking back attackers and disrupting their formation. Bjorn bursts forward, planting a devastating blow into the demon's chest. With a mocking laugh, the demon ascends, trailing crimson smoke. Pain surges through Bjorn's hand. He's affected by a shared damage curse. Before they can recover, the creature vanishes into a swirl of black crows. Dozens of shadowy figures erupt from the vampire, flooding the battlefield with terrifying speed. Bjorn immediately steps in to shield the others, issuing a firm command to hold position. A surge of energy erupts from the dwarf. His second core has awakened. Blood sprays everywhere despite his defense, staining the ground and nearby fighters. Realizing the danger, one of the mages screams that the infected are no longer stable. Suddenly, a vampire skill activates, marking a teammate with a sacrificial seal. Within seconds, the vampire's strength surges dramatically thanks to the chosen offering. Allies nearby begin turning hostile, their minds clouded by the spreading curse. Bjorn charges forward, aiming to disrupt the buff before more fall under control. Hikurad's collapse sends shock through the ranks, forcing Bjorn to reassess quickly. Only 5 minutes remain until the vampiric boost ends. He directs Aindra to push forward, then retreat once the blow is landed. Without hesitation, Aindra breaks into a sprint, weaving past enemy strikes, covering her advance. Bjorn confronts the vampire's frontal assault head. Rather than fight recklessly, he focuses on survival, waiting for the right moment. Bjorn's eyes lock onto the vampire's, glowing with determination despite the growing damage on his body. Rather than retreat, he clenches his jaw and continues stabbing, forcing himself to endure the pain. From a distance, his allies look on in shock, unable to comprehend his reckless resolve. The mage questions his plan, suspecting he's relying entirely on potions to survive. Even as his body bleeds, Bjorn continues forward, pushing through with sheer willpower. No one has ever fought like this. The agony alone should have stopped anyone else. Flames rise around him, and smoke signals structural damage spreading through the walls. Against all odds, he blocks an incoming strike, even while bleeding heavily. Survival seems impossible, yet he keeps moving, every action defying logic. Though unable to stop every hit, Bjorn protects his vital points with uncanny precision. A watching mage realizes this isn't brute strength, it's mental fortitude holding him together. This level of pain tolerance and control surpasses what they believed possible. Realization dawns on the mage. There's no way out except defeating the Guardian. Even as danger intensifies, retreat isn't an option. There's nowhere left to run. With resolve hardening, she readies her magic, questioning her own purpose mid-battle. Bjorn pushes through the pain, recognizing that survival now depends on calculated choices rather than instinct. His movements shift as he fights based on rational assessment, adjusting to every strike despite his injuries. Meanwhile, the mage realizes Bjorn's fall would doom the group and sends Taran to support their healer. She prepares new spells, understanding that a mage must provide more than distant attacks to influence battle flow. With limited time, she commits to assisting directly, enhancing accuracy and coverage for her magic. Her support spell activates, granting automatic targeting and extended projection range for the incoming potion barrage. Dozens of potions launch toward Bjorn, landing with precise synchronization to restore his failing body. The sudden surge of effects merges into him, triggering a powerful temporary enhancement. Moments later, Bjorn stands revitalized, his strength amplified as a new combat mode activates. Disoriented, Bjorn struggles to think clearly as his surroundings blur into chaos. Enemies close in fast, forcing him into a defensive stance, despite his foggy awareness. At a critical juncture, he evaluates the moment some things must be lost to protect others. A devastating strike lands hard, pushing his body beyond its endurance. Deflecting everything proves impossible, so he redirects focus to minimizing fatal damage. Survival instincts flare, as unnatural energy surges through his body, shielding him from collapse. A scroll tumbles beside him while a vampire attacks without hesitation. Fangs and claws scrape uselessly against his skin, his bones too tough to breach realization strikes. Something monstrous empowers him, likely the essence of a corpse golem. Memories of brutal training surface, echoing the pain now flooding his limbs. That preparation allows him to withstand blows, but damage still accumulates. Adjusting tactics becomes urgent. Enduring alone won't be enough to survive. Suddenly, the wizard casts a support spell, accelerating his regeneration. Rapid healing shifts the momentum. The enemy can't keep up, locking eyes with his foe. Bjorn launches forward this time, with a real chance to win. By unleashing Immortal Barbarian mode, Bjorn embraces pain, ignoring torn flesh and ruptured muscle. Even as his body is slashed repeatedly, he continues, pressing forward without hesitation. He realizes his acidic blood is the key to damaging the vampire directly. A spray of blood hits the creature, causing it to recoil in agony. Thanks to his regeneration and potions, every wound seals within seconds. A female ally rushes toward him, determined to join the fight at his side. Together they strike from both sides, overwhelming the vampire's defenses. Bjorn's attack lands cleanly, sending the monster flying through the air. It crashes down hard, stunned by the coordinated assault. Each second feels longer as Bjorn waits for the final spell to activate. The wizard confirms Solar Sphere is charged and ready. Without delay, Bjorn lowers his stance, prepared to lock the enemy in place. He seizes the vampire mid-air, giving the team a clear shot. The coordinated signal is given it is time to unleash everything. Murad responds, launching the finishing blast with perfect timing. Electric magic surges around Murad, channeling massive energy through his staff. With perfect timing, he hurls the solar sphere downward, lighting up the entire battlefield. Crackling lightning rains down, engulfing the vampire in divine destruction. Seizing the opportunity, another warrior leaps into position, clutching a hidden item. He reveals the Tear of Goddess, saved through countless life-threatening encounters. That divine relic, his final ace, is ready to be used at last. Without hesitation, he drives the relic into the enemy's body with brute force. The vampire screams as its core is pierced and sacred energy detonates. Blinding light erupts across the battlefield, unleashing holy judgment on everything nearby. From afar, allies brace as the explosion spreads in all directions. A fiery shockwave rips through the ground, forcing everyone back. Caught in the blast, the vampire is sent flying amid flames and rubble. Seconds later, scorched silence fills the air as smoke rises from the crater. Bjorn falls, battered and burned, unsure if the mission succeeded. Lying on the battlefield, he mutters the only question that matters: did we make it? A lingering sweetness in the air immediately triggers Bjorn's unease. He lifts his head, confused by the silence. None of his allies seem to be moving. To his disbelief, the vampire rises again, battered but clearly not defeated. Its body begins restoring itself, healing wounds that should have been fatal. Each breath, the monster fuels its unnatural regeneration. Though Bjorn can't fully grasp the situation, he understands one thing: he is the only one left. His feet stumble across blood-stained ground as he approaches the fallen threat. Acting before hesitation sets in, he strikes with urgency. Despite the damage, the creature's heart remains untouched. Time is running out. Raising both fists high, he targets the core with everything he has. Rage and exhaustion merge as he detonates his skill flesh explosion. The blast engulfs the enemy in red haze and gore. Bjorn senses death looming even as victory nears. Every muscle tears as more detonation pulses fire from within. Instinct warns him one more blast could be his last. The system confirms Bjorn's skill has triggered multiple flesh explosions, risking both victory and death. Despite internal damage, he endures as blood erupts and pressure overloads his body, refusing to fall. He survives the final detonation, standing amid the blood-soaked aftermath. Staring at the enemy's remains, Bjorn realizes no mana remains to channel his skills. Left with only his body, he prepares one last detonation using brute force. The final explosion hits its mark, and the system confirms the vampire duke is dead. Reward notifications appear rapidly, listing experience points and skill unlocks. Among the loot is a sealed core containing tremendous energy and rare crafting material. While his body collapses, Bjorn earns victory, achievements, and legendary items from the deadly encounter. A sudden gasp escapes Bjorn as he bolts upright, drenched in sweat and breathless. Beside him, a female warrior calmly greets his return to consciousness after a prolonged slumber. Groggy but alert, he questions his survival and immediately scans for signs of his allies. Hearing "It's already been 4 days" sends a jolt of panic through his mind. He checks his limbs swiftly, confirming there's no damage or lingering pain. Aside from confusion, nothing feels off: no wounds, no marks, no hidden trauma. Noticing his lack of pants, Bjorn turns with narrowed eyes and calls out to Einar. With no shame, Einar admits he removed them due to their poor condition. Annoyed, Bjorn silences him and demands a clear explanation of recent events. Recalling the fight, he deduces the Guardian's essence was fully absorbed into him. He remembers no dice were rolled for loot as originally agreed. Instead, the wizard distributed everything herself while others watched. She claimed the Rift Stone, justifying it with compatibility. Bjorn suspects deliberate manipulation masked behind polite words. While the group remained quiet, his trust in her quietly fractured. Grinning, Einar expresses relief that Bjorn is still alive and ready to move again. Rather than departing immediately, she explains there's one last task to handle before leaving. Bjorn suspects a valuable item remains hidden and intends to secure it himself. System messages confirm the dungeon has been cleared, and all rewards distributed, wrapped in a cloak. Bjorn strolls through town, drawing attention with his rugged appearance. He stops at a merchant's stall, requesting new gear, to replace what he lost. A shopkeeper watches him closely, surprised by the size of his equipment order. Bjorn responds vaguely, unaware that suspicion is already building around him. Without warning, guards close in, demanding answers and preparing to detain him. Meanwhile, the marketplace buzzes with chatter among adventurers, sharing tales from the dungeon. One recounts how Bjorn fearlessly fought a powerful beast alone, leaving a strong impression. As they scan the crowd, no one can spot where the barbarian went. In a quiet corner, an elf girl hopes to see him again and test her powers. Despite some concern, curiosity, and admiration pull her thoughts toward their reunion. Back inside, Bjorn attributes his success to traveling with his sister, avoiding further suspicion. A document is examined closely, revealing the elf girl's name, Daryl Wittweber, D. Tertia. Holding her paperwork and a small bag, she's cleared as a verified adventurer. She quietly walks through the streets, wondering if Bjorn has returned from the labyrinth. Memories of him linger as she imagines greeting him in a light green dress. Her thoughts turn hopeful, believing he might appear before her at any moment. The illusion fades. She realizes he's still absent, but convinces herself he'll be back soon. A commotion outside alerts her to someone entering the room where Bjorn's belongings remain. She confronts a man moving items, angry that he's assuming Bjorn won't return. The man insists enough time has passed and declares Bjorn must have died in the labyrinth. Rain pours as Darl crouches in despair, struggling to accept the possibility of loss. Her older sister arrives, demanding she stand and stop mourning passively. Fueled by emotion, Darl vows to grow stronger, strong enough to protect those she cherishes. Locked in a dim cell, Bjorn faced accusations of being a plunderer without any valid proof. The interrogation began with mockery as an official doubted a barbarian's grasp of dungeon regulations. Unease crept in. Inconsistencies in the process made Bjorn suspect something wasn't right. Others in confinement lacked weapons, suggesting they'd entered unprepared, unlike him, who had come equipped. To protect someone, he described being ambushed by plunderers, but omitted the woman's role entirely. Skepticism grew as the officer questioned how a mere barbarian acquired such potent essence. Healing scars hinted that the essence had restored more than just stamina. He urged them to summon a mage, proposing memory magic to verify his claims. Permission was denied. Verification magic required a 4th rank status, regardless of compensation. Dismissive laughter followed, with threats of being sold if he stayed silent. 2 days passed before the mental magic triggered, revealing the truth to the interrogator. Even then, the man ignored evidence and continued demanding a confession. Suddenly, Bjorn was sentenced to execution with only 3 hours remaining. Calm but tense, he sat quietly while false claims of murder were shouted. Nearby, a knight overheard everything, starting to question the truth behind the charges. With execution looming, Bjorn understood there was only one path to survive. He had to act. Gripping his hands, he triggered his hidden skill. Flesh explosion, pouring strength into a final gamble. A violent burst tore through stone and steel, reducing the cell to flames and rubble. Emerging from smoke, he stumbled forward, bloodied but unbroken, while chaos erupted around him. Guards, caught off guard, scrambled in confusion as the wounded barbarian pushed past them. Determined, he focused only on escape. Survival was all that mattered now. Inmates watched from shattered cells, eyes wide at the sight of one man defying death. Cries for help rang out, desperate voices begging him to free them too. He gave no response. Justice for a stranger wouldn't delay his escape. Momentum surged through the halls as prisoners joined the breakout, shouting for freedom. News of the chaos spread, stirring confusion among officials above. Unstoppable waves of escapees stormed through corridors, overwhelming every obstacle in sight. Authorities called on explorers, offering rewards to suppress the prison riot. Weapons clashed with fists, unarmed convicts fell quickly to trained fighters. Bjorn scanned the path ahead. Delay meant failure. He couldn't afford a single misstep. Bjorn sprinted through the chaos, but escape alone wasn't enough. He wanted justice for what was done. A barricade of explorers blocked his path, prepared to stop him from reaching the courtyard. He launched a second flesh explosion, blasting through the defenders and igniting panic behind him. Burning debris rained down as terrified inmates scattered, unsure what caused the violent eruption. Above that, Bjorn activated a special inscription skill, flooding his body with temporary magical enhancement. Veins glowed red as his muscles expanded. Power surged through him. The doping process was complete. Without delay, he lunged into the fight, shattering bones and overpowering explorers with raw speed. Weapons clashed and fell away, but his enhanced body moved without hesitation. This transformation wasn't just physical. He could feel something primal awakening deep inside. Observers questioned how a supposed fifth-rank barbarian could overwhelm trained elite so easily. He moved like lightning, using blood-soaked fists to cut a path through resistance. A final blow cleared the area, and he ascended toward the next floor alone. Inside the Adventurer Guild's upper floor, Bjorn marched confidently toward the branch chief's office. Without warning, assailants lunged from the shadows. One attacker was swiftly kicked aside by Bjorn's reflexes. Steel slashed across his back, drawing blood. But the ambush did little to halt his advance. A sharp cry escaped an enemy's lips as Bjorn's counterattack landed with brutal precision. Nearby, a young noblewoman watched in horror as violence unfolded just steps from her. From behind, a subordinate urgently revealed her identity. She was the regional chief's daughter, surrounded by fallen enemies. Bjorn reconsidered his next move in light of this new hostage. His grip tightened on the girl's shoulder, determined to use her presence to shift control. Despite her resistance, Bjorn silenced her accusations with a stern command to stay quiet. Gesturing to the guards, he demanded the investigator, the alliance leader, and a tower wizard. None dared resist as Bjorn issued his threat: cooperate, or the noblewoman would suffer. Together, they backed away, leaving him space to retreat with his hostage toward the balcony. From above, Bjorn's voice boomed over the gathered crowd, commanding full attention. He accused the Adventurer Guild of staging a conspiracy to eliminate him unjustly. In defiance, he declared innocence before all, daring anyone to challenge the truth. A sudden transmission from the Adventurer Guild disrupted the stillness of the magic tower. The elder mage relayed a support request. Someone violent had taken the branch chief's daughter hostage. Hearing this, the young sorceress turned sharply, alarmed at the mention of a madman. Determined, she accepted the mission, seeing an opportunity to pursue her own objective as well. Down at the guild, she arrived just as Bjorn stood holding the hostage in full view. Shock flickered in her eyes as she recognized him. This wasn't some unknown thug. Bjorn demanded a memory check spell, refusing to waste time on explanations or negotiations. In response, she agreed, but only after securing a promise for a future favor. Without delay, she cast the incantation, blue magic forming between her fingers and Bjorn's forehead. The spell failed. Something blocked it. She asked if he wore mental protection. Bjorn dismissed the idea, suggesting visual memory magic as the next solution. Nearby, guards found the wounded branch chief, just beginning to recover. Suspicion filled the room as Bjorn was questioned about his involvement. Although one guard blamed him, the branch chief remained composed, already aware of the setup, rather than accuse. The chief turned to the investigator, demanding proof behind the barbarian's arrest. The investigator scoffed at the idea of a setup, insisting the evidence spoke for itself. At the gate, Bjorn had presented a suspicious amount of gems for someone of his rank. During inspection, his bag revealed an array of weapons, many assumed to be stolen goods. A tracking stone confirmed the items were linked to missing Alliance property, tightening suspicion. However, the wizard questioned the validity of unverified claims made by a single clan member. Frustrated, the investigator claimed the witness was unreliable, constantly lying and avoiding magical checks. He argued the man's story lacked reason. Surviving fatal wounds by consuming vampire essence was absurd. No previous records mentioned vampires on the first floor, making the claim even less believable. Without evidence, he dismissed the idea and saw no need to involve high-ranking mages. Contradicting him completely, the tower magician revealed she had seen the event firsthand. Her statement silenced the room, disrupting the investigator's narrative. When she challenged his authority, he quickly backed down, caught off guard. Panicked, he apologized, while she accused him of disrespecting wizards and misusing his position. Tower mages, closely tied to nobility, weren't to be questioned lightly, even she admitted. Until today, no one believed a vampire existed in that rift. The branch chief initially thanked the wizard, but immediately challenged her for questioning his authority. He grew silent, as she pointed out the labyrinth's unpredictable nature, filled with unknown possibilities. Her argument emphasized the maze's long-standing mysteries, urging him to reconsider dismissing the vampire claim. Meanwhile, Bjorn quietly observed, noting her strong stance had shifted the momentum. Suddenly, armored knights arrived, escorting a man with commanding presence into the hall. Emotions erupted as the hostage girl called out to the new arrival, her father, the regional chief. To uphold the enforcers' convention, officials prepared for judgment against message stone abusers. Crowds watched in silence as the accused faced scrutiny under stern, watchful eyes. One man collapsed, overwhelmed by fear as the tide clearly turned against him. Bjorn questioned the man tied to the Crystal Union about the false statement. The suspect stammered in denial, but his trembling voice betrayed hesitation. With a spell cast, a mage confirmed that his testimony was a lie. Gasps filled the hall as the exposed liar stood frozen in disbelief. Clearing Bjorn's name, the officials acknowledged the evidence as decisive. The offender's fate remained uncertain. Pending further investigation into his actions, attention shifted to the Crystal Union, already known for internal disorder. The inspector protested, but his authority quickly crumbled under pressure. Superiors demanded re-evaluation of every case he'd overseen. Seeking to repair damage, they proposed compensation to Bjorn. A promotion and new gear were offered without hesitation. Unimpressed, Bjorn challenged them to prove their standards through strength. Bjorn, burning with rage, challenged them head-on, unleashing a thunderous roar that silenced the hall. Tension cracked as onlookers urged calm, struggling to contain the barbarian's overwhelming energy. The mage, Raven, recognized his strength and hinted at his past extraordinary feat. She cited a rare event consuming the essence of a powerful guardian as context. Across the room, one official smirked, finally asking what compensation Bjorn truly wanted. Rather than power or rank, Bjorn grinned and demanded money, exactly 5 million stones. Surprisingly, the official accepted the demand without hesitation, stunning everyone in the room. Raven wondered if his motivation was tied to her, while Bjorn remained unreadable. Soon after, the scene shifted to the Mage Tower, specifically Raven's cluttered private lab. Inside, she handed him a mysterious blue liquid, prompting cautious curiosity from Bjorn. He hesitated, then drank it, imagining all the strange things it might have contained. Afterward, he asked why she summoned him there, still unsure of her intentions. Raven reminded him of a favor he promised long ago, catching him off guard. Although he only agreed under pressure, Bjorn decided to honor his word. With a bright smile, Raven revealed her goal: to research the essences he absorbed. Raven explained, the research might benefit Bjorn too, revealing traits unknown from untested essences. Something shifted in her eyes, now gleaming with unrestrained curiosity and academic passion. Though she'd studied rare undead before, no record of a vampire's essence had ever existed. Bjorn sat quietly, sensing the favor might come with unexpected strings attached. In a flashback, she offered to conceal Jandal's involvement on one condition, rather than payment. She requested weekly help in her lab for half a year, refusing the lengthy demand. Bjorn countered with a 3-month limit and full disclosure. Raven reminded him that her intervention earned him survival and 5 million stones. Even so, he argued that fairness meant she should offer compensation, not just expectations. Without warning, he called out her earlier action, feeding him essence without his consent. Caught off guard, Raven failed to explain why that wasn't an issue. Bjorn pressed further, labeling the act as forceful and problematic. Instead of letting it slide, he demanded 10 million stones for the unwanted burden. Raven shouted in disbelief, unable to accept the logic of his argument. Rather than backing down, Bjorn told her to ask any real explorer for confirmation. Raven activated a magical device to contact someone remotely through the Academy's communication system. She asked a question about essence transfer between explorers and waited for a clear answer. The man on the other end responded thoughtfully, his face calm as he prepared to reply. Tension fills the room as the mage confronts Bjorn about the unauthorized use of essence. Despite the intense reaction, Bjorn appears unaffected, even as the mage rants about the rare grade 7 material. He explains the danger essence applied without proper planning could do more harm than good. When asked about compensation, Bjorn casually proposes a staggering demand, 15 million stones. The mage recoils in disbelief, but Bjorn calmly argues that essence value rises with repeated use. If the culprit had been present, he admits, violence might have followed. Frustrated, the mage blames the system and the lack of foresight in essence handling. Bjorn reflects silently, perhaps a less aggressive approach would have changed the outcome. The door opens, revealing an imposing elder mage, silently absorbing the scene. Recognition dawns. The newcomer isn't just anyone, he manages 5 labyrinth floors. Without delay, he steps in, intrigued by Bjorn's ability and presence. A living barbarian using magic properly has clearly piqued his interest. With dark humor, the elder remarks that most barbarians arrive dead or offer only their hearts. Bjorn doesn't flinch, analyzing the tone behind the elder's unsettling grin. He smirks, claiming even barbarians can understand the mood. Bjorn fires back with his own joke, mocking the elder with a fake threat of violence. Laughing wildly, he insists it is just a barbarian's humor, pushing the elder to lighten up. Offended at first, the elder forces a grin and accepts the jab in stride, amused by Bjorn's boldness. Trying to ease tension, Bjorn acts casual, though worried he may have gone too far. Surprisingly, the elder chuckles, praising Bjorn's spirit and brushing aside the insult without offense. He even jokes back, wondering if Bjorn is of noble barbarian lineage due to his composure. As a reward, the elder presents Bjorn with a rare item that boosts magic effectiveness. He reveals it's a high-value halberds item, coveted by upper-class spirit users. Bjorn accepts, realizing this tool is exactly what he needs to improve and survive deeper floors. While leaving, Pavem reminds Bjorn of their research agreement on corpse golem essences. Outside, the girl doubts Bjorn will remember. While inside, the elder hides the item's cheap value, grinning. The elder muses how shocked the stupid barbarian will be once he learns the truth. Stepping into the sunlight, Bjorn reflects on how even top intellectuals can miss simple truths. His confidence grows, knowing they failed to identify the true worth of his reward. Just as he departs, a voice calls out. Surprised that Bjorn is still alive, at his old inn, Bjorn finds the landlord surprised. He assumed Bjorn had died. The man admits to tossing Bjorn's things, claiming he believed the room was abandoned. Rather than grieve, Bjorn scolds himself. He stopped caring about losses that once mattered. Since arriving in this world, even death around him never shook his calm. Committing murder felt disturbingly easy, as if survival had erased hesitation. Breaking out of prison barely troubled him. The shift in mindset had solidified. His time with Pavem's teacher had confirmed one truth: this world rewards ruthlessness. He once feared losing his humanity. Now he welcomes the edge it gives to live here. A barbarian's resolve works better than a noble's ideals. Confronting the landlord again, Bjorn learns the man sold his things, not discarded them. Disgusted, he finds new lodging this time, more comfortable and respectable. A private bath and a window greet him, basic dignity he hadn't realized he missed. Lying in bed, he notes its convenience, closer to the plaza and quieter. The next morning brings plans to meet Einar and divide spoils. Before he arrives, she spots him first, shouting his name across the plaza. Einar excitedly mentions rumors about a barbarian of freedom causing a citywide stir. Crowds gossip loudly, describing a powerful warrior who fought alone and vanished without leaving a name. Bjorn, hearing the commotion, feigns ignorance but wonders how no one linked the story back to him. Pride fills the voices of Bjorn's tribesmen as they claim the unknown hero as one of their own. They parade through the streets, spreading tales of his strength and origin from the Grand Freedom Tribe. Meanwhile, narration explains Carmel District's structure, a social and economic hub within the Labyrinth City. Later, Bjorn meets Einar to share profits from their last raid, handing her a sizable cut. Einar reacts with disbelief, stunned by the amount, but Bjorn urges her to accept it. Suddenly distracted, she points at a street vendor. People are selling fluffy snacks on sticks. They sit together enjoying the treat. Einar marvels at cotton candy, like it is a magical discovery. Bjorn buys her one, and she jokes about using candy as currency. Grateful, she thanks him this time, not for food, but for treating her as an equal. As the day winds down, Einar reflects on how humans now gather around her instead of shunning her. Joy radiates from her as she dances among townsfolk, laughing freely. Out of nowhere, she kneels, declaring she can't join Bjorn in the basement anymore. Einar's departure from the party wasn't caused by her altered appearance. but by a greater calling, recognized by a shrine elder renowned for swordsmanship. She was invited to become his disciple. Instead of adventuring, she committed to 6 months of isolated training, cutting ties with her current path. With clarity, she asked for no promises, not even the chance to rejoin them later. Rather than delay others, she aimed to grow strong enough to never be a burden again. Bjorn quietly listened, drinking in resignation, knowing her resolve couldn't be swayed. Past battles haunted her, moments where she stood helpless while allies risked everything. That helplessness likely shaped her decision more than any praise or opportunity ever could. Left alone, Bjorn faced the reality of either finding new allies or pushing forward solo. Confidence in his current strength wasn't enough to survive the brutal second floor alone. Even overwhelming power couldn't replace the need for cooperation in higher-tier labyrinths. He resolved to seek out capable partners who could endure the climb ahead. Raven, a mid-rank mage, welcomed him with surprising familiarity as he entered the room. Teaming up with her might just be the breakthrough he needed. Prepared to challenge the portal's dangers, he stepped forward without hesitation. Raven rejected the idea of teaming with just 2 barbarians, calling it ridiculous and unbalanced. She laid out her demands: an elite 6th rank member and a priest were mandatory. Without waiting for agreement, she switched topics and presented notes analyzing the vampire's essence. Bjorn skimmed the document, recognizing the essence properties without needing her clarification. Nothing surprised him. He already knew the vampire's skills and threats in advance. Its combination of regeneration, curses, and blood attacks marked it as exceptionally dangerous. Before he could leave, Raven stopped him with a sharp question about the vampire fight. Mentioning a surge of divine power, she asked what he'd placed in its mouth. Feigning confusion, Bjorn deflected, unwilling to reveal the truth about the goddess's tears. Claiming sudden hunger, he launched into a comical retreat to avoid more questioning. Raven stood frozen, suspicious of his evasiveness and certain he was hiding something. Fueled by determination, she dashed off to locate anything that could confirm her theory. Inside the library, she uncovered an ancient text referencing both the goddess's tears and a gold mask. Though parts were illegible, the artifacts matched what she sensed during the battle. Convinced she was close, Raven eagerly resumed digging through the records for more answers. The goddess's tears turned out to be a divine relic with powerful restorative properties. Its last recorded use dated back to the conquestal era, over a century ago. While reading, Raven questioned how such a rare item ended up in someone's hands. Another legendary item the golden mask required, defeating a dungeon boss under strict conditions. In the past, Bjorn sold it without thought, treating it like any other loot. Realizing the cost of that decision, he now vowed to be more cautious. Rather than discard it again, he decided to keep the mask for future use. Meanwhile, rumors stirred in the tavern as a white-haired elf delivered shocking news. The Crystal Union, a major clan, had been dismantled overnight. Regarded as an unshakable alliance, their fall left adventurers baffled and uneasy. Several questioned the cause, unsure what could destroy such a stable force. One woman hinted their mistake was provoking someone far stronger than expected. Talk pointed to a barbarian who brought down the clan without warning. Although he was listed as a 3rd-rank explorer, few believed it anymore. Speculation grew had this lone warrior simply outgrown the system itself. The elf considered the possibility that a mere 5th-rank barbarian had crushed the powerful clan. Even with doubts, she couldn't ignore the rumor that the warrior hadn't returned in days. As she walked alone, uncertainty crept in. Was it really him behind the chaos? Later that night, she whispered Erwin's name, struggling with the decision she faced. Telling her sister the truth about everything now felt heavier than expected. Meanwhile, Bjorn actively searched for qualified allies willing to take on the 3rd floor. At the guild desk, Bjorn submitted his identity plaque without hesitation. The staff member read it aloud: 7th rank, 5 stars, and immediately reacted with shock. Unaware of its impact, Bjorn simply waited, confused by the sudden tension. Although the clerk tried to move on, Bjorn focused on building a fair team. A name on the list stood out, prompting him to pause in recognition. From across the room, Juan greeted him loudly, confirming it had truly been him. When asked about others, Juan revealed they expected a mage to join soon. Hearing that, Bjorn was stunned. Mages rarely appeared in regular parties. He turned as Juan called out, eager to see who this mysterious ally might be. A confident young noble entered, radiating pride as he introduced himself with flair and perfect posture. Calling himself Leo Wakranbwaki, he boldly expressed interest in joining their guild without hesitation. The dwarf looked confused, prompting Leo to clarify that his motive was purely voluntary. Startled by the mention of royal blood, The group exchanged uneasy glances. While Leo didn't work for the guild, he somehow knew more than expected. Without revealing much, Bjorn introduced himself bluntly and motioned for Leo to sit. Rather than deflect, Bjorn directly questioned Leo's desire to become an explorer. Leo calmly explained his goal: to raise his distant noble family's reputation through dungeon exploits. The others were surprised, especially by how far removed his noble status actually was. Leo reassured them he had no intention of asserting superiority. Though his appearance was refined, Bjorn doubted he'd survive outside the city walls. Despite reservations, they let him join and shared paperwork duties, though Bjorn did most of it. Their team now formed. The dwarf expressed relief at Bjorn's approval. New gear replaced old, marking their readiness for what lay ahead. At the guild registry, a curious clerk watched, already intrigued by their unusual lineup. Bjorn excitedly showed off his newly acquired equipment, gleaming latanium armor and a matching shield. He then equipped a practical expandable backpack, perfect for carrying supplies during lengthy expeditions. Just as he settled in, a guild officer politely requested he remove the gear due to disruptions. While walking through town, Bjorn noticed someone resting in an alley, drawing his curiosity. Turning his head, he spotted a seated barbarian oddly unarmed, which raised a red flag. Weapons were essential to barbarians. Even the poorest never parted with one willingly. Bjorn approached cautiously, startling the man, but calmly assured him there was no danger. The stranger admitted he had sold his weapon out of desperation for survival. Something felt off. The man's respectful speech clashed with typical barbarian behavior. After introductions, the man revealed his name as Terrakan, son of Lears. He devoured the offered food with tearful gratitude, overwhelmed by the rare kindness. Bjorn quietly listened, learning that Terrakan had entered the city by mistake, though he escaped the tribe. Terrakan failed to find new allies or support. Rejection followed him everywhere. No one wanted to partner with a lone barbarian. Bjorn, intrigued by his tale, pressed him to share what happened after that month. Bjorn questioned what Terrakan did after failing the previous month's labyrinth expedition. Struggling to survive, Terrakan confessed he fought hunger, rejection, and even guild officials. Eventually, he was chased away for eating food meant for someone else. Leaning in, Terrakan asked whether his tragic story had moved Bjorn's heart. Although he claimed familiarity with the labyrinth, he made no effort to re-enter it. Bjorn responded bluntly. He wouldn't accompany him but would offer a different kind of help. A pouch holding 150,000 stones was placed on the table without hesitation. Terrakan, overwhelmed, promised he would repay the debt someday. Rather than linger, Bjorn asked him to leave and not return again. With a cold gaze, Bjorn warned him never to come back once he walked out. Demanding confirmation, he awaited a response from the stunned man. A quiet, "Okay," was all Terrakan could manage before stepping outside. Seated alone, Terrakan silently absorbed the weight of their exchange. Bjorn reflected on his own contradictions, torn between logic and emotion. Still, he held firm if nothing else. Terrakan must live on and survive. The team officially entered the labyrinth on the first floor, known as the Crystal Cave. Leo Dwaki, still new to exploration, looked around curiously, unsure of the next steps. Rona, a seasoned 7th rank explorer, paused to assess their surroundings before choosing the route. Harikdo, the group's dwarf lancer, maintained a cheerful mood while preparing for combat. Bjorn stood beside him silently, positioned as the team's main tanker. Rounding out the group, Misa, a beastkin crusader, brimmed with energy and eagerness to fight. Despite her aggressive personality, Misa insisted others not call her princess. With final preparations done, Rona gave the order to begin their advance. Together, the team stepped forward, marking the start of their first true expedition. Guided by Portmiller, the group arrived before the swirling gate to the 3rd floor. Signs of earlier entrance caught Bjorn's attention, raising caution within the team. Despite lacking precise portal data, he decided it was time to proceed without delay. They stepped into a canyon surrounded by towering rock walls home to the beasts of this floor. Assessing the area carefully, Bjorn mentally reviewed what little information he had. Behind him, others joked to mask their nerves, but alertness remained high. One fighter confirmed he was experienced, brushing off concern with confident ease. Navigating the lair required intuition. The natural maze offered no maps or clues. Unlike the upper levels, this terrain promised stronger foes and tighter passages. Combat erupted quickly. Bjorn's strikes dropped enemies and rewarded him with bursts of experience. After clearing threats, the team took shelter, preparing to rest and recover. During campfire talk, a warning surfaced. Fellow explorers posed the greatest risk here. Startled, One teammate questioned if that danger was truly real. Portmiller responded, outlining how each floor grew harsher the deeper they went. Their destination now clear, the party prepared to descend into the perilous Shadows Passage. Kana confidently confirmed her past exploration of the third floor, earning interest from the others. That experience reassured the group, especially with the path ahead still uncertain. Instead of praise, she received teasing remarks about her noble background, which irritated her. Their light banter escalated, prompting Bjorn to cut in with a stern command. Startled, the pair quickly apologized, sensing Bjorn's mood had shifted. Before tension could settle, a sudden ambush launched the party into chaos. A beast's charge sent shockwaves through the formation, knocking several members off balance. Only, his shield kept Bjorn from being crushed under the initial strike. Nearby, a comrade scrambled to heal, activating an emergency recovery skill. The attackers, revealed as Tier -7 Avantro, overwhelmed the team with brutal force. While defending, Bjorn wrestled with self-doubt, questioning his strength mid-battle. To regain footing, one ally countered with a powerful balance technique. Magic flared as Dwa cast a supportive curse to weaken the enemies. Encouraged by the opening, the vanguard delivered a crushing final blow. Even in triumph, the group remained alert, sensing the fight wasn't truly over. Bjorn shouted in alarm as one final Avantro lunged forward, catching them by surprise. From above, Kana descended swiftly, gathering her essence midair without hesitation. With a powerful strike, she brought the blade down and ended the threat decisively. The system confirmed their victory, yet the mood remained unsettled. Observing the battlefield, Bjorn noted the strange placement of the creatures. To verify suspicions, Rottmiller activated his thermal scan to check for hidden figures. Discussion turned to theories, suggesting someone may have deliberately drawn the beasts in. No signs of recent activity appeared, but the party stayed cautious. Kana expressed doubt, warning they might still be under silent observation, rather than linger. The group agreed to exit before conditions worsened. Along the way, Rottmiller admitted his surprise at the repeated encounters. Kana casually revealed she had met plunderers more than a few times this year. That revelation stunned the group, especially given its implications. Though jokes followed, Rottmiller grew visibly irritated by the topic. With no answers left, the team moved forward, eyes sharp and pace steady. After a string of battles, the group gained experience from defeating several powerful monsters. They decided to rest near the region's boundary, where monster activity was lower. Kana checked on Dwaki, who admitted feeling strange since earlier that day, though unsure why. Dwaki confessed he had been unnerved throughout the recent encounters. He acknowledged how others might view him as na-fade-ve, or inexperienced. The danger of explorers killing each other weighed heavily on his mind. Preparing for that harsh reality, Dwaki tried convincing himself he was ready to act. Despite his firm answer, doubt lingered about whether he could follow through. His uncertainty was clear, though his courage remained intact. Bjorn silently evaluated him, thinking his honesty was better than arrogance. Rather than criticize, he asked the group to give him a moment. With everyone's attention, he offered to reveal something important he had kept hidden. One member steps forward, inviting the group to witness something unusual, hidden deep within the floor. They stop in awe as the night sky opens above them, filled with shimmering lights. Ahead, a glowing cityscape stretches beneath countless floating orbs, illuminating the quiet path below. None can explain why this phenomenon appears only on the third floor. It remains a mystery. The reason, however, fades in importance against the breathtaking spectacle that surrounds them. Turning to the group, one companion wonders if this glimpse of wonder reignites their resolve. Night falls, and the lights vanish. Darkness quietly wraps around the labyrinth. As others drift into sleep, Bjorn takes the first watch, seated alone by the fire. Only the sound of slow breathing from Dwaki keeps him company in the stillness. At dawn, progress is measured. Bjorn calculates how far he's come, in terms of experience. So far, 2 essences have been consumed. He's allowed 1 more at his current level, rather than rushing. He hopes for a powerful essence worthy of the final slot. They reach the entrance to the Orc Zone, a dangerous stretch ahead. It's packed with monsters, second only in difficulty among third-floor territories. To advance further, they must overcome this brutal domain before moving toward the 4th floor. Murad proposed a temporary alliance, leaving future tactics open depending on how things unfold. Before any adjustments could be made, orcs charged from the forest at an aggressive angle. Everion snapped into position, responding swiftly and confidently to the incoming threat. The front line clashed with the first wave, striking down several orcs instantly. Arrows of magic tore through the battlefield, unleashed by Rottmiller and Dwaki from the rear. Close-range enemies were handled by Murad and Viviana, who kept the formation secure. While maintaining focus, Rottmiller noticed an orc shaman casting a forbidden incantation. A red aura enveloped one warrior. The berserk spell had taken effect. Muscles bulging, the empowered orc roared, now capable of withstanding triple the usual damage. Breaking through the defense, the berserk orc lunged past their shield wall. Rottmiller stumbled back, forcing Bjorn to intercept with brute strength. Without delay, the barbarian unleashed a powerful counter to halt the onslaught. Viviana darted forward, using the opening to eliminate exposed enemies. Kill notifications appeared. 2 orcs and the berserk warrior had fallen. Bjorn ended the skirmish by slaying the witch doctor responsible for the spell. After regrouping, the team assessed their progress and damage, noting solid coordination during combat. Though slower than expected, their consistent formation ensured stability in battle. Morale remained high as they advanced deeper, facing stronger orc resistance near the habitat's core. An elite orc ambushed the front line, but was swiftly countered by Viviana's precision. Despite the rising difficulty, the group continued defeating enemies efficiently. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the area, signaling a new threat entering the field. A robed orc emerged, declaring the zone to be Darken clan territory and warning them off. The map showed this clan belonged on the 6th floor, confusing everyone present. Seeing them here broke expectations, raising questions about the dungeon's structure and rules. The elder refused to explain, offering only vague acknowledgments of floor overlap among clans. Suspicion grew as the party doubted whether this was part of the actual labyrinth. A strange exchange followed. Someone recognized the halfling girl, calling her out directly. Her reaction confirmed it. The orc boy was her brother, Talon. Now in enemy robes, he scolded her for revealing their connection, but it was already too late. While the truth surfaced, Talon insisted the reason behind his actions no longer mattered. The elder finally relents, offering a reason. Their clan had rights over the orc warrior essence. He explained this was part of a 6th floor clan matter, requesting the others to respect it. With their presence, nullifying any further monster spawns, he urged the group to leave immediately. Despite frustration, the party acknowledged the unspoken rule strength, dictated rights within the labyrinth. Bjorn understood the dwarf's anger, but emphasized caution over pride in dangerous situations. Unexpectedly, Bwaki stepped forward, trying to speak and introduce himself before the enemy. The elder dismissed his introduction, mocking his value and cutting the conversation short. Without warning, Murad launched an attack, casting lightning magic directly at the group's feet. His sudden strike broke negotiations, sparking chaos and shifting the confrontation into a battle. Lightning burst around Bjorn as he sprinted forward, shield raised to break through enemy lines. With a precise strike, he slammed into the target, his power enhanced by magical reinforcement. His roar echoed through the battlefield, forcing the enemy commander, Hikarad Murad, to respond immediately. Nearby allies steadied themselves, using the momentum Bjorn created to regroup and hold formation. Several fighters glanced toward the barbarian, regaining composure and preparing to re-engage with renewed focus. A mage warned that without Bjorn's actions, the entire team might have been wiped out. Later, Rottmiller apologized, acknowledging his poor judgment and how it nearly led to disaster. Though visibly frustrated, one teammate accepted the apology, choosing to move past the mistake. Forgiveness was met with confusion by others, surprised he wasn't punished more harshly. Bjorn admitted Rottmiller's intent came from loyalty, even if poorly executed. Another confessed she might have been expelled without Bjorn's timely intervention. A shout for the mage broke the tension, lightening the mood among the group. Suddenly, the air changed. Bjorn sensed a pressure that felt instinctively dangerous. Misha revealed her past, unable to form a spirit contract unlike others in her family. Images of spirit beasts appeared, powerful entities that granted magical abilities to their chosen partners. Only a select few were chosen by spirit beasts, but Misha had never been one of them. Her failure brought disgrace, especially since she came from the core lineage of House Karstein. That inability cast a shadow over her family name, making her an outlier among her kin. She recalled happier times with her siblings, before adulthood changed everything. Once she remained unchosen. They began to avoid her, labeling her a half-blood. Unable to endure their rejection, she left home and chose to fight on her own. Others in the group appreciated her honesty, recognizing how difficult it was to share. Another teammate offered his story next, trying to build trust among them. His dream had been to forge metal as a blacksmith. However, 10 years passed without success, and he never graduated training. Financial pressure pushed him to become an explorer after 33rd. Teammate joined in, insisting he was the least talented of all. He confessed to feeling worthless, especially after being looked down on by skilled mages. Encouragement from the group brought him relief and unexpected gratitude. Watching them open up, Bjorn struggled to grasp what was happening. A teammate stepped forward, admitting his earlier bitterness had been rooted in envy. Hearing Misha and Murad's stories had stirred resentment. He didn't fully understand at the time. Jealousy clouded his view, making him overlook the hardships others carried silently. Misha pointed out that only a rare few humans ever awakened as saints or spirit mages. Jokes lightened the atmosphere, and someone laughed about their group being a team of halflings. All eyes turned to Bjorn, waiting for his response without saying a word. Caught off guard, he blurted out that he didn't have a mother. The sudden outburst stunned the group, leaving them confused and concerned. To explain further, he mentioned his father disappeared in the labyrinth long ago. He yelled louder, insisting he reached adulthood without parental support. Everyone stood frozen, unsure whether to console or remain silent. Rather than accept pity, he demanded space and shouted them away. Some teammates realized Bjorn had endured more than he let on. Even so, he reminded himself of his rapid growth as a ranked explorer. Before anyone could speak, Misha noticed his sudden change in expression and rushed over. Bjorn reflected on his outburst, frustrated by how easily his emotions slipped out. While the team discussed their next destination, he listened quietly as options were considered. After evaluating distance and danger, he firmly rejected the witch's forest and dismissed unsuitable proposals. The group's hesitation pushed him to reconsider their progress and current shortcomings. Past battles reminded him how unprepared they'd been against stronger monsters inside the labyrinth. Using that judgment, he concluded the fourth floor was their best path forward and decided accordingly. Around the fire, the group discussed which dungeon floor to challenge next as tension brewed. Despite their cheer, Bjorn noted the party lacked solid warriors and consistent offensive strength. He quietly judged their chances as slim if forced into prolonged, intense combat. A vote sealed their next destination, the fourth floor. Without delay, they packed up and marched back toward the labyrinth entrance. That evening, camp was set in familiar terrain under the quiet night sky. Bjorn checked the time, 9 p.m., the same as on previous days. It became clear Rottweiler had pre-calculated the camping schedule using precise travel estimates. When asked about the next phase, Rottweiler calmly laid out the route ahead, as others prepared to sleep. Rottweiler suddenly called out to Bjorn. His alert voice halted rest. Strange noises echoed from beyond the firelight. They braced themselves, unsure if it was a monster or something worse. Screams cut through the night, drawing everyone's attention toward the darkness. Bjorn quickly sensed it was a trap, not a cry for real help. Rottweiler confirmed the footprints matched the plunderers they had encountered earlier. Fear surged as a red-haired girl shouted about the enemy's rapid approach. Spotting the firelight and confusion, Bjorn saw a perfect moment to act. After steadying himself, he rushed forward, howling to sell the illusion of panic. A black-clad man yelled threats, warning them not to take another step. Desperation painted his face as he pleaded for help, citing fallen comrades and danger. Even with monsters behind them, he insisted they drop their weapons immediately. None of the orcs advanced. Instead, they watched silently from the rear. Their inaction puzzled Bjorn, who guessed they were letting humans settle the standoff first. Offering one final ultimatum, he demanded surrender, or immediate withdrawal. Weapons were surrendered reluctantly, collected efficiently under Rottweiler's watch. Surprisingly, the orcs began retreating as if signaling allegiance. A woman in purple stepped forward and introduced herself as Elisa, expressing gratitude. Introductions followed, with Elisa's group offering names one after another. Amusement flickered in Bjorn's eyes as Murad clearly fell for her charms. Recognition struck when one man said, "Hans," a name tied to past betrayal. Hans brushed off the coincidence, casually mentioning the other Hans had already died. Elisa, visibly moved, credited divine intervention for saving their group from destruction. Asked about her role, she confidently introduced herself as a priestess of the goddess of light. Skepticism lingered in Bjorn's mind, certain she was just another liar. Despite doubts, she responded calmly. When someone requested healing for a wound, a radiant spell took form in her hands, revealing genuine divine power. Gasps spread among the group, realizing she wasn't faking after all. Even so, Bjorn firmly declined their request to return the confiscated weapons. His response made it clear, barbarian values didn't align with human religious customs. He demanded compensation, invoking the custom of rewarding life-saving aid. Though Elisa offered money, Bjorn suggested valuable items would also suffice. Acknowledging the situation, one member agreed that armor was a small price for survival. Bjorn accepted the trade and declared the matter settled. Another asked if rest was now possible, and Bjorn gave the go. Ahead through it all, he realized rules of survival stayed the same, regardless of the world. Elisa offered healing. Unaware of the ambush already targeting her from the shadows, a sudden strike hit her directly, sending her crashing into the ground violently. Bjorn reacted instantly, smashing the attacker and shielding the group from further surprise assaults. The group panicked, shouting in confusion as Bjorn stood over the fallen enemy. He explained his uncontrollable rage, fueled by lingering frustration toward the manipulative newcomers. Their expressions shifted from shock to dread, sensing something far worse approaching. Without warning, dark energy erupted, pulling one of the men into the air. A cursed entity manifested, drawn by the hostility, now radiating from Bjorn. Its voice echoed in his mind, identifying him as a true enemy to erase. Eerie laughter pierces the silence as a corrupted presence reanimates within thick, swirling darkness. From the ground, the priest's twisted corpse surges upright, dripping with malevolent energy. Alarmed by the resurrection, Bjorn steadies himself, while nearby adventurers freeze in stunned disbelief. A violent burst of red energy erupts, signaling the priest's full revival through forbidden magic. Without waiting, Bjorn lunges at the body, drawing confusion from his shocked allies. Rather than retreat, he defends his actions. Preemptive strikes are the only way to survive. The priest once executed had formed a pact with Karui to defy natural death. Through sacrifices and rituals, he absorbed souls to fuel his monstrous return. Feared for orchestrating mass slaughters, he became an infamous figure within cultist ranks. Keeping the pact demanded ongoing sacrifices, turning countless innocents into offerings. Upon defeat, his essence released minions to continue the carnage. Frustrated by interference, his spirit lashes out over the loss of summoned creatures. Recognizing the pattern, Bjorn concludes the soul link must be severed. He ignores the priest's threats and prepares a decisive strike. Behind him, comrades rally, bracing for one final confrontation. Dark energy surges as undead creatures awaken, faces twisted in fury and hunger. Responding to their master's command, the horde lunges toward the outnumbered party. Dodging swiftly, Misha and Bjorn brace for the enemy's relentless charge. A powerful skill bursts from Misha's hands, aiming to break the advancing line. East magic flies as Riolo launches his spell with practiced precision. Unfortunately, the undead remain unaffected, their resistance rendering cold-based attacks useless. Realizing the danger, a retreating ally hurls a fireball behind him. Flames erupt across the field, and the creatures scream as they're engulfed. Bjorn notes the effect fire clearly weakens these undead enemies. A priestess counters by drawing all surrounding flames into a blazing sphere. Bjorn's expression tightens. Fire once effective, is now being absorbed. Without delay, he redirects the team's focus toward eliminating the spellcasters. While Bjorn holds the front, the others charge toward the vulnerable targets. At that moment, the priestess summons a dark beast known as Shadow Garnal. As it emerges from the ground, Bjorn yells a warning to stay alert. With a shriek, the priestess unleashes her minions, demanding their enemies' heads be taken. The team braces as black tendrils surge forward, forcing Misha to dodge instinctively. At a distance, Riolo retaliates with a flash of magic, while the priestess cackles with delight. A sinister aura coils around Misha, its unnatural weight revealing she's been cursed. From the shadows, dark beasts emerge, their presence pressing in from every direction, charging into the chaos. Hikarad explains he was ordered by Bjorn to stay beside her. Alone and bloodied, Bjorn fights at the front, distracting the enemy commander. His allies remain locked in skirmishes, unable to lend support. Infuriated, the priestess berates her servants for failing to shield her. While the others hold the line, she begins casting an escape spell beneath swirling energy. A vow of revenge escapes her lips just before she vanishes. Bjorn clenches his teeth, frustrated by their inability to stop her retreat. From atop the battlefield, the priestess disappears into the void spiral. Staring upward, Bjorn accepts the bitter taste of an unfinished battle. Moments later, system messages confirm victory, though the threat remains unresolved. Bjorn requests curse removal, hoping the mage has the ability to reverse the lingering effects. The mage clarifies his limits, explaining that using curses differs from cleansing them. Realizing the situation worsens, Bjorn becomes frustrated as the curse-bound vines tighten around him. Curses begin to overwhelm Bjorn as he pushes his battered body forward through the deadly forest. Ignoring his companion's concern, he insists on pressing ahead, trusting his endurance over rest. The air turns sinister as monstrous entities emerge, drawn by the spreading curse around him. A distant priestess casts a grim sentence, binding him with the stamina rejection curse. Each step becomes a battle. His stamina drains faster than it regenerates. Knowing that stopping means instant death, he forces his muscles to keep moving. With blood on his armor, Bjorn spots a twisted mist-covered terrain ahead. Dark birds circle ominously, as the forest shifts into something far more unnatural. He realizes with dread, it's the Witch's Forest, a place steeped in legend and danger. Earlier that night, the group had discussed their stalker, a high-level Karui priest. Bjorn warned that confronting such an opponent head-on would mean certain annihilation. Only a surprise attack gave them a chance to avoid immediate casualties. Misha beams with admiration, praising Bjorn's fearless actions during the skirmish. She recalls how he smashed an enemy's head before it could strike. Despite their efforts, the enemy priestess vanished, leaving no trace to pursue. Wary of a surprise strike, Bjorn predicts their enemies might flank them during the monster clash. To counter this threat, he proposes heading straight into the Witch's Forest without delay. Their formation tightens as the group silently accepts the risky but necessary course of action. Inside the forest, dense fog and warped terrain reveal its reputation wasn't exaggerated. Although packed with monsters, the area cancels most harmful status effects upon entry. Relief washes over them as the curses suddenly lift, lightening their bodies and minds. Impressed, Rottmiller realizes Bjorn had memorized every detail from books alone. Laughter erupts as even Misha mocks his barbarian intellect with admiration. Their mood snaps as a wave of malicious voices suddenly floods the forest. Screams of die echo endlessly, warping the air with violent hallucinations. While Misha falters, Bjorn remains still, enduring the psychic barrage without panic. Others manage to cope, but Dwayke vomits, overwhelmed by the forest's pressure. Unsettled by visual distortions, Bjorn suspects lingering magical interference. Despite the haze, Rottmiller confirms his magic remains operational. Recognizing their fatigue, Bjorn orders the group to rest before advancing further. Taking charge, Bjorn volunteers for guard duty while urging the others to get some rest. Fatigue creeps in as he slouches, whispering to himself that death feels imminent. Noticing his state, a teammate brings up an earlier incident involving a mysterious woman. At the Adventurers Guild, she had persistently questioned him during a recruitment visit. Only now does it click. She might have infiltrated the dungeon under false pretenses. A rare item she wore, the Guardian's wrist guard, confirms her deeper involvement. Bjorn fumes, silently, annoyed by how their situation keeps spiraling out of control. Even his allies begin connecting clues about her disguised appearance. Apparently, her ragged clothing had thrown off everyone's suspicion. The dwarf is teased for failing to recognize her face due to distractions. Embarrassed, he shifts the blame to the noisy bar environment. Meanwhile, the enemy woman quietly observes them, already one step ahead. Suddenly, Bjorn is jolted awake by his concerned teammates. Without hesitation, they report an unusual sight in the forest. Shining softly in the dark, a swarm of fairies hovers harmless in game but unpredictable here. Bjorn suspects the fairies' strange gathering signals the approach of something far more dangerous. Confidence returns as Dwayke stands ready, his condition visibly improved. With a sharp nod, Bjorn initiates the spell sequence to force their enemy into the open. Lightning erupts, disrupting the forest's stillness, and revealing an unexpected response. A loud screech follows as a monstrous figure barrels forward with violent momentum. Trees splinter under its charge, scattering the group into defensive positions. The creature's body glows with spores, confirming its link to corrupted fairy magic. Roaring, it lunges swift and heavy, sending allies scrambling. Bjorn braces, instantly realizing this beast requires more than brute force to stop. Analyzing its pattern, the team prepares a multi-layered trap. Their timing aligns as each member unleashes coordinated magical attacks. A brilliant explosion halts the enemy's advance, stunning it mid-strike. Brief quiet follows the battle, but tension lingers. From the shadows, several unknown figures emerge, observing the aftermath. One woman steps forward, screaming in rage. They were the ones who killed her comrades. Chaos erupts as armored knights yell for Lady Elisa to withdraw from the front line immediately. Faced with an overwhelming enemy, the group quickly realizes they can't win through brute force. Without hesitation, Hikarad pulls out a powerful relic, their only hope for survival. A brilliant surge of light explodes outward, forming a barrier and nullifying all negative effects. Enemies stumble back as Hikarad's body surges with power, giving his allies a window to flee. One figure runs in the opposite direction, raising confusion as danger still looms nearby. Suspicions grow the enemy might be coordinating a pincer attack using bait and timing. From the shadows, a grinning predator prepares to strike them both in a single ambush. Once the relic's effect ends, the group races off as hostile pressure begins to rebuild. Bjorn leads swiftly, alert to enemy movement while guiding the team with confidence. Thanks to past experience, he maneuvers the labyrinth's twists up to the 3rd floor. True navigation skill, however, will be tested deeper within the witch's territory. His heightened sense of smell picks up magical traces no one else can detect. Even through deceptive terrain, he isolates the path to the 4th floor. With an enemy scout closing in fast, he increases speed to maintain their lead. Everything now depends on who can reach the portal to the 4th floor before the others. Fatigue begins to show, especially in Misha's unsteady steps and increasingly labored breathing. Suddenly, she trips and crashes to the ground, screaming in pain from the impact. Despite claiming she is fine, her trembling hands betray the truth. Her ankle injury is no simple cramp, it's a clear sprain from the fall. Bjorn instructs her to stay still, realizing they're momentarily separated from the rest. Both pause, unsure when exactly the others went missing in the forest maze, while Misha urges them to chase ahead. Bjorn advises caution instead. He trusts their scout, Rottmiller, will notice their absence and find them. Navigating the witch's forest without guidance is a serious risk. Loud screams suddenly echo through the trees, drawing their attention. It's the dwarf's voice, panicked, nearby, and in clear danger. Bjorn decides quickly, instructing Misha to follow him without hesitation. Though tempted by loot and supplies, he prioritizes escape. Misha, despite her injury, forces herself to keep moving. Bjorn urges Misha to stay calm, stressing the need to confront their current reality. She panics, blaming herself, but Bjorn's voice cuts through survival, depends on obeying orders. He commands her to drink a potion and walk on her own, shifting focus to now. After some distance, Bjorn announces a brief rest to regain strength. Misha, still shaken, recalls the difficulty of drinking a potion while riding his back. Although her injury hasn't fully healed, she confirms she can walk and fight again for now. Their situation remains critical, especially with only a melee fighter and tank in the party. Because field monsters can't be harmed without elemental skills, they're nearly defenseless. Bjorn quietly decides it's time to act and commits to a choice. Out of nowhere, Bjorn asks Misha if she's ever been married. Caught off guard, she replies, no, confused by the sudden topic. He follows up with a question about her beliefs regarding modesty and nudity. Before she can answer, he reaches for his belt, alarming her. She panics, misinterpreting his intentions, until he extends a small ring in his hand. Bjorn offers it with a vow: if she accepts, she'll stay with him forever. Misha is shocked by the proposal. Unable to process Bjorn's sudden and bold request, Bjorn pledges loyalty through the ring, asking her to do the same in return. Her expression softens as she acknowledges the sincerity but hesitates, unable to offer the same answer. Misha politely declines, explaining she never viewed Bjorn that way despite their time together. He listens, confused by her explanation, trying to understand what she means. She blurts out her strange preference for lean men with mouse-like scent, startling him completely. Frustrated, Misha yells that he holds no appeal as a man and calls him a barbarian. Bjorn quickly clarifies his intention: the ring was meant as a companion pact. Relieved, Misha laughs, accepting the idea once it's clear there's no romantic pressure. With an agreement reached, Bjorn explains the ring's cost and magical value. Its high price shocks Misha, but he assures her it's worth the long-term benefit. Determined, Bjorn prepares to use the ring's power to awaken Misha's potential. Labeled number 9425. The Frost Spirit Ring was obtained through a betrayal at Artemian School. At first, its appearance suggests it is nothing more than a useless trinket. Only upon destruction does its concealed function activate, releasing a strange magical pulse. Under specific conditions, a beastman, without a soul, contract its hidden effect finally manifests. The game reacts with a sudden event, summoning something ancient and powerful. From deep slumber, the massive ice beast Scadia emerges in a brilliant flash of light. Without hesitation, Misha accepts the creature's unexpected offer. A spiral of icy energy engulfs her as the contract ritual begins. She rises, overwhelmed by the magical surge as the pact alters her body and aura. The contract is completed, leaving those nearby stunned by the transformation. Bjorn, caught off guard, questions how such a powerful bond formed so easily. Misha, puzzled, wonders why even her father never mentioned this phenomenon. A companion suggests her father may have been unaware of the ring's true nature. Suddenly noticing her exposed state, Misha panics in embarrassment. Clothing prepared by Bjorn awaits her, along with news. Her item level has surged by 356. With a flustered tone, Misha demands an explanation for why she woke up naked. Bjorn calmly states her equipment was destroyed, an expected result of the soul binding ritual. He awkwardly brings up marriage, explaining concern for how a spouse might have reacted. That reasoning frustrates Misha, who scolds him for not warning her beforehand. Changing the subject, Bjorn asks if she has anything to say in return. Blushing, she mutters her thanks, struggling to express genuine gratitude without embarrassment. A distant look replaces her frustration as painful memories rise to the surface. She admits to once attempting to take her own life. Her voice steady but soft rescue came from her father, who found her just in time, rather than comfort. His first words were harsh, telling her to die in the labyrinth. His pride meant more than her pain, and it cut deeply. She entered the labyrinth, not to die, but to escape his shadow. Freedom from her family's expectations became her real pursuit. She believed that earning success without a soul number might win her father's respect. Now after all this, she realizes that his recognition may no longer matter. With a deep bow, Misha sincerely thanks Bjorn for standing by her side. She promises to remember his kindness and repay it until her final breath. Hearing her words, Bjorn realizes she's made a formal vow before the guardian spirit. There are 3 recognized soul contract types for Beastman, Summon, Enhancement, and Utility. Most who form contracts typically gain only one of these distinct abilities. Misha's transformation with Scadia, however, granted her the rare and powerful enhancement type. She strikes swiftly, overwhelming the enemy with newfound ice energy. One blow defeats a wraith, confirming she can harm even ethereal beings. Now despite the success, something about landing hits on spirits feels unsettling. Soul numbers and barbarian engravings both grow over time with experience. Though difficult, merging elemental traits with weapons becomes possible through mastery. Before they adapt further, Misha warns of incoming threats approaching fast. Both warriors break into a sprint as more wraiths surround them. While escaping, Bjorn notices ominous signs of a greater enemy's presence. Their pace quickens, reinforcements arrive, and battle is unavoidable. Bjorn reflects on their encounter with a high-grade monster and its unexpected consequences. Destroying the Frost Spirit Ring had activated a powerful sealed curse. As a result, the acidic blood from the beast corroded and weakened their gear. While hiding, they assess their progress, but realize elemental essence is still lacking. Bjorn estimates they've explored roughly 30% of the witch's forest. Time continues to pass, increasing the effects of the area's mana-induced debilitation. To avoid separation, Bjorn ties a rope between them as a safety measure. He acknowledges the danger of remaining too long under the forest's abnormal mana field. With urgency rising, they move forward, aware that stopping could mean death. A forbidden spell, Nation's Eye, activates as Bjorn's iris glows with piercing violet energy. Its effect is immediate. Monsters hidden behind illusionary veils are stripped of their disguise. Enemies begin to stir, their presence exposed, while Bjorn's team prepares for inevitable confrontation. Combat erupts across the cavern as the group battles multiple monsters in separate skirmishes. Time drags with each encounter. Misha's breathing grows heavier, her pace unsteady. Unable to rest, they advance deeper, hoping to avoid further conflict by staying alert. Signs of exhaustion overwhelm Misha, not due to wounds, but complete physical depletion. Bjorn watches closely, calculating whether she can endure the remainder of the descent. With danger increasing, he silently prepares for the worst should she collapse. Though she tries to speak, her trembling hands betray her fatigue. Bjorn lifts her without waiting, forcing her to rely on him. Gratitude replaces resistance as she whispers a quiet thank you. An ambush cuts short the pause. Violent cries echo through the passage. Bjorn confronts the attackers, eyes narrowing as dark energy builds around them. Emerging from the shadows, a sinister woman smiles, revealing herself as the true threat. Without warning, a seductive figure resembling Bjorn's ex-girlfriend appears, speaking as if she knows everything. He recognizes her instantly, yet she stands too vivid, too real to be a fading memory. While Misha rests on his back, he remains guarded, unsure whether this is illusion or trap. Every move she makes mirrors the woman he once knew, replicating her tone and behavior. Taunting words sting deeper than expected, poking at old emotional wounds still left unhealed. Rather than argue, Bjorn reflects on the past, silently questioning who truly withheld the truth. The illusion leans closer, her expression shifting between affection and control. Changes in her outfit reveal inconsistencies, yet her voice remains perfectly familiar. Disgust rises within him as he realizes his instinctive reaction was clouded by desire. She reaches out, insisting he abandon Misha and return to her side. His limbs hesitate, muscles tight. While her embrace grows firmer, everything blurs, until sensation confirms she's no harmless memory. A sharp shout breaks through, jolting his senses back to reality. Blinding light tears the illusion apart, sending her crashing to the ground. Bjorn exhales slowly, staring down at the shattered lie that nearly consumed him. Misha arrives just in time, declaring the Dryad defeated and the illusion broken. Confusion grips Bjorn as he realizes the woman he saw was never real. The truth hits hard: he'd fallen victim to a rare monster's powerful enchantment technique. Such clarity explains the hallucination's intensity. It wasn't atmosphere, but targeted mental interference. Grateful but composed, Bjorn thanks Misha, recognizing how close he came to disaster. Before long, unfamiliar figures emerge, a group of explorers crossing their path unexpectedly. Friendly introductions follow, yet their sudden appearance raises silent concerns. Despite the smiles, Bjorn keeps his distance, recalling how few parties roam this forest. He answers their question plainly but instructs Misha to stay alert. One woman insists they mean no harm, referencing children as proof of innocence. Unmoved, Bjorn declines any offer of help, his instincts sensing danger. To him, desperation born from family obligations can lead to unpredictable choices. Instead of reacting, he analyzes their behavior, choosing caution over friendliness. These strangers might hide their true goals. Rushing trust would be a mistake. He introduces himself with care, probing for intentions beneath their polished words. Bjorn introduces himself cautiously, but suspicion builds when the stranger doesn't recognize the common warrior name. The team composition sounds too perfect, raising doubts about their true intentions as smiles widen unnaturally. A chilling realization strikes: something feels off. Bjorn's instincts flare with alarm. This group is a threat. A hostile aura surrounds the nearby group, prompting immediate suspicion from Bjorn and Misha. Without hesitation, Misha agrees to Bjorn's unspoken plan, trusting his intuition completely. Rather than risk involvement, Bjorn decides to withdraw. Sensing the situation is far from ordinary, tension spikes as the opposing group's expressions darken, revealing their predatory intent. Turning away, Bjorn firmly states they'll offer no assistance and urges Misha to move. A sudden ambush erupts. The attack confirms they were right to be cautious. One attacker reveals their motive: lust for the rare equipment Bjorn carries. Claims of camaraderie vanish, as greed drives them to seize his belongings. The expandable backpack, absurdly valuable, becomes their primary objective. Though one man hesitates, another steps forward, justifying theft through desperation. Escape seems impossible. Scouts are already stationed to block every route. Cornered, Bjorn realizes they must stall rather than flee. He signals Misha to delay them, buying precious seconds, offering gear and gold. Bjorn attempts to bargain for survival. To his surprise, Misha claims royal blood, leaving Bjorn momentarily stunned. Unable to agree on a plan, the hostile adventurers impulsively choose violence over strategy. They dash forward, eyes locked on Bjorn and Misha, each hoping to strike first. Out of the darkness, Carnivaro appears, disrupting everything with a chilling declaration of death. Recognition of the monster's name sends panic through the attackers, breaking their momentum. Bjorn, staying composed, commands Misha to cling tightly as escape becomes the top priority. She responds immediately, while behind them, Carnivaro begins his relentless pursuit. Confusion and fear spread among the enemies, who can't grasp why the creature is loose. The beast charges, trampling logic and hesitation beneath its fury. As planned, Bjorn leads their sprint straight through the magic minefield. Each step across the explosive traps serves only to widen the distance from their foes. Bjorn charges without pause, confident in the strategy they prepared. He never intended to avoid the mines, only to weaponize them. Carnivaro roars and summons reinforcements, intensifying the chaos behind the fleeing pair. Twisting shadows take shape, tearing into the confused adventurers. Cries of pain echo as the ambushers become victims of their own reckless greed. Frustration boils over as an attacker curses the situation, blaming the mines for their failure. Caught off guard, several are flung aside by the relentless blast radius. A monstrous beast charges forward, mauling Bjorn before he can respond. Carnivaro triggers a deadly skill. His body detonates in a gruesome flesh explosion. Shocked and bloodied, Bjorn stumbles, realizing he's gravely injured. With his foot destroyed, escape becomes impossible without drastic action. Misha receives new orders: handle the obstacles and redirect focus to Carnivaro. Without hesitation, she springs into action, blades spinning through the shadows. Her assault lands cleanly, and her eyes lock on the remaining threats. The battlefield quiets as surviving foes plead desperately for healing. Misha watches coldly, unmoved by their last-minute cries. Beside Bjorn, she worries aloud about whether healing will be enough. To her surprise, his foot begins regenerating instantly. Startled, she watches as tissue and bone reform before her eyes. Thanks to a unique racial trait and rare potion, Bjorn recovers beyond normal limits. Misha stares at Bjorn in disbelief, wondering how he suppresses pain so effortlessly. He calmly attributes it to the barbarian's mental fortitude and resilience. Even when others screamed, Bjorn remained composed, his pain tolerance far beyond normal limits. They prepare to leave quickly, concerned that Carnivaro might return any moment. As they walk, Misha questions how Bjorn sensed the danger earlier. He explains it was the name Hans that triggered suspicion, and Misha is left puzzled. Bjorn reflects that appearances can be misleading. Even the kindest face may hide cruelty. Had they met elsewhere or under better conditions, that woman might have been seen differently. Instead, she was the first to initiate violence, showing her true colors. Misha comments that surviving the labyrinth demands hard choices and constant awareness. Bjorn agrees money might be the only real protection in this brutal world. Before long, the system announces they've successfully exited the witch's forest sector. A soft light glows ahead as Misha joyfully calls out to Bjorn. At last, they find the resting spot peaceful and untouched. With a hopeful breath, Bjorn enters the witch's hut, praying for a moment of calm. A secluded cabin appeared deep in the witch's forest, emerging randomly for a limited duration. During its 8-hour existence, the space nullified all field effects and blocked hostile monster encounters. Thanks to Misha's tracking, they located the second cabin faster, with 53 hours still remaining. Once entered, the door sealed shut, marking the beginning of their brief sanctuary. Misha greeted the calm with cheer, but Bjorn tensed, sensing something wasn't right. Observing faint traces and irregular sound, he concluded someone else was already inside. A familiar man, previously seen with Elisa, lay collapsed and barely conscious among the foliage. Before others could react, Bjorn launched an attack, aiming to eliminate any lurking threats. The strike landed, yet the man remained conscious, raising doubts about its effectiveness. Inside, restrained survivors stirred, injured but not fatally. Bleeding from the head, one prisoner groaned, visibly shaken, yet still breathing. Without warning, he screamed awake and locked eyes with Bjorn in fear. Panicked, the captive insisted they'd been manipulated by an unknown woman. He explained they ambushed a scout to delay escape, causing only a minor injury. Suddenly, the wound emitted an intense light, pulsing with strange, unexplained energy. Upon reaching their scout, the man found him trembling, pierced by a strange, glowing spear. Uncertainty grew as he realized the opposing group had vanished without a trace. Unable to follow, they roamed the forest aimlessly, lacking direction after the ambush. Days later, an eerie encounter with Elisa signaled something far more sinister. One of their allies dropped instantly, his life force drained in moments. Only then did her fanatical devotion to a dark cult become clear. Inside the cabin, the prisoner claimed innocence, blaming everything on manipulation. Desperate to survive, he begged for mercy and offered compensation. No immediate reply came. Bjorn simply listened, expression unreadable. Conflicting thoughts surged: survival instinct versus distant Earth-born values. One part of him clung to fairness, the other questioned its relevance here. Weighing morality against necessity, he struggled to reach a decision. When asked, Misha voiced clear distrust toward those who once sought their lives. To her, mercy had no place after betrayal, regardless of motive. With doubt erased, Bjorn embraced the harsh logic of the world he now called home. Without pause, Bjorn delivered his final warning. The weight of judgment already decided. Cries of innocence rang out, but no mercy followed the plea. The execution was swift, earning him a hidden achievement and marking a bloody turning point. The name Bjorn Yandel became more than a role, it was now his truth. Survival demanded more than strength. He had to fully embrace the barbarian's mindset. When Misha showed concern, he dismissed it, instructing her to prepare for departure. Quietly, he dragged the bodies toward the hearth, fulfilling an unspoken ritual. Fire consumed the corpses, accepted by the system as a sacrificial offering. Staring into the flames, Bjorn recognized familiar mechanics from the game he once played. Though exhausted, full rest was a luxury they couldn't afford yet. He lay down, choosing the comfort of the bed while Misha lingered nearby. The mattress offered warmth, and for now, silence replaced guilt. As modern ideals faded, primal instincts took hold with startling clarity. Images of his former life flickered brief, distant, and oddly empty. Here in this brutal world, he finally began to feel alive. A sudden jolt pulled Bjorn from sleep, his heart racing from a fading vision. He sat up quickly, sweat beading as he struggled to separate dream from reality. To his surprise, Misha lay beside him, peacefully asleep and unaware of the shift. Stretching his fingers, he studied the strength embedded in his unfamiliar body. No longer just a player, he accepted that facing monsters now meant real survival. Noticing Misha had moved during the night, he silently questioned her discomfort. Attempts to wake her gently failed, so he resorted to shaking her awake. She sprang up with a yelp, momentarily confused before returning to her senses. The cabin's time was nearly over. They needed to act fast. Departure was imminent, but their exit was interrupted by an unexpected system prompt. Dark mist crept into view, followed by an eerie, rising tension. From the depths, a towering figure appeared, halting them in their tracks. Not just another foe, this presence radiated raw, suffocating power. Messages confirmed the truth. The ritual had summoned something catastrophic. The Lord of Chaos stood revealed. A layer lord had entered the field. Shock spreads across Misha's face as she realizes the Tier Lord's appearance wasn't random. The corpses they burned had unknowingly fulfilled a summoning condition. Although confident the last ritual was long forgotten, someone had already prepared the site. Misha panics, blaming Bjorn for the disaster. Keeping the incident secret becomes their priority. Misha warns that any leak could bring serious consequences. Bjorn quickly regains composure, deciding to leave the forest now that the abnormality is lifted. Rather than lingering, they head straight for the orc settlement, hoping to find stability. The Zark clan emerges as a powerful group active above the 6th floor. Joining them could increase their odds of survival, even if the clan isn't entirely elite. Amid the crowd, Misha feels overwhelmed, while Bjorn silently scans the gathering for direction. Rumors swirl. Fear takes root among adventurers hearing whispers of the Tier Lord. Some direct their anger toward Bjorn, demanding answers and pointing fingers. A calming ritual from a priestess softens the mood, restoring order to the tense crowd. Leaders announce the dungeon's closure and pledge to escort survivors out safely. Strict warnings follow. Disobedience will be punished without hesitation. Bjorn observes the speech, noting its effectiveness. Even restless adventurers begin to settle down. A holy light spreads outward as the priest activates evil banishing, forming a sanctuary against monsters. While resting under the fading sky, Bjorn and Misha take a moment to recover. Peace won't last long. Bjorn knows the next complication is just around the corner. Curious, Bjorn asks if Misha has sharp hearing, only to receive a comment about her ear's appearance. He clarifies his question, and Misha confidently confirms her ability to catch faint sounds. Whispers from nearby adventurers reveal relief that a 6th-floor clan stepped in just in time. Admiration for the clan's swift action spreads among the crowd. From Bjorn's perspective, their presence drastically shifted the power balance. Suddenly, Misha reacts playfully, catching Bjorn off guard with an unexpected gesture. Without warning, she declares something is about to unfold. Glancing around, Bjorn notices the sheer number of adventurers tightly packed together. Estimations suggest over 500 people, far beyond what the clan can manage alone. An elder figure calls for attention, emphasizing the sanctuary's role as the only safe space. He announces a steep price, 1 million stones per person, due immediately. Bjorn instantly recognizes the strategy equipment, seizure disguised as a donation demand. Claiming it is a divine offering, the priest demands 1 million stones as a mandatory protection fee. Some adventurers cheerfully comply, convinced the sanctuary justifies the cost. Bjorn, however, sees through the tactic. It's a calculated method to seize equipment and control the crowd. After assessing the situation, he instructs Misha to carry only surplus gear. Thanks to spare loot, they manage to conceal their real equipment beneath decoys. Even so, Bjorn wonders if they're expected to starve next time, just to survive another day. Grumbling spreads among adventurers, who view the demand as excessive and predatory. As tensions rise, a few begin fleeing to avoid payment altogether. Bjorn stays watchful, curious how the clan will respond to the growing unrest. Returning from eavesdropping, Misha shares whispers that the Tier Lord might still appear. A chill settles in as Bjorn realizes the defenders can't secure this many people. If the boss shows up, they'll face devastation with no proper way out. Dark clouds unleash an unnatural rain, marking the tier lord's aura skill. System alerts confirm worsening conditions. Player stats begin degrading, now unarmed and cornered. The crowd panics as the monstrous entity emerges from the shadows. As the tier lord Ryakis appears, panic spreads. The commander urgently calls for all battle preparations. Support scrolls activate across the battlefield, enhancing stats and defenses in anticipation of combat. Wone leader channels divine power from a Sunday Lord relic, casting radiant light to boost morale and strength. Bjorn silently notes their strategy, using rare relics and scrolls to hold off the boss. He suspects this show of force is also a performance to justify the earlier confiscations. The frontline braces for combat, roaring in defiance as the clash against Ryakis begins. The demon's arrival shattered any illusion of safety. Its presence answered what a real raid felt like. Engulfed in flames, countless warriors surged forward, weapons raised, as chaos gripped the battlefield. With one swift motion, the beast launched a deadly blow, forcing all nearby to scatter in panic. Frontliners focused on evasion rather than defense. Despite injuries, battered soldiers cycled back into combat, unwilling to abandon the collapsing formation. Yet hesitation crept in. One man froze over a fallen ally, momentarily breaking the chain of command. A single stomp crushed a warrior instantly. Nearby mages succumbed soon after to unrelenting pressure. While some questioned the strategy, leadership insisted progress continued cautiously through the designated path. Holding the line with grit, warriors engaged while magic rained down to keep the demon restrained. Unfazed, the monster roared forward, stronger than any version the players had previously imagined. Commanders issued urgent orders, targeting the demon's spear to cripple its offensive range. Everyone present understood this wasn't just a raid, it was survival with no second chance. Time read 22:37 as Bjorn, tense and focused, stood among the formation with Misha nearby. Though their numbers looked sufficient, internal doubts grew with each fallen comrade. The real danger loomed behind the lines. Explorers, shaken by death. Each surge from Rakas triggered deaths among unequipped explorers who relied solely on paid protection. While panic spread, Bjorn quietly observed the situation, weighing his choices as others hesitated. Nearby, pressure mounted. Some urged action, but few possessed the means to contribute. Meaningfully scattered armor and corpses marked the aftermath of those who failed to retreat in time. Bjorn decided swiftly, and ordered Misha to follow. Delay would only ensure death. Across the crowd, chaos erupted as survivors fought over stolen gear and broken promises. Misha kept pace as Bjorn navigated through the collapsing rear lines. Shrieking spirits blocked their path, manifestations of pure chaos born from the dungeon's depths. Rather than turn back, they pressed forward into uncertain territory, dashing between flames. The pair evaded pursuit while scanning for an escape route. Demons swarmed from all sides, pushing them dangerously close to the outer edge. Bjorn abruptly stopped. Something unnatural was rising nearby. It became clear the enemy had absorbed every dark orb beside him. Misha trembled, overwhelmed by the mounting dread. Before them, the beast-transformed gap of malice had fully awakened, a lethal zone. Wide skill unleashed an unavoidable pull, drawing everyone toward the anomaly's center. Regardless of position, players were forcibly dragged as the death radius expanded outward. Only about 200 survivors remained, their numbers thinned by confusion and chaos. Within that count, the once dominant Drazen clan had already dropped to 20 members. In just 3 hours, the losses spoke volumes about what happened between the official counts. Disputes ignited, blame flew between explorers and elite clans. Furious outbursts erupted from outsiders, accusing the elites of theft and betrayal. Some pleaded to be let in, others demanded justice with clenched fists. The Drazen forces stood firm, promising death to any who dared approach. A voice emerged from the crowd, calmly stating he understood what was happening. He revealed a possible escape 5 kilometers out, if they moved quickly and together. Crowds began to mobilize, stirred by the only hope offered. Bjorn chose to move, unwilling to die, standing still. But a sudden order halted him. A figure blocked his path. It was a familiar face, and their reunion came at the worst possible time. With a mocking grin, the red-haired warrior brought up the orc hero's essence. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. He hadn't expected that detail to be known. Bjorn stayed calm, hiding his thoughts as the first gamble turned out successful. Migraine surveyed the group. Most were healers and support types, not suited for the front lines. Among them, only 2 true melee fighters remained, far too few for what lay ahead. The earlier riot had left the formation crippled, vulnerable, and exposed. Pressed by urgency, the vice captain struggled to form a viable plan. Their chances looked grim without more strength, Any escape attempt would likely fail. One reliable fighter could shift the outcome, but none stepped forward. Aya's sudden outburst broke the tension. Someone volunteered to clear the path. Questions about his identity surfaced, but Migraine focused on what mattered. The man boldly declared he carried the Orc hero's essence. With it, he claimed access to the rare ability Survival Instinct. That skill heightened one's odds in deadly scenarios, pointing toward the safest course. For once, hope flickered. This light might just lead them out alive. The Vice Captain realized the armored man might be the only way forward through the crisis. Bjorn remained composed, preparing his next move while considering the weight of his declaration. With confidence, he revealed his name: Bjorn, son of Yondel, and confirmed the second gamble had succeeded. Irat's Migraine, the dwarf clan's vice chief, steps forward and questions Bjorn's knowledge of the Orc hero's fall. Without replying, Bjorn's silence confirms the guess, unsettling the group. Migraine reveals their true objective wasn't Orc control, it was something far more dangerous. At the center of the Orc territory stood a 5th-grade monster, the Orc hero. Challenged to prove his worth, Bjorn responds by identifying himself as a barbarian marked with the immortal engraving. He further discloses his hybrid form, a corpse golem, possessing high pain tolerance. Migraine reacts with interest, impressed by Bjorn's ability to fight while consuming potions. His skills may not seem special, but they surpass those of the clan's remaining warriors. With a confident grin, Migraine agrees to back him fully. A subordinate objects, worried about wasted resources. However, Migraine argues that a single superior essence outweighs minor losses. He orders Karlstein to deliver the essence, marking Bjorn's initiation. In the field, 3 monstrous Orc champions await, each posing a deadly threat. Their power requires coordinated raid parties to defeat. Each drops a distinct colored essence, trophies of immense value. Bjorn receives the green essence, a rare drop tied to brutal strength and durability. With a firm grip, he absorbs it, sensing energy coursing through his body. The essence boosts every stat: strength, agility, fighting spirit, reshaping his physical potential. Power surges through him, causing his heart to race with unnatural force. He quickly prepares, removing his armor to begin full activation. Potions, scrolls, and elixirs are gathered support tools for the dangerous path ahead. A sequence of buffs begins. Scrolls for stamina, energy, defense, and magic pour in. Elixirs and spirits' tears increase his elemental resistance and pain tolerance. With Aaron Deplane's magic boost, his magic capacity skyrockets. Choosing Master of Blood, Bjorn prepares to absorb Karlstein's unique passive. A blood pact is made, fusing their essence through contact. His body responds instantly, activating the powerful Unholy One ability. Karlstein confirms the skill's absorption by noting Bjorn's red eyes. When max essence is present, the passive boosts all abilities by 1.5 times, unleashing giant growth. Bjorn's power surges, marking the start of battle. Bjorn activates giant growth, his muscles tearing through fabric as his body expands in power. Gasps spread through the room as his stature surges, shaking the ground beneath him. Now towering over the others, he radiates overwhelming strength, dubbed Barbarian Hero Mode. A few bystanders are stunned, and Iratz requests extra cloaks to preserve modesty. Bjorn adjusts his attire, calmly ready for what lies ahead. With 30 minutes remaining, Migraine asks if he can make it. Bjorn affirms without hesitation. Without delay, Bjorn charges forward, roaring the name of the enemy. Every stride thunders across the dungeon floor, dwarfing his allies' pace. Migraine urges the team not to fall behind as Bjorn leads the advance. The team, stripped of gear, had exchanged everything for temporary buffs. Using Unreasonable Rush, Bjorn enhances speed while magic pulses through him. Grinning with confidence, he dives headfirst into a horde of demonic creatures. Though smaller than the monstrous enemies, Bjorn stands undaunted. Activating Lariat's hatred, he cleaves into the enemy swarm. Despite pain resistance, the pressure is mounting, but he refuses to retreat. Bjorn endures as corruption spreads, empowered by the Shroud of Darkness. He warns his allies not to eliminate enemies too quickly, or more will swarm. Utilizing his giant growth and taunting presence, he draws monsters away from the group. Meanwhile, Talon charges recklessly and strikes, triggering unexpected reflective damage. Staggering back, he realizes the pain mirrors exactly what he dealt. Instead of retreating, he yells for the priest to heal him, but Bjorn scolds him harshly. Talon curses under his breath, frustrated by Bjorn's criticism. At the front, Bjorn's health dips below half, activating the hero's pain resistance boost. The Orc hero's passive skill surges Wrath of the Hero, pushing Bjorn's endurance beyond human limits. Bjorn commands the others to stay back as he takes the front alone. From behind, Iratz and Talon assess the rear threat, preparing accordingly. They both agree. The Vice Chief's judgment to hold the rear is a wise one. Talon, retreating, regrets his earlier arrogance and feels shame. Among the charging group, a priest gazes in awe at Bjorn's inhuman resolve. To them, he's just a barbarian warrior, yet no one can take their eyes off him. Bjorn surges forward, shouting as the power of hatred overtakes his wounded body. With every swing, his presence grows, forcing allies to reflect on their weakness. The vice chief acknowledges that such strength from a barbarian is rare and valuable. Observers wonder about Bjorn's identity, comparing him to legendary warriors. Despite the mystery, his strength leaves no room for doubt, as light surrounds him. The others rush to follow his name soon to be known. Power surged around Bjorn as he barreled down the collapsing corridor. His giant frame lit by glowing energy, with gritted teeth and sheer will, he pushed toward the faint light ahead. His momentum faltered as the transformation wavered. Bursting from the dungeon's mouth, Bjorn collapsed outside. The energy faded as his body shrank, barely escaping in time. Behind him, allies stumbled into the open, disbelief and relief etched on their faces. A crimson shockwave erupted as the dungeon imploded. Bjorn turned, eyes wide as raw energy consumed the entrance. A second explosion followed, thunderous and deadly, engulfing the horizon in searing light. Wiping sweat from his brow, Bjorn realized their survival had hinged on moments. The giantification had ended the instant they escaped. His comrade voiced, concerned the threat was far from over. A chilling system prompt confirmed it one among them would become prey. Bjorn's mind raced, logic pointed to either Misha or himself. Without warning, Misha dropped, her body stiff with paralysis. The system declared her the chosen target, helpless and prone. Fear overtook her expression as she struggled to move. From the darkness, ominous figures approached, cold, silent, and armed. Bjorn clenched his fists, fury rising. The second trial had begun. Fear filled Misha's eyes as the debuff locked her in place. The system declared her the prey. She could neither run nor resist, marked as the sole target of the creature known as Riakas. Paralyzed and alone, she stood under the shadow of death. Riakas would hunt her until she was no more. Bjorn watched, silently processing the cruel twist. The elder warrior offered protection for Misha and extended an invitation to join his clan. Their deal had ended. With parting words he turned, leaving behind the group and the weight of obligation. A spellcaster stepped forward, casting Wind's Blessing. His speed and soul recovery improved instantly, a vital edge for the path ahead. Grateful, Bjorn accepted the gift. They knew survival meant keeping enemies off their trail. AA system message warned 15 minutes remained. Time was running out. As the labyrinth trembled, Riakas awoke, red eyes glowing with fury. Bjorn broke into a sprint, heat and power rising behind him as the pursuit began. Misha, clinging to his back, sensed their danger. Her voice trembled, urging him to stop. She understood Riakas was only after her. Even her family had turned away. This was a fate she could no longer avoid. Misha's thoughts turned bitter. Even in her earliest memories, she'd been seen as a threat, isolated and unwelcomed. Her voice trembled as she told Bjorn to leave her behind. Carrying her meant death for both of them. But she smiled through it, thankful that she met him. He had already done more than enough. Bjorn's sharp reply interrupted her. He accused her of lying. She clearly didn't want to die. As the monsters closed in, he continued running, refusing to abandon her like the rest. He questioned whether her words came from fear of death or fear of being alone. Misha snapped back, frustrated. She didn't want pity or roundabout kindness. Bjorn demanded clarity. If she truly wanted to live, she should just say it. Those words struck her. Even a barbarian understood survival required honesty. Giving up wasn't fair to the one trying to save her. She promised to follow and support Bjorn if he saved her life. Grinning, she added a reward: she'd give him all the money from the expedition. Suddenly, the buff expired. Wind's Blessing had worn off. Rain began to fall. Their pursuers slowed, but the danger wasn't gone. With no time to spare, Bjorn activated Giantification again, ready to break through the chaos. Bjorn activated Giantification, his entire body glowing with power. Every stat surged as he prepared for battle. Charging through the swarm, he used the massive steps to cover ground quickly, while monsters flooded in. He asked Misha for a time check. She reported exactly 196 seconds remaining on the ability. Bjorn realized escape wasn't enough. He turned and began attacking, crushing the creatures with brutal strength. Each hit destroyed more enemies, but the area itself became corrupted with chaos. Even while counting down, he fought on every second critical to survival. As the timer dropped below 100, the pressure intensified. flames and lightning erupted around him, pushed forward, breathing hard, knowing the enemy was closing in. He prepared to deliver the decisive blow. Crimson spikes erupted from the earth, reacting sharply to the slightest tremor. With calculated strides, Bjorn and Misha maneuvered through the chaos, knowing the enemy could strike at any moment. A monstrous shadow fell across their path just as the creature lunged, its form crashing down violently. Pain flashed across Bjorn's face, yet he pressed on without hesitation. Towering above, the monstrous Ryakis revealed its grotesque form, red eyes glowing with pure malice. Still, Bjorn kept running, shielding Misa, while keeping an eye on the threat behind them. Determined, he declared he wouldn't leave her behind, no matter the cost. He remembered his vow and reminded himself of the frost spirit ring tied to her safety. Confidently, he insisted they would survive, even in the face of death. A sudden burst of blood startled Misha. Bjorn's arm had been torn away. Ignoring the pain, he urgently asked for the remaining time. Tears streaming, Misha yelled the countdown. 60 seconds remained. Above them, the beast charged another attack. Bjorn launched forward, carrying Misha with raw strength and sheer resolve. Adjusting his stance, he braced as the monster targeted his already wounded side. Bjorn carried Misha under the monster's towering legs. One false move would mean instant death. He dashed forward as the enemy's claw narrowly missed them, blood trailing from his wounds. With sweat pouring, he counted the seconds. By now, he had memorized the beast's attack rhythm. Dodging a sweeping blow, he recalled observing the Jarwi clan battle the same creature, roaring behind them. The monster launched another strike. Bjorn turned sharply to avoid it. Momentum pushed them forward. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his body harder despite the pain. Suddenly, the air shifted. A massive slam from above forced Bjorn into evasive action. He realized his timing was slipping. There wasn't enough room left to dodge cleanly. Growling, he gave a final shout and hurled himself sideways just before impact. A claw surged toward them. He braced, knowing there was no avoiding this one. Just before the strike landed, his body glowed, his stored power activating, enveloped in golden light. Bjorn stood, transformed. The giant's blow no longer reached him. As the countdown began, each second passed like an eternity. With Misha clutched tightly, he kept moving, dodging amidst the chaos. He launched himself high, facing the monster's jaws head-on, unshaken and unyielding. The countdown neared its end. Ryakis roared as he prepared the killing blow. Bjorn held Misha close, barely dodging the beast's furious strikes. Time slipped to the final second. Bloodied but defiant, he grinned and declared the battle already lost for the monster. Far away in Rafdonia Square, a portal sparked violently in front of a curious crowd. Villagers speculated casually, unaware of the chaos unfolding beyond. Suddenly, the portal exploded with energy, sending waves of fear through the town. Screams erupted as injured adventurers spilled out. Panic overtook the townspeople. Guild staff rushed to help, establishing shelters and treating the wounded. Among them, Misha awoke in shock, realizing she had survived. Bystanders whispered about the man who barely returned alive. Spotting Bjorn, Misha pushed through the crowd, pleading for him to wake up. Collapsed and motionless, Bjorn looked broken, his body battered beyond recognition. Tears welled as Misha leaned in, only to hear his heartbeat faintly stir. Relieved, she laughed softly, scolding him for scaring her. Around them, word spread quickly. Bjorn had returned after defeating the Floor Lord. Inside a quiet tavern, rumors spread about the recent dungeon tragedy and the low number of survivors. Eyewitnesses claimed that most people were saved by a single warrior who emerged at the last moment. That man's name was Bjorn, son of Jandal, a barbarian who'd only entered the third floor months earlier. Another discussion framed Bjorn as the sole survivor of the labyrinth's deadliest encounter. Locals speculated about his title and strength, wondering if it exceeded known rankings. Official systems began flagging his actions, noting potential for special events triggered by him. Bjorn's feats were compared to legendary warriors, including those with written legacies. Others acknowledged his rapid growth, debating whether it came from skill or something more. One observer, staring into the distance, quietly questioned if Bjorn was a true hero or something else entirely. A monstrous figure erupts from the shadows, its enormous body descending with brutal force. With explosive impact, the creature smashes the ground, creating shockwaves that tear through the earth. Despite the danger, Bjorn protects Misha's fallen form. Her condition triggers a warning she's entered a near-death state. A beast leaps forward, jaws wide open. Bjorn reacts quickly, intercepting it with a defiant stance. The group is overwhelmed as more monsters surge in. Desperation spreads while they struggle to hold the line. Suddenly, the labyrinth's exit closes. A cruel voice mocks them. There's no way out now. Sunlight filters gently through a canopy, casting golden light on Bjorn's face. He stirs from unconsciousness. Awareness returns as he sees the girl resting beside him. Relief replaces tension. They've escaped. Somehow, both survived and returned together. Elsewhere, gossip fills the streets. News of the tragedy spreads fast. Locals speak of a lone barbarian who lived through the collapse. Yet the true cause behind the disaster remains a mystery. Inside a tavern, friends reunite over food and drinks. Hikuro begins explaining the events that followed the chaos. Curiosity rises as the group listens, reflecting on the choices that led to survival. Explains how emergency restoration helped them reuse a critical item. They treated Rottmiller after escaping and searched for Bjorn's team. On the third day, an unstable enemy forced them to flee through a portal to the fourth floor, barely surviving. Climbing the dungeon from the fourth floor proved risky. They couldn't return easily once past the portal threshold. The game-like system became evident. Several members were puzzled by the mechanics and rules guiding their progress. Bjorn remained silent, but internally realized he had obtained rare high-ranking loot far beyond typical player reach. Among the treasures were 2 numbered items valued in the thousands. Despite their amazement, Bjorn announces he'll sell them and share the proceeds. Jealousy brews beneath smiles. Nanya congratulates him, but he unconsciously breaks utensils, overwhelmed by recent events and pressure. When teased about his luck, Bjorn deflects. Naya pushes further, prompting vague answers. He pauses and chooses to explain, but only partially. Some things must stay hidden. Memories, flash Misha's collapse. The narrow escape, their return. He shortens the tale to what's safe to tell. The listeners express admiration. One congratulates him for bonding with a spirit beast. Anather praises his courage, suggesting they owe him their lives. Laughter follows. And someone jokes he might be a ray of light instead of a dwarf. Bjorn reacts in confusion when he hears the nickname Little Valken. News spreads that his feats mirror those of the legendary barbarian hero. Valken, although flattered, Bjorn frowns. Fame in this world doesn't feel like a reward, it brings unwanted attention and risk. Misha shifts the topic to money. She's excited that they received a reward for reporting a criminal. The bounty was significant, 3 million stones split among the party. Bjorn gives her the entire share, causing surprise. She snaps, but accepts it, pretending to stay annoyed. Days pass. Misha wonders if their struggle is finally over, but unease remains in her thoughts. Bjorn reminds her, the real world is just as harsh. Despite concern, he continues managing their funds. He notices Misha's hesitation when she says she'll visit family. Her eyes avoid his as she speaks. Bjorn senses discomfort, but doesn't press. He respects her space, even if it leaves him uneasy. He replies with encouragement, though it's clear she hides something deeper. Their farewell is casual. She throws a playful insult while he takes it in stride. They exchange parting words, reminding each other to eat well and stay safe until next time. Reflecting that Misha treats him like a savior, but her care feels oddly maternal. Bjorn sets his next goal. Misha must grow stronger. He decides to stay in his current team temporarily. They reach the 8th district. Bjorn considers moving up, but delays his advancement to support Misha's growth. He prepares the materials needed for Misha's contract ritual. In the plaza nearby, a public execution begins. A prisoner is dragged into place. The crowd watches, though it is smaller than usual. Bjorn questions the charges. This contradicts claims of him being an evil spirit. Tarakan, son of Lean, is revealed as the accused. Bjorn is shocked, recognizing someone he once tried to help, chained and beaten. Tarakan locks eyes with Bjorn. Recognition flashes between them. Suddenly, Tarakan shouts Bjorn's name, exposing their connection to everyone. Realizing pity cannot change fate, he decides to stop helping others so easily. While leaving, a stranger calls out to Bjorn by his father's name, claims they share something in common, hinting at secret knowledge. The stranger's cryptic words suggest something dangerous is unfolding. As the suspicious blonde man approached, Bjorn stood firm, observing his overly casual behavior with caution. Without wasting time, he assessed the situation, realizing vague talk wasn't a good sign. He grabbed the man by the collar and applied the Einar method, a direct, forceful response to dishonesty. Feigning laughter, the man tried to ease the tension, but Bjorn remained expressionless. Then, a slip of the tongue revealed the man's connection to someone named Gwyam, confirming the threat. Despite compliments thrown his way, Bjorn recognized the manipulation and grew more hostile. An offer to join an outsider group was quickly dismissed as Bjorn pressed for truth. He bluntly asked if the man was an evil spirit, causing visible confusion. The man laughed nervously, admitted it sarcastically, but Bjorn was already moving. People nearby froze as the barbarian rushed forward, fueled by righteous anger. He believed injustice demanded immediate punishment. His punch exploded with raw force, ending all doubt. Later at the agency, a citizen thanked Bjorn for rescuing his brother. While waiting, Bjorn complained about missing his chance to finish things, dragging the injured man in. He accused him of being an evil spirit. Tension escalated as a soldier revealed the unconscious blonde man possessed a token linked to an evil spirit hunter. Another official clarified that the man wasn't an evil spirit after all, contradicting earlier claims. Bjorn shouted in disbelief, furious that someone who confessed was now declared innocent. Trying to calm him, an officer explained that the system often mislabels individuals through flawed assumptions. Confused, Bjorn learned that some had mistaken him for an evil spirit instead. Infuriated by the misunderstanding, he demanded names, threatening to crush whoever spread the lie. Later, while walking alone, he realized how deeply the situation had unraveled. The blonde man's knowledge of earthly nations made it clear he wasn't an ordinary local. Bjorn confirmed the man came from Gwaim, recognizing his pronunciation of game as a key hint. As he processed everything, the strange behavior of the city became more apparent. He suspected manipulation and realized nothing about this world was trustworthy. Upon returning, he found a note underfoot, a letter addressed specifically to him. Inside the envelope was a mysterious red pill, unlike anything seen before. The accompanying message revealed a secret society of players communicating in secret. It urged silence, offered safety, and welcomed him, signed only by Ghostbuster. A report was delivered to a high-ranking officer of the secret security agency regarding Bjorn's actions. The subordinate handed over a device, allowing his superior to view the memory recording himself. As the orb activated, it displayed Bjorn's confrontation with the supposed evil spirit. The superior observed that Bjorn hadn't run away, something an evil spirit would have done. Instead, Bjorn attacked without hesitation, defying expectations. This confirmed he wasn't an evil spirit, but someone who had earned a title through pure merit. Elsewhere, the city's need for capable individuals grew, and Bjorn's rising status began to attract attention. At the magic tower the next day, he reflected on the mysterious letter's authenticity. Inside, a mage greeted him, recognizing his growing reputation. Their conversation shifted to the red pill, which the mage identified as a tool to access another realm. The pill, crafted by a highly skilled alchemist, could open pathways into dimensional spaces. Such realms allowed mental entry while the body remained in the real world. However, the mage warned that others had died after taking the pill. Bjorn was shocked, realizing how close he came to danger without knowing. She reassured him it wasn't poison, but still cautioned against using it recklessly. The mage explained that spirit realm defenders could sever the souls of intruders, posing a fatal threat. Realized how dangerous the pill was, as unknown players might die without warning. Even visual identification failed, since users appeared differently in the city and magic couldn't expose them. She stated that joining the realm required discarding one's body in this world. Bjorn considered using it to uncover secrets and possibly find a path back home. Standing before the chair, he hesitated, unsure if he should take the risk. Inside a quiet room, he stared at the letter laid out before him. The more he reflected on the decision, the more uncertainty clung to him. Presented with a mysterious pill, he reasoned that something widely accepted couldn't be fatal. The invitation's sender might be watching, waiting to confirm the newcomer's identity. Delaying the decision seemed wise. If no urgent need existed, waiting 3 to 6 months would be safer. Outside, the evening sky loomed silently over the house. It had been 15 days since he returned from the labyrinth. Far above, within the towering research facility, others continued their work without knowledge of his internal conflict. A robed figure hovered over a glowing orb, searching for traces of the newcomer. Learning the individual hadn't appeared, the mage concluded he wasn't a known player. Resolved, he ordered the pending letters dispatched without further delay. Though he had anticipated someone else, his guess had been wrong. Meanwhile, the protagonist blended into daily routines at the guild, fulfilling explorer duties. Routine masked him well, helping time pass unnoticed. Training drained his resources faster than expected. He visited the weapon shop, upgrading gear to match his expanding strength. Remaining cautious, he masked his presence, blending into the world around him. At the training facility, weapons clashed as the red-haired girl practiced relentlessly. She adjusted swiftly, gaining confidence through constant repetition. A spark of pride flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Bjorn observed and credited her improvement to the second seal's influence. His attempt to reach the next level of the spirit seal subjected him to excruciating pain. Despite his endurance, the pain broke through his resistance, overwhelming even the benefit of pain tolerance. Impressed by his survival, the elder handed him wooden sticks, inviting him to draw one and learn his fate. Bjorn hesitated, unsure of what the ritual meant. Feigning confidence, Bjorn played along as the elder laughed, teasing about birthdays and destiny. The elder read his fortune a life filled with repeated trials. Bjorn dismissed fate, focusing instead on preparation and control. Greeted by his companion offering breakfast, he resolved to face the future steadily. Rumors of his rapid growth and third seal spread quickly among those who had watched. The elder presented 3 paths: the spirits of flame, ancestry, or wilderness. Bjorn sensed little difference and selected wilderness without hesitation. Agony followed. As the seal carved into him, its effects began manifesting stronger than he anticipated. The third seal's effect sharply increased Bjorn's threat level, making him a prime target for every nearby monster. By using Wild Outburst, his threat surged further, accompanied by a significant physical boost ideal for frontline combat. He considered Amplification, another skill to enhance aggression. Before parting, the elder revealed an unspoken warning from the reading, a danger tied to those with hatred. Bjorn's fate drew such people more easily, and unless managed it could become fatal. He left quietly, now aware that mastering strength alone wouldn't be enough in this world. While walking, Bjorn encountered Anar hiding in the bushes. She acted secretively, afraid of being caught. She congratulated him on earning the name Little Vulcan. But he downplayed the praise. With excitement, she pressed him for the full story. Their talk shifted to training and her odd explanation about condensing muscles. Neither fully understood what it meant, yet the moment passed lightly between them. As her family's voice called out, Anar rushed off, promising to meet again. Just as they separated, she shouted a final thought: how much he had changed. She noted he looked more relaxed now, possibly due to his new, trusted allies. Left alone again, Bjorn stood quietly, watching the road ahead, lost in reflection. Bjorn reflected on his own shift in attitude, realizing that he had begun to ease into this life. Inside the room, a blue-haired mage addressed him unexpectedly, noting his growing reputation. Uncertain of her motive, he hesitated. He chose to leave, deeming the interaction unnecessary. As he walked away, he convinced himself his choice was practical. He already had a mage in his group. He believed her role as a librarian made her less valuable. Still, he knew he was rationalizing. Survival had always been his top priority, which left no room for emotional consideration. Bjorn had always judged others based on usefulness or threat. He accepted and discarded people, according to their risk. But Nia's past words echoed that his thinking could lead to his downfall. Now, he found himself wanting to make decisions not based on logic. Returning to the mage, he admitted he didn't know what the right path was. In the end, he chose to act freely, no longer bound strictly by survival. The following day, Bjorn stepped into the charming cafe, Fey Promise of Flowing Waters, a setting filled with soft colors and floral decor. His arrival turned heads, as his towering frame and barbaric presence clashed with the elegant environment. From across the room, a cheerful woman waved and introduced herself as Shaven, his intended contact. When seated, Bjorn awkwardly requested beer and meat, visibly uncomfortable in a place filled with sweets. Shaven mentioned Lagna, and he realized he never even knew her full name. She clarified that Lagna wasn't of noble birth, though her behavior often gave that impression. Shaven explained that several patrol members were unavailable after a previous dungeon incident, needing a replacement. She revealed that Lagna had personally recommended Bjorn. With a grin, she added that his recent popularity made him an ideal candidate. By working together, she hoped to boost their credibility among guilds and agencies. Though surprised, Bjorn admitted it was the first official request he'd ever received. With a decisive nod, he agreed to accept the mission. As he left, silence settled around the table. Shaven, deep in thought, found his sincerity disarming and oddly comforting. Despite knowing little, he seemed genuine, and perhaps someone she could trust. Shaven quietly encouraged herself to expand her circle beyond Lagna, deciding it was time to meet others. Meanwhile, Bjorn questioned why he wasn't warned about the team he was assigned to. Gathered together, the outcast team was introduced an unusual mix, sent into the sewers for reconnaissance. During a previous meeting, several volunteers asked to join. Dwaki sought a break from studying. Rottmiller saw it as an opportunity to sharpen his sixth sense within the maze-like tunnels. Misha joined to practice her dual blades, unbothered by the danger that might await below. Though unsure of their skills, Bjorn welcomed the extra support. Inside, the group navigated the vast sewer system, surprised by its size and complexity. With Dwaki illuminating the path, they pressed forward, discussing rumors of a monster dwelling below. Talk turned toward magical waste, which could mutate beasts through toxic exposure. Some doubted the monster's existence, while others remained cautious. Rottmiller suddenly paused, sensing a hidden presence near them. Tension rose as the team realized his instincts were rarely wrong. Their fears were confirmed when Misha spotted a shadowy figure crouched nearby. Confused and alert, the team prepared to confront the unexpected intruder. As the figure was ordered to reveal himself, he screamed and lunged forward in desperation. Bjorn quickly responded, subduing the frantic man before he could land a blow. The attacker, snarling with wild eyes, was knocked down and restrained by force. Gripping his weapon, Bjorn disarmed the man and told him resistance was pointless. The group surrounded the suspect, demanding an explanation for his presence in the sewer. When the man groaned in pain and refused to speak, Bjorn gave him a choice: talk or suffer. Pleading for his life, the man claimed he wasn't dangerous, just poor and evading taxes. Rottmiller noted that the mark on the man's forehead indicated he wasn't a serious criminal. Despite this, Misha reminded Bjorn that their orders were to arrest anyone found inside. Desperate, the man offered information in exchange for his freedom. He spoke of a sinister woman surrounded by corpses, exuding dark magic. The group listened intently, as he described her as undead-like, with power and cruelty. Recognition struck Bjorn. He believed the woman was Elisa Vahench, a feared priestess. Realizing the danger, he stated they couldn't allow her to move freely. Bjorn asked his teammates for their support in confirming her presence and preparing to act. The group discussed their next move, and although several members wanted to confront the woman, Bjorn chose to prioritize completing the current mission. After some time passed, they ordered the captured man to lead them deeper into the uncharted section of the sewer. He warned them about the maze-like paths, explaining he had been seeking a safer hiding place before being discovered. The guide eventually stopped and informed them they had reached the hidden area he previously mentioned. Bjorn confirmed there were no alternate exits, realizing the location could be used to corner their target. Under strict instructions, the man walked ahead while the others prepared to follow cautiously. Suddenly, a distant noise alerted the group, and they moved quietly to avoid detection. A burst of dark magic erupted nearby, revealing that traps had been set throughout the chamber. Bjorn immediately called for the team to fall back as the spreading energy filled the area with danger. In the silence of the corridor, a cloaked figure halted, disturbed by an eerie sound echoing in the dark. A strange presence filled the air. She realized the ritual call of an evil god had been activated. Knowing a sacrifice was essential, she grasped a talisman and steeled herself to offer blood. Combat notifications flashed. 120 revenants had been encountered. Tied ropes loosened as Bjorn gasped for air, helping a comrade up after a grueling battle. With effort, the team recovered. Their survival hinged on sheer will and fast reactions. Nearby, a man's corpse lay cold, his status showing 0 health remaining. Acknowledging the sacrifice, Bjorn muttered that the dead man had saved them all. One warrior checked the body, retrieving an identity plaque that revealed his name: Hans Markham. Using the ID as evidence was suggested, but unease lingered among the group. Inside Hans's chamber, the clean, organized interior seemed out of place. Cautiously, they moved forward, aware someone could still be hiding in the shadows. A faint mana trace beneath the floor caught the attention of a party member. Reacting swiftly, Bjorn raised his weapon and declared his intent to break through. Channeling a skill, he empowered his strike to shatter the magic concealing the truth. Bjorn roared as energy surged through him, unleashing a devastating hammer strike against the ground. The earth cracked violently, but the magic barrier remained intact. He realized brute force wasn't enough yet. Their team stared in shock, eyes wide, as the ground trembled from the repeated blows. Amid the dust, someone confirmed the attack had worked. The sealed path had opened. Another admitted uncertainty, noting that their earlier doubts had been unfounded. One of them sensed the woman's presence nearby. Without delay, the group decided to enter. In the city of Nork, panic spread as guards reported a sealed door had been broken. Officials speculated about intruders. The breach wasn't linked to the royal family. They suspected the Forgotten Gate had been opened again, possibly by a rogue priest. A red-haired warrior accepted orders to investigate and moved without hesitation. Far below, the party advanced slowly, their surroundings eerily silent. Bjorn's team began analyzing structural signs, debating the underground city's hidden pathways. Elsewhere, the cloaked woman moved swiftly through a dark, cursed corridor. Unease crept in as she questioned the maze-like layout surrounding her. Suddenly, distant laughter echoed. She froze, realizing it belonged to an evil god. The sinister laughter echoed again, stirring dread in the woman's chest. She recognized it instantly. Realizing danger was near, she sprinted through the narrow hall, hoping to avoid a confrontation. Behind her, the group gave chase. The scent trail faded, but they pressed on without hesitation. Suddenly, she stopped and turned. Her confidence surged as power gathered around her. With fury, she opened a portal to the demonic realm, calling forth corrupted creatures. Shadow Guardian Knights emerged from the swirling void, forming a barrier of darkness around her. One warrior rushed in, blades slashing through summoned beasts with practiced precision. Bjorn noted the familiar energy signature. It confirmed this was the same evil force as before. The team unleashed their attacks, confident they had grown stronger since the last encounter. Another fighter joined, casting a high-level lightning spell in tandem with sword strikes. The enemy's curses flared in retaliation, lowering stats and increasing pain. A bright healing spell countered the debuffs, restoring strength and undoing the magical hindrance. Amid the chaos, a precise strike opened an opportunity to finish the battle. Bjorn called out to Bwaki, ordering him to act immediately. Without delay, Bjorn lifted his blade as the enemy realized too late that defeat was imminent. Elisa activated a defensive ability, turning her body resistant to physical strikes as she glided away. Bwaki responded with a magic spell that cancelled her resistance using precise casting. Caught off guard, Elisa hesitated. Bjorn closed in, ready to subdue her completely. Bjorn struck forcefully, knocking Elisa down with a clean blow. The group discussed whether to keep her alive for the reward, ultimately choosing to restrain her. With the target secured, Bjorn ordered the group to prepare for retreat and advance cautiously. Suddenly, a hidden trap activated. One of the group members was poisoned by basilisk venom. Thanks to high stats, the poison's effect weakened, though movement slowed. Realizing danger still lurked, they advanced carefully, suspecting more traps awaited ahead. With narrowed eyes, the red-haired woman studies the scene, her expression unreadable. A cold smile forms as she questions whether the man stayed behind out of loyalty to his comrades. Startled, he denies the accusation but glances at the unconscious girl. Bound in shadows, she recalls being pursued, believing it was a calculated attempt to ensure her silence. Accusations fly as she demands to know how he uncovered the location, feigning ignorance. He requests a simpler explanation, clearly unaware of the place's significance. According to him, a glowing device on the ground was shattered with his mace during the chase. Confusion rises when she hears this, prompting her to ask why he destroyed it. He blames the girl's sudden escape. Recognition flashes in her eyes. The fugitive is a wanted priestess. The explanation begins to make sense. He suggests leaving, assuming the misunderstanding is resolved. Her response is firm. She refuses to let them go. Regardless of intent, realizing words won't help, he prepares for confrontation. Seizing initiative, he dashes forward, feinting with words to draw her attention. His sudden swing cuts through the air, filled with raw power and resolve. Without hesitation, she counters with a forceful kick, unwilling to back down, launching his shield with force. The barbarian hurls it like a spinning blade. She watches the projectile close in, but reacts swiftly. As she dodges, he closes the distance with explosive speed, planning a decisive strike before she can recover. Their clash resounds as she blocks, the two forces colliding mid-air in a burst of raw strength. Though the exchange leaves her staggered, she regains her footing, maintaining distance just beyond his reach. Realizing her defensive rhythm, he changes tactics and begins activating a skill. His body starts to grow. With a surge of power, his gigantification completes. In a swift grapple, he lifts and slams her down, gritting his teeth as she struggles beneath him. He roars, preparing another attack, but a moment of hesitation creeps in as she starts to resist. Suddenly, she unleashes a strike, infused with aura, slicing toward his arm with deadly precision. A burst of acidic blood erupts from her wound, splashing the area and forcing him back, despite the pain. She presses forward, he counters, throwing another crushing blow her way. Connecting with a kick, he sends her crashing back. Bloodied but grinning, he thinks he's finally winning until he hears her voice again. Confused, he turns. She's behind him, unharmed, revealing the fight is far from over. The system announces Amelia's use of cataptronduction, followed by the activation of Astra Kick, a powerful finishing skill. Energy erupts as Amelia delivers a devastating kick, Despite the brutal impact, the man survives due to a passive ability. Awakening later, he lies on the ground with minor injuries. She responds calmly, noting his unchanged behavior since their last encounter. Arms crossed, she criticizes his habit of attacking before talking, urging him to try resolving things through conversation. He defends himself, insisting her past threats left him no choice but to act. Their argument shifts as he demands to know what she plans to do with him now. She insists she's not going to kill him. He admits he wasn't planning to strike, just staying ready. She reveals she can't take potions due to a reaction with her essence, noticing her condition. He hands her an item and tells her to take it without delay. It's a rare drug leets, blessing that erases an hour's worth of memory meant to ensure secrecy. He wonders why she didn't use it earlier, while she explains its rarity and value. Questioning her morals, he's surprised she didn't trade their lives for wealth. He swallows the pill reluctantly, accepting it as his only option for survival while she observes his reaction. She explains the drug causes memory loss, urging him to rest, and he realizes he has no alternative. Before the effect begins, he recalls her earlier comment about 2 ways to anger someone and tries to ask again. The drug activates, spreading through his body as his vision blurs and his senses weaken. A message appears within him, indicating the blessing is merging with his soul. He opens his eyes in confusion as the blessing is rejected. At dawn, Bjorn arrived at the administrative agency, where business resumed under overcast skies, following the sewer incident. Inside, a clerk identified Hans Narkom as a wanted criminal and completed the bounty payout in Dragonstones. After briefly stopping by the guild, Bjorn inquired about repair costs, but was told his situation fell under a special case. His thoughts drifted back to waking up in the damp sewers, still equipped, though the headlamp and recorder were broken. Strangely, the others had no recollection of what occurred. Amid the confusion, a woman's corpse was found, her identity unknown, but her death likely tied to their survival. A theory was quickly formed she had ambushed them, using monsters, causing severe injuries and memory loss. Despite the chaos, they must have managed to kill her. Upon emerging from the sewers, Bjorn was surprised by Shawan and Lagnya's arrival, both clearly worried. Though Shawan claimed she was just dragged into things, teasing followed as she blushed and denied caring for Bjorn. Explaining her role, Bjorn revealed she was a librarian he often visited. One knight praised Alyssa Vench, swearing to remember her help in their time of need. Nearby adventurers gossiped about Bjorn's rumored strength, referencing the little Valken. Annoyed by the attention, he bristled as someone suddenly slammed a hand down to regain order. Inside a cafe, Bjorn startled a woman and was nearly accused of harassment, forcing him to back away quickly. Suppressing irritation, he smirked, internally deciding to forgive her, only because he had been forced into visiting a dessert shop. As he prepared to leave, Shawan called out, reminding him to visit the library, and hinting that Lagnya was preparing something for him. At the tavern, laughter echoed as the dwarf burst into loud claims, causing everyone around the table to erupt in disbelief. His absurd name, Dick Johnson, became the subject of mockery. Bjorn watched the chaos unfold, mentally noting how rowdy things had become before another toast broke out in his honor. When the bounty was finally revealed, 10 million stones, it left everyone speechless. Despite suffering severe injuries during the mission, the others were too elated to complain. Since their memories were erased, they celebrated like lottery winners. A red-haired girl leaned in to discuss something with Bjorn. Hans Jorge, someone Bjorn faintly recalled, enthusiastically introduced himself and requested to join their party. Though not featured in the original game until much later, suspicion lingered. Bjorn didn't trust Hans. Even without solid reason, something about him felt off. Dismissing him firmly, Bjorn ended the conversation, leaving Hans stunned and retreating. Known as the Moslin, they represented an elite order of noble warriors, rarely seen in common taverns. As the armored knights pointed across the tavern, Bjorn and the others were ordered to move without explanation. A cryptic message followed. Those with hatred in their hearts attract danger. Though uncertain if the knight referred to Hans, panic erupted as Dwaki fell unconscious, leaving everyone stunned and unsure of what just happened. While unconscious, he muttered incoherently, barely able to form words as his condition worsened. Several hours later, the group found themselves waiting silently outside the Moslin facility for news on Dwaki's condition. Hikarad voiced concerns about the situation, prompting others to beg him not to jinx things further. Their conversation halted when approaching footsteps drew their attention to a familiar figure. Recognizing Dwaki, they rushed toward him anxiously, eager to know what he had endured. After rejoining them, Dwaki quietly announced his decision to leave the team, causing confusion. In a nearby tavern, he explained that he was of noble blood, though only partially. Despite being raised as a servant's child, he had lived among nobility and was educated in magic. The others pressed for more, confused how his lineage connected to quitting. He revealed that his second brother, now the Baron, Dwaki, suspected that Moslin's visit was a warning meant to force him back into submission, especially since he traveled with a famous adventurer. Bjorn grew frustrated as Dwaki admitted he could no longer continue as an explorer, due to pressure from his noble family, although reluctant. Dwaki confessed he had no choice in exchange for avoiding punishment, with nothing else to discuss. The group decided to separate for the night, agreeing to speak again the next day. Later Bjorn announced he had business at the library, drawing curiosity from the red-haired girl. She offered to accompany him, but he declined. Reluctantly, she backed off, admitting she had no other plans. Arriving at the quiet library, Bjorn greeted the librarian and realized they had never exchanged names. He introduced himself formally. She acknowledged she already knew his background. Bjorn asked about her name and mispronounced it. Bjorn suggested she join an expedition into the labyrinth, but she rejected the idea immediately, without hesitation. She repeated her refusal, leaving no room for persuasion. Bjorn smiled casually, stating that if she wasn't capable of entering the labyrinth. Bjorn smirked, questioning the silver-haired girl's earlier claim. She grew flustered under pressure, embarrassed. She asked if that was truly his concern, switching subjects. He brought up something Shannon mentioned. Apparently, a gift had been prepared. She seemed caught off guard, clarifying. She explained the item wasn't from her, but from Shannon, who had told her Bjorn was curious. Bjorn understood, though he suspected there was more to it. In response, she handed over a restricted-use spell, typically reserved for nobles, capable of locating high-security books. Bjorn assured her it was fine. Since few cared about the place, he doubted anyone would notice. His curiosity grew about her background. Still, he focused on reading and found several valuable books. One particular book detailed the organization of Rafamona's base. He opened a second book, World of Evil Spirits. Its dark contents shocked him. The next volume was about Riftless. While reading, a familiar name caught his eye. Startled, he froze, recognizing the author Oriel Gabus. The name Oriel Gabus matched the creator of the game itself. If the developer wrote the book, it suggested his presence within the world was intentional. Bjorn wondered if the developer was divine. Bjorn recalled the mysterious sealed door, known as the Gate of Abyss. He speculated that learning more about Oriel Gabus could reveal a path home. Deciding to avoid suspicion, Bjorn chose to investigate discreetly and began reviewing documents again for overlooked details. As sunlight filtered into the room, he realized he had been reading all night. The blue-haired girl sat silently, watching him without interruption. Bjorn offered to leave, but she claimed she was only resting due to delayed sorting work. Firmly, she insisted her explanation was sincere. Bjorn accepted it. Moments later, she questioned his hesitation to go. He paused, puzzled by her gentleness. Elsewhere, at the magic tower, Bjorn called out to another mage named Raven. Raven answered sleepily, annoyed by the late visit. Bjorn asked if she would join their team. Before he finished, she slammed the door. He mentioned a second request. Curious. Raven opened the door again when he presented a rare research paper. Letting him in, she questioned how he discovered the method to get the goddess's tears. Bjorn explained it came from breaking a statue, unaware of its real value at the time. When pressed, he admitted it was just boredom. She demanded he swear on his honor that it was true. Seeking information on a rare compound, Bjorn visited a professor but kept certain details to himself. Instead of a direct answer, she proposed a deal: assist senior students with their research and receive what he needed. He agreed under her conditions, and after a stern warning not to visit unannounced again, he left to meet Neon, who greeted him furiously, caught off guard. Bjorn explained he had spent the night reading at the library. Though skeptical, Neon held back, prompting him to shift the topic and ask about the previous day's conversation. Their exchange was interrupted when another teammate appeared, remarking on their early arrival. As everyone gathered around the table, Bjorn noticed Neon acting strange. Discussion began quickly, and he was the first asked to share thoughts. Rather than stall, Bjorn suggested replacing someone, and revealed he had already spoken with two mages. Muredi stepped in, claiming he and Dwaki had brainstormed overnight. They proposed contacting Baron Martuan, though others questioned the idea due to his status. To their surprise, Muradi revealed they were already at the Baron's favorite tea house. Bjorn tensed at the sudden development. but the lure of gold persuaded him to stay. A new group entered the tea house, drawing everyone's attention. One member recognized his brother among them and dashed forward to greet Baron Martoine. Lior begged Baron Martoine for a chance to explain. Martoine recalled the Bwaki household, linked to a former baron's third wife. Lior stammered nervously, unable to answer. Martoine found it unusual to speak with a barbarian, and asked Bjorn to state his reason. Bjorn explained that a companion had been unfairly banned from the labyrinth, and requested the baron lift the restriction. At first surprised, Martoine dismissed the issue as trivial. Another noble confirmed Bjorn's background, and the baron laughed off the misunderstanding. Bjorn persisted, requesting the ban be removed. Skeptical of Bjorn's abilities, the baron couldn't detect any magical power from him. Just then, one of Martoine's aides revealed Bjorn's identity as Little Valken, catching the baron's attention. The revelation intrigued Martoine, who acknowledged Bjorn's reputation. In exchange for lifting the ban, Martoine asked Bjorn to accompany him to a banquet. He requested Bjorn to showcase an unusual skill, something entertaining for nobles. When Bjorn heard the reward was 1,000,000 stones, he became interested. Martoine was shocked by the generous offer, unsure how to respond. Bjorn declared he would do anything for his teammates, sealing the agreement with confidence. As the sun rose, a loud voice echoed at the gates. Dworki had returned in haste, causing a commotion. To everyone's surprise, he casually admitted gaining access to the labyrinth again, without much resistance. While his words seemed light, Bjorn suspected outside influence. Likely, Hikarod's the reward offered was refused by all. Reflecting on recent events, Bjorn pondered the path he was walking, one resembling that of a true warrior. Despite Hikarod's enthusiasm to lead, the team stood firm in their decision to decline. Soon, the day of the labyrinth's opening arrived, and Jandal's son stepped forward boldly, leading the charge. Before departure, Vulcan shared valuable guidance, instilling courage in the fresh recruits. Encouraged, the young adventurers cheered and promised to follow his teachings without hesitation. Many watched as Vulcan left. Whispers of admiration followed, recognizing his quiet strength. Shrugging off the praise, he claimed to only act within his limits. Elsewhere, Karako recounted his team's grim fate caused by outdated training and stubborn tradition. His regret was clear. Proper preparation might have spared their lives. Final checks were made as the group gathered before the glowing portal. Without hesitation, Bjorn stepped through, recalling past hardships. He braced for what lay ahead, ready to confront danger without doubt. With the luck stat fully shifted, the team advanced through battles, steadily making progress in the labyrinth. Multiple monsters fell to their blades and arrows, as they focused on farming experience points efficiently. By the 8th day, they reached the 3rd floor, where higher-level monsters began appearing in swarms. Recognizing the danger, Bjorn saw an opportunity. More risk meant faster growth. He charged ahead, slaying beasts with precision while racking up valuable magic experience. After consistent grinding, the party exited with decent profit, though Bjorn remained unimpressed with the payout. While relaxing in town, Bjorn reflected on how normal his gains now felt. He used his free time to study magic theory and strengthen group coordination strategies. A mysterious book from 150 years ago hinted at strange events tied to the labyrinth's past. Eventually, Bjorn prepared for his 5th dive, rewarded with 790,000 stones each. Despite the windfall, he felt uneasy, sensing stagnation and fearing hidden danger. He tried to relax, convincing himself that things were still going well. Moments later, paranoia hit Bjorn. Cursed himself for letting his guard drop. He remembered every time something went wrong when he felt secure. Determined, he resolved never to stop pushing forward, vowing to grow even stronger. Tension surged through Bjorn's mind as he questioned whether he'd survive the upcoming trials. He resolved to embrace madness if that's what it took to stay alive, preparing for worst-case outcomes. By morning, he wore a calm face. When Misha asked if anything was wrong, he denied it with a smile. Over breakfast, Misha noted a change in his eyes, sensing a strange energy from him. Though he masked it, Bjorn realized he had been distant and needed to manage his stress better. Misha suddenly offered her ears for comfort, revealing it once helped her older brother cope. Her gesture came from kindness, but Bjorn misinterpreted it, unsure of her true intent. He warned her not to say such things lightly, concerned others might misunderstand her actions. Still, she reassured him gently, insisting that he wasn't like other people and deserved honesty. Later that day, Bjorn encountered another girl who asked if he was doing all right. She hinted something was wrong, urging him to speak freely if he had worries. Observing his expression, she claimed his eyes revealed everything, especially to fellow explorers. She warned of an unstable phenomenon, an impending dimension collapse in the labyrinth. Bjorn recalled how rare and catastrophic such events were in the game's history. As he asked for proof, she cited a mage from the Terrapun school who studied such disasters. Bjorn acknowledged the warning he received and prepared to investigate the mage further. He departed quickly, citing a new quest that needed immediate attention. Although determined, he failed to find any information, beginning to question if the mage even existed. After 10 days, rumors about a dimension collapse began to spread throughout the city. While patrons discussed the possibility in taverns, Bjorn remained skeptical due to lack of proof. He wondered if someone was deliberately spreading fear without evidence, suspecting deeper intentions. Realizing he had limited access to confidential information as a barbarian, Bjorn felt constrained, desperate. He decided to use a pill he had planned to save for later. Despite the risks, he swallowed it, resolving that 2 months of waiting had been enough. As the clock struck 12, the effect of the pill activated instantly. Bjorn's soul began separating from his body, pulled toward an unfamiliar realm. He reappeared in a surreal space, standing in a new environment, uncertain of what awaited. Authorities began investigating the case of Lee Bjorn, a 29-year-old who hadn't appeared at work in over a month. While his employer filed the report, the only known family, his mother, reacted with indifference when contacted. Despite minimal initial concern, the file was strangely forwarded to the violent crime team for further review. Surveillance footage clearly recorded Bjorn entering his apartment. Every entry point remained locked, with no physical evidence of tampering or forced access. Curiously, his clothes were discovered folded on the floor, suggesting a sudden and unnatural disappearance. Before requesting forensic analysis, one officer pointed out a powered monitor left behind in Bjorn's room. From the screen emerged cryptic system messages, resembling in-game notifications rather than anything official. Startled by the display, the investigators exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to proceed. Inexplicably, the surroundings began to distort as a game interface labeled "Surviving the Game" as a barbarian loaded. Displayed on the screen was a muscular avatar wielding a weapon. Typing rapidly, Bjorn attempted to navigate the bizarre system flashing before him. Sudden vibrations spread through his fingertips. An odd sensation filled his limbs, prompting him to check if the body was real. Moments later, the room shattered into pixels, dragging him into another dimension. Reaching into a cabinet, Bjorn's hand trembled as he discovered a familiar red can. He exclaimed in relief, puzzled that the storage was filled only with Coke. Without hesitation, he popped the tab and gulped it down, overwhelmed by thirst and instinct. Oddly, the drink lacked taste. The carbonation non-existent, it resembled water more than soda. A sudden chime interrupted the moment, and he turned to her. A voice politely requested entry, catching Bjorn off guard as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. The woman introduced herself as the Soul Queen, a guide for newcomers, appearing confident and composed. She explained the environment mirrored his comfort zone and noted his high defense stats allowed limited visibility. While explaining, she guided him through the system, hinting that deeper truths were yet to come. Attempting to create a username, Bjorn struggled with availability. The guide teased him playfully, asking if he admired someone else with the same name, with a tutorial-like pace. She exited, leaving Bjorn to explore the community on his own. Browsing forums felt intuitive, and chat rooms offered a glimpse into the lives of others, where people greeted him warmly around a virtual campfire. Meeting the room leader, Bjorn pondered the strange emphasis on usernames and self-presentation in this new world. Bjorn suddenly triggered an unfamiliar command that displayed his alias. The name Elf Nona flashed above him, prompting loud reactions from nearby players, who recognized it instantly. Stunned murmurs broke out. Several users believed he was a famous contributor, or even a developer. Bjorn returned to his room, puzzled by the unexpected attention surrounding his alias on the forums. He recalled how the guide asked if he was a fan, now realizing she may have known more. Back at the campfire, he tried to clarify the situation. Excitement turned into awkwardness when Bjorn admitted he wasn't the person they expected him to be. Despite the confusion, the group quickly accepted the truth and shifted focus to normal conversation. One pink-haired user approached, curious about how long Bjorn had been in the system. Their discussion revealed time passed differently. 70 days here equaled only a month on Earth. The pink-haired user shared theories on returning home. Still adapting, Bjorn absorbed what he could while hiding the fact that he had just arrived. As they spoke, the user explained the community formed around 20 years ago. Bjorn reflected on his own speed, surprised others had taken 5 years to finish the game. Before long, They questioned the difficulty level he cleared the game on, catching him off guard. Casually admitted, he cleared the game on 50 times difficulty, surprising the other user. He began to realize that modifiers like cheat mode and adjustable stats were common here. Hearing this, he questioned how many had used easier levels. Elsewhere, a secret organization retrieved Bjorn's computer, erasing all digital traces. While reviewing his background, they found nothing unusual about him aside from his gaming performance. Despite his ordinary life, he had completed what no one else could, beating Dungeon and Stone. The game's failure had led to its shutdown 5 years ago, yet Bjorn defied that outcome. His success reopened debate on whether the game was flawed or simply too difficult. Now observed closely, Bjorn continued exploring. Bjorn quietly acknowledged how conversations with the pink-haired man served more than strategy; they were a form of mental relief. As they sat near the campfire, light-hearted talk turned to food cravings. Bjorn longed for pizza, a distant luxury. His companion praised hot soup with rice as the most efficient meal, making Bjorn reflect on the comfort and simplicity. Back at his desk, Bjorn eyed the countdown. The entry to a new phase would soon open. He navigated the Ghost Point marketplace, where vital information was sold like treasure strategies, secrets, and floor data. To save time, he filtered listings by price. With deep experience, Bjorn felt untouchable. Inside a quiet lounge, he met a seller to buy rare knowledge about the rumored dimensional collapse. Trading ghost points for truth, he leaned in, fully focused on absorbing every detail. The informant revealed a school of labyrinth studies had sparked the rumor. Their failed experiment had triggered speculation and panic across the city. A magical projection illustrated the dimensional instability caused by the research. To stall interference, the school spread false warnings, hoping to deter explorers. Soon, the royal family would intervene, ending the misinformation for good. Bjorn sealed the deal, ready to turn hidden knowledge into his next advantage. Showing composure and quiet strength during the exchange, the man realized Bjorn wasn't bluffing, tossing around ghost stones like nothing. To Bjorn, this moment recalled his early struggles, when knowledge like this cost him days of effort. This world wasn't a game anymore. It followed the brutal rule of survival, where only the strong endured. Even now, with all his progress, Bjorn knew he stood as just one among many still. An unexpected thrill filled him. This challenge, it was fun. Others chased the same goal. One sought secrets to defeat the first-floor boss. Another pursued knowledge of Skull Island, while some had climbed over years of grinding. Yet the thought of them surpassing him never entered Bjorn's mind. Far away, analysts watched Bjorn's progress, stunned by what he had achieved. His stats defied explanation. No player with his handicaps had ever reached such levels in 2 months. Luck couldn't explain it. His success was no accident, it was something unprecedented. Even veterans were shocked, whispering rumors of the monstrous barbarian's rise. For the first time, the impossible was unfolding in front of them. A warning appeared: Bjorn's health had reached a critical state. The countdown began. As a hand slammed the desk, an alert was triggered. Bjorn's growth was too fast to be ignored. A moderator began observing him closely. His progress had now drawn eyes from above. Elsewhere, a man recalled the past when an experiment once deemed a failure left behind one final message of belief. Bjorn regained consciousness. His mind adjusted as he realized time had resumed. The world around him aligned with what he'd learned. 1 second here equaled an hour there. While cautious of the 12-second vulnerability, Bjorn felt satisfied that his advance intel had paid off. A yawn escaped him. After hours of focus, sleep was overdue. By morning, he was to attend a gathering at Baron Wateran's estate. Later, in the imperial capital, a caravan moved through the street. The Baron's presence made heads turn. One loud command halted the procession. Accusations followed immediately. The Baron dismissed the noise and kept walking, unbothered by the attention. Ahead, the Count's mansion stood 8 kilometers away. The summer sun bore down on them. Excitement stirred. Onlookers murmured as Bjorn's group passed. Few knew he was walking alone. Though misunderstood, Bjorn endured the stares. His silence hid deeper thoughts. Aya Noble praised his resolve. Bjorn, calm, remained focused on what came next. His composed manner impressed Karls, who responded with his own name. From their first exchange, Bjorn sensed Karls was genuine, an exception among nobles. Just as things felt comfortable, a butler suddenly interrupted, questioning Bjorn's right to sit. Karls defended him, asserting it was by his order that Bjorn rested. Despite Karl's authority, the butler continued pressing, insisting a barbarian resting would invite mockery. Bjorn, annoyed, yet remembering his reward, steeled himself to endure 1 day of humiliation for 1,000,000 stones. declaring himself a savage warrior. Bjorn amplified the performance. Charging forward, he startled the guests with wild energy, sending a clear message of dominance. While others watched in shock, Bjorn declared his antics were done, simply because he felt like it. At the banquet, Bjorn began tearing through food like a beast, drawing gasps and fearful reactions. The nobles recoiled at his brute strength, whispering in awe as bones shattered in his hands. Ironically, the butler was thrilled. The chaos aligned with the image he hoped Bjorn would portray. Internally, however, Bjorn seethed. His forced performance fed his urge to retaliate. Barely containing rage, he threatened the butler through clenched teeth. His voice sharpened. This wasn't a joke anymore. It was a warning. A brutal memory surfaced in Bjorn's mind, twisting his face into a grimace. That look mirrored the violence once seen in the depths of the guild's darkest moments. Instead of escalating, Bjorn suppressed the tension with a rough remark, easing the atmosphere, while others exchanged anxious glances. Bjorn now seated, feasted with confidence, embodying the image of a carefree barbarian. His presence drew attention. Curious nobles, especially the young women. One lady asked to touch his muscular arm. With a nod, he allowed it, unconcerned by the growing interest. Another request followed, a reenactment of his earlier roar. Bjorn agreed without hesitation. He lifted both arms and bellowed, his voice echoing across the field with theatrical exaggeration. Their eyes misting with memories stirred by his act, they pulled at him, treating him more as a novelty than a warrior. Amid the fanfare, he began to feel reduced, a sideshow surrounded by shallow praise. One crude comment drew Bjorn's cold, unblinking stare. Well-dressed noble approached and cut through the noise, commanding the barbarian to follow him. Bjorn complied without protest, knowing this shift in attention served a greater purpose. Though mocked, he walked with intention. Bjorn's composed responses earned praise from nobles, elevating his reputation one conversation at a time. His name and fame increased with each exchange, like points stacking quietly behind the scenes. Among the dozens present, only a few individuals held actual influence. A distinguished paladin approached. Introductions confirmed him as Paul Kravitz, a respected leader among the Holy Knights. To Bjorn's surprise, Kravitz expressed gratitude for an earlier deed. The moment stirred interest. Observers noticed that even high-ranking officials spoke to Bjorn with sincerity. Kravitz assured everyone that the order valued their connection with Bjorn. His words carried weight. Impressed, the Baron's gaze softened. Fame notifications popped quietly in Bjorn's mind. Then came news of Count Ferdihilt's arrival. The hall shifted as attention turned. The Count greeted Bjorn directly. It felt unusual this meeting shouldn't occur so early. Their conversation hinted at deeper motives. The Count appeared eager to establish rapport. Proposal followed. Bjorn would be offered something rare but unpredictable. A sudden quest appeared. The Count asked Bjorn to participate in an event. The reward was a low-numbered necklace, collectible, not powerful, yet symbolic. Despite its modest value, the item hinted at influence. Accepting could shift future outcomes. An ominous presence lingered. The necklace event wasn't just symbolic, it concealed a hidden quest yet to unfold. Surrounded by nobles, Bjorn couldn't shake off the unease. Despite fear and the voice of caution, he dismissed hesitation. Retreat meant ruin. A challenge emerged. One noble tested Bjorn, making light of his strength, confident in his own reputation. Without hesitation, Bjorn declared he could end most fights in 10 seconds. Surprised, another noble offered a fortune if Bjorn succeeded. That sudden wealth sparked a new drive. Tension rose as rival knights mocked him. While the Baron was absent, insults flew freely. Bitter resentment from earlier returned. They questioned his pride, belittling him in front of the gathering. Taunts escalated. One threatened to slit his throat. Another smirked, completely unaware of the storm building. Bjorn's fury reached its peak. Cold anger replaced his usual calm, igniting a fierce presence. He confronted the knights directly. Their bravado vanished as they realized the danger. Charging forward, he declared their cowardice. His sharp voice cut through the confusion. Their doubts shifted to concern as Bjorn's seriousness became clear. One knight tried to flee, but stumbled. Bjorn caught him without hesitation, grinning. Bjorn promised he'd fix the knight's mindset next by force if needed. The tournament advanced swiftly. As names were called, Bjorn's own was announced for combat against one of the knights who had mocked him. With calm steps, he moved to the field. His opponent, Sylvana, stood with formal confidence, declaring pride and honor. Bjorn recognized him instantly, the most obnoxious of the three. Sylvana raised his sword, ready to speak more. But Bjorn rushed him mid-sentence, showing no interest in pageantry. Blades clashed before the match could settle. Spectators gasped at Bjorn's aggression. Insults followed from Sylvana, but Bjorn remained focused, waiting for the signal to truly begin. With a shout, Sylvana lunged. His blade split the air with speed, creating illusions. Bjorn couldn't tell which was real, so he deflected all. Muscle memory overpowered technique. A clean strike landed. The crowd watched as Sylvana stumbled back, shocked. Bjorn reaffirmed his place not as a guest, but a true barbarian. His opponent retaliated fast, slashing with fury, but Bjorn calculated each move with caution. Though skilled, Sylvana's strength wasn't equal. Without buffs, he stood no real chance. Bjorn activated Wild Outburst. His threat level and body stats surged instantly. The 10-second claim echoed in his mind. With fire in his eyes, he lunged forward. Time hadn't run out yet. A wild roar explodes from Bjorn, raising his battle presence. The knight stumbles back, unaffected mentally but clearly alarmed. While it fails on the strong, the noise sends the cowardly into panic. One mage flees in terror, another warrior grins with madness. Rather than retreat, the knight steadies himself and prepares to clash with the imposing barbarian. Power erupts as Bjorn retaliates with a crushing strike. Though lacking a shield, he shrugs off the disadvantage. His enemy, shocked, questions how Bjorn endured the blow. In response, Bjorn delivers a blunt truth: he's simply stronger. A brutal follow-up draws blood. The knight's confidence begins to unravel. Staggered, the knight calls foul play. Bjorn, unmoved, declares he hasn't budged. He reminds his foe of a prior warning. This time, he aims to keep that promise. The knight crumples. Bjorn hoists him by the neck, unmoved by the carnage. With one motion, Bjorn slams him into the ground. The shock echoes. Observers question his survival. Knights rarely fall that easily. Bjorn doubts anyone could withstand it. The priestess confirms he's merely unconscious. She watches silently. The knight awakes, confused, unaware of the defeat. She explains his memory loss. Bjorn stands behind, ready to strike again. Bjorn questions the knight's memory, drawing closer. The knight recoils, unsettled by the attention. Suspicion rises, but the priestess suspects no deceit. She proposes a simple test. The knight is asked to repeat his earlier words. Bjorn recalls them for him, word for word. With hesitation, the knight agrees. Bjorn urges him to say it aloud. As he repeats the crude line, memories surge painfully back. Sweat pours as realization dawns. Bjorn calmly confirms his memory has returned. Panic sets in. The knight pleads, backing away. His apology is desperate, but Bjorn sees the problem is now resolved. The priestess shouts at Bjorn, demanding he leave. He cheerfully exits, claiming success. Outside, a noble approaches, seeking Bjorn. Bjorn explains he checked on the knight's condition. He's surprised the trainee was so weak. The noble reassures him. Weak knights reflect poor training, not personal failure. Concern arises over harming noble trainees. Bjorn dismisses it with a shrug. With backing from the noble, Bjorn prepares for the next match. The duel begins. In seconds, Bjorn overpowers his foe with overwhelming force. Spectators erupt in cheers, chanting Night Slayer, as Bjorn dominates the arena. Disturbed by their joy, Bjorn questions who the real savages are. Without pause, he launches his next opponent high into the air, ending another match in seconds. Reaching the semifinals, Bjorn demonstrates a brutal technique known as the spine fold, dropping his foe instantly. Victory is declared. Though he had hoped for a stronger rival, he accepts the outcome with a sigh. Nearby, other trainees marvel at his strength and skills, asking where he learned such moves. Bjorn casually replies cartoons. Now facing the final round, Bjorn recognizes his opponent, a powerful knight named Albatross. He recalls observing the knight's earlier fights. Bjorn sees no equipment on him. Albatross explains it restricted his movements. Confidently, Albatross invites him to attack. Bjorn quickly reads through his obvious ploy. Patience gives him the advantage as Albatross drops his guard during a feint. Bjorn wastes no time, readying his response with measured fury. A deafening roar signals the activation of two powerful abilities, Gigantification and Wild Outburst. The transformation terrifies the crowd. Bjorn's body swells in size and power. Glowing with energy, he towers over his opponent, now a true barbarian juggernaut. Bjorn unleashes a terrifying roar, engulfed in flames, his face twisted in fury. His opponent, overwhelmed, trembles as the pressure mounts. Not only his aura but his physical stats soar. The knight panics, dropping his sword in fear. Fleeing across the field, the knight shouts for help, abandoning the match entirely. Bjorn observes the retreat with indifference. He ends the transformation, unbothered. The referee declares forfeit. The knight's fear cost him the match before a single strike landed. Inside a quiet room, Erwin mutters a single word stronger. Her thoughts spiral as glowing energy swirls around her, echoing the same phrase over and over. I need to get stronger. Eyes wide and dazed, she stands consumed by the power, until a voice calls out from the doorway, breaking her trance. Feigning calm, Erwin smiles, and claims she's simply training with spirits, though reassured. The visitor senses something unsettling beneath her cheerful tone. Doubt lingers, as she steps away, debating whether to share what others are saying about Erwin's strange condition. Rumors swirl. Erwin's strength has advanced at an unnatural pace. She's acquired several rare essences, far more than expected for someone of her experience. Her combat skills rival elite fighters, despite lacking formal training. Connecting the clues, the observer recalls Erwin absorbing an essence recently. A search through the library reveals a tome detailing essence effects. Zone. Canabero. Increases power, but dangerously boosts obsession. Anather. Goblin archer. Causes similar traits. The truth clicks. Erwin's behavior is driven by these essences. She vows to find replacements before Erwin loses herself completely. Erwin rests uneasily, unaware of what stirs outside. Her obsession may shift if she discovers he is alive. The moonlight casts shadows as the carriage rolls through the quiet town. At 2 a.m. he steps back into his home. Nearby, someone watches in silence, ready to act. Bjorn reflects on the absurdly large payment from his latest quest. The noble client praises him, predicting social fame. He remembers how Count Fedor looked displeased, watching everything unfold with quiet irritation. Afterward, a warning comes from someone else. Ignore all contact from other nobles. Understanding the risk, Bjorn silently agrees. He's not foolish enough to cross the wrong man. He receives a rare pendant, something nearly impossible to acquire in the game, without luck. By morning, his table is flooded with invitations, evidence of growing attention. Though tempted by the offers, Bjorn recalls the Count's advice and rejects them all. He senses a deeper plan at play and decides to observe the situation carefully. Suspicion rises. What interest would a noble have in a mere barbarian explorer? Bjorn plans to investigate during the next community meeting and rejoin Erwin's case. A new task awaits as he meets a flamboyant adventurer, ready for his next job. Bjorn is surprised when he's greeted by an elderly man claiming to be his senior, not in rank, but in age. Despite his confusion, Bjorn quickly realizes this meeting was no accident. The elder reveals he created a magical tool that can detect evil spirits, and he wants to test it on Bjorn. Bjorn suspects the old man believes he's possessed by something unnatural, deciding to treat the test as if it's truly dangerous. Feigning calm, he laughs and plays along while internally weighing everything that's led to this moment. Bjorn notes that if this tool really worked, someone would have used it before. He concludes that no such magical tool exists and suspects this is all a setup to catch him off guard. Despite the suspicion, he agrees to proceed, eager to resolve the matter quickly and return to rest. When challenged, he mocks the old man's intentions, insisting he's not foolish enough to fall for tricks. Bjorn brushes off further caution and demands the test begin, showing no signs of fear. He marches forward confidently, shutting the door behind him. She accuses him of suspecting Bjorn and manipulating the situation. Her frustration grows. She had unknowingly assisted in an interrogation meant for an innocent. His suspicions were wrong, and Bjorn passed unscathed. Aluia, unsettled by the elder's earlier actions, questions his decision to test Bjorn instead of reporting him. She argues that turning him in would have been easier, but the elder hints that such a move would have led to death. He dismisses the conversation and walks off, leaving Aluia confused and worried. As the elder departs, Aluia recalls his words, beginning to understand the deeper consequences. Realization dawns that the elder needs a living evil spirit, which could explain the test's purpose. Meanwhile, Bjorn rests, relieved the ordeal is over, but the tension still lingers. Reflecting on the event, Bjorn believes he handled it well, though doubts remain. Suddenly, Misha appears beside him, startling him with her presence. She casually admits needing him, leaving Bjorn momentarily frozen and caught off guard. Summoned abruptly at night, Bjorn finds himself dragged into unexpected paperwork. Reluctantly, he begins writing, trying to emulate the formal tone expected of high society. Finishing one letter, he boldly declares he's too busy to attend and advises them to seek another barbarian. Though doubtful about her authority, Bjorn holds back criticism while Misha remains unfazed. Talk of the labyrinth's approach spreads quickly. With only 10 days left, some fear a dimensional collapse may strike. The rumors gain traction. A noble hints ominously that signs of disaster might already be here. Sharing insider knowledge crosses his mind, but he decides against it. Some truths are better kept hidden. He remembers the blood-tinted castle and the in-game mechanics tied to it. Rather than face it alone, Bjorn tells Misha she'll join him. Caught off guard, she objects. Annoyed, Misha demands proper courtesy. Bjorn reflects, realizing her point. With rare humility, he politely asks her to come along. Surprised but pleased, she agrees. Their partnership is sealed. News bursts across the marketplace, claiming the prior panic was misinformation. The blame falls on a rogue magic faction, leaving townsfolk unsure what to believe. Despite an offer from a dwarf to team up, Bjorn refuses, staying true to his earlier commitment. Bjorn casually admits his excuse about a bodyguard request was fabricated. Revealing his real intention, he mentions the rupture, planning to explore it alone. He confirms her guess, but avoids including others. Using her own kept secret as an example, Misha acknowledges she never told anyone about her spirit contract. He challenges her to consider what others might have done. In Hikarod's case, he'd have spilled everything while drunk. When asked about Dwaki and Rottmiller, Misha believes Dwaki might slip, but remains unsure about Rottmiller's reliability. Everyone but Rottmiller was predictable. He believes Rottmiller would have kept the secret, but others might suspect how he knew details. Misha realizes that's why Bjorn kept things quiet. Curiously, she asks why he's telling her now. Bjorn trusts her precisely because she's a terrible liar. He knows if anything leaks, he'll notice. His thoughts are simple, she's someone he can rely on. The sentiment catches her off guard. As Misha hiccups in flustered surprise, Bjorn mentally notes the labyrinth is now only 8 days away. On day 8, the team visits the armory for equipment upgrades. Misha questions their frequent visits. Their gear undergoes lightning enchantments, adding temporary elemental power. Justifying the expense, he mentions the shared budget and his contribution. Bjorn's magical stats and skills increase significantly from intense training. Misha brings food, concerned for his health. Despite fatigue, he enjoys a moment of rest and nutrition, though surprised. Bjorn allows it, and soon a familiar spell envelops them both. A blue-haired mage reveals the spell was meant only for Bjorn. Creating tension with Misha, he senses complications. He avoids overthinking the situation, brushing past any awkwardness. The following day, Bjorn thanks the blonde mage for assisting. In turn, she hints she may call on him again soon. Within the labyrinth, a party thanks Bjorn for his earlier guidance. While others praise Bjorn, he remains cautious of overly friendly behavior. As the group departs, Rottmiller prepares to enter. Bjorn stalls, calculating how best to benefit from the delay. He chooses to wait, knowing entering later boosts experience gain. After a short delay, they activate the portal. It grants bonus experience for being the first to open it. Shocked by their shortcut to the second floor, Misha presses him for answers. He explains it vaguely, calling it a dimensional glitch he exploited. Misha's excitement grows at the discovery. Unable to provide a real explanation, Bjorn admits he is using knowledge he can't share openly. His companion feels pity for Rottmiller, who unknowingly missed the advantage. Bjorn and Misha discuss how Rottmiller would feel if he learned about the shortcut. Realizing the scout took his class seriously, they arrive at the second floor, only to find the destination is the stone desert. Their objective requires a return trip after. Backtracking, they re-enter the crystal cave. Bjorn estimates a 2-day journey to the target location. Hours later, they encounter hostile monsters resembling mushrooms, visible only at close range. Misha quickly identifies the threat. As they push forward, she notices others rushing in the same direction. Bjorn analyzes the situation. The others seem to be speedrunning the dungeon, determined not to fall behind. The pair accelerates their pace through the passage. Misha wonders why they're shocked, unaware their equipment is far more advanced than most. As they move, Misha compliments Bjorn but gets misunderstood, sparking brief tension. She clarifies, calling him cool, while Bjorn quietly accepts it. Watching her charge ahead, he wonders if she sees herself as a barbarian too. Within the dim dungeon, Bjorn's gear drew attention. A massive mace and seemingly bottomless backpack surprised the others. Suspicion stirred in one man's mind. He couldn't understand why someone that powerful would linger in a beginner zone. Grouped together, the party's presence on the first floor felt misplaced, especially given their evident strength. Bjorn's thoughts drifted back to old comrades, battles fought, and losses endured, before joining the current team. A noble woman with silver hair appeared in his memories. Her well-off status didn't stop his curiosity about her fate. Glancing up, he noticed another adventurer staring. The expression wasn't neutral, it brimmed with envy. Rather than ignore it, Bjorn confronted the man, demanding an explanation for the hostile look. Caught off guard, the man denied it. Still, others sensed the tension escalating. Despite his apology, Bjorn wasn't convinced. The suspicion stuck. The man stammered his name Hans though. It didn't sound natural. He insisted. It was a name change, brushing off further doubts. Bjorn let it go for now, though unease lingered beneath the surface. Sternly, Bjorn told him to keep that name permanently. Just then, a teammate spotted danger. A glowing rupture started forming. Without hesitation, Bjorn shouted a single command run. The rupture's early activation caught Bjorn off guard. It should have taken 3 days. He realized someone else had forced it open, likely using the same method he intended to. With no time to analyze further, Bjorn and Misa charged ahead. The sudden change in environment left them momentarily disoriented. A new group approached and introduced themselves as Carlson and Jensia, noting Bjorn and Misha's usefulness. Bjorn gave his name calmly, but Misha reacted awkwardly, struggling to match his serious tone. As they formed a temporary alliance, Jensia explained her scouting skills and ranged combat background. Carlson, meanwhile, emphasized his sword and shield tactics, typically used for frontline engagements. Bjorn assessed their abilities. They were beginners, likely lacking deep dungeon experience. Carlson turned the conversation back on Bjorn, curious about his own role. Bjorn responded bluntly, stating he was a tank, which wasn't enough to satisfy Carlson's curiosity. To clarify, Bjorn finally explained his experience as a 6th-rank explorer, specializing in dangerous labyrinth sectors. Carlson questioned his presence on the first floor, sensing a contradiction in his claim. The explanation was vague. His old team dissolved, and he had been away for some time. Despite doubts, Bjorn's physical presence alone made his story convincing. Few could fake such readiness. The group confirmed each member's role and revealed their identities openly, avoiding secrecy or deception. As name cards appeared, a brief pause followed. Everyone now knew who had entered the labyrinth first. Despite the transparency, Bjorn couldn't help but compare it to a game of deception, like Mafia. With roles established, they decided to proceed, even though the ideal plan would have involved a more experienced party. Bjorn, still skeptical of the decision, recognized the risk in entering a rupture with only one advanced explorer. At the command, the team tightened formation and began their march into the snowy terrain. Visibility was poor as they advanced through the snow, their boots crunching with every cautious step. Bjorn remained alert, aware that an attack could occur at any moment in unfamiliar terrain. Suddenly, a roar echoed. An elite gatekeeper monster emerged, towering and aggressive. Carlson ordered the others to hang back. He stepped forward, determined to strike first. Drawing his weapon, he lunged with precision, slashing through the monster's thick hide. Despite the hit, the beast resisted, only mildly wounded, but far from defeated. The creature thrashed, blood marking its snowy fur, but the arrow lodged in its body disrupted movement. Carlson, calm and calculated, issued instructions for the rest to finish the job. Misha, poised for battle, prepared to follow through as the team closed in on the weakened beast. The monster lunged forward again, but the team's earlier strike left it slower and more exposed than before. Bjorn closed the distance, using his shield to push the creature back while keeping its attention on him. Meanwhile, Michelle hesitated for a moment, unsure if engaging the beast directly was the safest option. Carlson signaled for Michelle to move, prompting her to leap high above the monster's guard. She descended rapidly, landing on the creature's shoulders to disrupt its balance and restrict its movement. Her attack forced the monster to stagger, creating an opening Bjorn needed to maintain control of the fight. Michelle repositioned herself, showing precise coordination as she distanced from the creature after striking. Bjorn watched her landing and assessed her abilities carefully, recognizing her efficiency in close combat. The others observed in silence, understanding that if they recognized her skill. With a final strike, the frost wolf was slain, its body falling limp as a system message announced gained experience. The group ventured deeper into the icy lair, repelling wave after wave of savage beasts that leapt from the shadows. While others joined in, it was Bjorn and Misha who bore the brunt of the fighting. Though one man boasted of his single kill, before them stretched a mysterious staircase, descending into the earth. The sound of shifting stone echoed below as their boots touched the next level, suggesting danger was close. Tension gave way to awe as they entered a radiant cavern lit by gleaming crystal walls. Drawn toward a glowing structure, the group marveled at its beauty. The moment it was touched, the pillar reacted. Trusting his game knowledge, Bjorn expected the awakening of a powerful enemy sealed within. Frost wolves burst forth, summoned by the artifact's activation. Reacting swiftly, the party moved toward higher ground. Dozens of wolves attacked, their speed turning the battlefield into chaos. Misha intercepted just in time to protect Niang from a fatal strike. A towering ice golem emerged next, slowing movements with a chilling aura. Its defeat became the immediate priority. Bjorn shattered the ice golem with a precise blow, earning experience as the system acknowledged the kill. From deeper within, a mutated yeti appeared, Frost Lord Cthulhu, radiating power and aggression. Its first move was suppression, a skill that paralyzed multiple team members instantly. Several allies froze, helpless. Fear crept in as they realized their bodies wouldn't respond. Misha bit her tongue to stay bleeding and resist. Bjorn, relying on his stats, endured the status without issue. Letting out a fierce roar, he launched into wild outburst, charging into battle with renewed strength. He tore through enemies surrounding his allies, clearing a path with brutal efficiency. In return, Cthulhu unleashed cold outburst, sending icy waves crashing through the chamber. Bjorn gritted through the cold, counterattacking with relentless force. Others joined the fight, blades flashing as blood splattered across the ice. Bjorn engaged Cthulhu directly, trading devastating blows in a brutal clash. Despite his wounds, he pressed forward, refusing to fall. Suddenly, Aemon activated reinforcement, enhancing his combat abilities through raw mana. He followed with dangerous material, preparing for a powerful strike. A surge of red energy exploded outward, signaling his entry into the fray. Aemon's charged attack landed directly on the Frost Lord, its red energy piercing deep into the creature's chest. The impact created a massive explosion that tore through the cavern. His attack had unexpectedly wiped out nearby enemies too, leaving allies stunned by its power and reach. The others questioned if it had always been an area attack. Bjorn seemed unsure whether it was intentional, despite the confusion. The ninth wave ended swiftly. A new item dropped amidst the aftermath. To everyone's surprise, an essence appeared. Its glow hinted at high value. While two essences were offered, one was claimed without resistance. Sharing proceeded without dispute. Bjorn chose the Yeti's essence. No one objected as the others took the lesser reward. He confirmed his choice, facing no protest from the group. The atmosphere remained respectful, surprising him by offering the essence directly. He hesitated, unsure if she truly meant to give it up, but she insisted it was his. Misha clarified there were no hidden expectations. Still unsure, Bjorn awkwardly asked if he owed her anything for using it. She reacted with shock, questioning what kind of person he thought she was. Meanwhile, the essence's stats were revealed: high stamina, agility, and cold affinity, but with bone resistance penalties. Bjorn examined the essence's traits, noting how its affinity strengthened existing elemental abilities. Misha received information about its passive and active cold skills. Bjorn reflected on how balanced the system was, recognizing that her improved skills would benefit the team's future battles. Curious about its value, Misha questioned Bjorn again, unsure how rare the essence truly was. Reassured, she accepted his explanation and absorbed the essence. The transformation left her startled, but Bjorn explained the sensation was normal, something every explorer experienced with their first essence. Bjorn asked the remaining members about their choice, but both declined to take the leftover essence. Their refusal surprised him, as the essence carried considerable value and potential usefulness. He realized they were about to waste a rare resource, leaving him momentarily speechless at their decision. Discussion begins around the Frost Wolf essence, Genessa identified, prompting curiosity among the team. Rather than use it hastily, she and another member cite high removal costs and prefer to wait. Suspicion creeps into Bjorn's thoughts. Their answers are too coordinated to be coincidence. Intending to narrow down suspects, he finds no one claimed the essence. A sudden noise from above halts all investigation, shifting attention sharply. Inven is alerted as a threat descends rapidly toward the group. The creature crashes down. Its enormous size and icy form mark it as dangerous. Recognition sets in. This is no random monster, but the dungeon's final boss. With a roar, the lycanthrope's attack shatters the frozen ground beneath them. Ice breaks apart, sending everyone plummeting into the abyss below. System notifications confirm a chapter shift and environmental changes. Bjorn awakens submerged, gasping for breath in the cave's depths. Unlike a game pause, the fall was real and painful. He barely escapes being swept off a waterfall's edge. From nearby, Envan calls out, checking that he's still alive. While recovering around the campfire, Bjorn assures the others he's fine. Nearby, Misha checks on a groggy companion. Envan, already by the flames, calls others to warm up. His preparation draws curiosity due to the firewood he carries. He explains his habit of traveling alone, justifies the burden. Despite the fire, some members feel an unnatural chill, shivering. They comment on the cave's strange temperature, Nenvin suggests they're in a special region, possibly one that suppresses body heat. Though Misha remains unfazed, the others sense the cold more intensely. Bjorn, confused by the symptoms, reflects inwardly. He tries to explain it doesn't hurt, only numbs him. Misha mocks him gently, calling him dense. Shifting closer, she offers to share warmth, catching everyone off guard. Bjorn grows suspicious as her gesture draws stares from the rest, including Envan. Choosing to sleep apart, Bjorn remains cautious, unwilling to rest near possible threats. Misha joins him, mentioning their limited firewood, but insisting he sleeps first. Before sleeping, Bjorn asks for her impressions of the others, probing for inconsistencies. She shares her suspicions, pointing toward a subtle oddity she noticed earlier. Bjorn praises her sharpness, confirming he had reached a similar conclusion. 6 hours later, the party begins moving again, their next steps more focused than before. The group proceeds cautiously down a narrow path through a frozen cave, comforted by its single direction. Suddenly, an ice-covered monster bursts from a nearby wall, prompting Bjorn to launch a swift counterattack. Misha evades another ambush while cutting through attackers the monsters. Though 8th rank, prove aggressive. A warning goes out about the cave's debuff, which amplifies incoming damage. Understanding dawns on the group they're in a region that suppresses their resistance. Time passes as they fight through more enemies. Eventually, they arrive at a chamber, filled with ice orcs frozen in crystal. An uneasy question arises, will these ice orcs also awaken to fight? With glowing eyes, the creatures stir. A fierce clash begins as one leaps toward the party. Roaring, multiple orcs break free, charging forward in formation. Bjorn calls for order, urging everyone to take formation as the enemy closes in. Even as he issues commands, he analyzes Mephise's intent, unsure if it's genuine or deceptive. He decides to act cautiously, concealing his true power during the chaos. Combat escalates. Bjorn parries an orc strike with precision. A moment of banter arises, but his attention stays sharp, with a calm reply. He confirms his real move hasn't come yet. As chaos unfolds, 2 adventurers panic under pressure, while struggling to hold position. Inven, seeing the disorder, prepares to intervene personally. Deciding the others can't manage alone, he summons Iron Bear Irathun, a massive beast that charges forward to assist in battle. The summoned creature engages the orcs, overpowering them with brute force and halting their advance. Bjorn quickly assesses Envan's capabilities, and concludes the man plans to finish the fight alone. With the threat active, Bjorn readies himself to act before Envan completes the clear. An ice orc lunges, striking one adventurer before anyone can react. Misha flinches as the blow lands, while Bjorn observes the scene intensely. A loud impact follows. One adventurer is thrown violently across the room. Fueled by desperation, Misha charges forward, her voice echoing with intensity. Tears mix with adrenaline as she pushes through the chaos. Her eyes reflect urgency as she prepares to carry out the next move. Meanwhile, Bjorn lies bleeding but alive. His helmet, resilient bones, and natural recovery slow the damage, keeping him conscious just long enough to nod at Misha. From the rear, an ally dashes in, eyes wide with fear at the sight of Bjorn's injury. Before the orc's hammer lands, an arrow pierces its skull, silencing the threat in an instant. As blood erupts, a game message confirms the kill you have defeated the ice orc warrior. Relief sweeps the group. Dark energy spirals upward as the sorcerer conjures a volatile spell. With the atmosphere crackling, the team scrambles, dodging the incoming wave of destruction. Notifications flare dangerous substance and iron ice wall, signaling both danger and entrapment. The magic erupts, freezing terrain and halting movement. Reacting swiftly, a crossbow bolt lands a fatal hit, toppling the sorcerer. Bjorn steadies his breath. The essence is theirs. The plan remains intact. A warrior triggers armor change, transforming instantly for enhanced defense. Next, Beastly Walk grants explosive speed and fluid motion. The strike lands clean, ending the threat with brutal efficiency. Bjorn and his ally prepare for the next phase, confident. He calculates the profit from the chaos, estimating a massive reward. Suddenly, the enemy's summoning is disrupted. The iron bear that was forming vanishes, a signal that the tide is shifting. Above, a projectile hurls downward. It crashes beside one of the enemies, sending her reeling from the impact. Gensia turns in confusion, questioning the mysterious object thrown at her. The group seizes the opportunity. Bjorn unleashes an explosive strike, while another ally signals the attack. Gensia quickly recovers, realizing she's been targeted. She activates Beastly Walk and attempts to slip away. Her stealth breaks mid-run due to a hidden effect from the witch's lamp. Her actions had always hinted she knew more than she claimed. The team reflects Gensia had been suspicious all along. Details confirm the accusation. A cat-eared teammate smells traces from the beast's lair on Gensia. Even the dirt on her shoes connects her to the forbidden zone. She couldn't have reached the ice cave otherwise. The conclusion is clear: Gensia Nafrin is the Mafia. Gensia retaliates immediately, clashing violently with Misha. Misha strikes, catching her by surprise. Gensia stumbles and attempts to escape but is intercepted. Bjorn moves in. With a crushing blow, he lands the final hit, ending her betrayal with a brutal smash. Despite her injuries, Gensia grits her teeth and rises again, blood dripping from her lips. Her fingers dig into the ice as she forces herself up, unwilling to fall just yet. Bjorn notes her resilience. She's invested heavily into defense, making her harder to finish off. Realizing she isn't an NPC, Bjorn confirms she's a player. That doesn't matter to him. She tried to kill him, and that's enough. Suddenly, one of the summoned beasts charges at him. A warning is shouted, but Bjorn remains calm, with wild outburst active. The attacks don't faze him. His only concern now is stopping the real threat before the boss spawns. Gensia tries to flee, panic taking over. She runs blindly toward a path. Bjorn watches, unimpressed by her ignorance of the dungeon layout. Still, he stays alert. Desperate foes often lash out unpredictably. As monsters press forward, Misha volunteers to handle one and is told not to kill it. Bjorn turns his focus back to Gensia, who hesitates under pressure. She begs to talk, claiming a misunderstanding, but her words ring hollow. It should still be on cooldown for a few more minutes. A high-speed assault erupts from her, despite the risk. Though uncertain it will succeed, she gambles everything, lunging forward in desperation. Gensia's weapon clattered to the floor. She pleaded for her life, insisting everything had been a mistake. Bjorn questioned her intentions, coldly asking if her excuse would be convincing enough to spare her. Caught in fear, she stammered, but before she could finish, Bjorn delivered a brutal strike, ending her charade. He stared at her corpse, unimpressed by the failed deception. Among the loot were useful pieces, and Bjorn considered sharing some with Misha. Now that the looting was done, he prepared to ask questions, but not before taking one final precaution. All of Gensia's escape tools were destroyed. Her armor, change items, and stealth gear were completely stripped. She begged again, desperate. Bjorn, unmoved, interrogated her about her attack and the opened rupture. Her answers made sense at first, but something felt off. Bjorn's suspicions deepened. Her knowledge was too precise. Panicked, Gensia stumbled over her words. Her voice cracked. She collapsed into sobs, begging to go home. Her body trembled as she reached out. Her pleas continued. She insisted she was a real person, that she didn't want to die. Bjorn watched silently. No pity stirred in him. He had heard enough. With one swing, he executed her. A system message followed achievement: the first player execution. Footsteps echoed across the battlefield as a figure approached with quiet intensity. Bloodied armor pieces trailed behind him, but the sensation stirred no guilt, only a strange thrill. Noticing the movement, a red-haired girl turned sharply, eyes widening as recognition dawned. Relief spread across her face, and she sprinted toward the towering man. A sudden scream nearby shifted their focus. A comrade struggled beneath a monstrous attacker. Without hesitation, Bjorn handed the task to her, confident in her potential. Inhaling deeply, Misha activated her enhancements, power coursing through her limbs. The creature roared as it bore down on its helpless target, who trembled in fear. Steel met flesh as Misha's blade intercepted the beast mid-charge, halting its assault. Frozen energy surged across the ground, rooting the monster where it stood. Its muscles strained against the creeping frost, but resistance was futile. Explanation flashed: cold affinity stopped healing, turning its strength into a weakness. Capitalizing on the moment, Misha struck once more, piercing its thick hide. Blood erupted as the blow landed with lethal precision. Watching closely, Bjorn confirmed the result. The test was over. She was ready. Bjorn readied his stance, steady and composed, as Misha rallied behind him. A thunderous roar shattered the air. The boss had awakened. From the shadows, the monstrous tyrant Tarumbas emerged, its full power now unleashed. Unlike ordinary foes, this beast possessed several deadly traits. Towering at 1.5 times the size of a standard lycanthrope, its stats were double the usual. Clutched in its claws, a club coated in frost could induce lethal hypothermia. Despite its terrifying form, Bjorn's eyes sharpened with confidence. He consumed a rare item, lightning fiber, to amplify his damage. A surge of energy coursed through him, lightning sparking wildly from his body. Electric arcs danced along his limbs as he charged forward. Strikes landed rapidly, exploiting the boss's known weakness to lightning. Though paralyzed, the beast retaliated using fortitude. resisting movement locks. Bjorn continued his assault, ensuring no pause between attacks. Lightning burst across the arena, leaving the monster immobilized and scorched. With the battle won, he reaffirmed a core truth: lightning-infused gear made even tyrants fall. Shock spread across the young adventurer's face as the message confirmed victory over Tyrant Turumbas. From the monster's remains, a radiant blue essence emerged, pulsing with power. Misha appeared uncertain when asked to absorb it, confused by the casual offer. A sudden groan caught their attention. Another ally stirred weakly on the icy ground. Blood seeped from his wound as he clutched his torso, voice faint and shaking. Bjorn knelt to assess the injury while Misha pulled out their best healing potion. Crimson liquid still flowed freely, defying the potion's effects as panic crept in. Bjorn deduced the blade must have been laced with a toxin that blocked regeneration. Even the antidote failed to reverse the effects, leaving them scrambling for options. Without waiting, Misha demanded the top-tier potion, determined to stabilize him. She applied it while Bjorn silently observed, knowing its rarity made the cost steep. Gradually, the wound began closing, proving the poison's strength and the potion's worth. When calm returned, Bjorn handed over loot to the hesitant companion. Though overwhelmed, the man accepted, questioning whether it was too generous. Bjorn simply watched, inwardly noting the man's curiosity was something to be wary of. Carson finally regained consciousness, muttering that he was lucky to survive. Privately acknowledged that Carson's death would have given him more profit, but said nothing. When asked to pay for the potion, Carson casually offered 5 million stones without hesitation. Bjorn accepted, noting that item value often shifted based on urgency. Carson handed over a special item, Necromancer's bracelet capable of reviving the wearer post-mortem. Suspicion flickered in Bjorn's eyes. He knew Carson wasn't being entirely transparent. Misha expressed gratitude for Bjorn's actions as Carson departed with a faint smile. Before they could exit, Bjorn led her another way, revealing he had retrieved a rare item. He gifted her an ice crystal, permanently increasing her cold affinity after consumption. The two sat by a fire, using the downtime to prepare for departure. Misha reflected quietly, wondering how she might have fared without him. Bjorn's thoughts turned inward during the last kill. He had seen a part of himself. Regret washed over him as he remembered a girl who didn't survive. Though he wished she'd lived, he had moved forward, still bearing guilt, clutching another valuable item. Bjorn admitted silently his greed had not faded. Bjorn poured healing potions over the wound, conflicted about saving someone he could have let die. He admitted his morals were flawed, but felt Misha's presence restrained his darker thoughts. As the fire crackled nearby, Misha's warmth reminded him of humanity he thought he'd lost. Above the quiet cave, stars stretched endlessly across the night sky, warmed by a flickering fire. Bjorn and his companion took a brief rest after their trials. With fatigue fading, they quietly prepared for what the deeper dungeon might hold. The third day began with a savage encounter. A monstrous beast lunged, its jaws wide. Rather than hesitate, Bjorn handed over a powerful sword, rare and unnumbered. He encouraged her to get used to both the weapon and its magical essence. Later, she claimed to be ready, confidence returning with each swing. Bjorn, unconvinced, challenged her determination, noting her earlier signs of fatigue. Flustered, she reaffirmed her commitment and pushed aside her doubts, watching her fight. Bjorn felt a surge of pride in her progress. She now wielded a lycanthrope's essence, effective, swift, and packed with hidden potential. Support abilities like Cold Concentrate and Fortitude increased her combat versatility. Bjorn advised linking abilities for stronger combos against tougher foes. Since enemies fell in one strike, she barely needed the enhancements. Despite that, they pressed on toward the second floor without pause. With a determined smile, Misha anticipated Bjorn's usual warning about the harder path ahead. Bjorn gave the signal to move, and they continued forward into uncertain danger. As they walked deeper, Bjorn noticed how Misha's light steps echoed behind him, too light for the weight she carried, signaling something unnatural was happening. Bjorn calmly concluded that someone had summoned the floor boss, the dreaded floor lord. Despite his tone, Misha panicked, shouting in shock while Bjorn questioned if past trauma still haunted her, explaining that the glowing crystals meant another explorer had triggered the boss on purpose. Misha struggled to process it, alarmed by the thought that someone would do it intentionally. Bjorn reflected on a suspicious figure tied to the incident, someone who once fought the floor lord solo. A portal shimmered ahead, and they crossed into the second floor of the deadly labyrinth. There, Bjorn recalled past trials, battling skeletons, escaping a madwoman, and nearly dying. The memories overwhelmed him, a reminder of how fragile survival in this world truly was. From the shadows, new threats emerged. Monsters stirred, as if expecting challengers. Misha voiced her suspicion. Someone had drawn these creatures deliberately to this area. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a horde of enemies descended upon them in unison. With a fierce cry, Misha launched into combat, unleashing cold energy with precision. Bjorn followed swiftly, cutting through the wave of monsters swarming their position. Enemies struck from all sides, but both warriors moved with practiced coordination. One creature froze mid-charge as Misha triggered Cold Concentrate with icy destruction. Her skill held firm even as the Death Fiend activated a summoning ability. A horde of undead erupted from the darkness, drawn to their battle. Misha warned Bjorn of danger, but the Death Fiend had already closed in. Claws slashed and fangs tore into his armor before he could react. Despite the ambush, Bjorn retaliated fiercely, tossing foes aside without hesitation. Worried, Misha shouted his name, but was stunned to see him standing unharmed. She questioned how he healed so quickly, bewildered by his endurance. Bjorn dismissed her awe, urging her to stay focused and keep fighting. As they continued deeper, Misha improved her control over cold-based effects. She learned to apply hypothermia instead of freeze and used fortitude effectively. Though warned about MP costs, Misha proudly assured she could manage just fine. After the battle, Misha leaned weakly on Bjorn, her strength fading quickly. Though she insisted on walking, Bjorn told her to focus on recovery as they moved ahead. Time passed, and by nightfall, they rested near a small campfire alongside strangers. Nearby, unfamiliar explorers discussed their encounter. Unaware of Bjorn and Misha's presence, Bjorn observed from a distance, realizing the others had camped unknowingly beside them. He approached Misha quietly, ready to wake her, without alerting the other group. One man spoke with intent to harvest fresh bodies, hinting at sinister motives. Bjorn, now alert, couldn't ignore the threat implied in the casual talk. Rising from his spot, he prepared to respond as the danger became clear. During the ceremony, Bjorn stood among a sea of new barbarians, all eager to prove themselves. Time has passed, and now fewer than a third remain. The rest didn't survive the harsh trials. He questions whether monsters were truly the only cause behind so many deaths. As night falls, a teammate turns in for rest, leaving Bjorn alone on watch. A dangerous thought crosses his mind. Eliminating the others might simplify everything. Before he can dwell on it, Misha's voice brings him back to the present. The campfire crackles quietly, while the group rests under the night sky. A sharp sound slices through the silence, snapping everyone to attention. Lone girl steps forward from the darkness, her sudden arrival unsettling the group. From the trees, two strangers approach, casting long shadows in the torchlight. Camp members react fast, shouting warnings, and waking the others. Bjorn jolts awake, unsure what threat awaits him this time. Still groggy, he demands an explanation, irritated by the interruption. Recognition dawns. One of the newcomers is clearly a barbarian like him. Relieved, Bjorn waves with a grin, welcoming the familiar face. Karen proudly introduces himself, gripping Bjorn's hand in a powerful shake. Bjorn responds with equal enthusiasm, stating his identity as Thor's son. Laughter echoes as the two barbarians bond, confusing the rest of the group watching nearby. Karen urges the others to lower their weapons, insisting Bjorn isn't a threat. The explorers, still cautious, acknowledge Bjorn but struggle with his full name. Bjorn corrects them sternly, emphasizing they're not close enough to shorten it casually. One of the men forces a smile, asking them to move along since the group was resting. Bjorn, unfazed, claims they were also looking for a place to camp for the night. Confusion spreads among the explorers as they realize the barbarians plan to stay. Talk shifts to watch duties. The barbarians suggest splitting shifts for efficiency. Their idea is simple: with 7 people, everyone gets more sleep. Bjorn shouts in frustration, unable to believe they hadn't thought of this earlier. The explorers are stunned by the obvious logic and feel embarrassed. With the discussion going nowhere, Bjorn decides to ignore them entirely. As Misha approaches from behind, one man finally notices her presence with surprise. Misha's appearance catches one explorer off guard. His eyes widen as he takes in her figure. A single word forms in his head: pretty, as he stares, unable to look away. Flustered, he gulps and nervously asks what the others think of her. Turning with a smirk, Misha responds ambiguously, but admits they must be decent people for keeping a barbarian. She explains Bjorn lost his weapon and couldn't take watch, giving a half-truth with ease. Bjorn defends himself by claiming a monster ran off with it mid-fight, earning awkward acceptance. Growing impatient, the explorers push for a decision about the overnight arrangement. Reluctantly, they agree to let the newcomers rest, assigning them the final shift ladder. While lying down, Misha whispers to Bjorn, who promptly silences her. Footsteps approach. The explorers quietly rise as tension builds. Sensing danger, Misha urgently warns Bjorn just as he stirs. He opens his eyes slightly, instinctively aware something's wrong. Enemies close in from both sides, clearly planning to strike simultaneously. Bjorn abruptly sits up, confused by the shouting and movement, thinking it's a misunderstanding. He offers food beef jerky. The attackers flee, stunned by the absurdity. In a sudden move, one explorer swings his weapon, narrowly missing its intended mark. The attacker nervously stammers, pretending it was an accident. Confusion spreads among the group. Feigning innocence, he claims his hand slipped, attempting to mask clear aggression. Before anyone can respond, a second explorer lunges and stabs Karen without hesitation. As the blade lands, the attacker mutters an excuse, claiming hunger made him act. An ally of Karen draws his bow, prepared to retaliate without question. Bjorn, startled, grabs his weapon and rushes in, roaring with fury. Blood splatters as he lands a devastating blow in response to the betrayal. He demands answers from Lewis, who struggles to explain his partner's actions. Tension explodes as Lewis is tackled and restrained. He panics under questioning. Bjorn pins him down, demanding an explanation for the attack. From a distance, Misha watches silently, blade drawn and ready. Louis stammers, but says nothing. Fear dominates his expression. Misha steps in, confirming what they suspected all along. She calmly states the truth. They really were plunderers, just as Bjorn feared. A man nervously offers food, attempting to curry favor with the group. His trembling fingers betray unease, despite his forced smile. Bjorn and his companions arrive, exuding quiet intimidation. Without speaking, they draw tension into the air like a blade. Gathered around the fire, their silence crushes the mood. The man's growing panic is visible in his strained expressions. Rather than retreat, Bjorn urges him to speak. Commanding eyes hold him in place. Within seconds, the man realizes the truth. These people don't hesitate, they devour opposition. As his thoughts spiral, someone confronts him aloud, demanding to know who dared insult them. Victor lies bound, silently observing the tension. One woman questions Bjorn's savage instincts. Criticism follows, calling him overly blunt. The red-haired girl agrees, but her eyes flicker with unrest. Exploding in fury, she strikes a companion across the face, shocking everyone. Fists fly, tempers flare. No one steps in, watching calmly. Bjorn lets the conflict unravel. Meanwhile, one man plots against Kurochi. That schemer, however, underestimates how swiftly fate strikes. Standing alone, Bjorn reflects, questioning his path. Confusion clouds his thoughts as he grips his weapon. In an instant, he executes the traitor. The archer's head falls. The enemy leader suffered a brutal fate. Misha crushed him underfoot without mercy. Nearby, the last survivor wept and begged for forgiveness, bound and trembling, promising to reform. Bjorn questioned him coldly, asking if he'd become a kind plunderer. The man, panicked, stammered useless replies. A confused grunt escaped the captive as Bjorn raised his hand. He didn't understand the question, without needing words. Bjorn struck hard, branding the man with a permanent scar. His blow was deliberate. Barbarians believed scars were messages, symbols of survival and consequence. Loot was distributed among the party. Kurochi hesitated, feeling unworthy of spoils. Encouraged by the others, he accepted a blade, resolving to use it when axes weren't enough. Not everyone took much. Some gear didn't fit, and others planned to sell extra items later. A formal introduction followed. Bjorn finally revealed his true name, Yandel's son. Not Thor's. His companions reacted with surprise and admiration, recognizing his status. Grinning, Bjorn vowed to sell loot and grow stronger. Proud of his barbarian identity, the narration shifted to a broader truth. Barbarians, though capable, remained the weakest race. Despite raw strength, they lacked support, dying young and failing to reach potential. Yet, a new path was forming: smarter, longer-living barbarians. A new cycle of change emerges as barbarians begin to unify and evolve. Kurochi reflects on his own barbarian status, realizing his future may benefit from this growing influence. Elsewhere, the Mage Tower looms, its arrogance emblematic of how far magic society has strayed from humility. Bjorn warns Karen understanding others means seeing how they act when pressured. With a fierce smile, he declares that disloyalty or treachery won't be tolerated in his party. His words unsettle the group, but his intentions are clear. He'll crush betrayal without hesitation. Bjorn's unhinged grin cements his message. Anyone who targets his people will answer in blood. The others step away cautiously, letting the tension settle in the cold air. Meanwhile, Kurochi doubts himself, pondering if abandoning the path of magic is the right choice. She tries to lift his spirits, reminding him that books can't replace real experiences. While walking, they both suddenly freeze. An ominous sensation chills their spines. System alerts appear. They've been exposed to resentment, reducing healing and regeneration. Kurochi quietly counts his pulse. His wound isn't closing, a terrible sign. Confirmation follows. A death knight is near. Footsteps rush in the dark. Its skill resentment is already active, meaning it was summoned in combat-ready state. Bjorn inspects a cracked token, realizing it confirms that a player initiated the Death Knight encounter. While panic sets in among his allies, Bjorn processes the unfolding chaos, weighing the risks instantly. The Death Knight charges without warning. The group braces for impact as battle erupts in the dark. Bjorn leaps into action, swinging with precision. His blade collides with overwhelming force. The Death Knight is defeated. A message confirms its elimination as the group regroups. Bjorn loudly proclaims he will protect everyone, charging again in a reckless fury. Thou victorious. The others react with mixed expressions, complaining about Bjorn's overkill tactics. Suddenly, a cloaked man recognizes Bjorn by his title, Little Valken, causing surprise. More adventurers gather, unsure if the rumors about Bjorn's strength and past are true. While some remain skeptical, Bjorn's reputation diffuses suspicion before tension can escalate. Bjorn introduces himself formally, prompting the stranger to respond with a name Hans. As Bjorn reaches out to greet him, something unusual occurs just before contact. Blazing with intensity, Hans Krisen charges into the clearing, drawing immediate attention. Despite urgent commands to stop, he barrels forward, ignoring the alarmed voices behind him. The red-haired woman recognizes something is wrong. Hans is possessed. She urgently signals retreat. Another man rushes by, warning his ally to flee without delay. Amid rising tension, the Hans effect takes hold, introducing chaos to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in Lafdonia, peaceful scenes emerge as families reunite in relief and joy. Crowds cheer at the arrival of a familiar warrior, once presumed lost. He's quickly identified as Karen, and his gear-filled bags stir curiosity. Refuting any wrongdoing, he calls for everyone's attention, promising something important. Barbarians raise their voices, defending their honor and demanding respect as warriors. Bjorn is hailed as a mentor whose guidance led to survival and victory. Yet, some remain unimpressed, muttering criticisms from the sidelines. Juan declares a new beginning, vowing to pass on Bjorn's teachings to others. Reality sets in. Bjorn, son of Yandel, commands real influence among his people. As he leads, preparations quietly begin for deeper trials ahead. Emerging from the portal, the team advances cautiously. The red-haired woman questions whether returning from the first floor might have been wiser, doubting the danger of Hans's name, despite her uncertainty. She concludes that finishing the mission is safer than returning empty-handed. Bjorn lightens the mood, suggesting hardship feels easier when shared. Though she snaps at his blunt comment. Jokingly, he deflects her frustration, while she blushes at her own unexpected reliance on him. A brief moment of sincerity passes between them, interrupted by Bjorn's usual teasing nature. Suddenly, a threat is spotted, prompting the woman to raise her weapon and yell for a halt. They descend toward a riverside rest stop, narrowly arriving before the safer spots were all taken. Bjorn jokes again, downplaying the close call, as they secure a temporary place to stay. Familiar faces spark smiles and greetings. Hikuro's presence marks a reunion, and Bjorn naturally becomes part of the team. Aya's tasks are exchanged. Updates reveal some clients had already returned after finishing their lower-floor missions. With everyone assembled, Hikuro's third-floor request becomes the group's next mission. They complete it quickly, succeeding in under 3 days, and celebrating the teamwork. Others believe Bjorn's presence is the true reason behind their swift victories. At the edge of the third floor, the group debates whether to advance further or end the expedition. Unanimous agreement leads them to push toward the fourth floor, knowing time is limited. For 3 days, they press forward without rest. The portal glows with energy. It's now or never, and the team steps through without hesitation. Bjorn leads the charge into the swirling light, determined to continue the mission. Suddenly, a voice calls to him from within the light, catching him off guard. The fourth floor reveals a warped battlefield. Memories blur as visions of the past flash before Bjorn. A familiar face appears briefly, before reality snaps back and battle erupts around them. Monsters descend instantly, without pause. The team engages in fierce combat. Dark magic radiates from the enemies as a powerful foe strikes with overwhelming force. One by one, teammates counterattack while Bjorn surges forward to break their formation. The red-haired warrior lands a critical blow, shifting momentum in their favor. Bjorn warns the group to stay focused, as the enemy may have reinforcements below. The team finishes the fight with surprising ease, confusion lingering over the battle's brevity. With the trial complete, they now face a new choice, deciding which path lies ahead. The group reaches a branching path where the correct route must be chosen to continue the expedition. Bjorn selects the Stairway of Wisdom, a challenging route known for mental trials and monster ambushes. As they step into the portal, Bjorn briefly wonders what outcome might have awaited if he'd chosen another path. Visions of a blood-soaked battlefield flash before him, revealing a darker alternative. Several companions lie wounded and lifeless, hinting at a failed journey through another route. Bjorn silently acknowledges that his current decisions spared them from a devastating fate. Following the selection of the Stairway of Wisdom on the first floor, the team pressed onward through the dungeon. By alternating between the paths of courage and wisdom, they successfully reached the 12th floor. To their shock, an enormous troll appeared, a top-tier X-class monster, far stronger than anything expected at this level. Recognition came quickly. It was the rare keyboard smasher, known for destructive power and nearly unbeatable strength. Encounters like this were unheard of below the 20th floor. Blame fell on Hans, whose influence, often called the Hans effect, seemed to bend the dungeon's rules. Despite the fear gripping them, the group tightened formation, preparing to face the impossible. Weapons clashed against the beast, sparks flying as blades and magic met its thick hide. The troll roared, its response immediate and savage, knocking back attackers without hesitation. A shield-bearer barely withstood a crushing blow, armor dented and balance shaken. Other members charged in, relying on traits like knockback resistance and shock absorption. Even so, the troll's raw power sent multiple fighters reeling across the floor. Adjusting strategy, Hikuro swapped to a specialized shield to endure repeated hits. Despite his efforts, each swing felt ineffective, barely leaving a mark. At last, the mage completed her enhancement. An ice-forged spear gleamed. A blinding surge of ice magic pierced through the battlefield, launched directly toward the troll. The enhanced spear struck its chest, causing the beast to stagger under the pressure of freezing energy. Yet even with the impact, the monster growled defiantly, its eyes still burning with rage and vitality. The team didn't relent, continuing their assault from all sides to break its defense. Despite heavy blows, the troll's hide remained nearly unscathed, its resistance exceeding expectations. Panic crept in, even the thought of retreat sparked desperation, as escape routes were few. In a past encounter, a grade 5 sun mage nearly killed a vampire in one attack. That vampire, though strong, lacked defense yet still survived the spell with lingering strength. This troll, on the other hand, boasted unmatched regeneration and unbreakable endurance. Hans refocused the group, urging everyone to follow his commands with precision. Devalki began casting a massive curse, draining his energy into a single spell. Time dragged as the battle pushed on, and exhaustion set in for the team. Rottmiller distracted the troll, giving Misha a clear opening to strike. With precise aim, she unleashed a flurry of attacks on a single weak spot, blood spraying as the concentrated damage finally broke through. As the troll lunged forward, the command to dodge rang out, but not everyone could react in time. Diviwaki took the brunt of the attack, sending nearby allies tumbling from the impact's force. Struggling to maintain footing, one fighter compared the chaos to walking on cracking ice. Desperation surged. Aaron screamed for Diviwaki, fearing the worst as the battle raged on. With strained breath, Diviwaki estimated his remaining magic, barely 2 minutes, maybe 3 if pushed. Hans proposed cutting slow from the spell rotation. That could stretch the limit to 7 minutes. Instructions were clear, no slow. Misha dashed in again, unleashing attacks with precision. Though the troll's skin held firm, responsibility shifted to Hikarad. With a nod, he stepped forward to carry out Plan B with ferocity. Hikarad charged in, his mace crashing down with brute force. The troll responded by casting Frenzy, boosting its speed and strength for a deadly retaliation. A brutal strike knocked Hikarad aside, but he rose again, gritting through the pain. Momentum built as attacks landed. Magic and might clashed in violent rhythm. The troll lashed out in rage, forcing Misha into a direct exchange. Her allies cried out as she was hurled through the air, yet she braced for another charge. The troll, wounded and enraged, triggered its skill hyper-regeneration, flooding its body with dark energy. This ability allowed the monster to rapidly heal damaged areas, restoring specific limbs with terrifying speed. Even so, it required 2 full minutes to complete, offering a small window of vulnerability. During that cooldown, the skill couldn't be reactivated, limiting the troll's recovery options. With a clear target, the team focused on destroying vital organs before regeneration finished. As the timer began, the fighters moved in formation. Blood sprayed across the battlefield as a towering beast howled, its eye split open from a brutal strike. Bjorn's gaze locked onto the scene, urgency surged through him as he recognized the danger. Driven by instinct, he hurled himself forward, jamming his blood-marked weapon toward the creature's eye. Misha leapt with fierce determination, her blade slashing down through the chaos. Grappling the monster's torso, Bjorn held it in place, allowing her to strike repeatedly from above. Nearby allies coordinated, shouting instructions as Misha delivered relentless blows. Despite her efforts, the blade refused to sink in the skull was too dense. Bjorn quickly redirected her aim, calling out to target the brain instead. Another fighter entered the fray, boosting their attack as the monster buckled. Suddenly, the beast broke free, roaring as it locked onto a new target. It surged toward Dworki, guided by sound rather than sight. The mages froze, but one ducked just in time as the creature's arm smashed down. Bjorn intercepted again, hammering at its side with focused rage. He noticed it reacting solely to vibrations, not vision. Before anyone could stop it, the beast struck another soldier, crushing him instantly. Bjorn stood firm as the beast rampaged, swiping its claws through soldiers. Limbs and weapons scattered in the chaos. Amid the slaughter, he shouted for focus. His voice cut through the panic as he urged Misha to ignore the fear. Misha responded with a scream, hurling herself forward again while energy flared around her weapon. The enchantment on the monster's body faded. A chance finally opened. Bjorn's cry pushed Misha onward. She didn't hesitate and surged forward. As her body glowed blue, she activated her ultimate skill and launched a devastating strike. Screaming, Misha rained blow after blow onto the target. Red aura erupted with every slash, unleashing her fury. She cursed the beast, pouring all power into her attack. The giant form shattered. The monster collapsed as the transformation was undone. Its massive frame convulsed before crashing into the ground. Bjorn kept his eyes locked until the final tremor faded. A red magic stone rolled from the corpse. The threat was over. Silence followed. Bjorn stood amidst blood and stone, breathing heavily, across the floor. Misha trembled beside their fallen allies. He looked at her and knew this battle was real, and survival had changed them both. As the dust settled, Bjorn realized Rotmiller's leg was intact, a miracle after the chaos. His attention shifted to Dworki, who lay unconscious and bleeding. The team gathered with growing fear. Misha panicked. Noting he wasn't breathing, Bjorn moved in, prepared to act without hesitation. Dworki, a fragile mage by nature, had suffered immense trauma. His spine was bent and his limbs twisted unnaturally. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth, a clear sign of internal damage. Bjorn cursed his earlier choice to use the supreme potion too soon, but a comrade stepped forward, offering another relief washed over them as the potion was administered. Dworki's condition began to stabilize. Misha silently wept in gratitude. They had all made it through. Despite the outcome, unease lingered. Not everything felt like a victory. Memories of the fight lingered. It hadn't been tactics or strength that saved them. Bjorn realized it had all come down to luck. A different outcome had been inches away. Accepting this truth deepened his understanding of what survival truly meant. The party regrouped. One voiced thanks for escaping unscathed. Bjorn blamed himself for the near failure, but his allies reassured him. They affirmed his judgment had saved them. No one else could have led them through it. Dworki slowly regained consciousness, blinking as his vision cleared. Bjorn and Misha reassured him that everyone was safe, urging him to stay still. A smile formed on Dworki's face as he expressed relief. Though Misha scolded him tearfully for speaking in his condition, the group reflected on their near-death experience, questioning their performance. They debated whether their actions had truly earned victory. Bjorn turned the conversation serious, shifting attention to what comes next. Next afternoon, sunlight bathed a signboard in town. A mysterious woman arrived at the building, her eyes sparkling with emotion. She smiled brightly, overjoyed that she could finally meet someone again. After a grueling expedition, the group marches into the city and proceeds straight to the Temple of Furlias. With the threat behind them, adventurers exchange brief words, deciding to rest before handling further matters. Once the visit ends, the party disperses toward familiar streets. Bjorn and the red-haired warrior head off together without fanfare. While rewards are discussed, some express frustration at the lack of rare loot, despite the heavy effort. The red-haired fighter proposes heading to the inn. Caught off guard by Bjorn's agreement, she reacts with flustered energy. Her tone turns defensive, suspecting he might flee again. Bjorn gives no answer, his presence steady. They move toward her inn, avoiding needless detours. Inside, he quickly freshens up and begins sorting his equipment. She returns, surprised at how fast he finished. He gestures for her to go next. Carefully, Bjorn separates valuable goods from those to be sold. Every item is weighed in silence. A knock interrupts his thoughts. A guild messenger stands at the door. Suspicious, Bjorn demands an explanation. Karen Tarson, a young barbarian, has requested Bjorn as a witness. He faces accusations of being a marauder, and only Bjorn can prove otherwise. Without hesitation, Bjorn halts his plans. Someone needs his help immediately. Just as Bjorn prepares to leave, a surprised voice questions his sudden urgency. The red-haired girl speaks, feeling brushed aside without proper explanation. Bjorn offers no comfort. His mind is elsewhere as he exits, leaving the girl stunned and shouting in confusion. Down the crowded street, Bjorn walks with purpose. A few days earlier, in the witch's forest, a silver-haired woman instructed her companion on how to sense magical waves. They stood still, focusing their senses to trace the portal's magic. Their ears catch the faint signal. She points in the direction of the wave, confident in the path forward. The two advance through the shadows, their movements cautious and alert to change. Suddenly, a louder pulse of magic interrupts their stride. Erwin bolts ahead without warning, drawn by a voice she instantly recognizes. She sprints faster, convinced that the familiar tone belongs to the man she calls Mr. Despite changes in gear and a helmeted face, she's certain it's him and races to reach him. Bright light engulfs the figure ahead. Erwin shouts for him, desperate to confirm it's truly him. Her steps quicken. She reaches for him, ignoring everything else around her. Without hesitation, she rushes into the portal's light, determined to follow wherever he goes. Erwin charges toward the portal, convinced the voice is Bjorn's behind her. Rottmiller yells for her to stop. Catching her arm, Rottmiller warns her of the danger. Entering unprepared could brand her as a raider. Erwin protests through tears. Despite not seeing him clearly, she insists it was him. Fellow adventurers recall him as Little Vulcan, remembering stories tied to him. The misunderstanding deepens. A girl realizes she locked herself away and missed his return entirely. As she exits, regret floods her thoughts. She vows to apologize when they meet again. She reflects on not searching earlier. Embarrassment lingers, but hope drives her forward. A quiet hallway greets her as she knocks gently. Her pace slows, anticipation rising. To her surprise, a familiar face opens the door, and recognition sparks in her eyes. Nervous excitement builds. Her heart races at the thought of meeting Bjorn again. However, the red-haired girl greets her instead, confused by the sudden visit. Realizing her mistake, the newcomer asks for Bjorn's room, uncertain where she stands. The red-haired girl hesitates but confirms she knows him. She offers to let her wait inside. Panic spreads through the visitor. Realizing this may be his actual room, she freezes. With confusion mounting, she struggles to explain. The silver-haired girl reacts sharply, surprised by the redhead's casual tone. She questions the situation, confused by the implication that the redhead and Bjorn might be living together. Despite her doubts, she decides to stay and asks permission to wait inside until Bjorn returns. The redhead leads her in, warning about the room's mess. Recognizing the setting, the silver-haired girl states she's been in similar situations with Bjorn before. Hearing this, the redhead realizes she might also be an adventurer, and grows defensive. The guest calmly explains that the items were taken from marauders, not stolen. She emphasizes that Bjorn would never commit such acts, confident in her belief. However, her tone darkens as she warns that anyone coveting what isn't theirs deserves consequences. At the Explorers Guild in Zone 7, Bjorn Yandel listens to an unexpected message, someone from his past wishes to meet. Doubtful, he questions the reason behind the invitation, especially since the woman was once his hostage. Unmoved by the vague explanation, he rejects the offer. Rising from his seat, Bjorn prepares to leave without hesitation. The receptionist panics, reaching out in desperation, insisting that the meeting poses no threat. Without slowing down, Bjorn makes his stance clear. He wants no part in unclear dealings. Guards soon arrive, confirming the earlier incident was self-defense, and instructing others to leave. It becomes apparent that Karen served only as bait, a tool to lure Bjorn into the guild. Mention of Lady Urbans sparks vague recognition she's identified as the guild leader's daughter. Bjorn shows no concern, brushing off the memory with indifference. Elsewhere, officials discuss the young woman's boldness and her secret involvement in recent guild affairs. Suspicion rises her connection to Bjorn was part of a larger deliberate plan. Inside the chamber, resentment festers as one advisor sees her behavior as undermining leadership. He grips his teacup tightly, masking his anger behind a calm expression. Both Lady Urbans and Bjorn have become targets. Their defiance will not go unanswered. A sudden downpour blankets the town in darkness as Bjorn rushes through the streets, muttering in frustration. Villagers glance up, surprised by the weather shift, while Bjorn heads toward shelter with a growling stomach. Taking cover, he decides to eat while monitoring the area. A server brings out his food, surprising Bjorn with the timing and volume of the feast. As he bites into the meat, his face shows mild disappointment, despite the presentation. He silently compares it to Imshar's cooking, already craving her superior grilling skills. The sound of rain outside reminds him of pancakes and rice wine back home. Though he misses that taste, he admits such food likely doesn't exist here. Yet, comfort has set in. He no longer feels the urge to return. Fond memories of daily laughs with comrades pass through his mind, even with hardships. Something about this life has grown on him. Settling alone at a tavern table, he recognizes his quiet attachment to this world. Bjorn reflects on his future, knowing his current team won't survive tougher battles. Monsters ahead are unlike anything they've faced. Luck won't be enough next time. Just as his thoughts settle, someone calls his name, pulling him back to the present. Bjorn finds himself eating at a shop unexpectedly owned by a fellow adventurer's wife. He's surprised that a married man would take on labyrinth risks alone. Though curious, Bjorn keeps his thoughts to himself, noting it's not really his concern. The man expresses admiration for Bjorn's strength and asks to join his team. But the man justifies it by pointing out Bjorn's honorable actions. Bjorn recognizes his potential, but clarifies the team was temporary. They agree to revisit the discussion later if a team slot opens. After parting ways, Bjorn reflects briefly on a previous negotiation involving precious stones. Meanwhile, ominous lightning strikes as a new presence, declares judgment on those who covet others. A white-haired girl watches silently, emotion stirring as she sees someone arrive. Though he wasn't taken from her, she can't shake a rising sense of jealousy. Her rival, Misha Karlstein, appears cheerfully and greets her with confident energy. The girl nervously introduces herself as Erwin Fernakshi di Tertia. Misha compliments her name and casually prepares to clean the area. With suspicion lingering, Erwin hesitantly asks if Misha is involved with Bjorn, but Misha dismisses it as mere teamwork. Erwin assumes Misha and Bjorn bathe together, provoking a flustered reaction. Misha teases her about borrowing the barbarian's bathroom, implying proximity and familiarity. Silently accusing Misha of manipulating the situation with underhanded tactics, the question turns to Erwin's relationship with Bjorn, which she describes formally and respectfully. A nickname shared only between the two is brought up, subtly igniting tension. Erwin claims a deeper bond through shared hardship, while Misha questions the significance of her story. Erwin grows defensive, unsure how to respond to Misha's challenge. Misha presses on, pointing out that despite Erwin's claims, Bjorn never mentioned her. A warning is issued: hostile behavior, and delusions won't win favor or patience. Erwin, regaining focus, recognizes Misha not as a friend, but a threat. She declares the woman an enemy intent on stealing something valuable. An ice spell is summoned in fury, escalating the conflict between them. In that frozen moment, Erwin realizes Misha is stronger, and the fight is unwinnable. Fear sets in. She's reminded of losing someone precious in the past. Overwhelmed by emotion, she pleads silently, desperate not to lose Bjorn again. As Bjorn ascended the staircase, something about the quiet hallway made him slow his steps. The creak of a cabinet echoed faintly, drawing his attention the moment he opened the door. To his surprise, Erwin was inside, her eyes wide with panic as she froze in place. Seated nearby, a red-haired woman acknowledged his return, casually noting the presence of a guest. Without warning, Erwin dashed toward him, her voice filled with urgency as she cried out. Confusion took over her expression as she stopped short, glancing toward the unfamiliar woman. Bjorn furrowed his brows, unsure why Erwin appeared upset. Attempting to diffuse the tension, he briefly explained the earlier raid incident. With a bright smile, the other woman complimented his efforts and placed a hand on him. Questions surfaced as Bjorn noticed the sudden shift in tone. Erwin recalled bitter remarks made about barbarians, her frustration quietly building. Breaking the awkward moment, he admitted he had planned to visit Erwin. He reminded her of their shared past in the labyrinth expedition. Her eyes lit up, hope restored by his words. Overjoyed, she began sharing her progress with the elemental spirits. Bjorn listened, as Erwin proudly described her progress. 3 elemental spirits had already awakened. He questioned if it was raw talent. Few ever reached such a milestone so quickly. Erwin smiled brightly, unaware of the hidden thoughts forming around her potential, and her sister's shadow. Despite her achievements, tension lingered, as Bjorn deflected the reason for his relocation. Erwin hesitated, gripping her sleeve, while the red-haired woman chimed in with casual cheer. They joked lightly, but Bjorn noticed Erwin watching the other woman closely. Troubled though her voice agreed, Erwin's tone lacked conviction, and something in her eyes shifted. Bjorn suggested they leave now that the rain had passed, masking his fatigue. As he walked off, the girls exchanged uneasy glances, each hiding suspicion. Doubt clouded the air when Erwin said she'd follow later, but the redhead laughed it off. They walked side by side, the tension simmering beneath silent expressions, choosing peace. They agreed to go together, avoiding further conflict. With every step, Erwin's thoughts replayed their earlier meeting. She remembered the desperation, how close she was to begging to stay by his side. Though embarrassed, she wondered if she appeared foolish yet couldn't regret the choice she made. While walking together, Erwin felt relief when she learned the red-haired woman was heading in the opposite direction. Curious, the woman asked if Erwin would return tomorrow, to which she simply nodded. Internally, frustration surfaced. This wasn't how she wanted things to go. She just wished to be with Mr. before parting ways. Erwin quietly thanked her for not revealing anything to Bjorn. The woman suggested a promise, sensing Erwin's stubbornness wouldn't stop her from returning. She insisted they keep the earlier events a secret, not wanting to trouble Bjorn over it. Back home, Erwin was asked about her visit. She confirmed the man was indeed alive. With conviction, she declared she would grow stronger, her tone no longer hesitant. At the same time, the red-haired woman hardened her resolve. Determined, Erwin sought her sister's help, pleading for continued support. Her sister's response was blunt: if she wanted him, she'd have to earn him. The next morning erupted with banging as Bjorn was jolted awake by loud shouting. He groaned, realizing it was barely 6:30 a.m. Far too early for chaos. Opening the door, he was met by the energetic redhead, already demanding his attention. Smiling brightly, she urged him to get ready today, was going to be busy. Later that night, Bjorn parted ways with his guest, exchanging a brief farewell outside the building. As he turned to head inside, footsteps echoed behind him, catching his attention. He found Erwin at his door, smiling and calling out to him with excitement. Bjorn asked how long she'd been waiting, and she assured him it hadn't been long. She revealed she'd soon start intensive training and wouldn't be able to visit often. Though she wished to come more, travel time made frequent visits difficult. Erwin waved goodbye and promised to return the next week. Bjorn watched her leave, sensing a strange weight lingering in the air. Elsewhere, a mysterious conversation unfolded, hinting at deeper interest in Bjorn's character. Inside the tavern, the group convened to assess the profits from their latest dungeon run. Thanks to skillful skinning and resource use, their earnings exceeded initial expectations. Bjorn calculated his total haul over 1.67 million stones, far surpassing his previous records. Including rare drops and equipment, the profit margin proved even more impressive. Without realizing it, Bjorn raised his mug alone, disrupting their shared drinking ritual. Quickly recovering the mood, the dwarf initiated a proper toast, and everyone joined in celebration. One by one, teammates excused themselves, beginning to disperse from the table. Though tempted to leave, Bjorn hesitated, unsure how the dwarf might react. Spotting the dwarf chatting elsewhere, he relaxed until someone unexpectedly spoke his name. A nervous ally approached, seeking a rare one-on-one conversation with Bjorn. He struggled to speak clearly, while Bjorn listened with quiet interest. Uncertain but attentive, Bjorn waited to hear what was on the man's mind. The other finally admitted lingering effects from their last dungeon battle. Though shaken before, he now felt fully recovered and ready to talk. Curious, he asked about Bjorn's rune-covered transformation witnessed deep in the labyrinth. A vivid memory flashed in the young man's mind, facing death beneath a towering golem's crushing force. He believed his final moment had come, fear swallowing reason. Gripping his drink, he admitted that despite the trauma, Bjorn recalled the man's earlier claim his motive had once been to honor his late father's values. With a somber tone, the man revealed that story was a lie, created to earn attention. After his father's death and being ignored by his brother, he had felt invisible, drifting without purpose. Yet, with trembling hands, he confessed that companionship pulled him out of that emptiness. Moved, the dwarf responded with rare sincerity, then promised to stop asking about the past. Bjorn smirked, impressed by how much his companion had matured through hardship. Suddenly, Bjorn leaned in with a casual question: was he dating Misha? Caught off guard, the man stuttered, his thoughts spinning in embarrassment. Realizing that was Bjorn's real reason for staying, he watched him leave, shaking his head. Elsewhere, a district manager reviewed performance reports, comparing his own stagnant growth to Bjorn's swift rise. Despite his years of effort, he couldn't match the barbarian's explosive advancement. Coldly, he concluded that Bjorn and his team weren't normal humans, they were something else, entirely. Outside the building, the district manager coldly questioned whether the man's teammates would stay loyal out of pity, implying abandonment was inevitable without strength. With a smug tone, he urged the listener to make the wise choice, walking off into the twilight. Bjorn, back at his inn, cursed as he recalled how his companion drank heavily and collapsed. The memory replayed downing multiple drinks before passing out left him with another burden to manage. Suddenly, a red-haired woman entered uninvited, claiming she came because he wouldn't meet her. He stared at her in confusion, struggling to recall who she even was. She mentioned Braun Rottmiller, linking him to her father and suggesting Bjorn was involved. Though uncertain, she declared her intention to bring down her father using Bjorn's help. Her voice grew intense as she insisted this was the only way to free herself. Bjorn, uninterested, told her to leave, unwilling to risk conflict with the district's power. Frustrated by the rejection, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Before leaving, she warned that only she could stop her father's schemes. Exhaled in relief, once alone, pondering the name Rottmiller. As routine returned, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast from Misha, ready to move forward. After finishing lunch, Bjorn visited the library to study the world structure and mechanics more deeply. He later met his companions, including Erwin, and they shared a meal while discussing recent updates. Alongside team meetings, Bjorn confirmed receipt of a large payment from Mr. Bear, advancing their preparations. As time passed, the 15th night arrived, triggering a shift between the real world and the game. Bjorn's soul temporarily separated from the game, returning to his original world and computer desk. He reviewed chat rooms, monitoring activity. Spotting a Korean chat group, Bjorn instinctively entered without hesitation. He was surprised to find the room styled elaborately instead of the standard layout. A familiar voice recognized him. His real-world identity had been exposed in the game. A close-up of the uniform revealed the name Sergeant Lee Baiko, stirring vivid memories in Bjorn's mind. From across the room, a man in a business suit approached hastily, stunned by the familiar face before him. That day marked Bjorn's official release from military service. A moment now tangled in unexpected reunion. Laughter broke out between them as disbelief gave way to shared frustration over fate's timing. Once their emotions settled, the two took a moment to formally exchange introductions. Bjorn mentioned he was 29, while Baiko revealed he had been 23 upon arrival. Baiko admitted he had lived in this world for over a decade, shocking Bjorn. Though Bjorn preferred to use his original age, Baiko casually dismissed the notion. Without warning, Baiko changed the subject, asking to try a small experiment. Despite trusting Bjorn, Baiko explained he needed to confirm something personally. The verification involved a reflex test, commonly used to expose imposters. Bjorn was instructed to respond with the first word that entered his mind. Baiko triggered the test with a sudden clap, signaling Bjorn to begin. Kimchi, Bjorn blurted, followed quickly by JJ Gay and Cowhead. He ended with soup, answering without hesitation, proving his instinctual familiarity. A sudden outburst from Baiko echoed through the room as Bjorn mentioned Saudi Arabia, triggering a dramatic military chant. Standing tall, Baiko shouted a patriotic slogan with unexpected intensity. Trying to explain himself, Bjorn admitted he was a public servant, not a soldier, attempting to ease the tension. With a serious tone, Baiko leaned forward and stated it was time for the final test. Bjorn hesitated, confused by Baiko's intense expression, as he braced himself for another strange question. The answer came out wrong. Bjorn said Lee Wanyong, offending Baiko. Baiko chuckled, satisfied, confirming Bjorn's Korean identity without doubt. Still tense, Bjorn watched Baiko's odd behavior and began questioning his emotional balance. Recovering, Baiko admitted he'd fantasized about this reunion and expressed relief at meeting someone after so long. Years of isolation had taken their toll on Baiko, who lacked any community when he first arrived. Bjorn agreed to help him, but quickly realized Baiko expected him to provide guidance. They exchanged gaming credentials, comparing their experience with 10 runs and obscure patches. While Bjorn claimed he wasn't chasing profit, reflecting silently, Bjorn showed caution but also clear thought behind every action he took. Baiko lightened the mood, offering to chat casually, realizing Bjorn didn't know the answer to his question. Though disappointed, Baiko didn't press, instead offering a serious warning to keep his identity hidden from others. When Bjorn asked why, Baiko explained that some factions were closely tied to the royals and could pose a threat. Curious, Bjorn wondered if it was possible for someone to detect a player's true identity. Baiko shook his head and explained the world wasn't originally built for players, it had only been altered after their arrival. The story that followed was unexpected. These players were evil spirits. A secret text mentioned they came from different dimensions, possessing rare and diverse powers. One of them even rewrote the very laws of the realm itself, reshaping reality to their will. This knowledge, kept hidden from most, confirmed Baiko's grasp of the world's deeper truths. Though Bjorn questioned how Baiko knew so much, Baiko admitted he lived in seclusion, relying on an underground chat room for recent updates. He offered Bjorn access to Observer of the Round Table, a hidden veteran player group. Baiko explained the group offered survival tips. Bjorn was stunned by the strange life Baiko had led in this world. After leaving, Bjorn gained access to the Round Table and entered a new phase of adaptation. Masked figures filled the grand chamber, each wearing elaborate disguises, observing the newcomer with suspicion. One masked member voiced concern over the unfamiliar presence, stating that no new members had been approved recently. The lead figure demanded the stranger's identity and sponsor, warning that lies would shatter their mask and lead to expulsion. An internal rule stated masks would only react once the official assembly had begun. Bjorn remembered Baiko's stern advice: avoid revealing personal identity and simply follow his instructions if pressed. Bjorn hesitated as attention focused entirely on him. In response, Bjorn gave a bold excuse, claiming he came by recommendation from their mother. That strange reply stunned the room, though Bjorn insisted he'd heard all about them from Baiko. The group's confusion grew, though none could verify or challenge his claim outright. Suddenly, the narrative shifted back. Baiko asked one final question, looking more serious than before. Bjorn's offhand response offended Baiko, provoking a sharp reaction. Despite the moment, Baiko smiled, affirming Bjorn's Korean identity with confidence. Swallowed by crimson mist, Bjorn stands before a beast-like figure demanding honesty. He analyzes the situation, realizing he's in the spirit realm, not by nature, but due to possession mechanics. The golden masked observer watches as the beast insists he repeat everything with clarity. Instead of showing fear, a masked woman responds confidently, shifting the mood. She casually mentions a recommendation, catching the fox-faced interrogator off guard. Shock replaces his expectation of panic. To others, her attitude reads as arrogance. The masked man silently notes her behavior could provoke serious trouble, rather than wait. She begins constructing her image deliberately. Reputation here is survival. Annoyed by her demeanor, the fox-eared figure silently labels her as presumptuous and irritating. An onlooker reflects such pressure isn't meant for newcomers, but some possess the mental strength from the start. A sinister grin surfaces in memory. Someone once warned of this exact danger. Without warning, magical tendrils erupt, dragging her violently through the void. No one intervenes. She spirals downward, surrounded by blood-red energy. One participant pleads innocence, terrified to draw attention. The pressure intensifies. Her mind feels torn apart. Screams echo through the chamber. Observers remain still. Her torment is the test, and she's reaching her limit. The fox-masked judge smirks, intrigued by the developing tension. Bjorn's calculated performance draws notice. Nearby participants whisper, suspecting madness. The image of an unpredictable lunatic is spreading. Suddenly the chamber reacts, doors lock shut. Bjorn inwardly confirms his goal: instill fear, not familiarity. A voice announces the beginning of the meeting. Members shift in their seats with focus. Lion, new to the gathering, is asked about their origin and who extended the invitation. Rather than demand answers, another offers payment for information. Words now carry measured weight. Guesses arise about Lion's sponsor. The tone darkens. Being wrong could provoke hostility. Bjorn's silence signals caution. Rules of this group demand care over bravado. Even the crystals seem to pulse with energy. Every reaction is under silent scrutiny. The golden mask scoffs at vague comments. Value lies in precise, verifiable intel. Bjorn pretends ignorance, masking what little he knows. The lie buys him time. Eyes press him for meaning. Internally, he braces stillness. Now is survival. Suddenly, another voice reports success. The Jaglian clan beat a floor boss. Bjorn connects this to earlier signs. His gamble entering the group proves timely. As details unfold, interest shifts. Questions about a hidden piece hint at deeper secrets. The golden masked man tries to calm the mood, reminding Crescent Moon that risky talk isn't proof of real knowledge. Bjorn recalls when he saw Crescent's behavior and calculated how to respond. News breaks that the fairies have discovered traces of the relic thief, information deemed highly classified. As the meeting continues, Lion is called to speak. Internally, he realizes it's his turn. He announces that defeating a half-demon in a group of 3 guarantees an essence drop. The room reacts in disbelief. Crescent Moon and others question if such a feat is even possible. A visual of the 3rd rank monster appears, intimidating and armored in dark metal. It's explained that encountering one is rare, and their power is comparable to high-difficulty field bosses. This revelation confirms Bjorn's knowledge as legitimate. The first round ends. One by one, the masked figures announce their departure. Bjorn also opts to stop, knowing any more could raise suspicion. Eyes quietly turn to him, silently expecting a final word before he leaves. Without speaking further, he vanishes. The room falls into silence. The remaining members reflect. His information, though brief, shook the balance of the group. Even Crescent Moon admits his impact was undeniable, and it happened so quickly. A masked figure reflects on Bjorn's swift exit, surprised by how completely he vanished without a trace. Conversation shifts to whether Bjorn's knowledge was genuine. Before the discussion settles, one member hints that Bjorn's information may not have come from the game at all. Tempers flare. Another participant storms out, venting frustration over lost opportunity. Concern rises that someone like Bjorn might leave permanently. They fear losing more valuable information. A voice warns the rest: offer something meaningful or risk losing everything. Motivation intensifies. Around the table, the atmosphere turns somber. Despite their status, all but one had failed to impress. Bjorn's silence spoke volumes. As the room fades, members are transported back. The first round concludes. Bjorn lies in bed, reflecting on what just occurred. He labels the place fascinating. He doesn't intend to freeload. Earning information matters more than receiving it. His instincts tell him that relationships must be handled wisely. Veterans don't forgive carelessness. Suddenly, a red-haired girl yells his name, waking him from thought. She demands answers. Bjorn had slept all day, worrying her. Feigning confusion, he listens. She claims she's been training seriously defensive, but honest. Bjorn listens as the red-haired girl explains she met with Bwaki and visited her family. Learning that Bwaki initiated the meeting, Bjorn grows wary. Pressing her gently, he tries to uncover the reason behind Bwaki's visit. She hesitates, uncertain whether to reveal his intentions. Returning to his quarters, Bjorn was surprised to find the cat-eared girl already waiting inside. She brushed off the situation, insisting they were close enough to skip formalities. Trying to sound casual, she mentioned Devalki's dilemma about confessing feelings to someone. When Bjorn asked for details, she said she advised him to be direct and brave. Internally, he realized she still hadn't figured out she was the one being referred to. Then, with hesitation, she invited Bjorn to visit her home, saying her father wanted to meet him. Bjorn accepted without pause and simply asked for the time. She panicked, saying she wasn't prepared and had to inform her father first. He noted the irony: she often avoided time with him, yet seemed eager for this meeting. Her unusually shy behavior left him puzzled. By the next day, Bjorn was already on his way to her residence. Defeating beasts along the path, he gained valuable combat and mental experience. 3 days later, they traveled by cart through winding roads. As they neared the village, she happily announced their arrival. Walking side by side into the sanctuary, Bjorn silently took in the new surroundings. While walking through the village, a child pointed at Bjorn, calling him a barbarian, drawing stares. The father quickly hushed the child, signaling tension still surrounded Bjorn's presence. He said nothing, but Misha noticed his silence and asked if he wanted to leave early. Contrasting the wild barbarian camps, the sanctuary appeared structured and peaceful. Bjorn observed the neat layout and questioned whether all sanctuaries looked like this. Misha explained that their ancestors once lived in forests, but modern traditions had changed. Eventually, they arrived at her home, a large and intimidating estate. Bjorn was stunned by its grandeur, though he masked it behind calm eyes. Misha hesitated at the gate, visibly nervous, and Bjorn urged her to proceed. Inside, her father questioned her about a magical beast named Skadia. She admitted she hadn't told anyone and promised to keep it a secret. Coldly, her father demanded she bring Bjorn to him next time, maintaining his distant tone. Fearfully, Misha recalled a terrifying memory involving her father's power. Though everyone else was aware, she deliberately kept it from Bjorn. Not wanting him to see her burdens, she tried harder to act normal around him. Although her siblings disapproved of her frequent visits, Misha kept returning home. She endured the isolation and cold treatment during family meals, with servants casting judgmental stares. What kept her going was a lesson she'd learned from Bjorn: avoiding problems wouldn't fix them. Her father issued an ultimatum: bring Bjorn soon or face uncertain consequences. Though confused by her father's fixation, she agreed, hoping family acceptance would boost her confidence. Bjorn accepted the request without hesitation, but her relief quickly turned into anxiety. At the gate, Misha hesitated, revealing only her father knew about her spirit-beast pact. She warned Bjorn not to be upset by whatever happened inside the estate. As they entered, a voice asked who had arrived, prompting her to nervously respond. They were met by a hostile servant, who insulted Misha at the door, trying to brush it off. She told Bjorn to ignore it, but he silently grinned. His unsettling smile worried her more than the insult itself. Misha remained hopeful, telling herself that soon everything would be fine. But Bjorn sensed resentment and hostility radiating from within the estate. To him, it felt less like a home, and more like walking into a dungeon. Bjorn's expression turned fierce as he unleashed a flurry of strikes across the courtyard. The force of his attack cracked the gate and shattered the calm of the estate. A servant shouted at him to behave, but Bjorn questioned the idea of manners in hostile territory. He approached another servant, stating something was clearly wrong with his reasoning. Misha tried to stop him, realizing he might go too far with his actions. Bjorn calmly explained that based on his logic, the next step was to crush the man's spirit. Bjorn faced Misha in silence, observing her guarded posture. Though she tried to appear calm, Misha's eyes shimmered with hesitation. Doubt clearly gripped her. Instead of demanding an answer, Bjorn encouraged her gently, reminding her she deserved to act for herself. A harsh voice forced her to reflect. Was loyalty to family worth more than her own life? Her eyes widened as if realizing the true weight of her choice. Bjorn took control of the moment. He offered her assurance and pressed forward without waiting. An enemy's insult was cut short as Bjorn struck him down in a single blow. He didn't stop. Momentum carried him through multiple foes, overwhelming them with sheer force. Gasps and shouts erupted as startled onlookers scrambled to understand the sudden outbreak. Alarmed footsteps echoed as someone announced the incident: a barbarian attacked the gate. Misha's worry deepened, but Bjorn stood firm, already anticipating what came next. Her brother arrived, recognizing Bjorn. He realized this was the outsider their father mentioned. Despite past aid, the brother responded with disdain. Ignoring any prior help, Bjorn called out the treatment he'd received. Made to feel like a lowly servant, smug and unapologetic, the man confessed his bias. He never intended to show respect. A bystander suggested punishing the offender, hoping to end the conflict quickly. Bjorn, however, wasn't satisfied. His plan wasn't just about justice, it was about sending a message. He stepped forward with intent. The goal wasn't revenge, but a demonstration that he couldn't be disrespected without consequence. A blow landed before the enemy could speak further, cutting off any protest. Bjorn unleashed a devastating strike, overwhelming the target with brute force. Others shouted in panic, watching Sir Talon fall under the barbarian's attack. Bjorn turned the crowd's attention to how Misha had been treated. His voice held fury. He laid out a challenge: if they wished for peace, they had to accept Misha as one of their own. The brother gave a reluctant smile, claiming he'd apologize, though he clearly didn't mean it. Bjorn gave the order. Misha was told to reveal the truth, to act freely. She hesitated, afraid her father wouldn't forgive her, but Bjorn insisted. In his eyes, family should apologize when they're wrong. He promised to stand with her. The group walked forward, tension rising as they neared the mansion. Misha stumbled, overwhelmed, but her voice rang out in defiance. Bjorn recognized him immediately. This was the man behind it all. He stepped forward, unleashing a powerful aura in response to the patriarch's pressure. The patriarch erupted in rage, declaring Bjorn's actions unforgivable. Dark energy surged from his body. Fear gripped the room. Bjorn remained standing but acknowledged the heavy intimidation, understanding now why Misha feared him. As the aura subsided, the patriarch grabbed Bjorn's shoulder in anger. Without hesitation, Bjorn retaliated with force, landing a solid blow. He reminded them of basic decency. His thoughts drifted to his initial reason for attending, preventing Misha from being forced into the party system. Situation risked exposure of Misha's powers. Bjorn knew her awakening would draw attention. To cover for her, He needed an excuse and hoped the visit would help justify it. Despite that, the family's cold treatment hadn't changed. The patriarch now tried to dominate him directly. The patriarch demanded fear, warning Bjorn of death. Bjorn responded without hesitation. He doubted anyone would dare kill him, especially after the events in the labyrinth. Inside, Bjorn knew the truth. His death would only spark something worse for them. The patriarch accused Bjorn of using a forbidden item. Bjorn realized he had noticed, feigning ignorance. Bjorn kept calm, pretending not to understand. Bing's contract, the confrontation was far from over. The patriarch made a vague promise, claiming truth would be revealed if acknowledged. Bjorn sensed deceit. He had faced enough manipulators to know when someone was lying. Despite the calm expression, the patriarch's intent was clear. His words served a hidden motive. Bjorn realized the man aimed to extract information, even if Misha suffered for it. His internal rage grew. The patriarch's manipulation crossed a line. Positioned perfectly, Bjorn prepared to use his skill one that defined his choice of class. He made a bold declaration, swearing falsely on honor he didn't possess. The patriarch hesitated, seemingly fooled by the tactic. Bjorn kept his focus. He would uncover the item's identity and protect Misha. The city of Karlstein basked in golden dusk, yet Bjorn's mind remained unsettled. Lying back on coarse bedding, he reviewed everything: Misha's fate, her fragile standing, and the delicate politics ahead. Rather than brute force, careful decisions would determine the outcome. In a dim-lit hall, the family head considered recent disturbances with quiet intensity. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing Misha had returned, he gave a nod to allow her in. Nervous but determined, she faced him and tried to speak. Acceptance came without conditions. She was no longer an outsider, but now his daughter in name. Surprised, Misha hesitated. The revelation felt sudden, unearned, and suspicious. Later, confronting Bjorn, she pressed him about his vow, questioning whether he truly meant what he had sworn. Caught off guard, Bjorn struggled to reply, his gaze dropping in silence. Moments passed before he quietly admitted the truth: he had lied. But that lie wasn't meant to harm. She mattered more to him than the code of warriors. Emotions swirled as Misha recognized the weight behind his words. Yet anger returned when she stood once more before the family head, voice sharp with rejection. She revealed the truth. Her mother had hidden they weren't related by blood. Alberni Karlstein erupted in frustration, unable to understand why Misha rejected the offer to join the family fully. His voice thundered through the hall, questioning why she would abandon such a rare opportunity. Misha's answer was simple, yet defiant: she did it because she wanted to, no longer bound by expectation. 10 days later, a quiet tavern in the 7th district became the scene for a new conversation. Bjorn mulled over the contradiction of being unable to trust someone based solely on hearsay. Despite warnings, he still found it difficult to picture Rottmiller betraying him intentionally. Curious, Bjorn asked Rottmiller about a visit to the guild after their last expedition. Rottmiller hesitated, visibly uneasy as he admitted he had been called there. Suspicion rising, Bjorn confirmed his knowledge came from someone inside the guild. Finally, Rottmiller revealed the truth. The district manager tried to bribe him to betray Bjorn. He insisted he had refused, pretending not to hear the offer at all. Bjorn accepted the explanation with quiet thanks, though the air between them remained tense. The next morning, a white-haired girl left after promising to return. Moments later, Misha burst in suspicious of the unexpected visitor. Bjorn calmly explained the girl's purpose, though Misha seemed unimpressed and flustered. Night had fallen as Bjorn waited in the square. He noted Dwaki and Hiccup's absence with mild irritation. Misha pointed out a group nearby: young barbarians, unfamiliar and untrained. Approached by a stranger, the boys were instructed to follow the explorers, sparking unease. One boy introduced himself as Valken, proud son of Jandal, eager and naive. He expressed confusion, not understanding why his presence was considered odd. The group's teachings lacked direction. They hadn't learned caution or how to read maps, only to follow their hearts. Another introduced himself, Karen, son of Tarson, wearing a crazed smile. After a brief exchange, the group departed, leaving behind a curious impression. Watching them go, Bjorn sensed layers of danger buried beneath their innocence. Dwaki and Hiccup finally arrived, flustered and apologetic for the delay. While banter flowed, the group made preparations and stepped into the glowing dungeon. They crossed the threshold into the first floor's crystal cave, the air shifting with tension. Inside, footsteps echoed. The challenge had begun. Earlier, Rottmiller proposed a speedrun, seeking to prove himself by leading the charge. As they advanced, the pace quickened. For Bjorn, speedrunning in reality carried a strange thrill. Suddenly masked enemies ambushed the team inside the dungeon, forcing them to react quickly. Rottmiller broke into a sprint, urging the group to follow him deeper into the cave. Misha, alarmed by his recklessness, pushed the others to increase their pace and not fall behind. Without waiting, she leaped forward, cutting down threats that blocked their path. The group advanced through waves of goblins, with Misha leading the charge. Despite the chaos, she maintained momentum while shouting for Rottmiller not to stop. Instructions echoed through the tunnel: cover left, shift right, push center. Orders were followed with urgency, every step planned to hold formation. Though their stamina surpassed normal limits, the non-stop run still took its toll. Between gasps, a teammate teased Bwaki for his weight gain mid-run, embarrassed. Bwaki confessed he bulked up thinking Misha preferred stronger men. Bjorn had only told him that to delay an awkward confession, now regretting it slightly. The party pressed on, facing glowing lights, signaling the next floor's entrance. To everyone's surprise, the portal to the second level had already been opened. Confusion struck Bjorn. Someone else had reached it first, leaving him unsettled and frustrated. Upon arrival, the team discovers they've fallen behind multiple groups already passed through the gate. Despite the setback, Bjorn remains composed, analyzing the likely strength of those ahead. As doubts arise, Brain Rotkiller mocks the group's determination, dismissing their chances entirely. They press forward into the third floor, stepping into unknown terrain without hesitation. The layout reveals a vast, ominous zone, much more open than previous stages. Darkness settles as they camp, each member reflecting on how far they've come. Following custom, the group pauses briefly to take in the strange beauty of the environment. A towering structure looms ahead. Bjorn instantly identifies it as the Sky Tower. He explains the path ahead is single-directional, requiring full commitment without retreat. There are 4 stair types, each offering a distinct challenge: bravery, wisdom, patience, or fate. While bravery demands combat and delay, wisdom trades risk for faster progress. Speed and unpredictability make wisdom a preferred yet perilous option. Few willingly choose patience, which drags adventurers through emotional trials. Fate remains a complete unknown, its path is chosen at random. As they rest, one quietly announces departure after this expedition. Sitting alone, the man admits his reasons aren't about the team, they lie elsewhere. He speaks of a tempting offer from a larger clan, realizing it's time to move on. Though hesitant, he accepts the truth. Excitement about new opportunities signaled his departure was overdue. He reflects on the imbalance between talent and social rank. Those at the top rise quickly. In past teams, he moved freely, adapting or departing as needed to survive. But this team made it difficult. He had grown attached to them. Even so, he acknowledges all journeys must end, including his own. A ticking pocket watch marks the hour, signaling the start of a new day. Another teammate urges the others to wake, keeping the group moving forward. After regrouping, the team defeats another wave of monsters with brutal precision. They prepare to ascend, but notice the staircase glowing red. Fate's path has appeared. All 3 staircases shimmer at once, an unusual and risky development. The chance of a Fate staircase appearing is rare, only 5%. Some consider entering it, but past experiences and randomness make it unpredictable. What troubles them most is the remaining 20%, the path no one understands. In the game, 32 types of fate trials existed, each with different effects. Among them were brutal challenges, like defending against 99 goblins, or being forced back to the first floor. Still, the group chooses action over hesitation. Their goal remains clear: keep hunting and advance. Rotkiller confidently agrees to proceed, interpreting the triple fate stairways as a rare opportunity. One door opens, revealing a hidden field with no landmarks or visible exits. Bjorn realizes this isn't a stage from his memories. It's something entirely new and unknown, despite unease. The team agrees to assess their condition before acting. One by one, they notice subtle changes: more stamina, lighter bodies, and boosted mana. Confused, Bjorn senses his strength has increased unnaturally, and others feel empowered too. Yet, something feels wrong. While others grow stronger, Rotkiller feels unusually weak. Bjorn suspects their stats have shifted, but the mechanism remains unclear. They decide to explore, hoping to uncover the exit and avoid further imbalance. Venturing deeper, the party realizes the layout is structured, possibly a hidden maze. They theorize it might be Garbarus's arrangement, a field known for secret traps and tricks. With only 4 days remaining, their final expedition as outcasts officially begins. While scouting ahead, Misha senses an eerie stillness in the air, expecting danger to strike. As tension rises, her comrades begin exchanging awkward words of protection, trying to lighten the mood. The moment is broken by Rotkiller's confusion, clearly uncomfortable with the display of friendship. Without warning, a fierce beast, ranked 6th, emerges, its roar echoing through the corridor. The monster charges violently, forcing everyone into immediate action. Rotkiller shouts a warning as the enemy rushes in with terrifying speed. Clashing steel and flesh fill the room as the group scrambles to defend. Rotkiller struggles to match the monster's strength, feeling weaker than expected. Waki steps in, unleashing a powerful ice spear infused with sub-rank magic. As the ice strikes true, the monster shatters in a burst of frost and force. Its defeat is confirmed, and the team breathes a brief sigh of relief. The others are stunned, unaware the final blow came from someone unexpected. Bjorn realizes the spear's magic belonged to a teammate, someone who had unknowingly grown stronger. To their surprise, the once weak mage now has the mana capacity to cast high-tier spells. With this victory, doubts fade, clearing the level suddenly feels achievable. Inside Larukaz's maze, the party advanced cautiously, surrounded by walls meant to disorient any intruder. Rottmiller paused to mark the wall, hoping to prevent disorientation, while others questioned a scout's usefulness in such terrain. His calm action hinted at deeper skill. Without complaint, he took the map and began updating it. Moments later, he detected approaching movement and warned the group. Without delay, Dwalik began chanting. Energy surged from his position, pulsing outward with controlled force. He unleashed 2 spells in rapid succession. The enemy's arrival was met by powerful magic, halting their charge. The attack revealed a multi-headed beast. Startled, but not slowed, Dwalik maintained control. Another wave of magic exploded on impact. The team stood alert, watching closely. While they processed the threat, Dwalik prepared yet another spell. His performance exceeded all expectations. Trust was granted. The team split duties as Dwalik calmly promised to handle any new threats. Earlier doubts faded. His growth was visible. It became evident the field empowered spellcasters like him unnaturally. His abilities surged as restrictions vanished. The environment amplified his magic beyond normal. Everything felt effortless. Dwalik cast with absolute freedom. Though the party worked together, unease lingered. He still felt like an outsider among them. Bjorn, seated apart from the others, quietly reflected that this might be his final attempt at teamwork. He had no plans to repeat it. Naya shouted his name, annoyed by his silence. He responded vaguely, clearly uninterested in the exchange. Nearby, Owen slept soundly. His ability to doze off during dungeon expeditions never failed to surprise. Bjorn glanced at Owen with disbelief. It was hard to imagine such a laid-back man surviving dungeon life. Dwalik approached, awkwardly bringing up Misha's preferences in men. The timing unsettled Bjorn, sensing where the conversation was headed. Bjorn grew increasingly uncomfortable. Dwalik confessed his feelings, stating he would tell Misha after the expedition. His expression was sincere. Bjorn realized the weight behind the words. Declaring intentions before battle felt ominous, a classic death flag. The group reached what appeared to be a dead end. Confusion set in. Bjorn noticed something unusual about the wall's structure. A slight push activated a hidden mechanism, revealing a passage. The wall rumbled open. Mist poured out from the darkness beyond. Everyone stayed alert. The knight offered to take the lead. Strange symbols lined the floor. The room ahead reeked of danger. The group entered the eerie chamber, where the air grew heavier. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, the team believed this route was preferable to the alternatives. Just as the knight stepped forward, the sigil beneath him lit up. Dark light engulfed the knight. His body surged with sudden power, armor weightless, movement heightened. Everyone looked on in confusion as Rottmiller shouted his name. The effect wasn't just visual, it altered him physically. Bjorn realized others had been here before. The power wasn't random, it adjusted based on the invader. More than one expedition had likely entered the maze. The system scaled enemy difficulty in real time. Whoever or whatever they would face next would be abnormally strong due to this balance mechanic. The Guardian of Balance field effect had taken hold. Their enemies would be no ordinary foes. Elsewhere in the maze, another group reached a stone chamber. The old priest wept, questioning why divine power was given to someone so twisted. With mockery, the dark figure approached, making his intent clear. The priest's arm was severed mid-prayer. Pain overwhelmed him, laughing. The attacker dismissed the loss. It meant little to him. His goal was simple sacrifice, others to gain favor from his god and power for himself. The old man questioned the Dark Warrior's treatment of his teammate, but the man dismissed the injured as disposable. While the priest showed concern, The dark figure forced the wounded to move, showing no sympathy. As tension rose, the priest pleaded, but the warrior's corrupted aura flared in warning, silencing him. Suddenly, the dark warrior noticed something wrong with his power. Shock crossed his face. He asked the priest if divine power had changed. The old man confirmed it had decreased. Confused, the warrior considered this an odd side effect, especially under the guardian's influence. The injured scout also reported feeling weaker than before. Grew suspicious, wondering who was interfering. He sensed intruders, smiling coldly. He activated a power to locate the enemies. His identity was revealed: Lagar Vagos, a dragon slayer. Sensing immense strength from the nearby group, Bjorn estimates their stats far exceed his former capabilities. They appear to be seasoned adventurers from at least the 6th floor, gathered before a sealed dungeon gate. Their confident stance and equipment hint at long experience, without clan backing. A red-haired girl hesitantly suggests cooperation, but suspicion lingers in Bjorn's mind as he observes their behavior. While some members display cheerfulness, others remain detached. Bjorn quietly judges their lack of initiative. Suddenly, flames erupt as a monstrous enemy, Baranel, emerges with lethal intent. After intense combat, the group brings it down. A system notification confirms a rare labyrinth map has been obtained, identifying the item. One explorer confirms it's a partial map of the current floor. Bjorn warns that lingering could invite more danger and insists they move quickly. Clutching the map, he urges the others to stay alert and prepare for trouble. An ally's injury heightens the urgency. Every second counts. A distant rumble signals incoming threats. Bjorn takes point. Behind him, the mage begins channeling powerful magic. Charging enemies meet a sudden icy blast. Cold tempest sweeps across, freezing multiple foes instantly. Taking advantage, Bjorn leads the retreat through the frozen corridor. The icy spell begins to lose effect, and Bjorn realizes the monsters will break free any second. There's no time to hesitate. Acting swiftly, he strikes down the frozen enemies with powerful swings. After the skirmish, the party pauses in a quiet hallway to recover. Gathered in a circle, the group checks on one another. Hilkrud confirms he's fine, thanks to a lingering buff. Despite the exhaustion, he admits he feels better than during earlier dungeon runs, a sign of progress. Lone member calls out to Bjorn. His sharp reply startles the others. Bjorn confesses something feels off. Though rested, unease continues to gnaw at him. He pleads for the group's trust, convinced danger still stalks them. The party hesitates, but eventually agrees. One teammate questions their destination. He reveals that Bjorn's chosen path may lead them toward the final boss. Despite this, a deep sense of unease pushes them to rely on Bjorn's instinct again. Others begin to acknowledge Bjorn's judgment, especially after realizing how much they've gained from his earlier decisions. Miller's rare show of agreement surprises everyone, adding weight to Bjorn's warning. With renewed determination, the group prepares to push forward, though tension remains high. They set off again. Nerves taut but united by a shared will to survive. Enemies continued their relentless charge, but the group fought back without pause. Blasts of ice, magic struck down winged creatures mid-flight, cutting their assault short before they could regroup. After 12 grueling hours without rest, they finally arrived at the labyrinth's ominous core. The gate responded to their presence, glowing ominously as it activated a hidden challenge. Without warning, mechanical restraints locked into place. From the depths emerged Larokaz, a monstrous minotaur who radiated raw killing intent. Bjorn braced for combat, aware the creature's strength rivaled that of high-tier bosses. Blinding fire erupted from Larokaz, forcing the team into immediate defensive formation. A searing explosion engulfed the room, revealing the minotaur's devastating area of effect skill. Everyone suffered burn damage from the flames, and Bjorn knew it couldn't be ignored. Fortunately, Dworki cast a defensive spell, Iceblood, without being prompted, shielding allies from further flame damage. With resistance secured, Misha darted in confidently, ready to unleash her next strike. Hikarad launched lightning attacks while Dworki layered curses to weaken their foes' defenses. Misha followed, with poison magic, combining their efforts in perfect coordination. Bjorn watched in awe, noting how seamlessly they executed their attacks. It felt like the team was operating on instinct. The group confirms the Minotaur's defeat as Bjorn examines the corpse. Noting the experience gained from the battle, he observes how effectively the party worked together. As the team regroups, Bjorn evaluates their formation and acknowledges how each member contributed to surviving the fight. The explorers begin searching the chamber, checking for any remaining threats or hidden mechanisms. A teammate discovers a marked location, identifying where the portal should appear based on the map's instructions. Bjorn leads the group forward, confirming the portal's activation as a red glow forms. A horned warrior arrogantly claims credit for the boss's defeat. Expecting gratitude from the group, tension builds as silence fills the chamber. The rest of the party remains frozen, wary of his intent. The barbarian senses something is off. His instincts flare as unease creeps into his thoughts. Anticipating danger, he mentally braces for the worst as the torch flickers ominously. Instead of reacting, he sharpens his awareness, scanning every movement and expression. The enemy's speed and knowledge reveal this encounter wasn't accidental, it was deliberate. Suspicion deepens when he notices the priest's unwilling posture beside the horned man. It becomes clear the priest isn't a partner but a hostage, forced into this role. Piecing it together, the barbarian identifies the horned man as dangerously unstable. Another armored figure approaches, misjudging the tension between the groups. Matching yellow rings on both the horned man and priest confirm their shared deceit. He realizes the encounter was orchestrated. He's stepped into a setup. With a cold smirk, the enemy draws a sword forged from arc, a deadly high-tier metal. Such a weapon isn't random, it marks him as elite and deeply dangerous. In silent defiance, the barbarian reveals a glowing red gem, signaling readiness for battle. The horned warrior makes a cold offer hand over the red gem, and he'll let them leave alive. Fearing conflict, the cat-eared girl and her companion decline, unsure of the gem's purpose. Yet the barbarian sees through the facade. Negotiating with someone who coerced a priest is foolish. Suddenly one of the warriors erupts in laughter, drawing attention to the tense standoff. The horned man glares with glowing eyes, while the barbarian clenches his jaw, fury rising. Without warning, the enemy lunges forward, blade drawn, shouting the barbarian's name. Blades clash in a brilliant burst of force, the strike narrowly avoided by a quick block. The horned man freezes mid-attack, confused by the sudden hesitation from his opponent. Rather than follow through, the barbarian halts, triggering a shift in strategy. Plan B. Backing off. The attacker mocks the pause, demanding to know the barbarian's intentions. Calmly, the barbarian requests a single day, vowing no underhanded actions in return. He warns that if refused, he won't spare their companions next time. Though exhausted, the group pleads for mercy, hoping their words might buy time. The barbarian speaks solemnly of honor, yet remains skeptical of the enemy's motives. With eyes glowing darkly, the horned warrior taunts them, convinced of his superiority. The barbarian reflects surrendering doesn't always mean defeat, especially when survival is at stake. Suddenly, the group sprints away from the chamber, putting distance between themselves and the threat. Breathing heavily, they pause. Tension remains, but a temporary truce is needed to regroup. As they catch their breath, time becomes their next concern. They've only bought hours, not days. The horned warrior grants 12 hours, reminding them he's already seen through their tactics. Frustration mounts. Without that ring, they might have secured more time. But now every moment counts. Visions of past battles and monstrous foes cloud the barbarian's thoughts. But clarity follows. He resolves to abandon doubt, placing trust in allies and setting survival as the goal. Now unified, the group questions whether trust can still exist among those who once betrayed. One by one, his companions voice their faith in him, each recalling a moment he saved them. Their loyalty is clear. They entrust him to lead, even without knowing the plan. However, one member hesitates, revealing he has critical information to share. Based on clues, the cursed sword, his appearance, they conclude the enemy is the Dragon Slayer. Shock spreads. The Dragon Slayer is linked to Orculus, a feared extremist group. This group, shrouded in mystery, openly declares their mission to assassinate the king. The group analyzes the cursed symbol left behind by the horned warrior, confirming he is tied to the Dragon Slayer faction. They identify him as Lagar Vagos, a known killer and former knight, who turned into a ruthless enemy. Although feared, his crystal heart reveals his weakness. He requires additional essence to stay powerful. Lagar's weapon, the Arc Longsword, is infamous as the Dragon Slayer blade. He possesses 6 powerful essences, varying in rank and ability, making him a near-perfect opponent. To counter this, the barbarian retrieves a hidden weapon meant for an enemy of this scale. Sudden movement ahead signals enemy presence. The team prepares to engage. They sprint through the passage, wary of traps and illusions. Blood trails and corpses confirm the labyrinth's demon Argos has awakened. The demon detects life, reacting violently to the scent of blood. Magic users and warriors unite, preparing their spells and weapons. Without hesitation, the barbarian leads the charge toward their monstrous foe. Following the defeat of 2 mid-bosses, a hidden chamber was unlocked. revealing a scroll surrounded by flames. Bjorn claimed the scroll labeled Flames of Greed, unsure of its function but determined to keep it for future use. Without delay, he instructed Rottmiller to begin searching for another hidden area. With steady progress, Rottmiller uncovered secret rooms every 2 hours, showcasing his keen instincts. Despite the success, Bjorn noticed none of these matched what he sought, and doubt crept in as time dwindled. When they approached a dark corridor, an unusual sensation halted him. The air itself seemed to shift. A mechanism clicked nearby, and Bjorn discreetly marked the hidden door's location. Rather than investigate immediately, he ordered the group to rest, concealing the room's presence for now. Lying down with the others, he rehearsed what he'd say if questioned later. Thoughts raced through his head as he clutched the restrained hope relic. Activating it transported him to the glimmer of balance, a space between choices. Confidence grounded him. Surviving took priority over explaining everything. Within crimson mist, a figure watched him with interest. This wasn't just a game anymore. Exchanging essence now carried real consequences. He approached without hesitation, already knowing which path to take. The vampire's essence wasn't an option Bjorn would discard. It was essential to his final build, despite being only 5th rank. Although the corpse golem held promise, he dismissed using a high-rank swap on it. Instead, he selected the vampire's essence, which suited his needs as a frontline tank with rare compatibility. He didn't hesitate. The restrained hope relic activated, and offered a guardian's essence in return. To his surprise, one of the options wasn't even documented, a mysterious essence that no one possessed. Known as the Soul Colossus, it defied traditional stat expectations. Ogre's power showed up unexpectedly, but it wasn't the first time this happened in-game. He tried to chalk it up to luck, but something about it felt deliberate. This couldn't be coincidence. The 3rd-rank monster's essence was 2 tiers higher than expected. 4 hours later, his party encountered another ogre, one not factored into his final build. Though tank-oriented, the essence wasn't ideal. Drop rates were unforgiving, and targeting a specific type made it nearly impossible to plan around. If someone obtained a master-tier defensive essence, Bjorn always prioritized defensive power. He trusted his instincts and reached for the door with firm resolve. Bjorn silently noted the improved odds of survival, now closer to 40%, but the tension remained high. A teammate alerted him as something rapidly approached through the shadows of the corridor. The group braced for impact, just before a new arrival entered. The warrior who had vanished earlier. His unexpected return came with harsh words. He'd assumed someone had died, restoring his own power. That cruel logic revealed a chilling part of his plan, one that hinged on his allies' deaths. Amid the tension, he deduced someone must have absorbed an essence, triggering suspicion and confrontation. The armored man demanded the promised jewel from Bjorn without preamble. Feigning innocence, Bjorn claimed it broke by accident. That answer enraged the man, who saw through the lie and glared with violent intent. Before Bjorn could react, the man lunged. Only his shield blocked the incoming blade in time. A counterattack followed. His ally unleashed Cold Tempest, consuming the space in icy winds. In response, the enemy cast Blast Furnace, igniting flames against the swirling cold. The conflict escalated, but the icy storm began suppressing his opponent's fire spells. Bjorn's scroll, Flames of Desire, automatically targeted flame skills within its detection range. He was engulfed in the tempest and pulled into its frozen heart. Bjorn observed how smoothly the enemy's plan unfolded, though it revealed a crucial skill. Dark Curtain. Realizing it matched Rottmiller's past descriptions, he confirmed one of the mysterious changes to enemy abilities. Without hesitation, Bjorn launched a fast counterattack, hoping to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. The enemy retaliated aggressively, forcing Bjorn back with a flurry of shadow blades. Bjorn endured the darkness, waiting for a clear opening to strike with precision. Identifying the enemy's predictable pattern, he prepared Iron Leader, his first major offensive skill. Without delay, Bjorn lunged at the caster, determined to keep the pressure relentless. In defense, Lior Woodery unleashed a dark curse that warped space and pulled enemies toward him. Reacting instantly, Bjorn triggered advanced acceleration, cutting through the distortion with a blinding charge. Every ounce of strength was poured into his next strike, ignoring pain to maintain his assault. Lior tried to retreat, but Bjorn activated Autumnal, propelling himself forward with enhanced momentum. With another fierce swing, he forced the Dark Mage to his knees. At that moment, Misha attacked from behind, catching the enemy off guard. Bjorn seized the chance and followed through, their combined assault overwhelming Lior's defenses. Frustration cracked the mage's focus, as Misha taunted him without restraint. Lior's retaliatory strike missed its mark as chaos intensified, Lightning tore across the field, Mukrad's spell arriving just in time. Crackling energy split the air, forcing the mage to stagger backward. Refusing to fall, Lior invoked Seal of Terror, drawing on forbidden strength. The red eye glowed, amplifying his power with each flicker of fear around him. Unmoved, Bjorn advanced resolute and fearless. Mukrad activated the spell Berserker's ward circle, generating a powerful force field. The effect repelled enemies and shielded all allies from incoming magic attacks, knowing time was limited. Bjorn triggered Wild Outburst, boosting his physical stats for a direct assault. Lior Vagos prepared a counter, shouting as he summoned his skill Holy Blade. A radiant sword of energy sliced through the battlefield, forcing everyone to scatter. Bjorn barely dodged as the massive wave of light cut into the stone floor behind him. Despite taking a hit, one ally confirmed they were still standing, refusing to fall back. The enemy roared, proud of taking someone down, then rushed forward with reckless speed. A storm of arrows interrupted the charge, forcing the Dark Warrior into a clumsy retreat. Bjorn observed the chaos, quickly analyzing the pattern of attacks. The ongoing fight wore on, but he realized his potion timing had been perfect. He refocused, relying on instinct and brawling skills honed in countless battles. Lior's battered face twisted in frustration as he glared at Bjorn. Recognizing the fight's turning point, Bjorn readied for the final strike. He decided to end it now before reinforcements could arrive. Bjorn's eyes sharpened as he spotted the red light blinking on the enemy's ring. Without hesitation, he launched a surprise punch aimed straight at Lior's exposed flank. Recognition flashed across the enemy's face. Bjorn's trap had worked perfectly. Lior staggered under the force, barely managing to block with his cursed blade. Bjorn closed in, locking him down and shouting the activation of his final move. Using instinct, he pushed his body past its limits, slamming Lior into the barrier's core. Cracks spread across Lior's armor as the energy barrier began collapsing inward. With the illusion broken, the transformation ended, and his borrowed power faded. Bjorn didn't pause, he prepared for what he knew was still coming. Suddenly Misha staggered, weakened by an unknown field effect. The Guardian of Balance equalized everyone's stats, leveling the playing field completely. But Lior revealed he had sealed a 4th rank essence to stay ahead. Despite his preparation, Bjorn underestimated the Arc Greatsword's raw force. He launched his strongest strike, powered by Ogre Essence and perfect timing, but his energy drained. Stats dropped sharply, leaving him breathless. Bjorn stood still, breath ragged, as despair began to surface behind his focused gaze. Thoughts of past tragedies haunted him, disease, accidents, and endless misfortunes piled without pause. He recalled the fire that consumed his temporary home, swallowing stability and safety once more. Memories of his mother's sudden disappearance added weight to the burden he carried. Every loss, every unanswered moment, built a reality where hope vanished without warning. Meanwhile, Lior composed himself again, unaware his advantage was crumbling. A missed attack left Lior frustrated, as his power temporarily depleted. Bjorn and Misha regained footing, both gasping from exhaustion but refusing to give up. Wasted time couldn't be retrieved, but resolve kept Bjorn advancing without hesitation. A sudden warning cry echoed. Misha called out as danger loomed again. Blades clashed, and Misha's fierce attack struck, knocking the enemy off balance. Silence fell as Bjorn and Lior locked eyes once more in the aftermath. Arrows rained again, forcing both fighters into motion. Despite injuries, Bjorn's mind processed the gaps and clues instinctively. He realized the opponent's arc sword was spent, and now was the time to strike. Bjorn reflected on the priest's last words while tension grew between both sides. The enemy priest activated a massive divine spell, surrounding the battlefield in a glowing barrier. Energy surged outward, signaling an overwhelming power shift as the spell neared completion. A barrier seals the central chamber of the Larexia's maze, cutting off pursuit as tension hangs in the air. Once a devout high priest, Hector Ludwig now stands tainted, enslaved by the will of the Dragonslayer. Tormented by whispers of darkness, he clutches his staff as corruption creeps ever closer. Flashes of the past reveal his desperate attempt to stop a vile ritual, choosing compassion over creed. Despite the consequences, Hector affirms that he'd still follow that same path. Suddenly, a demon lunges forward, forcing Bjorn to act and shield their vulnerable ally. Charging his magic, the young mage prepares to defend Misha with unwavering resolve. Suspicion rises as Bjorn senses something wrong. Only Misha remains truly herself, realizing the danger. The mage pushes hesitation aside, ready to intervene. An ice spell bursts forth, freezing the battlefield and enraging the demon. The creature retaliates, chaos spreading as allies stumble under pressure. With no time left, Bwaki is ordered to cast regardless of friendly fire. A memory returns warnings once spoken about the dangers of exploration. Even so, she had chosen courage over safety, standing firm. Determined, she shouts for the spell, knowing it's their only chance. A blinding blast of ice crashes forward as Bwaki casts his ultimate attack, overwhelmed by the force. The enemy is sent flying. Electric sparks crackle in the air as the monster reels, its limbs flailing before it crashes down, screaming in pain. As the dust settles, Bjorn rushes to Misha's side. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young mage hesitates, but feels resolve rise within. While dark energy lashes out across the battlefield, memories echo words from the past urging him to grow strong enough to protect loved ones. Now, with that promise burning inside, he launches himself into combat. As the battle intensifies, questions stir. What did others see in him to trust him this far? The demon strikes violently, knocking allies back. Rottmiller charges in despite the danger, placing himself directly in the line of attack. Weapons clash as he intercepts the monster. With determination, Rottmiller activates a hidden skill, summoning a rare artifact from his inventory. The Viper's Fang is stored, its venomous power held for the right moment. Bwaki casts again, this time unleashing mana until, as magic collides with monstrous fury, fire blasts scatter across the floor. As combatants race through the crumbling chamber, Bjorn and Misha sprint forward, intercepting the enemy's advance in perfect sync. Just as Misha tries to warn Bwaki, she takes a direct hit, collapsing from the impact. Bloodied and fatigued, Bjorn barely holds the line, dodging a surge of dark energy. Despite his efforts, the lack of technical mastery becomes obvious as his defense falters. Taunts from the demon sting deeper, as the mage's weapon is belittled as worthless and ineffective. Harsh words from a memory resurface, accusations of unworthiness, rejection from his own kind. Though once cast aside by other mages, he had continued training with quiet resolve. Still, doubt creeps in as he watches the enemy speak confidently of their victory. A grim prediction echoes claims that their struggle is already lost, but encouragement from teammates ignites a flicker of hope. Their faith begins to shift his outlook. Grasping that belief, he remembers why he joined the team in the first place. With determination rekindled, he rises and sprints across the battlefield once more. He refuses to let despair take hold, not while the others still resist. At the front lines, Bjorn keeps fighting alone. The mage grips his staff again, ready to follow. Two figures speak privately, one offering a deal. The boy reflects on his bond with teammates, but a warning looms. Determined, he activates powerful spells: acceleration, mana amplification, and heart acceleration. More layers of magic ignite perception expansion and sensory enhancement. Power builds further with mana control and blood resonance. Weapons fall from the air as Bjorn rushes in, embracing raw instinct. Fear flashes in his eyes, but he doesn't stop. Power explodes outward in a storm of mana and steel. The spell is unleashed, Thunderstorm Shell awakening. A surge of energy explodes as Bjorn descends, cutting through magical beams with unrelenting force. The brutal impact sends his enemy crashing into the ground, rattling the entire battlefield. Blinding light bursts outward, scattering allies and foes alike in the chaotic aftermath. Despite severe injuries, the enemy staggers to his feet, body riddled with wounds. Bjorn observes closely, noting his strikes were deflected from lethal zones. Reinforcements finally arrive as another warrior steps into the fray. The mage quickly evaluates the wounded, demanding immediate support. Bjorn admits the healing potions are inaccessible in his pack. Instead of wasting time, the group decides to end the threat first. With cold certainty, the enemy warns them that time has run out. He unleashes a colossal spell, awakening Ice Spear, swirling power into form. Bjorn grimaces, activating his cursed arm, despite the dangers it brings. Dark energy coils around his fist as he lunges ahead. The incoming spell shatters from his blow before release. Shock spreads. Bjorn has just nullified the magic with brute force. A violent blast sends the fighter's body flying, caught within a swirling storm of magic. Lior unleashes a 7th-rank spell, Cold Tempest, covering the field in a deadly ice vortex. Despite the danger, Bjorn is pulled upward into the core of the spell's force, tightening his grip. The brawler braces for the next move without hesitation. Recalling his role as a tank, he charges in to defend his allies once more. Leaping downward, he strikes with fury while the enemy prepares a fatal blow. Panic sets in as one warrior questions if death is inevitable. Bjorn, bleeding and furious, launches a counter using cursed strength. The corrupted power surges, his weapon breaks through magical resistance. A comrade shouts a warning. Lior has cast back-to-back curse spells. Thou injured. The team believes they still hold the advantage. Yet unease creeps in, something about the situation feels wrong. Desperation rises as time runs short. Bjorn demands Lior use Cold Tempest, again despite the risk. With no choice left, the mage obeys, unleashing one final, devastating attack. Snow swirls violently as silhouettes emerge from the white haze, dragging injured allies behind them. Bjorn, barely standing, pulls his comrade out of danger while clenching his wounds. Blood trailing down his face, he forces himself onward, determined not to collapse. A burning red light erupts from the battlefield, signaling a new phase of chaos. Lone warrior charges through the bloodied snow, unleashing a brutal finishing blow. System messages confirm it. One character's death triggers the awakening of another. The red-haired berserker revives in a monstrous form, covered in thorns and rage. He had secretly kept a hidden number and healing item, defying expectations. Fueled by hate, he launches verbal fury at his foe with renewed strength. Faced with a critical choice, the party splits their healing items between the wounded. Though reluctant, the decision was made in urgency and uncertainty. Both fighters now sit among the injured, fate hanging in balance. Life and death blur as recovery begins. Magic points stabilize, and stats return. Relieved, the warrior rises, thankful to be alive. Attention turns to Dworki, whose silence leaves the group in dread. Bjorn assures the others that the worst has passed, though tension still lingers. Misha checks on the wounded, insisting he only needs rest and minor aid. Even so, one warrior reveals that the damage is too deep for potions alone. Leaning beside the fallen, he listens closely to final words meant for Rottmiller. A flickering lantern marks the solemn moment as the mage begins his confession. He speaks of his mother's dream to see the ocean, an image that guided him. The mage explains how something he never had belonging was finally within reach. His voice trembles with gratitude as he calls his comrade something precious. Tears well as Misha pleads for him not to speak, as if it's goodbye. Bjorn responds with sincerity, calling Lior a noble mage and treasured ally. Overwhelmed, Lior reflects on being remembered by someone he admired. He finds peace knowing he became part of another's legend. Sorrow floods the room. Death now feels real and permanent. Bjorn offers space, ready to leave if needed. But Misha, sobbing, begs Dworki not to die, gripping him tightly through tears. Blood drips from Lior's mouth as his fading strength clings to one final truth. He looks at Bjorn, urging him to understand something left unsaid until now. Bjorn finally responds, but before anything more is exchanged, the cursed seed pulses nearby. Lior assures Bjorn that with him alive, the others will survive. His eyes soften, accepting his fate after fulfilling his role. With peace on his face, Lior worried Dworki dies a heroic death. Bjorn stood frozen, trying to silence the world around him. Even with eyes closed and ears blocked, the sounds of violence refused to fade. Around him, others fought with reckless desperation. Their bodies bled, but their spirits clung stubbornly to survival. At first, their efforts felt meaningless. Watching them struggle seemed like witnessing suffering for no gain, despite broken limbs and pain. They pressed forward, not one of them retreated. He couldn't understand their strength. What gave them the will to keep going? That defiance stirred something in him. Doubt turned into curiosity, then quiet admiration. A sword swung toward him, he dodged by instinct. The margin was inches. Memories returned. He had been warned, act too late, and you lose everything. Bjorn finally realized his flaw. He waited too long. Always reacting, never leading. Clarity struck. He never committed fully when it mattered most. His allies fought for others. He fought only for himself, and that was never enough. Now, he knew this time, he must kill, or they would all die. Battle orders echoed. Hikarad stepped up, rage flickering behind his helmet. Their armored enemy waited, surrounded by corpses, his blade eager for more. Bjorn passed a shield to his comrade. Fury wasn't strategy. Survival demanded control. A blue aura surged as Hikarad activated emergency restoration. Magic pulsed around his armor, signaling renewed strength. With calm certainty, he reassured his team. Dworki's intentions were clear. They had to act now, not later. Without hesitation, they charged forward. It wasn't just retaliation, it was a final push to end it. Clashes erupted immediately. The enemy fought like a beast, cornered, refusing to fall back. In a brutal exchange, flesh exploded, and blood spilled. Bodies collided with relentless force. Despite his refined title, Their foe fought like a savage, driven by blind fury and survival instinct. Neither side held back. Each move was lethal, a dance of desperation and rage. The wounded didn't retreat. Blood loss meant nothing. They fought to rip each other apart. This wasn't a knight's duel. It was a feral struggle, stripped of all honor and restraint. She ally dashed forward, joining the assault with deadly momentum. Bjorn and his team struck in unison. Blades met flesh. This was the endgame. As his health dropped, a passive skill triggered. Strength surged from within, refusing collapse. His sword gleamed with divine energy. He activated Holy Blade. Light erupted skyward. The battlefield trembled beneath its weight. All eyes turned. He lunged forward, screaming his final command. His blade fell, aiming to destroy everything. Lagar's Holy Blade missed its mark as the old man launched a desperate interception. The sword spun through the air and landed harmlessly in the distance. Bjorn shouted in disbelief. The old man had stepped forward alone, his body trembling but his intent resolute. He thought of the goddess, how her grace once gave him hope in his weakest moment. As magic swirled around him, he invoked a sacred farewell, a vow of sacrifice and faith. Though trembling, he stood proud. He asked not for safety, but to be sent into the heart of the storm. Memories surged. Once, he'd been taught nobility could arise at any moment if one chose it. Even now, as death loomed, he believed that choice was his to make. Facing the enemy, he resisted the demonic pull. Instead, he begged grant him the power to protect. Dark tendrils pierced his flesh. He didn't resist. Shadows writhed around him as others watched in horror. He didn't falter. In his eyes burned one plea: grant me strength to end this. Darkness answered. Energy surged violently, lifting him from the ground. He roared, overwhelmed by the force consuming him. Bjorn cried out, powerless to stop him. The ritual was complete, and it was too late. The old man, consumed by dark energy, completed his ritual without hesitation. Despite being questioned, he embraced the sacrifice. Lagar screamed in pain as the swirling force pulled him upward. The dark vortex overpowered him. Bjorn, battered and on the ground, realized too late the enemy was vanishing, along with the cursed blade. Suddenly, a hand burst through the void, grasping at the enemy. The battle wasn't over yet. Bjorn lunged, grabbing Lagar's arm, refusing to let him escape unchallenged. Energy erupted between them, both men howling, one in fury, the other in pain. Before vanishing, Lagar gave a chilling promise they would meet again. Bjorn responded with certainty. He wasn't afraid. Next time, he'd be ready. He swore to survive each day, not relying on chance, but strength. As Lagar disappeared into the vortex, Bjorn reached forward, eyes blazing. He promised to find him again when the time came, wherever he hid. The void swallowed Lagar completely. Only silence and purple mist remained. Divine energy erupted as Bjorn clutched the radiant spear. His body enveloped in searing light. A soothing warmth spread within. His wounds mended instantly, and clarity filled his thoughts, sharper than ever before. Amid the light, the elder mage collapsed. The truth struck: this strength was the cost of the old man's life. Barely conscious, the mage extended a relic, whispering its intended destination to devoted followers of Letless. Bjorn questioned the sacrifice. Saving strangers made no sense, especially in this brutal world. Only a faint word left the man's lips: mage. It was all the explanation he gave before closing his eyes forever. Bjorn stood in silence as the others began to move. Misha gasped. The dwarf groaned, and Rottmiller wiped blood from his face, injured, but alive. Despite the chaos, every member had survived. Guilt crept in. The promise to protect had not been fulfilled by Bjorn. Their true savior had been the dying mage. His intervention changed the outcome of the entire battle. They now knew his name, Lior Worried Bwaki. His legacy wasn't just magic. It was their survival together. They left, vowing to honor the man who gave them life. Questions circled as they assessed the strange device within. Rottmiller explained it was a trap room meant to eject intruders into the central zone, originally his escape plan if things went wrong. The dwarf admitted escape would have failed regardless. Notices confirmed their escape. They had entered the 4th floor's sky tower. Camp was set. While the group recovered, Misha stayed beside Bwaki's lifeless body, unwilling to leave him alone. Bjorn revealed that corpses couldn't be taken to the city yet. A barbarian's heart could return above ground through ritual. Reality's cruelty settled in. The one who saved them couldn't even receive a proper burial, choosing to stay behind. Misha quietly mourned. In it, he learned of a grandson taken to the underground city, tied to a deeper conspiracy. Names emerged: Nork and Orculus. The mage had discovered a hidden portal and linked them to a larger threat, This wasn't in the game. The letter held secrets unseen before, pointing toward dangerous enemies. Each clue revealed a wider network, and Bjorn realized the danger ran deeper than expected. Fire crackled as Bjorn decided to let go of thoughts for now. They needed rest. The labyrinth was safer than the city after the Dragonslayer's defeat, though exhaustion weighed on them. Something about the calm felt unnatural. Lying awake, Bjorn stared at the ceiling, unable to find rest despite their recent victory. Misha silently walked past, sharing his sleeplessness as the labyrinth prepared to close. Moments later, the party was teleported to Raftonia's Dimension Square. Their next task was obvious: exchange the magic crystals gathered inside. At the guild, they reported Bwaki's death. The officer registered it in minutes, reducing the mage's life to paperwork. Bjorn reflected grimly. Death, though tragic, was routine here. They were just another group with another name. Next, they visited the Temple of Lietlus to deliver the relic and Bwaki's final message. A temple knight greeted them and explained the seriousness of the request. Proof would be needed. Because of the generous reward, many faked reports in the past, the knight remained cautious. Bjorn asked about the reward, but the man replied it varied, depending on proof and information value. He presented the letter, hoping it would suffice to confirm their claim. The knight took the letter seriously and asked them to wait a moment. After some time, a door opened. They were led to the second floor, an area reserved only for those granted special permission. Inside, priests in ornate robes awaited, and a new stage of their journey began. The group entered respectfully, and Bjorn greeted the room's highest authority, the Holy Archbishop himself. Bjorn had read about this level of the clergy in an old book and recognized the faces before him. He mentally noted the presence of 3 paladin captains, the Archbishop. Among them stood the Pope like holy archbishop and high-ranking priests. A young boy dressed in ceremonial robes caught Bjorn's attention, someone unfamiliar among so many renowned figures. While introductions were exchanged, Bjorn awkwardly followed temple etiquette. The archbishop thanked them for delivering the letter. Bjorn explained briefly what had occurred in the labyrinth, and handed over the letter Bwaki had entrusted to him. Though the relic was missing, the contents of the letter were enough to verify the priest's final moments. The group hadn't recovered the relic, likely taken by the Dragonslayer, but their sincerity was unquestionable. Cardinal Greyond approved their reward, 70 million stones, shocking everyone present. Stunned, the group could barely respond to the enormous sum granted. Bjorn, overwhelmed, began to feel something unusual. Was this faith? Before he could reply to the Archbishop's question about their next move, divine light erupted, a celestial power descended, and the Archbishop declared, "Do not worry, great warrior." As brilliance engulfed the room, the sudden eruption of light signaled a divine message. Bjorn observed he radiating sacred energy. He realized the child was no ordinary priest, but a living saint. The boy revealed a new divine relic, said to be crafted by the goddess herself for the one chosen to receive her will. A divine proclamation declares that the ring will sever the connection to a looming threat. Bjorn suspects the threat refers to Lucas Wardo, the Dragonslayer. The mention of connection sharpens the implications. Instructions follow once the divine will fades. Destiny itself unravels. He must be ready to oppose fate's collapse. Reactions erupt from his allies, stunned that a barbarian could receive divine recognition. Such an act defies all expectation. Rather than answers, the priests retreat in silence. The ceremony ends abruptly, leaving only questions. Inside a quiet chamber, Bjorn and Crowitz reflect, unable to make sense of what just occurred. Among scholars, confusion persists. This is only the 3rd time a barbarian has received an oracle. Those marked before were ostracized, rejected by their kin, labeled heathens, and exiled. Such cases were hidden by the church, the truth buried to avoid unrest. Exile would sever his bond with the spirit seal, halting future strength. Vows of silence echo from his companions. Their loyalty feels genuine. Even so, unease stirs. Trust must now be tested. Bjorn swears off drinking, choosing caution over comfort. Though the ring protects him now, it's only temporary. He estimates 6 months remain and begins preparing for what comes next. An unexpected snap is felt. Misha's expression turns from disbelief to alarm. Shock ripples through Bjorn as he confirms the break. The ring that safeguarded his fate is no longer intact. Far above the fortress walls, the goddess's influence quietly retreats. Meanwhile, a battered man named Lagar Vagos lies bleeding in the open. Standing above him suspects he betrayed someone during his mission. She studies his body, a burned arm, a mutilated shoulder. Viewing his suffering with contempt, she relishes the idea of killing him. Knowing no one will object, as he begs for healing, she mocks him. His plea reminds her of an old contract. A pact once signed forbids her from killing inside Nork, but not from letting others die. Seizing his valuables, she bends the rules without technically breaking them. Satisfied, she ensures his condition is fatal. A second chance cannot be risked. Despite momentary hesitation, she calls guards to dispose of the barely breathing man. His survival now hinges on luck. Before departing, she activates Life's Blessing, a rare artifact that alters memory. A week's worth of events will be erased. He'll awaken thinking he was robbed, unaware of who left him to die. Bjorn exhales deeply, realizing the real concern isn't the first ring. Aat interrupts his thoughts. Curious, he looks toward the door as a voice asks for entry. She requests permission to come inside, catching him slightly off guard. Her visit isn't personal. Instead, she merely wants to talk about the previous events in the labyrinth. As their conversation drags, Bjorn ends it, insisting she leave. She protests, but eventually accepts his decision. The following morning, the party is summoned to the guild news tied to their recent battle. They learn that Dwarkit had listed their names in his will, preparing for death without telling anyone. Though optimistic in life, he planned for the worst. His will grants them his home and belongings. Bjorn alone stays behind to handle unfinished matters. He confides in the priest about the sword that resists them. The sword, revealed as a draconic relic, was never cursed, it simply rejected those unworthy. Only true draconic humans can wield it. That betrayal placed a curse not on the blade but on Lagar Vagos, who stole it. Transformed into a hybrid, his corrupted form is a consequence of that theft. Ultimately, the curse bound to him explains his suffering. Bjorn receives advice to purify the Dragonslayer's sword by bringing it to a sacred temple. After thanking the priest, he jokingly asks for free blessings. Realizing the goddess's warning was clearly aimed at him, Bjorn accepts the offer to exchange help for future favors. He heads to the tavern where his companions await. The group mourns their fallen ally, Dwalit. Everyone grieves in silence, sharing the weight of loss. Bjorn quietly joins them in solemn respect. Later, the group leaves together, the mood heavy. Despite the pain, they move forward. As they walk, Misha suddenly grabs his arm, prompting him to stop. She thanks him shyly, her tail flicking as they near their destination. With sunset behind them, Bjorn quietly acknowledges their arrival. Misha halts and asks a direct question, her expression serious. She wants clarity about their relationship more than teammates. Bjorn's slow realization brings her words into focus. A sudden tension crosses her face as unfamiliar emotion grips her chest. Standing beside her, Erwin immediately senses something and asks with concern. She tries to deflect, claiming it's just her heart reacting. Suspicion rises as Erwin mentions the barbarian. The girl stammers, insisting he didn't do anything, only that he looked unwell after returning from the labyrinth. Erwin offers to look into it herself. The girl hesitates, surprised by the offer. With a calm expression, Erwin reaches out and reassures her to relax. Elsewhere, the barbarian reflects quietly, uncertain if she ever truly remembered his name, but unable to stop thinking about it. Her feelings, unspoken, yet clear, left him with no room to run. She asks what he thinks. Though hesitant, he responds that she's an important teammate. Those words sting. Disappointed, she lowers her eyes, silently hurt. Trying to stay composed, she says emotions complicate survival. He suggests keeping things professional. She explodes with emotion, striking him with ice magic in frustration. Yelling, she accuses him of forcing her into confession. Magic crackles again as she blames him for dismissing her feelings. Tears follow as she leans against him, whispering she never wanted much, only not to be denied. Still emotional, the girl accuses him of making her spill her heart out against her will. She storms off, footsteps sharp, leaving him alone under the dim night sky. Before disappearing, she announces she won't be cooking for him tomorrow. The next morning, he wakes to the scent of boiling stew, confused by its presence. She sits nearby, smug, while he questions the meal's safety. Despite the strange taste, he eats everything without hesitation, feeling guilty for the night before. He savors the food, commenting that it was surprisingly good. She cuts him off, telling him not to overthink things since she's acting on her own will. Inwardly, he reflects on her growth. She'd clearly come to terms with her emotions. He agrees not to bring up the topic again, and she accepts. Together with their allies, they head to the Central Administrative Agency. Plans are discussed. She insists she can manage things with her own funds. They evaluate the old home Bwaki left behind for purchase. After checking the value, They divide the cost fairly between them. With business settled, they toast over drinks to seal the decision. At a table in the 7th district, Bjorn prepares to discuss future plans for the team. Before he can speak, Murad announces his own decision. He's leaving exploration behind. Surprising everyone, he explains he'll start a smithy, which is why he bought the house. Murad admits the labyrinth was just an escape and that he lacks talent as an explorer. He wants a future he won't regret, one Daki would be proud of. The group offers their support. Misha promises to visit, and Bjorn excuses himself to maintain his gear. To ease the mood, the others reveal they plan to retire too. After the last evaluation, each member admits their doubts, but encourages one another. Bjorn raises his mug and declares a new goal. He and Misha will form a new team, and aim higher. Misha jokes that she might struggle to keep up, but is ready. As stars glow above, they agree to toast together. With everyone's approval, the toast is raised for the graduation of the outcast team. After drinks, Murad and Misha fall asleep at the table. Bjorn quietly reflects that even this final gathering fits their team's nature. Murad wakes slightly and turns to Bjorn with one final question. Voice echoes with suspicion, asking if he's an evil spirit as tension thickens around the table. Rottmiller reacts sharply, gripping a weapon clearly provoked by the accusation. His warning is clear. He demands justification for such an insult, his eyes sharp with restraint. Though calm, his words hold weight. He knows Rottmiller well enough to sense the difference. Bjorn listens as his companion explains that Rottmiller doesn't value oaths or pride. Instead, he is calculated, not driven by emotion. His control is what defines him most. Suspicion greeted Bjorn as he returned late, facing Rottmiller's intense gaze and harsh demand. Despite the accusation, Rottmiller held back judgment, trusting the Bjorn he had come to know. Realizing mere words wouldn't suffice, Bjorn shifted his strategy, abandoning simple deception for a deeper plan. Rottmiller admitted that even he didn't enjoy doubting a close friend without reason. Rather than pressing further, he watched Bjorn's quiet reaction unfold with curiosity. A small smile formed as Rottmiller acknowledged what set Bjorn apart. He was simply too unusual. Reading books, showing restraint, and acting with reason were traits rare for a barbarian. A fellow explorer pointed out the inconsistencies in Bjorn's divine claim, questioning his story. Though skeptical, the man stopped short of condemnation, unsure what to make of him. Memories of the goddess's descent silenced Rottmiller's doubts, reminding him of what he witnessed. No illusion could replicate that power. It had been undeniably real. Acknowledging Bjorn's tendency to downplay himself, Rottmiller reminded him of his own worth, though unsure of his place. Bjorn heard Rottmiller call him a hero. Joining a new party came with danger, and his reputation made him stand out. Blending in, Rottmiller warned, might be his best defense against future trouble. Standing before the statue, Bjorn searched for meaning in the silence of the divine. No answers came, only the weight of expectations he barely understood, rather than explain. He kept his thoughts hidden as Misha walked beside him in concern. Dark memories resurfaced, visions of the goddess, and an encounter with death still fresh in mind. Explaining such events risked disbelief, so he chose secrecy over confusion. Instead of talking, he trained with Misha, masking truth behind routine. Evening arrived as they returned home, fatigue trailing quietly behind them. Misha's question about teammate preferences caught him off guard. Her blunt rejection of fairies left him silently puzzled. Rain began to fall while Bjorn reflected on her surprising bias. Rather than confront her, he let the moment pass without comment. Moments later, the guild's familiar noise pulled him from thought. Questions about his past party brought casual answers, hiding deeper thoughts. He listened more than spoke, watching others with cautious interest. Choosing to move forward, he focused on what tomorrow might demand. Doubts filled Bjorn's mind as he pieced together his sudden connection to the name Jandal. Nearby guild members shared rumors, leading to unexpected recognition from a stranger. Without realizing it, Bjorn had gained the reputation of a barbarian with ancestral ties. News about forming a new team spread quickly, triggering a strong reaction from the tavern couple. Laughter echoed from the woman, pleased her husband would join Bjorn's party. Despite appearances, the muscular man seemed more carefree than responsible, shocking Bjorn with his YOLO mindset. The next day, Bjorn arrived at the barbarian sanctuary, confused by the empty surroundings. A fellow warrior mentioned a funeral, revealing a ceremony Bjorn hadn't known was today. Caught off guard, he hesitated as others gathered for an event he hadn't prepared for. As they entered the forest, the ritual had already begun, drawing attention from the gathered clan. A familiar woman noticed Bjorn's solitary arrival, questioning his absence of companions. His quiet response masked confusion, unaware of the deeper meaning behind the gathering. Among barbarians, half a year of intense training was known as tempering. Once completed, it led to spirit succession, a sacred right to inherit strength. This powerful ritual could only be performed once, at the cost of the giver's life. Bjorn stood among the crowd, learning the elder had chosen him for a sacred reason. Shock overtook him as he realized no one had told him the cost of the ritual. Tension rose when the vice chief called Keduva a coward, drawing a strong objection from another warrior. The vice chief challenged the warrior's anger, questioning whether she truly accepted the elder's will. She lunged forward but was swiftly restrained, the room growing heavier with emotion. Silence followed as an elder reminded her of the warrior's path, one that demanded clarity and strength. Tears mixed with blood as the elder's expression hardened, grief burning deep behind clenched teeth. A solemn silence spread while the tribe listened. Aluna's spirit had returned to the forest. In quiet reverence, warriors stepped forward, each seeking to honor the fallen through ritual. Inside a small hut, the masked shaman greeted Bjorn, fully aware of his arrival. The young man placed the ingredients down, admitting they were purchased rather than gathered. Amused, the shaman scoffed at his spending, hinting that sacrifice held greater meaning than gold. Bjorn avoided the deeper question, his silence earning a cryptic lesson on strength through loss. Without hesitation, he demanded the spirit seal, proving his resolve to proceed with the ritual. The shaman agreed, preparing the vessel as the ritual officially commenced. Dark wings scattered in the sky, as arcane power surged from the ceremonial seal. Energy coursed through Bjorn's body, awakening stats, senses, and a new physical threshold. Now reborn, he stood firm, one step closer to mastering the barbarian path. With armor bound to his spirit, his gear would now grow with his transformation. The hassle of stripping down was gone, equipment adapted instantly with gigantification. Laughing wildly, Bjorn imagined crushing foes with an enormous mace as onlookers whispered, unnerved. Sunlight filtered into the tent as Bjorn slowly stirred, body still resonating with ritual energy. Breaking the stillness, the shaman questioned him about tampering with human souls. Caught off guard, Bjorn was shaken by how accurately the shaman sensed the truth. Legends passed down through generations spoke of a great journey guided by ancestral spirits. Barbarians once left their homeland behind to embrace a new era of learning and cities. Through that transformation, they came to know civilization and confirmed that gods truly existed. Confused, Bjorn pressed the shaman, unsure what deeper meaning lay beneath the tale. Rather than clarity, he received a veiled warning. Power invites conflict and rejection. Defying the chief meant facing exile or death, the price of challenging authority. Races like dwarves and fairies survived by discarding tradition when survival demanded change. Even Earth's history mirrored this cycle of abandonment and progress. To remain, one must evolve or take command to shape the future. Unconventional as it sounded, the answer fit a warrior's logic: eliminate the obstacle. Bjorn envisioned himself as chief, armored and towering over the tribe. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable the madness became. Through the shaded forest path, Bjorn moved with purpose, his mind weighing recent revelations. Before making any bold attempt, he recognized the need to build support within the tribe. To his surprise, Einar lay asleep nearby, undisturbed and unaware of his approach. Waking abruptly, she blinked in confusion as Bjorn called out her name, scrambling upright. She rushed to explain, claiming she didn't mean to fall asleep. Once settled, she admitted she felt somewhat annoyed but physically much better. Memories of past humiliation flooded her mind, the sting of betrayal still fresh. Trust had been misplaced, leaving her exposed and ashamed in front of others. In her eyes, Keduva's deception had reduced her to something less than herself. Sensing something was off, Einar gently asked if Bjorn was dealing with his own trouble. Though he tried to hide it, she noticed his expression lacked the energy it once held. Eventually, he admitted a teammate's death had left a void he hadn't processed. Softly, she asked what exactly had happened in his absence. Bjorn explained briefly. Lior, a comrade, was now gone. Rather than mourn alone, Einar proposed a sparring match, hinting at moving forward together. Bjorn reviewed his new team composition, confirming they had covered every essential role. The final slot, meant for a mage or long-range support, remained undecided. Facing Einar, he explained the position was open, though initially reserved for someone else. As the spar began, Einar lunged with full force, testing her strength without restraint. Momentum shifted between them as fierce blows clashed, neither yielding ground. Observing her performance, Bjorn considered pushing her further to assess her potential. Bjorn activated his abilities, unleashing a sudden combination of raw power and combat skills. Spectators gasped as the ground cracked, sensing the escalation wasn't just for show. Now forced into a real trial, Einar faced Bjorn's overwhelming pressure without hesitation. Training concludes as Bjorn raises his hand, signaling the end with a sharp and silent gesture. Thou Einar questions her performance. He bluntly confirms she is good enough, offering no extra praise rather than retreat. She demands more time, insisting her stamina isn't close to depleted. He weighs her persistence, acknowledging her raw energy despite lacking polish in combat form. Her puffed-up expression betrays frustration, but Bjorn officially accepts her into his team. Exhausted and overwhelmed, she drops to her knees just as the reality of passing hits. With one goal met, Bjorn departs to begin assembling the rest of the party. Both Misha and Einar still require growth before entering deeper challenges. After hearing she passed, Einar hurriedly packs while Bjorn moves toward the village gates. An old friend, Karen, greets him loudly, surprised by his unexpected return. Talk shifts to tribal politics. Karen aims for leadership and invites Bjorn to observe training. Sensing advantage, Bjorn agrees, knowing influence comes through visibility and strength. Drills begin harshly, framing all outsiders as threats needing immediate destruction. The lesson blurs into intimidation, more about control than education. Bjorn remains silent, aware that resistance now could jeopardize future plans. Karen gestures proudly, introducing Bjorn as a shining example of true tribal strength. Chants erupt as the trainees echo his name, caught up in the display of unity, rather than revel in it. Bjorn quietly blends in, maintaining the image they expect. Raising his fist, he shouts. Slogans crafted to rile them against outside threats. Warnings about the guild and strangers spill out, casting doubt on familiar systems. Without warning, a chill runs through him, instinct sensing an approaching threat. A rogue warrior suddenly charges in, disrupting the gathering with wild aggression. Reacting instantly, Bjorn knocks the attacker back in a single devastating blow. Moments later, the chief appears, demanding an explanation with stern authority. Bjorn doesn't flinch. He challenges the tribe's ideals, calling their training misguided. Appeals to reason follow, pointing out that blind courage leads only to death. Unsettled murmurs rise. His words strike deeper than expected, even shaking the chief. Citing grim numbers, he explains most novices die within their first months. When asked if weakness is to blame, the chief's answer is firm. No, true danger, he confesses, lies in monsters wearing human faces within the labyrinth. One warrior voices frustration, comparing their treatment to that of goblins. Bjorn snaps back, rejecting the idea that it is due to bias. He blames inaction and silence. Preparation, he argues, should have been the elder's duty, not something left to chance. Cries rise from the crowd as someone demands the chief acknowledge their struggle. No longer predators, they admit they've become hunted in the labyrinth. While traditions are questioned, Bjorn urges the chief to offer at least basic survival guidance. The chief's loud rebuke shakes the air, but doubt lingers behind his anger. Standing tall, Bjorn vows to act if leadership continues to hesitate. His declaration is clear. He'll protect the tribe, not for glory, but to ensure their future. Morning light creeps across the camp as Bjorn wakes up unexpectedly. Surprised, he finds himself resting inside the chief's private quarters. Flashes of past battles flood his thoughts, anchoring him to past failures. Following his speech, the chief offered no response, only silence. Memories of a deadly skirmish resurface, replaying his helplessness in vivid detail. Even with resistance, the outcome was defeat-proof. He still had far to go. Bjorn wakes early and prepares to leave the tent, still processing the previous day's events. The chief notices him and invites him to sit, revealing a more relaxed demeanor. They share a quiet moment, where the chief asks if Bjorn truly hates the humans. The conversation shifts as the chief recalls a past conflict involving a powerful relic from the labyrinth. Suspicion from the fairies led to the warrior's capture and eventual death during interrogation. His resistance sparked war, which ultimately cost the former chief's life and many others. Bjorn suggests things could have improved with direct negotiation, but the chief dismisses it as nafedve. He insists that hatred will only deepen the divide and ruin any chance of coexistence. Thou Bjorn accuses him of fear. The chief admits, it just not of the royal system. What the chief truly fears isn't the authority, but the man who holds it. A specific figure one, with overwhelming presence haunts his thoughts. He confesses that facing the king himself is a fear he hopes Bjorn never understands. As the sky darkened, a heavy voice reminded Bjorn that true strength must be earned. Rather than offer praise, the elder placed a challenge before him. Prove his worth through growth. With a parting glance, the man acknowledged Bjorn's potential and promised to watch from afar. The next morning, curious villagers gathered as Bjorn returned from his meeting, startled by his presence. Some wondered if he had been spared out of mercy. He calmly explained that he'd been told to grow stronger, not cast aside. Confidence carried Bjorn as he rejoined his companions outside the sanctuary. They debated the elder's warning about blindly trusting humans. Bjorn defended them, recounting the bravery of a human named Bwaki. Mentioning Bwaki sparked admiration among the group. Although a mage, his actions had embodied a warrior's heart. Laughter followed, as they agreed that sacrifice defined true strength. Later that evening, Bjorn arranged for Einar to stay next to his room. She hesitated, unsure if she deserved such comfort. Grinning, she vowed to follow him forever, her loyalty sealed. In a calm but firm tone, Bjorn reminded Einar that they were no longer inside the sanctuary. Rather than escalate things, he kept her close, trying to prevent any misunderstandings. Suddenly, Misha burst in, startled by the scene, and demanded to know who the girl was. Instead of panicking, Bjorn asked Einar to introduce herself properly, with enthusiasm. She greeted Misha, who was clearly still recovering from surprise. Misha then pulled Bjorn aside, confused about how someone like Einar could be a barbarian. Suspicious and frustrated, she questioned Einar's identity more bluntly. That remark caused Einar to explode with emotion, thinking she was being judged for her looks. Trying to fix the misunderstanding, Misha awkwardly complimented her instead, only making it more chaotic. The next day, Bjorn attended a small gathering at a tea shop near City Hall. Although not fond of events, he joined to follow up on intel from Clerk Shivin. Apparently, the real reason behind his invitation was a woman named Ragna. During their chat, Ragna once again offered him the role of explorer. To everyone's surprise, she refused the same offer herself without hesitation. Even as Shivin reacted with concern, she calmly reassured him with quiet confidence. Ragna politely declined the invitation to become an explorer, choosing to remain at the library. Although unexpected, her firm stance surprised Bjorn, especially considering her skill as a fifth-tier mage. Even so, her decision made sense. Such power hidden behind humble work suggested deeper motives. Meanwhile, Bjorn visited Arua Raven's lab, where recruitment discussions resumed. To qualify, all members needed to be at least Tier 6, ideally with a priest included. He began listing his team, starting with Misha, a melee fighter close to Tier 8. Her recent battles and growth impressed Raven enough to hold interest. Next came Einar, who brought critical support and crowd control strength to the team. Lastly, Bjorn introduced Urkreift, whose mobility and adaptability filled a valuable niche. Only then did he reveal Urkreift's hidden role as a labyrinth guide. Mention of profit and hidden pathways immediately changed the tone of the discussion. Smiling, Bjorn highlighted the potential rewards: Floor 9 access, secret zones, and treasure. Raven, now intrigued, hinted at accepting if one condition was met. She clarified her priority: research first, exploration second. Before negotiating further, she asked Bjorn to state the deal. Simply, Raven laid out her condition. If an urgent breakthrough arose, research would take priority. Bjorn accepted without hesitation, viewing it as a fair compromise to secure her support. With a handshake, they finalized the agreement, officially making Raven part of the team. Time passed calmly, the sky above peaceful as daily life resumed. Bjorn visited Ragna, while Einar cheerfully devoured her treat nearby. In the hallway, Misha ran into them, surprised to see Einar living in the same building. Trouble soon arrived when a deceitful man from the labyrinth was caught lying. Despite his pleas for mercy, Bjorn and the others delivered swift judgment. On day 15, a clock struck midnight, marking the opening of a new gate. At his desk, Hansu examined the screen with intensity, preparing for what lay ahead, noting names like Orcus and Dragonslayer. He considered how each detail might influence his fate. With character changes now irreversible, he dug into forums, determined to gather every critical insight. A loud voice interrupted his thoughts as a man rushed over, shouting Hansu's name. Accusations followed 3 minutes late, concern exaggerated, emotions pouring out in dramatic fashion. Rather than argue, Hansu took a seat, realizing this man didn't behave like others. Memories of past friendships flickered, but Hansu remained wary of possible manipulation. Despite cheerful smiles, trust didn't come easily in a place like this. Even so, casual talk began, loosening the tension between them. Their conversation shifted to military life, drawing laughter and shared experiences. Jokes about idols sparked surprise, quickly turning the mood awkward. Neither knew what to say, the moment hanging between them. One laughed aloud, breaking the silence that followed. It wasn't just the words, it felt like a moment from home. For a while, they simply talked, forgetting the danger surrounding them. Worry surfaced as he admitted to seeing everyone like game characters, hiding potential danger. Even meeting new people triggered suspicion, a mindset shaped by survival instincts. The cheerful mood faded, leaving behind a heavy silence neither of them expected. Gratitude came first, but he confessed trust wasn't easy after everything he'd endured. While hesitant, he still opened up, recognizing the rare moment of understanding between them. Curiosity took over as the topic shifted to Orcus and the missing treasures. Rather than accuse, he posed a question: what if someone had stolen the artifacts? A composed response followed, confirming the theft and easing his growing suspicion. Hearing that brought relief, knowing his thoughts weren't entirely unfounded. Bako's words echoed. All 6 treasures were stolen at once, half a year ago, given the scale. It was clear Orcus couldn't be behind it. He urged his friend to share any leads, clinging to hope of returning home. A laugh broke through, momentarily lifting the tension from the room. While one joked, the other silently questioned how much of it was sincere. Despite doubts, their fragile trust began to take form, shaped by mutual purpose. Information about Nork revealed hidden truths that the narrator had never encountered before. One major event involved preparations to launch an army against the Nork Orcus alliance. A warrior named Dragonslayer vanished after losing both a hostage and his memories. Events that once felt real were exposed as carefully scripted illusions. Warnings followed. Joining the rebellion blindly could lead to disaster. Without finishing his thoughts, the man abruptly vanished, leaving behind more questions. Returning to his desk, the protagonist knew he couldn't stay connected much longer. Meanwhile, characters within the world moved under royal command. To avoid detection, he purposely kept a low profile. Inside the masked gathering, someone's absence was immediately noticed. Members grew uneasy at the newcomer's presence, unsure of his purpose. A warning rang out: hesitation would only invite trouble. A brutal show of force erupted, asserting dominance over the group. Rather than panic, the newcomer stayed composed, observing carefully. Though labeled a rookie, he had returned with experience and wasn't afraid to show it. The masked group watched in silence as tension from earlier slowly turned into mild curiosity. Each member observed the newcomer, unsure how to judge him, some dismissive, others intrigued. One member hinted at upcoming chaos, while another quietly anticipated the unfolding events with excitement. A solemn chamber fills with masked figures, tension rising as towering doors signal the gathering's commencement. One member urges urgency, while another mocks the group's past failure, stirring unease among the attendees. Anxious glances spread as masked individuals braced themselves, some dreading another repeat of humiliation. Dark thoughts momentarily grip the lion, masked man, haunted by the pressure and weight of expectations. He apologizes stiffly, regaining control as the others observe him with mixed concern and suspicion. Rather than begin, he insists on going last, claiming his role is most significant. The first speaker reveals a priest's disappearance, pointing to a kidnapping that occurred weeks earlier. Confusion strikes the protagonist. Most seem aware already, yet he only learned of it recently. A fox, masked figure downplays the secrecy, suggesting such things are typical for this circle. Others admit ignorance, proposing a deeper alliance between temple and royalty this time. Suddenly, the lion interrupts, accusing someone of violating their rule about revealing informants. An apology follows, and the group silently agrees to maintain stricter discretion moving forward. The protagonist questions whether the lion's outburst was genuine or intentionally manipulative. Suspicion deepens. Was the disclosure meant to expose a clue about his identity? If so, he might hail from the temple, or perhaps the hidden underground city instead. The paladin hesitantly brings up an oracle from the goddess, though details remain frustratingly vague. Others press for answers, even offering payment, but no one seems to know the oracle's target. That even a paladin is left uninformed raises concern that the temple is hiding something deliberate. Apologies come half-heartedly after a rule is broken, brushing off the slip as insignificant. Amid the tension, a sudden announcement points to a newcomer's presence, shifting the group's focus. Without delay, the meeting resumes with coded updates about events unfolding across the continent. A powerful relic is set for auction next month, drawing quiet ambition from some attendees. The Dragonslayer's gear surfaces on the black market, but his famed sword is absent. This absence leads to one conclusion: something unknown has happened to the legendary warrior. Initial confusion gives way to analysis. Baiko might have suffered amnesia from a past incident. Based on old reports, a memory-erasing drug is suspected to be the cause of his condition. Samani likely erased his past on purpose, a calculated move to mask his identity. Taking his turn, the clown boldly claims a new spell will unite 6 minds as one, quiet. When the crystal glows green, it is clear he's not lying, or at least believes he isn't. A dramatic shift is introduced, a system change that could redefine party composition entirely. Players who once couldn't coexist in the same mode may now join forces in unified roles. As a result, the odds of clearing the game skyrocket, drawing everyone's full attention. The lion-masked figure casually passes the spotlight, prompting the next participant to speak. Though prepared, the blue-cloaked man struggles to select information worthy of the group's rising standards. Eventually, he offers one detail, viewing it as a fitting token for their earlier amusement. News of a newly born divine relic stuns the assembly with its unexpected importance. The paladin reacts with disbelief, frustrated that such critical knowledge eluded even him. However, the clown demands a trade. Only valuable intel earns more details. Hints about a return to the tower are dropped, but specifics remain deliberately vague. Gasps and chatter fill the room, some impressed, others skeptical of his cryptic tone. To their disappointment, he dismisses the reaction as dull and unworthy of further reward. Deer Mask clarifies their identity, not tied to any guild, only business through secrecy. The room resets for another round, anticipation building among the cloaked members. This time, topics range from auctioned artifacts to royal schemes, each bolder than the last. The clown considers his turn, revealing that each mask reflects the fate of its wearer. He explains that Goblin's weakness isn't random but symbolic of his cunning, not strength. Though the claim sparks debate, the group allows the topic to pass after brief objection. Another member reveals rare intel. The mythical stone of resurrection truly exists within the world. Its presence draws immediate interest, but confusion arises as someone interrupts the discussion mid-reveal. The speaker clarifies that the stone can revive the dead once, then permanently vanishes. A tense breath escapes the red-haired woman as she reveals the rumored item said to revive the dead. Across the table, several explorers doubt such a miracle could exist in their unforgiving world. Their skepticism falters when the masked informant confirms the item's power. Any attempt to ask for more details is shut down as the informant abruptly ends the explanation. Driven by desperation, the lion-masked man tries shifting the topic, hoping to earn clues through negotiation. Maintaining his disguise proves difficult as the protagonist struggles to match the aloof persona he plays. He eventually claims uncertainty about his own interests, adding to the mystery around his behavior. Observers exchange wary glances, unable to predict the intentions behind his vague answers. Their confusion grows while they debate what information might even appeal to someone so unreadable. Rising from his seat, he ends the discussion with an intentionally brief remark. The sudden movement startles several members, forcing him to improvise a calm exit. With a polite farewell, he concludes the tense meeting and steps away from the council. Once he departs, 2 members quietly speculate that the newcomer could belong to their secretive faction. Another veteran dismisses the assumption, criticizing the careless leap in judgment. He reminds his companion that reckless conclusions can be dangerous. Unspoken tension hangs in the room as the council reflects on the masked man's presence. Consensus begins to form. His actions align too precisely with unfolding events to be accidental. One figure leans back, admitting they may have underestimated the stranger's true capabilities. Suspicion intensifies when someone recalls his awareness of a confidential raid plan. Fox Mask speculates he has access to palace-level intelligence, or perhaps the power to rival it. With a grim voice, another remarks that such confidence only belongs to those drenched in blood. A theory surfaces they might already know who he is, without realizing it. The moment he mentioned the resurrection stone, his gaze locked onto one individual. That deliberate look now feels intentional, almost like a personal message hidden in plain sight. Others remain skeptical, questioning whether they're overanalyzing the situation. Still, past moments, his silence, timing, and reactions continue to feed their doubt. Attention shifts to the unique mask, a potential clue to the man's identity. Meanwhile, a dim tavern hosts a quiet gathering of new allies. Introductions are made, and tension eases into casual conversation over food. Talk soon turns to business, how they'll divide loot fairly in the days ahead. Tension erupts when Egfried insults a teammate's ability, prompting a loud emotional reaction from her. She feels betrayed, believing their bond had grown beyond mere cooperation. Chaos rises around the table as others try to calm the situation and return to discussion. Shifting focus, the mage justifies her value with technical skills that enhance essence collection. She confidently argues her knowledge of distortion magic boosts team profits through better byproducts. When she demands a higher cut, tension returns. Egfried questions her assumption with a sharp rebuttal. Memories of past explosive incidents flash in the narrator's mind, reinforcing caution in team matters. Despite the tension, the mage insists her skills justify the request for a larger share. After brief silence, Egfried accepts the terms, setting the division based on logic and risk. Conversation lightens as the group shifts to mundane decisions like food preferences. Amid the chatter, one teammate realizes they've barely scratched the surface of their team agenda. As the night winds down, the protagonist silently expresses relief for choosing the barbarian class. Morning arrives with team registration complete, and the group heading home to rest. On the way in, a mysterious letter bearing Lethal's seal captures their attention. Its contents hint at a coming conflict with the draconic warlord, and a new threat looms. A glowing letter triggers a sudden surge of magical energy, engulfing Bjorn in bright light. Within moments, a teleportation spell activates, transporting him to an unfamiliar structure filled with arcane symbols. Bjorn realizes the letter was a summoning tool, likely sent from the mysterious dragon temple. Darkness surrounds him as a voice confirms he is the first outsider to enter this sacred domain. A colossal figure known as the Dragon Fear manifests, its form crackling with malevolent energy. Bjorn prepares himself as the entity warns that entering further will require paying a deadly price. A surge of dark pressure enveloped the area, clearly designed to provoke fear rather than flinch. Bjorn calmly analyzed the intent behind the outburst. He dismissed the fearsome aura without hesitation, unaffected by its overwhelming presence. An enormous spectral dragon appeared above, silently staring down at those present. Unimpressed, Bjorn stood his ground while others watched in confusion, with a light laugh. The horned figure apologized, explaining the display wasn't intentional. Bjorn introduced himself as the son of Jandal and questioned the being's identity. A half-serious name was offered, but quickly replaced with the simpler Laugher. Setting aside names, Laugher asked to see the dragon sword for confirmation. Bjorn retrieved the blade without delay and laid it before Laugher. Carefully grasping it, Laugher recognized the unmistakable energy of his brother's weapon. He quietly asked how Jandal had fought in his final moments. Laugher revealed a deeper truth. Jandal was his younger sibling. Unable to stop him, he could only watch as the dragon sword vanished. Still, he honored Bjorn, calling him a savior beyond any promised reward. While debating internally, Bjorn questioned if claiming a reward would be inappropriate. In response, Laugher offered gold and riches stacked beyond imagination. Not stopping there, he suggested a spot on his team for 2 years. Rather than accept, Bjorn asked if anything else was available. To raise the stakes, Laugher revealed a rare artifact forged annually by his kind. That too failed to impress. Bjorn demanded a dragon tattoo instead. With a surge of energy, the ritual marking process commenced. Pain surged through Bjorn as the tattoo burned into his flesh. Despite the agony, he shouted for Laugher to keep going. He yelled louder, frustrated by Laugher's hesitation. Warnings followed. Laugher feared backlash from his people. Bjorn countered, accusing him of breaking their earlier trust. He invoked the prophecy from the goddess of light, motivated by past loss. He pleaded for strength to protect others. Finally, he promised to defeat Jandal if granted the chance to grow stronger. Returning from the ritual, Bjorn immediately headed to confront a lingering matter. He arrived at Jul's residence, where she appeared startled by his unexpected visit. Instead of small talk, he asked firmly about her father's location. Realizing avoidance wouldn't help, he decided to handle the situation directly. While gripping his weapon, Bjorn insisted on speaking with her father. Misunderstanding his actions, Jul panicked and assumed violence was imminent. Their chaotic entrance into the building alarmed the entire household. Guards responded immediately, but the father's calm command diffused the tension. Once dismissed, the guards withdrew, leaving Bjorn to explain himself. He clarified Jul had approached him first, not the other way around. Rather than deny everything, Bjorn acknowledged the misunderstanding without backing down. Eventually, the man accepted his explanation and let the conversation continue. Concerned about appearances, the man warned of legal consequences. Bjorn reminded him that any public exposure would reflect badly on both sides. Mentioning the upcoming election, he subtly pushed the man to reconsider further conflict. Bjorn pointed out that wherever the official went, barbarians would be there, influencing public perception. He declared himself the new heir, forcing the district manager to reassess the situation. With firm authority, Bjorn demanded unconditional surrender without engaging in violence. Despite his anger, Bjorn chose to issue a warning instead of acting on it. He made it clear that betrayal would not be forgiven a second time. After ending the discussion, he left calmly, stating only that he was hungry. Following an uneasy agreement with the district manager, Bjorn moved on to preparing for the expedition alongside his new allies. One pressing task remained: reviewing Raven's exhaustive list of 31 essential preparations before anything else. Rather unexpectedly, the group shifted focus to selecting a team name, sparking a chaotic exchange of ideas. Raven's loud suggestion, "apple pie," caught everyone off guard, drawing awkward reactions from Bjorn and the others. With a more serious tone, Ayana proposed Narak, meaning those who walk in darkness in an old language. In the end, both names were merged into the odd but accepted team name, Apple Narak. Their training sessions took place at the city's skill-authorized facility, where combat drills became routine. Each member gave full effort, responding to commands and refining timing through repeated strikes together. They slowly forged real teamwork through sweat, speed, and shared purpose. During free moments, Bjorn frequented the library, digging into books for knowledge. Unexpected visits from acquaintances like Hikarad provided minor distractions, but nothing disruptive. Eventually, the day of the labyrinth's opening arrived, marking the start of their true challenge. Inside the crystal cave, the group stood before the great sage's monument, ready for exploration. Confusion struck quickly as one member's terrible sense of direction led them off course. They wandered aimlessly for 15 minutes, frustrated but still intact. A penalty was issued for their late arrival, and the guide's weak excuse didn't help matters. Claiming it was her first time navigating at night, Ayana only deepened the group's doubts. Rather than complain, Bjorn decided to lead himself and prove a guide should have direction. He stepped forward, requesting Ayana simply point out the portal's location while he handled the route. With that settled, they moved forward through the cave. Trusting Bjorn's judgment, thou leading for the first time, he drew on experience and survival tips from Rottmiller's training. Soon, the group descended to the next dungeon floor without incident. They discovered valuable mineral stones, used later for forging equipment, and quickly gathered them. Venturing farther, they remained alert, searching for the next portal through dim forest paths. To improve visibility, Raven conjured more light spheres without hesitation when asked. Her flawless execution impressed the team, especially those used to less capable mages. Illuminated surroundings revealed hidden traps, allowing them to progress safely through the danger-filled woods. Unfortunately, the increased light attracted goblins lurking nearby. They launched a swift ambush, but the party responded with sharp coordination and force. Once the threat was handled, the team crossed into a mysterious new spatial realm. Mist curled through the labyrinth on day 3, cloaking the terrain in a dense, eerie fog. Rather than rush forward, Raven pointed out the danger in limited visibility. Drawing from Rottmiller's lessons, Bjorn kept the group cautious while navigating deeper into unknown ground. Near a glowing river, a formation of monsters awaited, clearly guarding a vital passage. Without hesitation, Jandal activated his full buffs and surged forward like a living battering ram. Momentum carried the rest of the team as they charged in behind him, breaking the enemy line. Explosions erupted when Raven cast a high-level fire spell, engulfing enemies in flame. Her raw power drew praise, confirming the team now had multiple heavy hitters. With their current strength, Bjorn estimated they could dominate up to the 5th floor. Progress stalled at the Stairs of Wisdom, a brutal test of timing and logic. Unlike Rottmiller, who cleared it swiftly, Bjorn's path was clumsy and inefficient. Eventually, they halted at nightfall, agreeing rest was wiser than rushing forward. Campfire warmth soothed their fatigue as the party settled into quiet conversation. Raven calculated their pace and warned Bjorn they wouldn't reach the 5th floor efficiently at their current speed. Bjorn insisted the team would improve with experience, though Raven's stern reaction made him uneasy. Raven calculated their pace and warned Bjorn they wouldn't reach the 5th floor efficiently at their current speed. Bjorn insisted the team would improve with experience, though Raven's stern reaction made him uneasy. Despite her intensity, he remained determined not to lose ground during their internal negotiations. Later that night, Bjorn sensed something unusual while recovering and called Jandal's attention to it. He realized another presence was hiding nearby and instructed caution before acting. The hidden figure stood directly behind Raven, creating immediate danger for the entire group. An unexpected presence within the cave disrupts the silence, activating a detection barrier spell nearby. Without hesitation, The woman claims to have cast a tracking spell that punishes any hostile move. Trust becomes leverage as she warns the intruders that rash actions could lead to death. Bjorn considers the possibility that the enemy used stealth items to bypass the barrier earlier. He rules out high-rank stealth skills, thinking their detection now reveals a lack of combat confidence. After assessing the situation, he gives Raven a discreet signal, setting a plan into motion. Momentum shifts as Bjorn bursts forward, fists raised, aiming to eliminate the threat by force. His surprise attack lands with brutal precision, sending one enemy flying across the stone floor. Nearby allies react in confusion, their ambush ruined by Bjorn's sudden and violent intervention. With a roar, he activates blastification, sending a shockwave crashing through the enemy formation. He quickly secures Raven, shielding her while chaos unfolds, and attackers scramble for cover. One masked foe vanishes into the shadows again, evading Bjorn's relentless pursuit. Though the threat retreats, Bjorn remains alert, warning the group that the enemy is still present. Weapons drawn, the entire party prepares to defend Raven and face professional-level assassins. Confidence rises as Bjorn's swift action earns recognition, proving vital in uncovering hidden threats. Raven's senses fail her as the enemy's presence slips beyond detection once again. The team quickly deduces only one hostile remains hidden, likely relying on stealth for survival. Instead of chasing shadows, they remain alert, anticipating a strike that will expose his position. Time stretches as the group waits in formation. Tension thick in the quiet chamber. From within the group, a challenge is issued urging the hidden foe to surrender peacefully. At last, Raven activates her spell, lighting up the figure crouched near the portal's edge. Recognition flashes as the masked man appears, narrowly dodging a deadly spear. Without hesitation, he bolts toward the portal, leaving destruction and confusion behind. Bjorn, unfazed, tells the team to regroup and prepare calmly for pursuit. Access to the next floor remains locked until the entire party gathers. His exit is blocked. On the ground lies an expandable bag, possibly dropped to mislead them. Raven studies it closely, noting signs of expert-level preparation. Shuffling footsteps echo as the enemy moves deeper, his intentions unclear. Doubt creeps in, he might be setting a trap instead of escaping. Cautiously, one warrior slips through the door, unaware of what lies ahead. Upon entering, the team spreads out while Raven prepares her detection magic. Suddenly, monsters burst forth, forcing the group into a chaotic battle. Once the skirmish ends, Raven senses the same mana from the fallen enemy. A staff pokes the corpse, confirming it's not a decoy or illusion. Although the method remains unclear, the man appears to have died intentionally. No identity plaque was found, reinforcing the theory of a planned disappearance. A brief exchange recalls Raven's earlier reaction to a foul-smelling golem. She insists this case is different, unfazed by the current situation. Despite close inspection, nothing more can be extracted from the body. Later, the group rests, each processing the odd outcome differently. Bjorn contemplates whether the enemy was defeated by dungeon forces or something worse. A shadowy vision suggests the involvement of a horned figure tied to the labyrinth. Morning discussion turns to the enemy's motives and what he was guarding. Raven suspects the man chose death rather than reveal critical information. Bjorn concludes the sacrifice was a deliberate move to erase traces of his mission. A quiet reflection begins as he admits the journey isn't always cruel, despite its hardships. To provide comfort, he shares the outcast team's past, including Dwalt's struggles after his first encounter. He recalls how Rottmiller once revealed a calming view to lift a teammate's spirits. While lying down, the girl recalls a dismissive explanation from her seniors about that same phenomenon. Despite others' skepticism, she expresses interest in witnessing it herself one day. As she drifts to sleep, he promises to wake her before the dungeon resets again. Morning discussions began with speculation about a lone figure spotted nearby. Concluding there was little to do, the group turned to inventory checks, curious about the item's value. The mage explained its cost and hinted at her expertise in field appraisals. The party learned that normal item evaluation differs from special evaluator roles, where knowledge must replace skill-based insight. While the mage recommended studying for the license, Bjorn brushed it off, boasting about his debating confidence. With no scout among them, they resigned to blindly navigating the stairs. Despite doubts from the feline-eared girl pushing forward through magical gates, they continued. Despite growing exhaustion and repeated mistakes during pathfinding, over 4 hours passed with slow progress. Frustration grew as the party realized their inefficiency. Bjorn assured them they'd improve. Meanwhile, the mage silently began timing every future run, Timings improved slightly, but occasional mishaps like Anar triggering a trap reset their gains. Each new attempt brought better coordination. Still, small delays drew subtle reactions from their strict mage observer. On the 12th day, the group finally felt safe enough to sleep without rotating night watches. Bjorn received a warning for blocking the entry gate. As they pressed on, he reflected on their progress. Reluctantly, the cat-eared girl accepted the scout role, determined not to hold the team back again. Stepping forward with resolve, the cat-eared girl claimed it was her time to act. Meanwhile, Mr. Bear took on the task alone. From stage 100 onward, deeper portals became accessible. Instead of rushing, she methodically tested doors, alternating between the paths of wisdom and courage all night. Only one door remained. A glowing portal beyond it promised access to the 5th floor. Caution filled the group's thoughts as they recalled past challengers who never returned from similar choices. Despite hesitation, Bjorn decided to act. Waiting any longer wouldn't change the outcome. Without warning, a troll charged at them. Panic rose as its massive figure loomed. Rather than retreat, Bjorn embraced the fight. Facing a troll meant real progress. No spells were needed, he claimed. Essences alone made the battle worthwhile. Activating his skills, he dashed forward with wild strength and sharp anticipation. Strikes landed fast and heavy. The troll reeled from the brutal assault. To Bjorn, this monster posed no threat, not anymore. Unity triggered next, enhancing every movement and attack with precision. A targeted blow to the shoulder followed. He aimed with unrelenting force. Victory came swiftly. Bjorn ended the fight, declaring his strength as undeniable. The troll roared and charged. Calmly, the red-haired girl prepared to intercept with her blade. Anar unleashed a whirlwind of slashes, each strike calculated and fueled by precision. Though her attack connected, the troll's skin resisted. Her expression turned sharp as she pushed harder. Bjorn checked on her condition, but she dismissed his concern with quiet defiance. Despite internal injuries, she wiped the blood away and activated her life-stealing ability. Trading damage for regeneration, she fought fiercely, reflecting Bjorn's training in every move. Observing from behind, Bjorn considered striking. Instead, another ally stepped up, eager to join. He admitted curiosity about the women's combat styles and dashed into the fray. Weapons flashed as he attacked with rapid movements, scattering blows across the troll's body. A signal from the red-haired girl marked their coordinated assault together. They struck in perfect sync. Blades tore into the troll before it could regenerate. Even so, the beast clung to life. Its regeneration kicked in as Bjorn silently observed. Suddenly, the mage stepped in and unleashed her highest grade spell. Lightning erupted from her staff, engulfing the troll in blinding brilliance. Once the storm cleared, its lifeless body collapsed, scorched beyond recognition. The team stood over the fallen troll, their formation steady after a clean victory. Pride flickered in their expressions. Despite the threat, they had won with control and teamwork. Bjorn and the red-haired girl silently remembered past comrades, each lost in the same resolve. They stepped toward the portal, determined to carve their names deeper into the tower's legacy. Memories anchored them, but hesitation had no place in their journey forward. With sharpened focus, the group entered the light, ready for a true expedition ahead. On the 18th day, the system marked Bjorn's arrival on the 5th floor at 7 a.m. A surge of dark mist welcomed him into the great demonic realm, a zone teeming with tension. Nearby adventurers instinctively turned toward him, unsettled by the unnatural pressure now spreading through the camp. This level separated true guilds from small teams, its harsh regions causing many to falter, just like in the game. The safest refuge lay at the starting point, crowded with tents. Bjorn's stats rose sharply upon entry, gaining immediate attention from those stationed nearby. An unfamiliar wave passed through them, described as the labyrinth's welcome for new entrants. This phenomenon, called baptism, enhanced mana and mental clarity, especially useful for mages like Misha. Watching in silence, a strategist calculated her remaining mana, already anticipating the next move. Tension built further as whispers spread. Several warriors were clearly observing Bjorn's group. A veteran squad approached and confirmed they'd also faced an unknown ambusher. The attacker was masked, and their tactics mirrored what Bjorn's team had endured earlier. The stranger they fought had ended his own life before capture. Of all parties that escaped, only 3 returned alive. Bjorn's team was the sole unscathed group. Suspicions of Nork's involvement grew, hinting at an escalating conflict against the royal kingdom. Grateful for the warning, Bjorn assured he would consult with his group before sharing anything further. The team moved out without delay, aware that lingering might only attract more attention. Rather than dwell on it, Misha focused on preparing for the path ahead. They soon stepped into the scorching hellfire rift, triggering a harsh environmental field effect. Heat surged instantly, weakening their resistance and doubling their stamina usage with each step. To counter the pressure, Alyssa cast an ice blessing, enveloping them in a cooling aura. Twin Ifrits emerged from the flames, their appearance signaling a high-threat ambush. Bjorn charged forward while support spells activated behind him in rapid sequence. Despite the danger, coordination held firm as blades clashed and magic surged. A critical blow struck the first Ifrit, cracking its fiery form. Following up, the group overwhelmed it and turned quickly to the next. Victory came, but not without draining nearly all their mana reserves. From afar, another party observed, estimating the fight would drag on. Complaints rose as exhaustion spread among them, prompting talks of retreat. Before they could act, a surprise attack interrupted, catching them off guard mid-escape. A sudden pulse in the air alerted Bjorn, his instincts sharpening as the ground began to stir. Without warning, a fiery essence erupted, its presence unsettling everyone within view. Nearby adventurers readied themselves, one leader instructing his team to stay put and let him handle it. Misha voiced her worry, but Jandal reassured the group with a calm assessment. Rather than panic, he noted the threat consisted of only 5 humanoid figures. Tension thickened as weapons slid free from sheaths, signaling a fight might be unavoidable. The two groups stood locked in a standoff, each unwilling to back down first. Victory would go to whoever held their ground longest. Retreat meant defeat. After one final warning, Bjorn received only smug defiance in return. He outlined a strategy: isolate the leader, then use force to knock him from the cliff. Disapproval surfaced immediately, Alyssa calling out the plan's unnecessary risk. Internal arguments flared as frustration spread within their own ranks. To ease rising tension, Alyssa introduced herself formally, prompting her counterpart to do the same. Talk shifted toward shared knowledge. Mention of classified research stirred unease. Faced with mounting evidence, the mage faltered. Alyssa subtly advised surrender over resistance. Faced with mounting pressure, the enemy mage hesitated, swayed by Raven's confident stance. Velrod, realizing the situation was hopeless, backed down, stating they would retreat without conflict. Peace returned as both sides avoided escalation, agreeing to part ways and sell the essence. Jandal's group prepared to leave, but Bjorn noticed Hans glaring at him in frustration. Before anyone could react, Hans suddenly charged forward, causing confusion among his allies. His reckless move shocked everyone, completely disrupting the resolution they had just established. Bjorn attentively refines a hand-drawn map while his teammates watch with mild concern. While others question the effort, he insists that the process itself builds valuable knowledge. Rather than relying on others, he embraces the challenge. Taking charge allows him to guide the group toward his intended goals. They resume their journey along a well-known path. Complaints arise about monster scarcity. Larger clans dominate hunting zones, leaving independent parties like theirs struggling to find prey. Disappointment spreads. Despite reaching an advanced floor, the lack of action stems not from danger but monopolized territory. Recent days have involved avoiding conflict more than seeking it. Bjorn acknowledges the imbalance. Those with connections accelerate faster, yet he refuses to feel defeated by their advantage. With determination burning, he marches forward. A teammate reflects that outsiders wrongly assume monster battles are the harshest part of exploration. In truth, the grueling nights, poor rest, and constant fatigue are what truly wear adventurers down. Sweat, soaked clothes, and damp bedding become daily burdens, reminding everyone of the physical toll beyond combat. It's commonly believed that lower floors pose fewer problems. On day 77, after defeating hounds, the group pauses. Instead, they decide on a rare treat: a proper meal cooked over flame, not another bite of dry jerky. Internally, Bjorn questions Raven's needlessly grand phrasing. She could have just asked for better food. While he warns about the smell attracting monsters, she casually offers to nullify it using magic. Rather than argue, the team accepts her solution, deciding to rest, while the meal is prepared safely. A rich, bubbling stew fills the pot, meaty, aromatic, and far more appetizing than their usual rations. Excited cheers erupt as the group tastes Misha's cooking, jokingly proposing marriage in appreciation. Though flattered, Misha hesitates, touched by their joy but unsure how to handle the sudden attention. Bjorn notes the complete absence of food scent, impressed by how effective the spell really is. Raven explains the technique: confidently air control, mixed with combustion to eliminate all odor traces. With bellies full, the remaining members stand guard, giving others a chance to enjoy the moment. Calm settles over the group as evening deepens. Their laughter fades into silence. A bashful Misha watches Bjorn, who compliments the food with simple sincerity, before anyone can respond. Movement in the bushes catches his eye, something draws near. The black moss begins to vanish unnaturally, raising immediate suspicion. Sensing danger, Bjorn urges Raven to check the surroundings without delay. Her detection spell activates, casting radiant lines that reveal a concealed disturbance ahead. Magic surges ahead as Raven announces the presence of something concealed beyond the moss. Without warning, the spell uncovers a creature's outline, furry, striped, and alert. Out pops a round rodent with glimmering eyes, instantly melting Misha's composure. While Misha gasps in awe, another teammate excitedly declares, "It looks delicious." Bjorn identifies it as a miller rodent, a rare and fortunate discovery for beginners. Just as Raven tries to delay action, the group prepares to secure the prize. The rodent is struck down before any spell can be cast, ending the encounter swiftly. Holding the body, Yandel celebrates, while Raven explains how moss zones increase appearance rates. Not only is its leather valuable, but its organs also serve critical roles in magic crafting. Raven reveals the most important part, a mirror gleaming with enchantment. Said to unlock hidden spaces, it's a coveted tool among explorers. Bjorn silently appreciates no longer needing to over-explain everything. The group finally understands. Unsure how to activate it, the team turns to Raven for direction. She senses mana absorption from the mirror, and considers channeling power into it. Bjorn recommends using Unity magic first. She agrees and prepares a safer attempt. The group descends to the 6th floor, where cliffs and rocky terrain signal a harsh environment ahead. Moments later, creatures burst from the canyon walls, catching the team off guard during their advance. Bjorn braces for battle. Recalling dungeon patterns, ambushes like this were common in early game zones. Monsters swarm rapidly, far more than expected, overwhelming the team's formation and triggering a swift counterattack. Utilizing a rare skill, Bjorn amplifies his body's mass and force to crush incoming threats. As chaos unfolds, 2 glowing essences rise from defeated enemies, hinting at a hidden reward system. Blades clash as Misha dives into the horde, cutting down beasts with feral precision and speed. Surrounded by blood and chaos, her eyes burn with excitement, fully immersed in the thrill of battle. Bjorn watches closely, realizing she's more effective through instinct than any formal training could provide. Overhead, Alicia summons a massive magic circle, releasing the powerful 5th rank spell, Ice Rain. Shards of ice descend rapidly, freezing enemies mid-charge and covering the battlefield in frost. Struggling to keep control, Alicia warns she's nearing her limit, with mana reserves quickly depleting. Yandel cancels his transformation, redirecting Alicia to switch roles and focus on support. The enemy wave shows no sign of stopping, forcing everyone into non-stop close quarters. With skills exhausted, the team resorts to raw strength and sheer determination to hold their ground. At last, the battlefield falls silent, corpses scattered across the dry terrain. While recovering, they notice clusters of red crystals left behind by the slain monsters. Misha, amused and still energized, jokes about collecting loot, while Bjorn stays cautious. The mysterious coin resurfaces in conversation, reminding them of the unresolved rules tied to their survival. Only one participant may exit alive after 30 days, a rule Bjorn hadn't forgotten. As dusk settles, he offers to keep watch, allowing the others a moment of rest. A strange aura draws their attention, emanating from an unseen location beyond the rocks. They cautiously approach, aware it might lead to valuable resources or an ambush. Bjorn decides to press on, convinced that reaching it first could offer a major advantage. Enemies fall one by one: Hell Guardians, Doom Warriors, and Chaos Beasts, each kill granting precious experience. For 3 days, they navigate dry wastelands, defeating monsters once blocked by other clans. Fatigue sets in. The longer they walk, the more their mana and stamina deplete. Ambushes force the group to fight defensively. Every encounter drains more than just magic. They pause frequently to recover, conserving energy and preserving mana stones. Unlike before, income now steadily flows from monster drops, especially the prized mana stones. They reach a crimson portal. Crossing into enemy clan territory is now inevitable. Another group prepares for their turn. Casual chatter turns tense as alerts trigger. Panic rises when a Vertar's elite threat begins to emerge from the gate. A massive roar silences the squad. The summoned Vertars has begun its entrance. They rally into formation. Every face tightens as a monstrous form reveals itself. The creature fully materializes, towering above all, radiating pure, killing intent. Inside, the mirror side of the burning forest, cursed energy stains the trees with eerie violet light, cautiously advancing. The group notices familiar terrain. This isn't their first time here. From above, a red figure watches them silently, its appearance sending a wave of tension through the party. Bjorn unleashes wild outburst, his power surging as strength and aggression multiply instantly. Roaring with fury, Vertars lunges forward, its demonic form bursting with chaotic force. Sightings of this rare fifth-rank monster are nearly myth. Some clans might see one per year. Despite the threat, Bjorn remains unfazed and takes command of the encounter. Rather than rushing in, the others withdraw, giving Raven space to analyze. Soon, the demon's full skill set becomes clear, its patterns exposed through careful observation. Among its abilities are wings, beams of light, and summoned shadows from pure hatred. Seizing the chance, Alicia casts Latitude Spear, her strongest offensive spell. The explosion signals victory. Vertars collapses, leaving behind a powerful reward. A rare essence floats upward, glowing with unmistakable fifth-rank brilliance. Evrione hesitates, but Bjorn steps forward, drawn by instinct and ambition. He calmly declares his decision to absorb it, shocking his entire team. A swirling essence floats above the ground, glowing with power as the group stands around it. Rather than keeping it, Bjorn calmly proposes that Einar should absorb the energy. Surprised, Einar reacts loudly while Misha teases her with a smug expression, having predicted the decision. Discussion quickly shifts to price, with someone asking how much the essence might sell for. One of the girls argues it's rare beyond value, referencing how little is known about the monster. As a compromise, Einar is offered the essence in exchange for partnership during future dungeon runs. The decision made, golden light surges as Einar absorbs the essence, and her body radiates change. Though shocked at first, she starts to sense a shift in her strength and abilities. With encouragement, she focuses and prepares to test out the newly gained powers. Initial attempts at summoning fail, frustrating Einar as cards flash unsuccessfully. After a tense moment, her efforts finally trigger a successful skill. Wings of Death. From her back, large dark wings emerge, stunning everyone with their sudden and powerful appearance. Laughing with amazement, Einar declares her new wings and wonders if she's become a Valkyrie. Bjorn watches silently, unimpressed by her dramatic excitement despite the impressive transformation. With fierce determination, she takes flight, her new class revealed as a powerful Valkyrie warrior. Unable to hide her frustration, Einar slouches in disbelief, confused by her inability to fly. Questioning herself, she wonders why wings won't lift her, only for Bjorn to explain their true nature. Suddenly, nearby monsters emerge from the shadows, drawing everyone's attention to an incoming battle. Without delay, Einar rushes forward, golden energy flaring violently around her body. Explosions ripple across the field as her attacks land, overwhelming enemies in a fiery blast. Combining her newly absorbed skills, she unleashes destructive force with deadly precision. Scarlet gemstones litter the ground, proof of her overwhelming power and victory. Impressed, the group acknowledges the sharp increase in her strength since gaining the essence. Bjorn turns to Misha, assuring her that she too will have a chance to grow. Hers later, the party navigates deeper through dim corridors of the dungeon. They pause before a towering stone monument, plain yet oddly placed. Though the structure offers no answers, they mark it cautiously before moving on. Bjorn humors the group's curiosity while keeping their pace steady. Noticing something ahead, Misha points toward a vague silhouette through the mist. An eerie house stands silently in the distance, drawing the group's wary attention. The party steps inside the burned hut's first floor, where a chilling silence fills the air. Finding nothing useful, they decide to check the upper level without delay. Einar suddenly shouts in excitement after spotting a mysterious book hidden among the ruins. With focused eyes, the mage inspects the strange writing and confirms it is in an ancient language. The text reveals warnings, instructions, and hints that someone from Earth authored it. Noticing strange footprints, they immediately move toward the basement to investigate further. Down below, the group finds a lone chest placed ominously in the corner. Bjorn opens it carefully, revealing a glowing artifact known as the Orb of Fire. Without hesitation, they take the orb to assess its significance and potential use. By the next afternoon, the group visits a trading post for appraisal. Experts confirm its extreme rarity, noting that only major clans possess such items. They explain that the orb reduces fire damage within a 15-meter radius. However, the artifact can only be used by the one who discovered it first. Realization hits hard, causing panic as the seller tries to hide his mistake. Clearly, the orb's true worth goes far beyond ordinary market value. After a tense moment, the trader finally reveals the trigger word linked to the artifact's use. When asked about its origin, the group chooses not to disclose any information for security. They leave the shop calmly, uninterested in sharing secrets other clans refuse to reveal. Walking through the city, they reflect on the orb's usefulness in combat situations. Bjorn questions the decision to reject a valuable offer, considering its long-term benefits. The mage insists on keeping the diary a secret, determined to study it alone. Their walk continues, as plans for further cooperation are casually confirmed. Bjorn senses deeper mystery behind the labyrinth, and resolves to investigate. Without hesitation, the mage declares her intent to stay on the team indefinitely. The group's expedition report revealed valuable loot, and a surprisingly profitable outcome from the dungeon dive. Instead of celebrating blindly, they calmly divided the earnings. Excitement sparked briefly, but concern surfaced when someone questioned the hefty cost of the extracted essence. Calculations showed the essence consumed 13 million stones, an amount that shifted everyone's balance. Bjorn agreed to cover the full cost temporarily, including shares for others who couldn't pay yet. Fiend's shock turned into despair upon realizing her share was already consumed by mounting debts. Past expenditures and credit obligations pushed Fiend into an unexpected financial crisis. Despite her debt, she gained immense power from the essence, prompting others to re-evaluate her share. Bjorn reflected silently, wondering whether his efforts truly justified only a 20% reward. After 3 days, Bjorn rested and reassessed his strategy for tackling the next dungeon floor. Progression beyond the 5th level demanded more than strength, it required adaptability and foresight. Still, he remained focused, eyeing the next essence awaiting him on the 6th floor. A massacre, involving 471 casualties, disrupted the tower's balance and revealed a criminal group's presence. The royals swiftly issued a call to arms, offering rewards for joining a raid campaign. While Misha considered her options, Bjorn weighed the risk against the lure of advancement. Despite the tempting rewards, Bjorn heeded the warning about the underground city and rejected the raid. Rather than deciding alone, he planned to consult both Raven and Awan about the situation. When Misha brought up Anathar, he offered to handle the conversation directly. Hearing about the announcement, Anathar dismissed it as a disguised war, not a true raid. Awan echoed her thoughts, reminding everyone that injuries could halt progress for years. During a calmer moment, Yandel proposed a drink, hoping to ease tension and build connections. Evening settled in as Bjorn made his way to the tavern gathering. Inside, unfamiliar faces filled the room, all quietly observing his every move. Though it seemed casual, the air was thick with quiet judgment and expectation. A sudden provocation escalated, turning talk into challenge in a flash. Without hesitation, Bjorn unleashed force, silencing his opponent in a single, decisive blow. No words were needed, his actions made a lasting impression. After the clash, he ensured his companion returned home safely. With a quiet breath, he let the night air calm his thoughts. Unspoken determination lingered in his gaze as he looked up in silence. Anar asked Bjorn about the raid, and he confirmed their team wouldn't take part. Relief showed in her expression. Though she quickly asked him to forget she said anything. Rather than press the moment, he thanked her for the concern she struggled to express. Later he strolled through the streets, thinking he should check the forums for more details. Reaching home, Bjorn noticed Misha waiting at the door, catching his scent of alcohol. After hearing his explanation, she praised him for acting like a dependable team leader. When she peeked in the bag, Misha found skewered apples, meant for the group. Bjorn admitted he thought others might enjoy them, even if he didn't like sweets. Calling him a dad caught him off guard, but her words were sincere. One apple fell out, prompting a quiet moment between them. As she bit into it, a childhood memory flickered to life in her mind. Under the stars, that brief feeling of warmth felt more vivid than usual. Soon after, their daily routines resumed, filled with small tasks and shared meals. Bjorn lent Einahar money for her seal, removing her hesitation to proceed. Within days, she reached level 3 and unlocked a useful warrior skill called Satiation. Misha invested heavily in beast blood once more, aiming to enhance her unique abilities. The effort paid off. Her spirit beast underwent its first awakening, triggering a powerful transformation. She unlocked Glacier's Blessing, a skill that drastically reduced ice element resource consumption during combat. Bjorn reflected on her unexpected progress, impressed by how far she'd come ahead of his plans. Meanwhile, he focused on his duties, now acting as a guide and arriving on time daily. Under Ro Miller's mentorship, he began considering teaching as a meaningful future path. During dinner, the group shared food and friendly teasing, exposing their daily gathering routine. Jokes escalated into playful accusations, revealing their growing comfort around one another. Bjorn silently wished their bonds would strengthen, anticipating future party expansion. Later that night, Bjorn's consciousness was pulled into the guide realm once more. There, he encountered a guide warning him urgently to avoid the upcoming raid. Without time for explanation, the visitor disappeared, leaving only the warning behind. As teleportation light fades, one member departs while another remains locked in combat. The observer grows uneasy, realizing no one would fight this late without a serious reason. Recalling the recent monster raid, he connects the dots. Someone might be in serious danger. At his desk, the player scrolls through a forum buzzing with rumors and strange reports. Among the threads, one post stands out: a lone barbarian seen fighting near dawn. A screenshot shows him surrounded by monsters, clearly outnumbered, but still swinging his axe. Dozens of comments argue over the post's authenticity, with many dismissing it as fake. The original poster, however, insists he lived through it, claiming to be that very barbarian, despite the doubt. His persistence catches attention, and support begins to build. Staring at the screen, the reader feels an unexpected tension tighten in his chest. Mockery fills the thread, yet something about the story refuses to leave his mind. His pulse quickens, drawn deeper into the tale of struggle and survival. He scrolls up, rereading the post that revealed a glimpse into the player's hardship. A kind response urges the barbarian to keep fighting, offering hope instead of silence. Without hesitation, he replies too, just in case those words might reach the one still fighting. A new arrival steps into the round table hall, only to find the chairs empty. Surprised by the silence, he realizes no replies he too has been ignored, with attendance too low. The session abruptly ends before it can begin. 17 days later, the underground city of Nork lies beneath a cold, quiet sky. In front of a mirror, a red-haired woman touches her ear, lost in thought. She stares at her reflection, expression unreadable, as if preparing for something serious. Summoning knocks, summoning her with a message from the Lord. Beyond, the door waits a familiar figure, one she didn't expect to meet again. Discussion turns grim as the man reveals the royal family's strongest weapon is now in play. Through stained windows, crimson skies hint at the chaos unfolding outside. He confirms the worst enemies are striking targets one by one. Her question about the royal forces draws concern over how desperate the situation has become. Rather than deny it, he confesses to sparing someone dangerous in the past. His casual tone fails to mask growing tension beneath the surface. Doubt lingers in her mind, something doesn't add up. Amelia enters a dimly lit chamber where the seated lord delivers a grim update. Camilla interrupts cheerfully, referencing the madman's presence below the city. One warrior explains their captain is buying time, but won't last much longer. With no better options, the lord declares a full lockdown for the next 2 years. He warns that exiting through the secret path will activate a defensive seal. Amelia listens carefully and refuses further information, focused only on the mission ahead. The group prepares to leave, while Camilla offers a flirtatious farewell. Voices echo down the corridor as they march toward the hidden gate. At the portal's entrance, magic swirls as the barrier opens with a hum. Torches flicker, lighting their descent into the unknown. Breath steady, they cross into the next region, leaving safety behind. Amelia glances back, uncertain she'd ever return to the city she just left. The objective is clear: gather intelligence in Rafdonia. If possible, the secondary goal is to eliminate a high-priority explorer. At last, Amelia reaches her destination, prepared to face what lies ahead. He walked the corridor at dawn, still weighing the path ahead. Though his choice was clear: to survive, he knew he must grow stronger before his protective ring inevitably shatters. Gathering with allies, he resolved to re-enter the labyrinth without hesitation. Later, he approached the building alone, unaware of the unexpected presence waiting ahead. Fatigue tugged at him, but a cloaked figure nearby caught his attention. Recognition struck. He hadn't imagined seeing someone familiar in that place. Amelia moved quickly, revealing herself with intent and readiness. Confrontation escalated fast as crimson flames erupted between them. Shock filled his eyes. He couldn't understand why she was there at all. Surprised by Misha's sudden appearance, Bjorn holds back, realizing things might spiral if he moves wrong. Rather than acting rashly, he observes her body language and determines she didn't come seeking him out. Judging by her posture and lack of hostility, he concludes she has no intention to attack yet. Raising his voice, he questions her motives only to draw the attention of nearby adventurers. His words fail to reassure her, and her expression grows more guarded as tension thickens. Instead of backing off, she prepares for conflict, forcing him to reconsider the idea of escape. Trust becomes a major concern. If she turns hostile, he won't stand a chance while unconscious. Despite asking for assurance, he's reminded that his position leaves him with little bargaining power. A smirk plays on her lips as she mocks his confidence, triggering a sudden magical shift. Her voice echoes as a skill activates, distorting the air and sealing the space around them. Realizing the spell is sound block, Bjorn clenches his fists, preparing for what's to come. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, determined to defend himself against whatever she throws next. They clash with force, exchanging powerful blows that test his reflexes and endurance. She pauses to ask how he saw through her plan, impressed by his instinct. Thou wary, he admits she's in control, and that resistance might only worsen his situation. The day of the expedition arrives, and Bjorn stands among a larger crowd than expected. One of the officials distributes silver tags, a symbol of participation and identification for the trial. Losing it means isolation from other squads and disqualification, an outcome everyone wants to avoid. As soldiers line up, portal energy flickers violently, making the situation feel increasingly unstable. Despite the risk, officials urge participants forward, hoping to stabilize the gate through usage. When hesitation spreads, Bjorn prepares to act before anyone else steps in. Without delay, he grabs Anar, throws her over his shoulder, and rushes the portal. Nearby mages yell in shock combat. Skills are banned within city limits. Guards attempt to intervene, but Bjorn's momentum and strength overpower their reaction. With two teammates clutched in his arms, Bjorn dives into the swirling energy. Spectators cheer in awe, impressed by his recklessness and resolve. A message confirms entry and increases his fame stat, marking his boldness. The team lands inside the dungeon near the monument, surrounded by total darkness. A brief complaint about fines is dismissed. It was done for the team's benefit. Summono notices something strange. The floor feels darker than it should be from the start. Confusion spreads as the group inspects an unfamiliar wall, suspecting a spatial shift caused by the portal. Simone explains that entering late might scramble coordinates due to dimensional interference from unstable gates. Meanwhile, Bjorn remains unconscious, while others quietly monitor the area to avoid waking him. A seasoned adventurer recounts when such phenomena first appeared more than a century ago. He recalls how the magic tower once stabilized the rifts, preventing most portal-related issues. Rather than share this anomaly widely, the party agrees to keep it hidden from others, eager to help. One member steps forward and requests permission to activate the next door. Once triggered, the glowing portal reveals a passage filled with pulsing energy. Despite some hesitation, the team advances. Aware that something feels subtly distorted, they arrive deeper in the dungeon, marking successful entry into the next level. Older explorers once gave up here, overwhelmed by the endless tunnels and misleading paths. Instead of doubting, Bjorn suggests heading north, relying on knowledge from prior clues. Their progress is interrupted by a group demanding proof of their credentials. With no way to verify stolen tags, doubt lingers between the two sides. Still, the challengers choose silence, perhaps sensing the confrontation isn't worth the risk. One of the knights reveals his background, connecting himself to a past contestant who fled disgracefully. His admission causes a brief silence as the group observes a suspicious team nearby. Another member teases about unexpected fame, but the mood shifts as the group prepares to move again. Raven is asked to be carried, prompting jokes and light bickering within the party. Bjorn questions the logic, suggesting that someone not burdened with gear should carry her instead. Annoyed by the reasoning, Misha glares back, and tension rises among the group. Bjorn evaluated the situation and concluded he couldn't guide the path while carrying a heavy load. To fix this, he decided to switch gear with Einar, lightening his own burden. The group reformed their marching order and resumed travel deeper into the cavern, maintaining formation. Their seventh day of exploration brought them through another stretch of the treacherous Sky Tower. Having advanced a quarter through the area, no threats were detected, prompting talk of food as they began preparing their camp for dinner. A lavish spread of food soon covered the ground, showcasing Misha's well-practiced cooking skills. Rather than indulge immediately, Bjorn watched in silence while the others enjoyed the warm meal. Laughter and satisfaction spread among the group as they dined together in temporary peace. Discussion turned to night watch, but most doubted it was necessary after a quiet day. Jandal supported this, citing his detection spells that had revealed no hostile presence. They unanimously agreed to sleep uninterrupted, assuming the environment posed no real danger. Crackling fire lit the camp as midnight approached. Without warning, numerous blades erupted from the ground, shattering their moment of safety. Bjorn recognized the sudden assault and confirmed everyone's fear. It was exactly what he had suspected. News of a rupture, erupting on the 4th floor, immediately caught the party's attention. Known as instance dungeons, ruptures offer rare rewards and greater essence drop rates. Without wasting time, the group gathered supplies, ready to enter the portal once it appeared. A direction was quickly chosen. Onayan pointed toward the likely area where the portal formed. Yandel voiced concern about hallucinations, but others preferred illusions over more dangerous surprises. They approached the entrance together, weapons drawn, prepared to face what lay inside. Bjorn understood the challenge ahead. This dungeon tested not strength, but the mind's endurance. Dark figures emerged from shadows, memories twisted into threats meant to fracture their resolve. He clenched his jaw and advanced, determined to push through without succumbing to the fear. Voices from the void mocked him, resurfacing regrets long buried under grit and survival. But pain had dulled over time. Such torment now felt routine for him. With steady steps, he moved onward, barely shaken by what once crippled him. Elsewhere, illusions overwhelmed his allies, tormenting them with distorted faces from the past. Bjorn pressed forward alone, prioritizing mission over emotion as the illusion thickened. When the trial ended, he emerged successful, rejoining the group visibly shaken but safe. Bjorn gently guided the exhausted girl to rest, ensuring the area was secure. Misha finally allowed herself to relax, trusting Bjorn's judgment and the calm around them. 2 hours passed before the portal appeared, glowing a vivid green and beckoning the group. Shadow Cave revealed itself, a 4th floor rupture unlike the golden ruins they had seen before. Bjorn assessed the situation, noting the limited entry meant only a few teams could enter. Others waited their turn, watching cautiously as the party prepared to move forward. Command fell to Bjorn, who took responsibility for guiding the group through the complex dungeon. He recalled lessons and strategies, planning the safest approach for navigating the perilous environment. The team regrouped, tension and focus rising as they entered the unknown. Dawn broke as they advanced, carefully observing their surroundings while stepping cautiously through the forested floor. Suddenly, a powerful forest warrior emerged, forcing the party to react instantly. Weapons were drawn, and coordinated attacks began as they engaged the enemy. Bjorn endured the warrior's rapid strikes, analyzing each movement for weakness. Knives embedded in the walls indicated traps, prompting the group to switch to defensive tactics together. They launched a precise counterattack, combining skill and strength to overpower the foe. The party continued their battle inside the rupture, facing increasingly powerful forest enemies. Bjorn and the others coordinated attacks, dodging traps while pressing forward with precision. Raven struck decisively, enabling the group to gain an advantage and push deeper into the dungeon. A sudden strike whipped through the air, nearly catching Bjorn by surprise. Though his reflexes saved him, the unexpected pressure reminded him how dangerous the situation had become. Grinning, he acknowledged his strength, welcoming the challenge with unsettling enjoyment. Time passed, and Bjorn deliberately dropped to one knee, feigning weakness. His enemies seized the moment, rushing in as Misha prepared to land the final blow. Without warning, he clutched her tightly, leaving everyone stunned by his sudden move. Misha hesitated as his fake confession caused her expression to soften. Instead of attacking, she questioned him, momentarily breaking the flow of battle. From the sidelines, confused allies watched in silence as tension shifted. Raven stepped in, pressing him to clarify his strange words. Bjorn responded coldly, claiming it was just a tactic to survive. Shrugging off their judgment, he admitted he'd say anything to stay alive. Fury twisted Avman's face as he realized the deception. Energy exploded from Bjorn's body, fueled by a hidden technique. With a final, brutal attack, he retaliated, ending the charade in a flash of power. Avman clenched his jaw, furious at what he believed he had just witnessed. As smoke settled around the battlefield, Misha's confusion turned into explosive rage. Rather than respond, Bjorn chose to stay quiet, gauging her reaction carefully. Flames erupted violently as Misha launched a devastating magic attack, without hesitation. Despite the heat and pressure, Bjorn blocked it with raw strength and sheer resilience. Witnessing the aftermath, the others stared in disbelief at his charred but standing figure. Misha, uncertain, asked if he was truly dead, while tension still hung in the air. No one wanted to confront him again, so the team agreed to continue forward. Clouds of dust masked Bjorn's body as they left him behind in silence. Their steps halted when unknown figures appeared deeper inside the dungeon, Asked for identification, one stranger hesitantly gave the name Kristen. Not taking chances, Jandal ordered a test to confirm his humanity. Bjorn's eyes widened in alarm upon hearing the name Hans Kristen. Recognition sparked fury, driving him into an immediate offensive stance. Dark energy exploded around the imposter as monstrous forms began to emerge. A single overpowering thought seized Bjorn's mind as monsters and dark energy began to surge. The beast roared to life, unleashing a massive flame in all directions. Reacting instantly, Bjorn charged through the inferno and swung with brutal precision. Smoke thickened as he emerged, dragging his shield across the scorched battlefield. One teammate recoiled, warning him not to approach out of fear. Confused by her reaction, Bjorn realized the issue wasn't a trap but something worse. While he tried to clarify, his presence still unsettled everyone around him. Suddenly, a body fell from above, signaling a deeper threat. A piercing roar echoes through the dungeon as Bjorn slams his axe into the enemy's head. Despite the brutal kill, tension hangs in the air. The monster's death hasn't calmed their nerves. Bjorn's group trudges deeper into the cavern. Their mission continues, the danger far from over later. Bjorn reflects on his name's curse. Every Hans he meets leads to disaster. He recounts multiple unfortunate encounters: Hans Argot, Hans Staub, Hans Horse, all tied to misfortune. Their association with demons or apostles only intensifies the pattern. The Hans name haunts him. A mage in the group realizes a troubling pattern. She recalls their odd luck with Hans. Suspicious and concerned, she offers Bjorn a mage's blessing to ward off further misfortune. Bjorn accepts, confused but willing. She prepares the ritual as teammates look on cautiously. Bjorn kneels before the mage. She places her hand on his head with practiced calm. Her ceremonial words declare good fortune. Bjorn receives the blessing without resistance or protest. He stands up, slightly relieved, though uncertain if the ritual had any real power. A glow surrounds them briefly. The mage staggers, light fading. The atmosphere returns to normal. She scolds Bjorn to act serious. He's their leader. He responds with a quiet nod, still reflecting. Bjorn concludes, it's just a superstition. Yet doubts linger as they march on. With dramatic thumbs up, Bjorn overplays the blessing ritual, confusing his already skeptical teammates. The mage averts her eyes, clearly uncomfortable, while the others sit quietly in awkward silence, exasperated. She questions if all explorers are this strange, revealing a more sarcastic side. While regrouping, they reflect on the cursed name, Hans, and its dangerous past associations. Apparently, the second exploration team ventured ahead without leaving proper contact behind. Planning next steps, Bjorn confirms they'll track the third team before advancing any further. A red crystal glows inside a newly uncovered chest, drawing the group's immediate attention. Explanations follow. Such crystals often linked to doppelgangers or hidden magical traps. Although familiar from gaming, Bjorn now senses a disturbing realism in this world. As day 9 begins, Bjorn's unit pushes into a deeper, unfamiliar zone of the cave. A different group appears ahead. Their sudden presence triggers suspicion and caution. Bjorn immediately insists on ID tags to confirm authenticity and rule out imposters. Reluctantly, everyone complies. No issues are found during the inspection. Yendel introduces himself, and others follow. One man names himself Hans Kristen. Despite cooperation, Bjorn grows uneasy. These people clearly don't belong to the city. Thanks to Raven's sharp observation, a hidden marking on the tags was discovered just in time. Tiny numbers written in an ancient script revealed explorer ranks 1 for low, 2 for mid, 3 for high. Judging by their impressive gear, the imposters clearly didn't match the low-rank tags they presented. That contradiction exposed them as fakes, likely outsiders trying to infiltrate the team unnoticed. They attempted to stay involved by offering to cooperate, though trust remained absent. Rather than push back directly, Bjorn shifted focus to gathering information and observing their behavior. Roles and classes for both groups were compiled, showing a balanced mix of fighters and casters. While reviewing team compositions, some were surprised to see a priestess included. That detail stirred comments about luck and hidden strengths among the gathered explorers. With the boss fight approaching, Kristen's usefulness was questioned by the others. He accepted the criticism, though another teammate scolded the blunt remarks. To decide loot, a penalty-based dice system was introduced for fairness and accountability. Kristen asked for a chance to restore lost points through effort. Agreement followed. Contributions could cancel penalties, a system both flexible and motivating. Although Bjorn nodded, he silently doubted their sincerity, sensing hidden motives behind polite smiles. A special quest is triggered, increasing danger and restricting retreat from the forest zone. Their objective becomes clear. Eliminate 3 bosses hidden throughout the dense forest. After some movement, Bjorn spots signs of doppelgangers nearby, prompting immediate combat preparation. The group faces a sudden ambush and aggressive manticore charges at full speed. Quick reactions follow, weapons are drawn, and party members scatter to defend. Bjorn leads the counterattack using skills, while teammates unleash spells against the beast. Just as night falls, chaos escalates when the manticore retreats and confusion spreads. Kristen panics, unable to track the enemy properly, worsening the situation. Bjorn calls for calm, preparing dice to trigger a power, boosting essence as backup. A passive ability called Heredity allows users to gain stat boosts by consuming magic crystals. Although it maxes out at 200 points, it seemed lackluster compared to higher-tier options. Bjorn dismissed it at first, but the group's cautious reaction to the essence hinted at its importance. Its real value emerges during temple rituals, when the skill is erased from the user's soul. Bjorn completed the process and absorbed 20% of Heredity's effects, gaining 40 permanent stat points. Seeing the outcome, everyone except the priest and mage expressed strong interest in claiming the rare essence. Arguments broke out among the party, each side, unwilling to give up such a powerful item. Lacking better solutions, they agreed to settle ownership through a high-stakes roll of dice. Excitement flared as the blonde woman initiated the contest, inviting others to try their luck. The first roll landed on 1, drawing gasps and disappointed groans from his companions. A dramatic 10 followed, shaking the group's expectations and drawing cheers from observers. Bjorn calmly reminded everyone of the extraction cost, hinting it wasn't over yet. The dwarf's roll shocked everyone with a lucky 6, placing him narrowly in the lead. Laughter and shouts erupted, but Bjorn remained focused, silently assessing the shifting odds. Despite the setback, he refused to quit. Too much rested on his shoulders. Encouragement came from teammates as they cheered Bjorn on, masking nerves with loud confidence. Without hesitation, he grasped the dice and launched them skyward, leaving fate to decide. Eyes followed the spinning cubes as they tumbled, revealing a disappointing result upon landing. A low roll crushed the momentum, sending waves of disbelief through the group. Laughter erupted instantly, with even the dwarf unable to hold back his booming amusement. Regret flickered in Bjorn's mind. Perhaps Misha would have brought better luck. Switching focus, the dwarf casually demanded payment, hinting at profit over fairness. Bjorn offered 7 million, only to be countered with an inflated and absurd price. Embarrassed, the others confessed they lacked even the proper tools for the essence. Negotiations spiraled, exposing their poor grasp of value and supply. Bjorn ended the talk with a firm ultimatum: no discounts, no bargaining. Unable to meet the demand, hesitation spread across their faces. An attempt to pay in city currency was swiftly rejected. With 0 patience left, the barbarian doubled the price to 20 million. Monopoly secured the win. The essence remained in his grasp. Morning arrived with another brutal battle, forcing the group to push through waves of monsters. By nightfall, everyone regrouped at the temple, where the atmosphere shifted toward suspicion. Bjorn noticed the numbers felt wrong, sensing an impersonator hidden among them. A closer look highlighted the dwarf's odd behavior and Hans G's hesitant answers. Discussions quickly turned tense as Bjorn questioned them, prompting others to suggest magical verification. Soon after, 2 mages prepared a spell designed to expose lies without confrontation. The ritual began with simple identity checks, testing each person's awareness. One after another, members passed under the spell's glow, confirming their authenticity. When the process ended, 9 individuals remained under suspicion. Heightening the uncertainty, Bjorn narrowed the field, directing attention toward the dwarf and Hans G. He challenged their memory by referencing past events that should have been familiar. Their vague replies fueled doubt, causing unease to spread among the others. Bjorn pressed harder, mentioning books Hans G. previously claimed to know. Neither suspect offered clarity, and irritation built within the gathered adventurers. As tempers rose, accusations echoed through the group. While Bjorn stayed focused on finding the imposter, instead of answering truthfully, Hans G. deliberately acted vague to divert suspicion. His odd behavior provoked frustration, but it served as a calculated distraction. Right at midnight, the long-awaited Stone of Truth finally materialized. The group wasted no time using the artifact to expose deception. Asked to identify the most suspicious person, one pointed directly at the barbarian. Both Bjorn and the dwarf denied being the imposter, and the stone confirmed their honesty. Suspicion immediately returned to Hans G, who reacted with visible panic. Bjorn, without delay, accused him of constant manipulation and sowing doubt. He charged forward, unleashing a blow as chaos erupted around them. Forced toward the altar, Hans G struggled to defend himself. Despite loud objections, his teammates offered no support. A moment later, his soul was sealed, marking the imposter's end. As tension eased, a mage stepped forward with another truth. Revealing item. He displayed broken trust, which disabled lying within its range. Others stared in disbelief, questioning why it hadn't been used sooner. The mage apologized for hiding the truth, detecting item, and finally prepared to activate it. A magic field surrounded the group as Bjorn tested the spell with a simple question. When asked his origin, the mage froze, exposing himself he'd stepped on a trap. A flash of motion caught Partharian off guard. His eyes widened too late. Steel tore through flesh, blood streaking the air in a violent arc. Shock gripped the group as Partharian collapsed, lifeless before anyone could react. Amid the confusion, orders rang out, urging fighters to regroup as enemies surged forward. A voice accused Hans Krashen of being an evil spirit, triggering immediate unrest. Chaos deepened when a bag supposedly holding proof was thrust into the spotlight. Clutching a glowing artifact, one man realized the item still functioned, despite the accusation. A fiery explosion engulfed the area, setting a figure ablaze with terrifying speed. Overcome with remorse, the survivor mumbled apologies as flames roared behind him. Survivors argued, uncertain whether to trust others claiming to be from the same world. Accusations flew, while a dwarf demanded they honor the path toward Nohar. Exhausted, Bjorn nodded, silently burdened by the weight of recent events. Without hesitation, he charged forward, shield raised high against the enemy's advance. Magic and steel collided, each strike pushing back the relentless foe. With one final burst, the team broke through, securing victory at a steep cost. A sudden blow interrupted the martial artist's movement, his expression twisting in pain. He leapt back swiftly, blades spinning as the red-tailed enemy confronted him head-on. From across the field, a woman yelled with fury and lunged forward to strike the evil spirit. Violent bursts lit up the terrain as two powerful skills detonated in tandem. Caught off guard, the blonde warrior dodged left, barely avoiding the blazing impact. Meanwhile, allies surrounded her, glowing with magic just before a massive creature appeared before them. Electric shock coursed through the air, forcing two figures to reel from its force. Emerald beams shot downward in succession, cracking the ground where they landed. Charging forward, a massive bear-like beast unleashed a roar unlike anything, human or animal. Fire erupted as a warrior slashed forward, his strike laced with explosive power. Standing amid the destruction, a dark figure revealed a chilling truth. With one step, he entered a void of shadow, an ominous realm unfolding around him. Hidden chambers emerged beneath their feet, shaped like ancient stone pathways. Guidance echoed. Escape was possible only by ascending the platform. Trusting the voice, they climbed together, unaware of what awaited at the top. Red energy surged as the enemy dismissed the clash, calling it a waste of time. With brutal speed, he launched an overwhelming strike that knocked Bjorn to the ground. Recovering, Bjorn steadied himself as the next barrage crashed toward him. A strange battle mechanic appeared, resembling a giant whack, a mole arena. Repeated hits landed hard, especially after the 13th blow crushed the dwarf. Reacting quickly, Bjorn grabbed the fallen code token mid-chaos. The defeated opponent crumpled as Bjorn stood victorious at last. Now holding the reclaimed potion, a wave of relief washed over him. Spotting his team still engaged in combat, he prepared for re-entry. Enemies swarmed the remaining party near the portal exit. Bjorn launched skyward, using Leap X concentration, soaring above the field. His teammates gawked upward, shocked by the barbarian's sudden flight. Like a falling meteor, Bjorn slammed into enemy ranks with thunderous impact. Waves of force scattered foes, clearing the path below. Grinning, he realized the leap had been more effective than expected. Bjorn landed heavily, preparing for more enemies while his skill effects lingered in the air. He activated Wild Outburst, gaining temporary power as the remaining enemies hesitated in fear. Witnessing his aura, the enemies surrendered immediately, collapsing and admitting defeat without further resistance. Among the spoils, Bjorn discovers a strange gas. Raven casually admits it's hers, startling the group. Instead of clarifying, her awkward reaction sparks suspicion. Though she insists it is for research, others hesitate, questioning why such an item was even brought along. Tension escalates as Raven demands space, Bjorn halts, confused by her sudden shift in tone. She imposes a strict 1-meter boundary. While he obliges, the situation becomes increasingly absurd. Elsewhere, the priestess begins treating the wounded, offering relief and restoring order among the injured. Misha confronts a teammate over poor judgment. His careless choice had nearly cost them everything. Bjorn questions how the enemy spotted them. The man hesitantly blames it on sensing an evil spirit. Though dubious, the claim raises alarm. The group starts to suspect something more dangerous at play. Later, Bjorn gathers allies to discuss what should be done with the captured enemies. Arguments spark some execution. Others fear retaliation or lingering threats. Caution outweighs mercy. Doubts arise whether they're facing humans or something far worse. Raven assures the Nork survivors will disappear, but warns 2 suspicious figures remain nearby. One voice insists evil spirits must be eliminated, recalling dire consequences of misplaced trust. Lurking in the shadows, the suspected enemies remain. Each harsh remark weighs heavily on Jandal, the fear of being discovered gnawing at his mind. Should the group uncover his secret, he knows he'll face execution without hesitation. Pressed for an opinion, he stalls, knowing a single word could trigger his downfall. Sensing danger, the 2 suspects suddenly bolt into the darkness without warning. Without emotion, Jandal secures a gag, confirming that mercy was never part of his plan. Their end comes swiftly. Blood stains the ground as he accepts violence as survival. Raven protests, upset not by their deaths, but by how roughly it was done. Rather than argue, Jandal deflects her concern, focused on the bigger threat. Now, only Raven remains among those untouched by the detection spell. The Stone of Truth is activated. Panic erupts as Raven frantically pleads innocence. From the sidelines, the others watch, unsure if her panic is real or deception. Despite her cries, suspicions only grow deeper. No one rushes to defend her. Bjorn challenges her. If she's clean, someone else must still be hiding. Raven proposes a chilling theory. Perhaps one of the corpses is faking death. Impressed, he silently agrees. She voiced what he already feared to admit. A critical moment arrives as one clean strike exposes the imposter with undeniable evidence. Bjorn instantly dismisses any logic that a corpse could fake bleeding that convincingly. Instead of words, a dagger confirms the truth, the body responds, and the illusion crumbles. The Stone of Truth glows as justice is delivered. The traitor's fate is sealed. As a result, a hidden quest reward activates, tied to uncovering a royal disguise. While survivors regroup, Bjorn maintains control, ensuring the party doesn't lose cohesion again. Humor returns, lightening the heavy atmosphere that had lingered over the group. Raven laughs off her earlier panic, but still reflects on her own strength. Moments of peace emerge, though Bjorn stays alert beneath his composed expression. With danger temporarily past, roles are reassessed before heading toward the next objective. Bjorn doesn't lecture instead, he simply asks each member to share their capabilities. Reluctantly, one warrior responds. His cooperation earns silent approval. Although earlier dismissed, the mage's unique skills may prove useful after all. Experience outweighs raw power, that alone justifies his inclusion moving forward. Grateful, he expresses thanks. Bjorn, without replying, accepts him back into formation. A rare evaluation spell is cast to analyze mysterious loot, revealing surprising magical properties. As they examine items, the group realizes some artifacts surpass Raven's appraisal skills. After thorough inspection, Jandal confidently concludes that they now possess enough strength to defeat the Guardian. Encouraged by their chances, the team prepares for the next stage without hesitation. Steps are taken carefully as every movement is checked and monitored for betrayal. One member silently reveals a hidden goal. His plan to eliminate the doppelganger has begun. Amid the shadows of the forest, Bjorn's party prepares for combat against an approaching enemy force. Multiple enemies close in from every direction, forcing the group into a defensive formation. Reacting swiftly, Bjorn slams his shield to the ground, unleashing a shockwave that disrupts the charge. A glowing aura envelops him as the gigantification skill transforms his body into a towering figure. The battlefield shakes when he lands, sending enemies flying and drawing all aggression toward him. With Wild Outburst activated, his strength surges, turning him into an unstoppable frontline force. Time passes, and the field becomes littered with defeated foes as the group regathers. Though exhaustion sets in, relief is short-lived when Bjorn senses something isn't right. He warns the others this fight was likely just a setup for something bigger. Their mages respond by casting layered spells, fusing lightning and support magic together. An intense thunderbolt crashes down, wiping out lingering enemies with overwhelming force. Watching the destruction, one member silently revels in the efficiency of their teamwork. Enemy arrows scatter across the terrain, signaling more threats ahead. Bjorn moves to collect loot, but a strange pressure builds nearby. A pit in the ground draws attention, yet caution stops them from diving in unprepared. Standing before a sealed crystal, the party identifies it as the trigger to summon the boss. Magic must be channeled into the structure to disable the surrounding defense field. Once activated, a massive beam shoots skyward, announcing the start of a major encounter. They descend into the arena, where the battle interface activates, confirming entry into boss territory. A grotesque figure mocks the intruders, recognizing them as players who've died countless times before. Bjorn responds with brute force, launching a sudden assault to begin the first phase. By activating overcharged strength, he unleashes a barrage of high-speed strikes with enhanced impact. At the same time, Raven joins the fray, coordinating clean hits to support the charge. Enemy counterattacks begin, but the group maintains control through focused teamwork. The environment shifts as a nameless tree emerges, releasing clone, producing spores into the air. To suppress replication, the mage casts flame magic directly onto the enemy's spawn point. Fire spreads fast, destroying the clones before they can multiply. Bjorn rushes in, expecting resistance, but finds nothing standing. Victory becomes clear. Every clone was eliminated before replication finished. With tension fading, he roars, bracing for whatever comes next. Clones scatter across the room, but Raven swiftly eliminates most before they fully materialize. Frustration boils over as Bjorn smashes the remains, unleashing his anger on what's left. With the area secured, the team successfully concludes the first phase. A third vibration signals the final seal's release. Just as the strategy had anticipated, suddenly, the nameless thief triggers switch, creating a copy that blends seamlessly with the team. The situation escalates when two ravens stand side by side, identical in every way. Tension spikes as no one can determine who's real due to the mimic's distortion. Using the Stone of Truth risks the ritual, yet inaction could cost everything. Before a decision is made, one clone attacks, revealing itself through aggression. Fortunately, Aruru's number tag confirms her identity, just in time. Without pause, the enemy shifts into its berserk phase, abandoning mimicry entirely. Clones erupt at high speed, aiming to flood the battlefield. Shield raised, Bjorn intercepts the onslaught to protect his allies. He times his item usage perfectly, keeping their offense stable. Even without skills left, he fights on because items count as skills too. Hours before the battle, a strategy meeting unfolds. One member brings up the outlaw class tactic. Doubts surface as the idea of letting the doppelganger clones live is discussed. Concerned for Jandal's safety, the mage firmly objects to him taking such a risk alone. Despite the warning, Jandal calmly accepts the danger, knowing survival is the only requirement. He convinces the others to hold off the clones while he prepares to act. With quiet resolve, he braces himself against the mental toll awaiting him. In the present, the seal nears completion as hostile energy erupts across the battlefield. Charging ahead, Jandal ignores the cries behind him and dives into the chaos. Explosions follow in his path as he begins unleashing his power. A burst of green light surrounds him. The transformation has begun. Outburst and frenzy stack, amplifying his strength beyond normal limits. The final blow lands with overwhelming force. Ultimate damage. Barbarian. Cool. Corrupted terrain breaks apart, leaving enemies stunned. Jandal doesn't pause, striking fast and hard as the tide turns. The team spots the crystal time for the finishing move. Jandal's fierce blow shatters the enemy line, giving his allies a brief moment to breathe. Trusting his instincts, he commits fully. The group places every hope on this single charge. From above, a devastating lightning spell descends, annihilating several enemies in one blinding strike. The barrier starts faltering, prompting a warning that it won't sustain much longer. Clones close in from every side, forcing Jandal to hold his ground without pause. Meanwhile, the support mages burn through mana rapidly, unable to prolong the spell's effect. After breaking through, Bjorn finally nears the target. A flicker of hope returns to the group. Suddenly, the spell vanishes too soon, leaving him exposed amidst the remaining foes. Close combat resumes immediately as enemies seize the opportunity to counterattack. A teammate screams out as Bjorn moves deeper. Ignoring the danger, refusing to stop, he advances with labored breaths and trembling limbs. Realization sets in, he's nearing his limit, and the end draws closer. With a final surge he launches himself skyward and activates Berserk Limit. Descending fast, his weapon aims directly at the corrupted heart beneath the beast. The crystal shatters as his axe crashes down, ending the desperate assault. The shattered crystal triggers a massive burst of light that radiates throughout the chamber. Within seconds, system messages confirm the raid is finished and effects begin to fade. Silence follows as Bjorn emerges from the light, still standing amid the ruins. Teammates regroup quickly, checking on one another outside the rupture's exit. A few members stumble or collapse, drained from the intense combat. The mage and guide leave first, handing Bjorn a token before disappearing. Bjorn glances at the so-called gift, a permit to visit the Narman school. While sipping water, he admits it's not a present he particularly wanted. Still, the group collects valuable loot, including a rare sealed fragment of evil. Later, they gather supplies and confirm mission success, having met their goals. As a new day begins, the team heads back toward the checkpoint. Reflections surface the reward is earned, but the cost wasn't light. At a safe outpost, a red-haired man greets them, introducing himself as Elmaris. Bjorn answers cautiously, unsure of the visitor's true purpose. Without delay, Elmaris reveals a bounty has been placed on Bjorn's head. Bjorn suddenly recalls the bounty placed on him and reacts with surprise. Elmaris explains that due to the unstable times, his punishment is 20 days in Bifron. Only Bjorn is sentenced. The others are exempt, leaving him visibly annoyed. A visual chart outlines the city's structure, divided into distinct administrative districts. District 14, Bifron, is highlighted at the bottom, isolated and heavily restricted. Notably, Bifron is marked in red, signifying danger and lawlessness within its boundaries. Without further explanation, Bjorn is led to Bifron and enters through its iron gates. He learns he's free to do anything inside, as long as he doesn't try to escape. The surroundings are bleak, and lawlessness is apparent in the broken structures and armed residents. Reflecting on his former life, Lee Han-soo admits he would have feared this place. But now, as a barbarian, he confidently intimidates others using sheer strength. After unleashing a brutal blow, he smiles, unfazed by the chaos around him. Shouting in the middle of the street, Bjorn drew every eye with his sudden outburst. Onlookers hesitated, whispering doubts about his sanity and quietly stepping away to avoid trouble. Achieving his goal, he welcomed their fear. Avoiding needless attention was easier through intimidation. In a place ruled by strength, acting unhinged earned quick respect and caution from strangers. Bjorn kept moving, noticing how people naturally gave him space without further confrontation. Surprisingly, he realized surviving here might be simpler than expected if he maintained that image. 2 days later, the team gathered to assess the results of their expedition. Their earnings totaled an astonishing 152 million stones, stored securely in one member's pocket realm. Gasps and disbelief filled the room, especially from the red-haired girl stunned by the number. The haul included loot from 7 explorers and a rare artifact still pending sale. Though the numbers impressed her, something about the meeting felt underwhelming without Bjorn. She sipped her drink, quietly missing his unpredictable presence. As both leader and fighter, Bjorn had guided the group with steady control. Without him, discussions grew slower, and decisions lacked clarity. She thought it was about fairness, but deep down, she simply didn't want to lose to him. Ariel stiffened as a sudden thought crossed her mind, suspecting someone had seen her expression. When questioned, she quickly deflected, unwilling to share what truly concerned her. Meanwhile, another teammate confessed he'd already spent his cut, and now needed funds again. Talk shifted to a recent dungeon raid that felt eerily familiar in strategy and execution. Though the pattern resembled Bjorn's, most dismissed the idea that he could be involved. They reasoned that someone else must have coincidentally used similar tactics and timing. Recalling Bjorn's brutal efficiency, the large man felt uneasy about the possibility of his return. That fear wasn't unfounded. Bjorn had cleared dungeons faster than anyone they'd seen. Misha broke the silence, wondering aloud if he had really come back. In a violent display, Bjorn shouted while charging, overwhelming his enemies without effort. 3 days after arriving, he had already claimed leadership of the Western Federation. From above, he taunted the crowd below, ignoring their desperate cries. Their attempt to fool him using a child as bait failed instantly. Bjorn stormed in, demolished everything, and sent a clear message through chaos. No resistance remained. He achieved total control exactly as he intended. Bjorn wrapped up the day's training by reminding everyone to behave and show restraint outside. Before leaving, he glanced at a subordinate and casually asked for his name. Startled, the man answered quickly, only for Bjorn to jokingly act as if he forgot again. Another man whispered plans to skip tomorrow's drill, assuming he wouldn't be noticed. His excuse faltered under Bjorn's stare, followed by a hasty and panicked denial. Rather than press the issue, Bjorn let the matter slide with a quiet warning. Far from the camp, a magical system quietly selected names marked for death in future dungeons. These chosen individuals remained unaware that survival was already beyond their control. Among them stood someone Bjorn had once fought, now unknowingly facing another end. Suspicion stirred as Bjorn noticed odd behavior among townsfolk. The Eastern Federation's movement seemed linked, prompting caution instead of confrontation. He advised a retreat, preferring to avoid unnecessary fights. From the distance, Bjorn recognized a familiar red-haired figure in the crowd. Fate had brought them together multiple times, yet they had remained strangers. At last, he learned her name, Amelia Reinwells. Bjorn realized avoiding Amelia was no longer an option and rushed into the confrontation. He warned his subordinate to keep up as they closed the distance toward the enemy. Without hesitation, he leapt into action, striking hard and catching everyone off guard. Amelia reacted in shock upon recognizing Bjorn, confused by his sudden appearance. She questioned why a barbarian was involved, while Bjorn returned the suspicion. His curiosity grew, now more interested in uncovering Amelia's true purpose. Misha abruptly halted the questioner, brushing aside any inquiry with a sharp demand for silence. Without hesitation, she revealed her mission: eliminate Bjorn in exchange for support on her assignment. Though curious, he remained guarded, suspecting her offer to assist might conceal ulterior motives. A brief memory surfaced: he had once attacked her during a prior encounter in the sewers. She never recalled it, thanks to a wiped memory, or so she believed. Scoffing at his defensive stance, she dismissed the suspicion and proposed a change of location before they could leave. Loud voices rang out as a group dramatically descended from above. Rather than listen, Bjorn launched his subordinate skyward for interrupting without reason. Cheers erupted from onlookers, while an old ally recognized Bjorn amidst the chaos. They distanced themselves from the crowd, choosing calm over confrontation. Misha criticized his involvement, deeming it childish and unfitting for someone his age. Instead of answering, Bjorn turned the question around, prompting her to speak first. With a shrug, she mentioned defeating her would be leader and claiming command. Though sarcastic, her tone hinted at respect for his decisiveness. Searching for an explorer, Bjorn explained he had offered help in return for guidance. Understanding Misha's intent, Bjorn realized she chose weak allies to avoid drawing attention. Rather than interfere, he welcomed her low-profile approach as it aligned with his own goals. Her mention of a past promise caught him off guard, though the memory soon returned. That request, never to meet again, had once been her condition for parting ways. While the encounter wasn't planned, Bjorn acknowledged her concern without resistance, assuring her it wasn't intentional. He offered to avoid any unnecessary conflict going forward. Instead of surrendering anyone, he proposed lending his subordinates for her mission. Climbing confidently, he dismissed any worries about relative faction strength. Claiming the Eastern Zone, he boldly declared minor concerns irrelevant. News of his takeover quickly stirred unrest across the faction. Supporters rallied while critics whispered doubts about his sudden assertion of power. An officer emerged, seeking answers for Bjorn's bold movements. Without hesitation, Bjorn renamed a subordinate Cyclops and demanded obedience. His authority unchallenged, he issued orders with precision and confidence. Their next move: inspect every man in Bifron for secret markings. Gasps erupted as several men exposed identical tattoos across their backs. Bjorn immediately commanded his group to gather everyone marked that way, without delay. Some misunderstood the request, prompting him to shut down the awkward confusion in frustration. Curiosity, not duty, drove Bjorn to investigate the identity behind Misha's search. The name, Oriel Gabus, surfaced: the very developer of Dungeon and Stone. Rumors hinted he could still be alive, preserved through unknown means. Finding Oriel might lead to a path back to Bjorn's original world. A potential solution felt closer than ever, hidden behind this unexpected lead. Although Misha stayed vague, her sincerity wasn't in question. By the 6th day, their routine had settled into something almost peaceful. Hope gradually faded on the 8th. Oriel was likely not in Bifron. Even so, Bjorn acknowledged the small victories they'd achieved. Misha's mention of a secret passage sparked new interest in escaping the city. Though hesitant, she eventually agreed to reveal the way underground. Bjorn grinned silently, knowing this was the break he needed. During the quiet night, Bjorn recalled how much he had learned about Misha over the past days. Details such as her eating habits and her preference for reading gave him glimpses into her personality. When he asked about the barbarian she once mentioned, she avoided the topic entirely. Her refusal to elaborate only made him more curious about the person she respected. He questioned her reasons for stealing, convinced her behavior didn't match the impression she gave. Eventually, she admitted her targets deserved it and decided to end their talk for the night. Before leaving, she mentioned they would meet again soon, though she offered no certainty. Bjorn watched her walk away, noticing a rare brief smile as she turned. Later, he rested in his room, waiting for the community forum to activate. As midnight approached, his consciousness began shifting toward the familiar alternate realm. The transition strengthened, signaling the forum's arrival. Moments before the transfer completed, he hoped everyone would appear online this time. At an upscale lounge, Hansu listened as a man vaguely mentioned Baiko's unexpected absence. His surroundings suddenly shifted, light and space bending unnaturally. Without warning, confused, he found himself disoriented, unable to grasp what had just occurred. A solemn man brought up Baiko, but quickly deflected further questions, refusing to explain. He hinted that Baiko wouldn't be found again. Hansu was left standing alone, forced into an unfamiliar and ominous environment. Nothing around him resembled the real world, only eerie silence and vague memories. Recalling an in-game event involving newcomers, he drew a chilling connection. Realization hit hard. He might have just encountered the dungeon's controller. Nearby beast, like figures, discussed their sudden arrival with no clear recollection. Each one remembered different circumstances before ending up here. A man on a throne dismissed them coldly, uninterested in explanations. An armored newcomer received mockery from a seated warrior. Despite insults, the others knew the goblin was a powerful paladin. The leader held back, provoking the paladin wasn't a risk he'd take. The goblin's sudden entrance caught everyone's attention as a masked man greeted him with sarcasm. Rather than welcome, he received ridicule, accused of behaving like a weakling. Although provoked, no one challenged the goblin. His reputation as a powerful paladin kept them cautious. Tension rose as the meeting officially began, and talk turned to the resurrection stone. Lion affirmed the promise still stood, admitting his decision stemmed from desperation. When asked who would begin, no one responded. Silence lingered at the round table. Uncertainty filled the room as masked figures exchanged hesitant glances. Then, without warning, the sealed doors creaked open again, defying their previous closure. An unfamiliar man stepped in confidently, unsettling the one who claimed control. A fox-masked girl reacted first, calling out to someone she thought she recognized. Suspicion spread as Lion confessed he didn't know one person present. Disbelief spread. No one admitted to inviting the newcomer to this secret meeting. Blame shifted toward Lion, accused of deception, but he calmly denied involvement. The group questioned how the man bypassed invitation rules, which should have expired, shrugging it off. Lion played along, claiming unpredictability suited his image best. One of the masked members demanded an explanation, but the old man shut them down calmly. Rather than resist, the group quieted as the man claimed to recognize the intruder's origin. He mentioned the military, or perhaps a tiger, triggering a memory that clarified everything. Sergeant Lee. Lion addressed him cautiously, believing the intruder was someone from a known military figure's circle. The misunderstanding seemed logical after all. The fake identity was convincing enough. From the outsider's perspective, blending in as Lee Baiko's friend was a strategic advantage. A few members whispered, surprised by the mistaken identity and the implied connection to Baiko. Observing their reactions, the outsider realized this misinterpretation played in his favor. Still, the threat remained. If exposed, the leader could punish him harshly for deception. He quickly scanned the area, understanding the room and its rules with a veteran's eye. Rather than panic, he calmly awaited the leader's next question about what name to use. Amused, the old man accepted his vague response and played along. Their short exchange ended, but the leader hinted he wouldn't remain long in this space. The group reacted with surprise, unsure why he would leave before finishing his purpose. Before departing, the leader admitted there was still something important to share. The masked man warned them calmly, announcing a powerful spell that would soon reshape the world. He revealed the existence of 6 keys tied to the Abyss Gate, shocking the council. Despite the dramatic reveal, one figure remained unfazed, knowing the truth had already been exposed. Seated confidently, the clown dismisses the previous remarks, prompting the older man to show visible irritation. Rather than ignore it, the man considers the statement carefully, noting its unexpected nature. Dismissing sentiment, the clown clarifies he's only here to witness a specific reaction, not out of loyalty. A sudden glow in the man's hand signals his time is nearly up. Without hesitation, he announces his departure as energy begins consuming his form. Before he can vanish, a companion steps forward, grabbing his arm and expressing hesitation about letting him go. Shrugging, the man recalls being called Old Geezer, a nickname that stirs distant memories. He shares that it came from someone important, linking it to an unresolved past. As he walks away, he hints at future possibilities, leaving the atmosphere heavy with unspoken meaning. Questions surface about the master's return and his strange year-long absence. Observations suggest he had been losing contact, possibly restricted by external forces. Doubt spreads, especially regarding how he managed to reappear despite prior restraints. Though pretending ignorance, the lion-masked figure cannot fully deny knowing something. He admits to having a theory, only to be cut off before elaborating. Finally, he ends the discussion, uninterested in dragging the small talk further. A quiet creak echoes as the meeting chamber door swings open, setting the moment in motion. Without delay, the masked figure signals the start of the Round Table's first official session. Information surfaces. The Magic Tower is researching how divine power could dismantle Nork's protective barrier. Reports from the Zoran region highlight unrest and clans unable to maintain internal control. Skepticism arises when someone questions if this threat was truly unknown from the start. Concerns deepen, as it is revealed the Zorans might be mobilizing forces under a misleading pretext. Unexpectedly, Bjorn Yondel's name enters the discussion, catching one masked participant off guard. Instead of fading, the mention triggers tension, suggesting deeper implications tied to his presence. Choosing silence, Bjorn observes as the focus shifts before anyone reacts to the name drop when prompted. The clown warns his report may be ill-received by certain members. He discloses that someone already crossed the barrier's threshold, likely with lethal intent. Several members silently contemplate the assassin's target, suspicion settling over the room. Taking his turn, another figure refers back to the vanished divine relics. Mixed reactions follow some recall past discussions. Others remain visibly confused. Calmly, he declares the 6 legendary treasures have completely disappeared. Shock spreads around the table as members struggle to grasp the reality of the vanished relics. A flurry of voices erupts, questioning how such powerful artifacts could simply disappear. Maintaining composure, the informant confirms their findings. The 6 treasures are truly gone. A crystal display projects the truth, offering undeniable evidence of the relic's absence. Rather than panic, the clown chuckles, clearly entertained by the group's stunned reaction. Internally, one masked figure spirals into uncertainty, unable to process what this means for their influence. Acknowledging the report, the lion-masked man presses for answers about the source of this sensitive information. Only a limited few should have known, raising suspicions about a possible breach. Visibly shaken, the speaker stammers, unable to hide his fear under scrutiny. Recognition dawns across the group. He must have known and kept it secret all along. As compensation, he's granted access to the Stone of Recuperation on the 9th floor. Bewildered, he questions the unexpected act of kindness shown to him. Rather than compassion, the gesture is revealed to stem from curiosity and entertainment. Declaring his desperation, the masked man vows to obtain the stone at any cost. Beneath his words, others begin sensing a deeper crisis that remains hidden. Remaining silent, the lion-masked man watches the group, relying on observation over participation. Summonon accuses him of knowing the truth all along, drawing attention back to him. The clown shifts focus, calling out the goblin, signaling it is now his turn to speak. The goblin is questioned about earlier comments implying someone surpassed even the game master. A correction is made. The GM didn't create the community forum but merely remodeled it. This revelation stuns the group, leaving them visibly shaken and uncertain. Members begin questioning who originally built the forum, now realizing the GM wasn't its founder. The lion-masked man silently notes their confusion, satisfied that he's grabbed their attention. He ends the topic by demanding more valuable information next time, asserting control once again. 3 rounds passed without revealing anything useful, dropped into unfamiliar surroundings alongside others. He gained no advantage. The lockdown method, used by Morak, appeared more like desperation than strategy. No critical insight emerged from it. Judging from the silence, the ongoing discussion offered nothing trustworthy. He quickly dismissed it as a waste of time. Inside the circular chamber, a tense quiet filled the space as the group awaited clarity. A masked woman finally spoke, wondering if someone held resentment toward them. Her tone carried unease. One of them denied it, stating they weren't valuable enough to provoke anger or attention. Acknowledging the truth, a member admitted nothing meaningful could be gained from their current position. His earlier confidence faded, replaced by caution after witnessing the new threat's presence. Others shared similar feelings, sensing intentional pressure when the visitor entered the room. Speculation grew that the master and the lion might have exchanged thoughts silently. Surprised, one shouted, "Telepathy shouldn't be possible," so casually. Even the master had said so despite that another hinted he had noticed something different, something that set the lion apart. No thoughts were sensed from the lion at all, not even a trace. While the master's mind could be faintly touched, the lion remained completely closed off. This silence suggested something far more dangerous than anyone had expected. One of them hesitated, wondering if the lion might actually be stronger than the master himself. A haunting image of the lion surrounded by fierce energy burned vividly in everyone's minds. Another nervously suggested the lion might simply lack thought. But his comment drew sharp, suspicious glances. No one dared speak further, and silence overtook the room. From a distant location, someone observed events unfold, curious how the lion would respond. Dread set in as he imagined the lion's fury. Perhaps he had gone too far. Restraint had its limits, and forgiveness wasn't always possible. Despite cutting ties, a hint of sympathy lingered. He'd once admired that person. Meanwhile, the outcast sought redemption, tirelessly working to return from exile. A glowing device flickered unexpectedly, drawing immediate attention. Without revealing an identity, the record showed a login at 3 a.m. an anomaly. Suspicion grew. Someone had clearly entered unnoticed with deliberate intent. It became clear they hadn't joined from the start, but slipped in midway. To uncover the truth, he activated meditation magic and searched the connection's trace. Realization hit hard. It was the same hidden observer they had exiled a year ago. A user labeled 0720 had first drawn suspicion nearly a year earlier. Entry logs revealed no assistance from any guide, raising more questions than answers. They chose to ban him after noticing his attire resembled gear from another world. It was believed the mysterious chat room became active at 3 in the morning. Though considered normal, the room couldn't be checked directly due to privacy settings. Their observations from outside, however, confirmed something unusual was happening within. Some suspected the chat served as a secret meeting space beyond their surveillance. Accessing it would take time, but experts agreed it could be done. Discussion turned to a previous user, Elfnunna, known for resisting mental detection. Attempts to read Elfnunna's mind had failed due to an unusually dense mental barrier. Despite their efforts, no direct link could be established. In response, they resolved to investigate his case more thoroughly. Sunlight filtered through the window as a red-haired woman shook Bjorn awake. Still groggy, he questioned her unexpected visit. She announced her departure, claiming the current search held no further purpose. Rather than argue, Bjorn accepted her decision and casually predicted they'd meet again. She glanced back, puzzled by his confidence, and called him strange under her breath. With her gone, he turned his thoughts toward a pending inspection. Crowds lined up at Bifron's 5th Supply Center to receive the city's morning food distribution. An older man reported they'd followed orders. Minors could now take food freely. Bjorn acknowledged the improvement, but became distracted by a familiar child nearby. Recognizing the boy who'd once assigned him to a teammate, Bjorn approached curiously. He frowned at his own word choice, but let the moment pass. In conversation, the child admitted to spending time reading in the public library. Books neatly arranged on old shelves weren't Bjorn's doing. He had only preserved what existed. Pleased, he encouraged the boy to keep studying and aim higher. Before parting, he reminded him. A scholar must protect his head. Their steps echoed as Bjorn revealed a concealed passage to the outside world. Panic spread across the elder's face, realizing his brief freedom might be ending. Bjorn grinned. He couldn't leave permanently. Without him, everything would eventually collapse. Through the stone corridor, Bjorn advanced. The silence broken only by the echo of his steps. The odd request lingered, retrieving skewers from a familiar place, clearly meant to test his loyalty. Suddenly, a faint pulse from Laffer's item signaled something had changed. The wait was over. With little hesitation, he activated the signal, tearing the scroll that radiated magical pressure. Crackling light surged as energy wrapped around his hands, transporting him in a blaze of violet lightning. Arrival was swift. Bjorn stood in a sacred hall, dozens of powerful figures waiting in silence. The demon elders studied him with caution, unsure of his intent or worth. Bjorn let out a furious roar, channeling raw force to summon a monstrous illusion above them. Calmly dispelling it, he made his presence known without drawing his weapon. A familiar voice remarked that he remained unchanged, sharp and defiant as ever. Instructions were minimal: wait, listen, and respond to any tasks they might issue. Despite being told he could refuse, Bjorn doubted that option truly existed. One elder posed a question: what did he desire most? Survival came first, Bjorn replied, though ideally not alone. If a choice must come, he'd decide only when the moment demanded it. The elder's blunt observation pierced the air. Bjorn's roundabout answer was seen for what it was. Unwilling to admit it directly, he simply explained that sacrificing himself wasn't how he wished to phrase it. Suddenly, a red demon challenged him to a duel. Laughter echoed as the Red Warrior proclaimed that nothing was more honest than combat itself. Bjorn had considered asking for a weapon, but chose to accept the challenge barehanded instead. Curious, the warrior asked what the barbarian feared most, shifting the mood from fiery to introspective. Thoughts of death surfaced first, an image all too familiar from countless failures in the past. He clarified his real fear, confronting someone undeniably stronger than himself. Misunderstood, Bjorn calmly denied underestimating his opponent. The fear wasn't about losing, it was needing to fight harder again and again, endlessly. His answer resonated with another warrior, who affirmed that fear itself defined what it meant to be a barbarian. With a smile, the Red Warrior accepted his response. When asked if he loved someone, Bjorn answered, no, though his silence suggested hesitation. A new test was introduced, disassembling a twisted metal puzzle using only insight. The elder hinted at a specific method, already convinced Bjorn wouldn't succeed. Assured he had no time limit, Bjorn listened as the elder encouraged persistence over intellect. These puzzles reminded him of the ones he solved in the hospital during long recovery days. 10 minutes passed. Frustration rising still, he refused to quit. It finally clicked. This was the legendary Gordian knot, a riddle meant to test the solver's mindset. Laughter erupted among the elders while he worked silently, fingers twisting through the tangled rings. Unleashing a sudden surge of energy, he grew in size and tore the puzzle apart. The broken rings clattered across the floor, drawing gasps from the onlookers. No finesse, no method, just brute force and a direct solution. When confronted, he shrugged off their protest, pointing out no one forbade destruction. Hints had been there from the beginning, hidden beneath layered words and false choices. With a smug grin, he recreated the impossible lock, as if mocking their trick. Soon after, the next candidate stepped forward, and the test continued. A calm voice asked how many lives he'd taken so far. Recalling every battle, he answered, honestly, they were the ones who struck first. Without judgment, the elder accepted his truth, and passed the next question forward. Bjorn confirmed he had told the truth, returning the item to its owner. Satisfied, the silver-haired elder ended the trial and instructed the group to begin their deliberations. Bjorn simply nodded and stepped away, giving them space to discuss in private. A sudden voice broke the silence, prompting Bjorn to turn toward an unfamiliar figure. With zero filter, the silver-haired girl mocked his looks the moment she identified him. Rather than show shame, she laughed loudly at her own insult. Bjorn retorted quickly, throwing barbs about her upbringing and missing manners. Her defensive outburst revealed more than intended. Her father raised her alone. Onlookers watched in shock, impressed he flustered someone so notoriously feared. Confusion hit. Was this girl really the shaman he was supposed to meet? She teased him about needing a blessing, hinting at an apology. He stood firm, proudly declaring he wouldn't beg, he was a barbarian. From the shadows, a new presence reminded everyone that the final say belonged to the ancient dragon. To Bjorn's surprise, the girl casually called the dragon. Her father realization dawned. He had just insulted the daughter of his potential benefactor. Pen is introduced as the priestess of her clan and the daughter of an ancient dragon, carrying a noble and intimidating presence. Her reputation is enough to silence most people. However, the idea of her apologizing appears illogical to Bjorn. Bjorn reflects on the absurdity of the situation. Her status alone should make her untouchable, yet she acts differently. He realizes that reacting to her apology, or giving it too much attention, could make him look insecure. Treeing to avoid embarrassment, Bjorn denies that he was staring. Pen, not convinced, challenges his claim with directness, creating an awkward moment between them, as she questions his behavior. Another elf character appeared, as Bjorn mentally concludes that Pen's reactions are not normal. Suspicion builds that she may be mentally unstable, even if not outright dangerous. A third party steps in to end the tension. They scold both Bjorn and Pen equally, claiming they're both at fault in the confrontation. Bjorn is confused, thinking he only told the truth and didn't lie. The mediator calmly explains that sometimes even honesty should be withheld. Though the words seem diplomatic, Bjorn interprets them as a subtle insult, leaving him unsure of how to respond. An hour later, a dignified dragonkin, Lapper, arrives. He assumes the earlier conversation helped them bond, based on appearances. Bjorn and Pen clarify they were only sitting silently. Lapper reveals that their request has been accepted. Surprising Bjorn, however, he states a condition must be met. According to divine instruction, they must bring the heart of the Dragon Slayer, if they can kill him. Bjorn questions the strange request for the Dragon Slayer's heart. Lapper explains, it's due to the curse Pen once cast, one so powerful it damaged her own body. Surprised, Bjorn recalls that only ancient dragons could use such spells. Lapper admits the truth. Though the story claimed the ancient dragon used the curse, it was actually their daughter, Pen, who paid the price. Pen reveals that her time stopped the moment she cast the spell, trapping her in an ageless state. She's been confined to the temple ever since, but there's hope that with the heart, she might return to normal. Bjorn agrees to the condition. He declares that if he ever faces the Dragon Slayer, he will not hesitate. He will kill him and bring back the heart. A vision shows the Dragon Slayer standing triumphantly over a slain dragon. The threat is real, but Bjorn accepts the burden. The elder is pleased and casually suggests Bjorn spend time with Pen. Bjorn is caught off guard, interpreting the suggestion as oddly phrased, leading to an awkward exchange. After the elder leaves, Bjorn and Pen remain seated. As night falls, their quiet conversation deepens into a long discussion. Pen begins by explaining the 3 kinds of dragon blessings: earth, volcano, and sea, each offering unique powers tied to essence absorption. Bjorn listens as she continues, eventually asking him to share his past experiences from various expeditions. Bjorn hesitates to talk about himself, but Pen insists. She explains that sharing his story is necessary for her to attune the blessing properly, as the ritual requires emotional resonance. After a long conversation, Pen determines she has gathered enough from him. She leads Bjorn to a separate room where the ritual will take place. Pen confirms he chose the earth, dragon's blessing, and prepares to engrave the mark. Bjorn lays on a table, and she asks where the tattoo should be placed, based on its palm-sized size. Bjorn considers the consequences if someone sees the dragon's blessing tattoo before he becomes chief, to avoid suspicion. He requests it be placed somewhere hidden. Pen misunderstands and suggests an awkward location. Bjorn quickly rejects the idea, suggesting a more appropriate but still discreet place, the sole of his foot. With the misunderstanding cleared, Pen accepts the request. She prepares for the carving while Bjorn steels himself for the pain, still uneasy about the situation. Pen begins the ritual, warning Bjorn of the intense pain. He responds confidently, believing his warrior endurance is enough. The moment the blessing is engraved, Bjorn screams in agony. The Earth Dragon's blessing merges with his soul, increasing all bonus stats by 20%. As he fades from consciousness, Pen casually introduces her full name, Pentias Aelrids, and tells him to simply call her Pen. Bjorn then passes out completely. The next day, Bjorn visits a ruined building where a group of men waits in secret. From his bag, he hands over something that shocks one of them. He confirms that it's the spicy item one of them requested. The man excitedly accepts it, overwhelmed by Bjorn's delivery. Bjorn casually tells them to enjoy the gift and reminds them to keep everything a secret. The group celebrates, realizing they've just received something special. After some time, Bjorn watches the group erupt in excitement as their exile officially ends. One man cries out, drawing a crowd's attention. The men run off, shouting their freedom and cheering for Bjorn. Now seen as a savior, he stands in the center, calm and unaffected by their emotional outburst. As they leave, Bjorn reminds them not to get caught again. He reflects that since he didn't force them into action, they likely won't be punished upon returning to their homes. Back at the inn, Bjorn knocks on Misha's door, but is interrupted when Einar bursts from the room next door, in a panic. She explains that Misha was taken while Bjorn was gone. Someone from Misha's own family appeared, and brought her away without warning. Einar insists Misha didn't want to go and calls it kidnapping. Though the family claimed it was a visit, Misha's expression told a different story. Einar insists Misha has been taken against her will, calling it a clear case of kidnapping. Bjorn, though skeptical, is pushed to act quickly. Einar's emotional plea convinces him. He promises to find Misha and heads out, leaving her to watch the house and maintain cover. Outside, chaos erupts from Einar's shouting. The neighbors complain. But Bjorn ignores the noise and focuses on his next steps to gather information. Bjorn decides to visit Raven first, unable to wait idly. He walks through the village, trying to learn what happened during his absence. Inside an office, Bjorn discusses settlement plans with Raven. She confirms things are moving forward and asks for updates in case of delays. Bjorn speaks with another man, who says nothing significant happened. He then asks Bjorn if he's doing well, subtly acknowledging concern for him. Bjorn meets with Ragna, who welcomes him back and apologizes, expressing guilt for not helping with Misha's situation. She explains that she wanted to act but was stopped by others who claimed it was out of their hands. Bjorn silently questions her sincerity. Later, Einar, now cheerful and eating heartily, suggests visiting the sanctuary together next time. Bjorn watches her eat, noting she had been broke and starving just before. Night falls as Bjorn waits for Misha's return. He grows concerned when she doesn't arrive on time, wondering if something truly went wrong. Just as doubts grow, movement is heard. Einar spots Misha entering the house, dressed in unfamiliar black clothing. Misha seems annoyed and exhausted. When Einar tries to engage cheerfully, Misha brushes her off, clearly not in the mood for conversation. Bjorn reassures Einar that Misa is safe and sends her to bed. He greets Misa calmly, expressing relief and concern. When asked who took her, Misha answers vaguely, saying it was one of her brothers. As a member of the family, she had no choice but to go. Bjorn suspects there's more to the story. Misha, surprised by his insight, asks how he could tell. He explains that his instincts told him something was off. Bjorn calls it a barbarian's intuition, brushing off her surprise. He directly asks if she plans to tell him what really happened. Misha finally admits her father sent someone to bring her again. Though she could return, she firmly refuses to ever go back, no matter the reason. Bjorn accepts her decision with a quiet smile, respecting her choice without pressing further. The group gathers at a table for the first time in a while. Einar, Misha, Bjorn, and Raven sit together, reflecting on how long it's been since they reunited. They calculate the total earnings from their recent expedition. The amount reaches 159 million stone, including the value of the rare foxfire knot. Einar expresses excitement about the money, while the man calmly explains the deductions. His share only includes equipment costs, and the rest of the payment was considered communal loot. Bjorn is surprised Raven didn't take a bigger share. He reflects on how much Raven has changed since they first met. Raven hands over detailed documents showing that each member gets about 30 million stone, excluding pending settlements from personal loot. Bjorn tells the others to hold off on spending and wait until after the next expedition to buy gear. Einar reacts dramatically, thinking she can't use any money again, only to be reassured that she can spend a little. Bjorn notices Misha, hesitating, and encourages her to speak. She shyly asks if they could move to a better place now that they're financially stable. She explains that she wants to cook for them, something she can't do in their current living conditions. The man, quietly listening, reacts in surprise, while Misha remains flustered but hopeful about her suggestion. At night, Nork Castle loomed under the stars as Lord Alphonse inquired about a mysterious person's whereabouts. His subordinate, Amelia, had not yet found the individual despite continuous effort. Inside the castle, Alphonse read a royal order delivered from the kingdom's archmage. The document instructed him to begin a dangerous expedition immediately, placing heavy pressure on his next actions. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman examined a glowing magic item at a secluded desk. She had already gathered critical information and prepared a detailed report, hinting at her deep involvement in the unfolding operation. A formal report was relayed using a magic item placed on a grand desk. The artifact glowed faintly, conveying status updates to the authorities monitoring the situation. Two advisors discussed the possibility of recreating the item locally. They concluded it would take several months to develop a similar device, due to its complexity and unknown origin. Thanking the messenger, Alphonse dismissed the aide. As the magic item pulsed, he began muttering to himself, clearly calculating the implications of the news received and the timing of next month's events. Alphonse asked about their current state of survival. Without entering the labyrinth, their supplies could only support the population for 3 months under normal living conditions. He then questioned their limits under extreme austerity. The analyst estimated a maximum of 7 months if everyone endured hunger and rationed severely. Realizing the grim timeline, Alphonse clenched his jaw. The situation was dire, and hard choices would soon be unavoidable. Lord Kalstein issued a firm order to seal the labyrinth, forbidding any access without his command. The decision shocked his aide, who warned of the risks and opposition this would spark. Despite concerns, Kalstein insisted they endure the mounting pressure. He revealed a hidden agenda: the restriction would disrupt external plans, and delay any military actions tied to the dungeon. With unwavering eyes, he declared that only by holding firm could they exploit a moment of weakness. That single opening, once it appeared, would turn the tide in their favor. In a village, Misha offered to cook again, trying to lift spirits, despite lacking proper facilities. Her cheerful suggestion caught the group off guard but sparked a rare moment of joy. Einar enthusiastically supported Misha, loudly claiming her cooking. Laughter erupted as the team shared a light-hearted exchange, briefly escaping the grim tension that surrounded their lives. Raven, calm and calculated, reminded Kalstein that resource calculations were incomplete. Still, she handed him revised numbers, suggesting a potential breakthrough in supply planning. Bjorn presented the report on individual loot distribution. Each member's total value was logged, with deductions for shared expenses as per their usual rules. Kalstein's haul totaled nearly 4 million stone, while Frelin's pack, though less, was still valuable. The tallies revealed each member's contributions from their latest expedition. Frelin's reward included new armor, which Bjorn planned to enchant for Munin. A playful exchange followed as Raven dryly questioned who he was talking to. As Raven questioned Bjorn about his remaining funds, the group shifted focus to his earnings. His haul, laden with high-grade gear and materials, surpassed everyone else's by a wide margin. Bjorn quietly calculated his total, over 4.8 million stone. Even after deducting costs, his balance was unmatched. The sheer profit from one dungeon run was staggering. Einar interrupted with playful chaos, trying to snatch Raven's attention while teasing Bjorn. The moment broke the tension as everyone laughed and bickered like old friends. Misha reviewed their financial target. To afford what they needed, they would require 4 months of consistent income and savings, assuming no unexpected setbacks. Bjorn agreed, estimating they could manage the goal within that time. Though unsure, Misha remained determined and motivated the group to keep pressing forward. Suddenly, a magical shift occurred. The spatial transfer gate activated, and their surroundings dissolved. The team had unknowingly been transported to a new region, Raptonia, without prior warning. 6 months passed. The group had settled into a new home within Raptonia, having finally achieved their goal. Einar, Bjorn, and Misha arrived cheerfully at their new residence. They had moved in just 2 days earlier. Though modest, the home symbolized stability and a fresh chapter in their journey. Bjorn reflected on their progress. Surviving in this city required strength, money, and consistency, and now, they finally had a base to call their own. Bjorn began to let go of his survival rigidity. Daily comforts like shared meals and warm moments with his companions slowly replaced his earlier cold routine. Enjoying simple pleasures, such as proper food and a real bed, he found a strange satisfaction in the stability they had built after months of chaos, yet doubts lingered. With the loss of the creation relic, his path home was uncertain. Even the desire to return began to waver as he questioned his true intentions. Bjorn and Raven finished their tasks earlier than expected and headed to the tavern, where they planned to regroup with their team after a successful loot sale. Arriving early, they found the place still empty. Instead of waiting idly, they took the chance to relax, enjoying the rare quiet before the others arrived. Time passed slowly, and Bjorn reflected that waiting felt longer than usual. Every minute dragged, despite the calm, as if building towards something unforeseen. Bjorn quietly thanked Raven, acknowledging how she always managed the group's burdens, though his tone suggested a deeper gratitude than usual. She teased him for being too dependable, asking for payment before praising him again. Bjorn played along, pretending he'd become a rich man at this rate. Just then, a strange presence shifted the mood. Bjorn sensed something wrong. An unfamiliar aura had entered the tavern, hinting that peace might soon end. The group reunited at the tavern, enjoying a well-earned meal. Thanks to Raven's precision, everyone received an equal share, 3.5 million stone per person. During the meal, Raven reminded Bjorn he had something to announce. With a nod, he paused, gathered his thoughts, and drew their attention. As the group waited, Bjorn poured a drink and set down his mug. The air shifted as everyone sensed the weight of what he was about to say. Bjorn declared he wouldn't enter the hunter's zone anymore. The group was surprised and questioned his decision, seeking clarity. He explained that after 3 entries into otherworldly realms, they had exhausted all meaningful gains. The fights had grown repetitive and unworthy of the risk. Instead, he proposed a new direction, the Ice Gorge. Though distant and dangerous, it offered untapped potential. Bjorn hinted that it might even hold an answer he was seeking. Bjorn outlined his long-term plan: secure an item in the Ice Gorge, then prepare for the deeper, deadlier dungeon floors that lay ahead. Misha warned him not to reveal too much, but he confirmed what they feared. His goal was tied to a powerful hidden trigger, the Dragon Slayer's flag. In his hand, he held the item with 2 vines entwined. The second vine was the key to keeping the legendary flag's fate intact until the moment came to act. Amelia, holding a glowing orb, analyzed her new target. She identified it as a transdimensional item, most likely created through forbidden alchemical methods. Curious, she questioned the source of the material. The orb showed a magical reaction but provided no precise details, deepening her intrigue. While she deliberated, someone approached from the shadows. Their heavy steps echoed as a voice demanded she stop stalling and deliver results. Frustrated, Amelia dismissed small talk and demanded specifics. The other party revealed that all parts for the ritual were now gathered. As the figure left, they casually requested a rare monster's brain as the final piece. Amelia, unfazed, revealed she already had it in her possession. She explained that the item had been secretly handed over through a hidden transaction at a unique auction, without raising suspicion. Amelia questioned the reason for the unusual request. The man admitted there were rumors of a relic that could restore lost memories. Shocked, Amelia began to realize the true motive. Someone was trying to reclaim their forgotten identity, possibly something dangerous. As the mysterious man waited for results, Amelia prepared the final ingredient, but she quietly muttered her own plan to lace the mixture with deadly paralytic poison. Bjorn Yandel focused on surviving, planning to clear the 6th-floor dungeon efficiently. He recalled his past, remembering lessons from Hansu, promising to join the team later. A female ally sat quietly, waiting, remembering her own experience and previous reduction task. She hesitated, speaking nervously, realizing she might never achieve her original goal now. Bjorn listened carefully, trying to understand her concern while eating his prepared meal. She admitted regret, wishing she had accepted the offer immediately, now feeling distant. Bjorn acknowledged her feelings, noting the gap between them continued to grow unexpectedly. The female ally attempted to explain her hesitation, struggling with the timing of words. He recognized her struggle, preparing himself to respond calmly and clearly to her concerns. Bjorn stopped her, revealing he never intended to place her in the team. Initially, he announced his plan to create a new clan, surprising her greatly. She reacted with shock, realizing the significance of his decision for future teamwork. Bjorn confirmed the clan formation, estimating it would take several months to prepare. She agreed, enthusiastically, deciding to join him despite not understanding every procedural detail. Bjorn reassured her, emphasizing this information would remain secret until the clan officially started. Bjorn woke up early, noticing the clock and sunlight streaming through the wooden window. He reflected on his repetitive daily routine, realizing every day had become exactly predictable. A red-haired companion appeared, greeting him while handing groceries and suggesting a library visit. Bjorn confirmed his schedule, explaining he would meet Rottmiller at the training grounds later. She asked about dinner plans, and he casually mentioned they would probably eat at home. The female ally silently read a novel, showing interest in the story he recommended. Bjorn observed her reactions, noting she seemed warmer and more comfortable interacting with him recently. A training instructor praised Bjorn, announcing that he had mastered the basics of combat. He internally evaluated the old man's guidance, realizing it would be critical for future success. The group prepared to leave the city, discussing responsibilities and assignments before continuing their journey. Bjorn enjoyed a brief moment of comfort and relaxation, drinking and observing the surroundings carefully. Despite the calm, he remained cautious, aware that unusual events had occurred recently, without explanation. A clown appeared, unexpectedly, drawing attention and creating tension among the adventurers during the gathering. Bjorn remained alert, noting the clown's presence as potentially significant for future challenges ahead. The group began preparing to leave, while the companions shouted and argued about household chores nearby. Bjorn approached the dungeon entrance cautiously, preparing himself mentally for the next challenge ahead. He recalled the labyrinth plan for tomorrow, considering strategies to complete it efficiently. The team entered the first-floor crystal cave, moving cautiously while analyzing every detail around them. Inside the cave, the group discovered it had been transformed into a dangerous beast's den. They retraced their steps, heading north again, hoping to find a safer path forward. Bjorn reminded the team to move quickly while staying alert for contribution point opportunities. The companions felt a strange disturbance, sensing that mana was unusually concentrated around the center. A female ally detected cursed energy, immediately suspecting the presence of black magic nearby. Bjorn acknowledged the abnormal situation, understanding that proceeding normally could result in serious danger. A knight suggested increasing speed to escape the first floor as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a magical attack struck from behind, forcing the group to react defensively immediately. They narrowly avoided the dangerous attack, shocked by the unexpected red magical energy surrounding them. The team regrouped, trying to analyze the attack while considering what kind of magic occurred. Bjorn realized the spell was entirely unknown and unnerving, causing him serious concern internally. Despite uncertainty, they resolved to continue cautiously, preparing for whatever unpredictable challenges awaited further inside. The team sensed danger as mana surged violently around the central area unexpectedly. Bjorn noticed the red, Haired ally's anxiety, realizing even the sensitive one feared what awaited. He gripped his weapon tightly, understanding that peaceful days had abruptly ended forever now. Bjorn advanced cautiously through the war-torn area, determined to survive without losing anyone else. The companions shouted to grab his attention, warning of a possible misstep or danger. A blonde ally suggested heading to the second floor, questioning whether it was the right choice. Bjorn explained the floor's danger and the enemy movements, emphasizing caution for the approaching team. They continued toward the second floor, maintaining formation to avoid being separated or ambushed. Along the way they met other adventurers, confirming that the situation was indeed real now. Hansen Kelders revealed information about Mork's previous actions, hinting at possible consequences for the team. Bjorn processed the intel, understanding that collaboration would increase survival odds in the dangerous labyrinth. Allies debated whether to trust one another fully, knowing hesitation could cost them their lives. Despite uncertainty, the team pressed onward, preparing for unexpected attacks or traps on the way. Bjorn led strategically, balancing caution with speed while keeping all companions' safety in mind. The group advanced together, aware that survival required unity and vigilance against the labyrinth's unpredictable dangers. Bjorn Yandel considered the stranger's offer while assessing his companions' reactions carefully. The voice control magic activated as everyone prepared to make a difficult collective decision. Misha and the red-haired fighter expressed unease, sensing something unusual about the situation. The blonde strategist questioned joining the strangers, debating whether their ID could be trusted. Bjorn suggested ignoring appearances and judging each person by actions, not false identities. Everyone watched as the potential allies revealed their swords, ready to show their intentions. The blonde hesitated, struggling with fear, knowing a wrong choice could risk everyone. Bjorn urged her to make a careful choice, emphasizing responsibility and group safety. The party collectively paused, weighing the burden and potential consequences of each decision. Bjorn stepped forward to refuse the stranger's offer, ensuring his team remained cautious. The strangers accepted rejection politely and began retreating, leaving the group to continue onward. Bjorn reminded everyone to move carefully, understanding that survival depended on vigilance and unity. The strategist examined the fallen knight, identifying a noble crest branded on his neck. Bjorn realized that even knights in this world could be treated as expendable. The party acknowledged the harsh reality, noting that not every noble house remained honorable. Bjorn Yandel observed the battlefield, assessing monster traces and possible threats nearby cautiously. The companions debated timing for battle, considering their enemy's strength and unknown magical abilities. Raven suggested strategies for approaching the portal, calculating risks while keeping the group safe. Bjorn imagined worst-case scenarios if the party retreated, facing complete destruction in the forest. Every warrior prepared for attack, knowing hesitation could cause irreparable damage to all members. The red-haired fighter kept alert, scanning the skies and shadows for possible incoming enemies. The group turned, surprised by an unexpected movement. Realizing an enemy had approached rapidly, Bjorn reacted swiftly, using his barbarian instincts to counter the powerful wind magic. Gale struck the battlefield, forcing everyone to brace themselves while evaluating the enemy's power. Bjorn identified the skeletal warrior, recognizing a past foe who had threatened them previously. The companions froze briefly, remembering the previous battle against the dangerous clown figure. No immediate relief appeared, as the clown's presence made everyone tense and anxious immediately. Bjorn recalled the clown's manipulations, realizing the enemy had previously controlled events from shadows. The group prepared cautiously, knowing every misstep could give the clown lethal advantage rapidly. Raven, Misha, and the others readied weapons, following Bjorn as they cautiously advanced forward. The skeletal clown commanded the army, clapping hands while preparing everyone for the upcoming battle. Raven activated voice control magic, ensuring the clown could no longer hear their tactical discussions. Misha and the others readied weapons cautiously, observing the clown's reactions with careful attention. Bjorn unleashed his power, casting gigantification and wild release, transforming into a monstrous barbarian warrior. The companions struggled to comprehend the abilities, realizing attacking recklessly could result in total disaster. They positioned themselves behind Bjorn, trusting him to absorb the unpredictable attacks from the enemy. The skeletal clown reacted angrily, unable to understand Bjorn's abilities, and prepared his next lethal strike. Misha realized the enemy might drain their magic, urging the group to conserve critical MP carefully. Raven recognized the danger, identifying the clown as a highly skilled agility poison necromancer. The corpse collector rose suddenly under the clown's control, threatening the group with deadly surprise attacks. The companions retreated strategically, dodging attacks while attempting to analyze the necromancer's weaknesses and tactics. Bjorn and Raven coordinated silently, planning to freeze the corpse while minimizing potential risks to everyone. The companions observed the corpse collector's powers, realizing it specialized in summoning and agile close-range combat. Raven prepared a precise spell, focusing on stopping the animated corpse while protecting nearby allies simultaneously. The group advanced cautiously, understanding that reckless aggression could allow the clown and necromancer to overwhelm them. The skeletal clown began chanting, casting a powerful curse of stone targeting Bjorn's entire body. Bjorn braced himself, using all his magic resistance and strength to withstand petrification. The companions watched carefully, preparing to react in case the curse immobilized their leader. Bjorn's enhanced magic resistance nullified the curse, allowing him to stand and continue fighting. The red-haired fighter analyzed the battlefield. Realizing the clown's power had spread far beyond expectation, Bjorn charged forward, relying on gigantification and wild release to counteract enemies' overwhelming magical strength. The clown mocked Bjorn's resilience, acknowledging that his reputation had grown faster than anticipated recently. Raven prepared the corpses, freezing them with careful precision to limit the necromancer's control effectively. The group coordinated silently, following Bjorn's lead, while carefully tracking every enemy movement across the field. Bjorn confronted the clown, activating hazardous substance reinforcement to strengthen his sword for sudden attacks. Companions observed as Bjorn's enhanced attacks collided with enemy forces, forcing the group to adapt rapidly. The battlefield erupted in magic and steel, demonstrating Bjorn's incredible strength and strategic mastery under pressure. Bjorn commanded a retreat, ordering everyone to run, evading the clown's dangerous assault immediately. The companions followed obediently, ensuring each teammate stayed safe while avoiding unpredictable magical traps. Raven froze obstacles with precision, allowing the party to escape the chaotic battlefield effectively and safely. The skeletal clown deactivated Bjorn's bone armor, surprising the group with unexpected magical precision. He observed their retreat, analyzing whether curiosity about another powerful monster might compromise their safety. The clown questioned the situation remotely, confirming that the battlefield was sealed and no intruders remained. Bjorn noticed a strange laugh, recognizing it as a habitual response while wearing a mask. The companions discussed the implications quietly, realizing the enemy's behavior could signal further hidden strategies. Raven and Misha planned their next movement, preparing carefully for upcoming confrontations during future gatherings. Heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor as Bjorn and his party rushed forward, without hesitation. Their speed was fueled by urgency rather than fear, each movement calculated to create distance from the threat behind them. Bjorn led the charge, his large frame clearing the path while the others followed in tight formation. They weren't retreating, they were repositioning with purpose. Weapons drawn, eyes focused. They understood this wasn't a blind escape, but a tactical shift. Sweat rolled down Bjorn's face as his breathing grew heavier. The pressure of leadership weighed on him, but he didn't slow down. Behind him, a calm but commanding voice ordered a halt, and the party responded instantly, skidding to a stop as tension filled the air. Aunts regrouped. One member suggested they slow down and return to their original formation. The decision to avoid reckless engagement was acknowledged as wise. Bjorn glanced back at his companions, assessing their reactions. One of them, wearing cat ears, questioned his decision to retreat. The blonde warrior spoke with frustration, convinced they missed a valuable chance to earn glory. Her tone wasn't accusatory, but it expressed clear disappointment. To her, it felt like they had chosen fear over valor, and she struggled to accept that choice. Bjorn silently disagreed with her. In his mind, surviving without injury was already a miracle. He mentally scoffed at the notion that glory was worth dying for. Her admiration seemed to stem from believing he was some legendary barbarian warrior. One of the other teammates intervened, urging the blonde to stop being so stubborn. She explained that if the enemy had summoned undead, their group would have been overwhelmed. The blonde snapped back, declaring she was fine, but her frustration wasn't about the danger. It was about how the younger warriors would perceive their actions. Bjorn realized this wasn't about pride, but about reputation. Bjorn calmly clarified that they hadn't actually run away. Instead, he pointed out that their opponent had fled from them. His statement caused confusion and disbelief, especially in the blonde, who thought he was mocking her intelligence. He reassured her he wasn't joking. A warrior must choose their battles wisely. Their new position gave them the upper hand. Realization struck the blonde warrior. She began to question her earlier assumptions. If Bjorn's explanation was true, then their retreat wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a successful display of battlefield control and strategic maneuvering. Bjorn reminded them that he had never said they were abandoning the fight. His order to run was part of the plan, not an act of surrender. The blonde lit up with excitement, convinced she had understood his strategy all along. Another party member teased her enthusiasm, but also admitted admiration for Bjorn's decisiveness and calm judgment under pressure. Bjorn turned serious again, grounding the moment. He reminded the group of their objective, the center of the first floor. Bjorn halted the party, raising his shield as armored figures emerged ahead. Their movement was orderly and disciplined, identifying them immediately as knights. The tension among the group rose as they approached cautiously, alert for any sudden actions. The knight captain commanded the explorers to present their seals, questioning their legitimacy. Bjorn, frustrated, wondered whether their seals held any meaning anymore in such chaotic conditions. Still, he complied, prepared for confrontation if needed. Bjorn demanded clarification. They had recently been ambushed by enemies who also carried seals, undermining their reliability. The knight commander didn't answer immediately, leaving Bjorn more convinced that clear information was desperately needed to navigate the dungeon safely. Another knight questioned their intentions. Bjorn asked plainly what was happening on the floor, hoping for an explanation. The knight's suspicion deepened, interpreting the question as a potential threat or trick. A teammate tried to cover, claiming they had moved to the second floor immediately after entering, thus unaware of current events. Despite the excuse, the knight stayed defensive, pointing weapons and issuing threats to avoid sudden movements. As one explorer attempted to speak, a knight warned them harshly. Tension peaked when one accused them of underestimating Norak's forces, pointing out that Norak included powerful mages. The standoff hung on a thread of misinterpretation. The arrival of a familiar name changed the tone. One knight recognized Bjorn as Sir Jandal, and assured others there was no need for concern. The commander explained that they had briefly worked with Baron Martuan, revealing that the man's name was Karls Aramor. Another knight expressed surprise at meeting Bjorn again, recalling their previous encounter during a field campaign. Bjorn stood with Karls, who revealed he was better known by the title Little Falcon. Bjorn's reputation as the Night Crusher was also acknowledged, creating an atmosphere of mutual respect. Karls began explaining the current state of the dungeon. After the corpse chasers launched their surprise attack, many knights were killed or scattered. Some enemies even bore fake seals, creating confusion and distrust across the floors. Bjorn clarified they were heading toward the dungeon's center. A mage asked whether they meant the monument's base, to which Karls confirmed safety there if they could reach it. It was now the most secure location on the floor. Karls then asked why Bjorn was headed toward the northern routes. Bjorn explained that the corpse chasers' trail led there. Grateful for the insight, Karls appreciated the information. In wartime, even small details could shift outcomes. Before parting, Karls gave Bjorn a token and insignia to show if they encountered suspicious knights. Mentioning Karl's name alongside the token would help prevent misunderstandings and avoid unnecessary skirmishes. Bjorn pocketed the ring-shaped token. A teammate noted his grounded morals, finding his calmness impressive. Blushing, she asked Bjorn to put the ring on her finger. Taken aback, he hesitated while she teased him. The serious atmosphere gave way briefly to awkwardness, leaving Bjorn confused by her unexpected request. After parting ways with the knights, Bjorn and his party advanced cautiously toward the dungeon's center. As they moved, the scent of blood intensified, a grim sign of the fierce battles fought nearby. Each step forward brought them closer to danger. Suddenly, a cry warned of an ambush. Without hesitation, multiple enemies leapt from the shadows, their weapons aimed with deadly precision. The attackers seemed coordinated, surrounding the group from all sides. Bjorn's instincts kicked in as he raised his shield. He tried to assess whether this was the 9th ambush they had encountered. Time blurred together in this hostile labyrinth. Despite exhaustion, he ordered his party to stay close and prepare for combat. Battle after battle wore on them. Bjorn began feeling as if he had entered an endless killer dungeon. Though they'd endured so far, the strain was building, and their movement slowed with each encounter. Just as they regrouped, a new voice shouted for them to stop. A large group of unknown individuals appeared, weapons drawn and threatening. The demand was clear: identify yourselves or face consequences. Bjorn scanned the foggy battlefield and quickly estimated their numbers: 30, maybe more. If all of them were from Norak, the threat would be serious. His mind raced, calculating their odds if a fight broke out. A sudden shift occurred as someone in the opposing group recognized Bjorn. Shock replaced hostility as several stepped forward with familiarity. A girl named Erwin rushed toward him, relieved and excited to see him alive. Bjorn recognized her as well, but was puzzled by her unexpected appearance. His thoughts turned to the strange composition of her group. When asked who Bjorn was, Erwin casually explained he was someone they knew. Another familiar woman stood beside her. The tension eased slightly, though uncertainty about their presence still lingered. Erwin's companions accepted the reunion as good news. A well-dressed man introduced himself as Versal Gowland, vice leader of the Lalur clan. His presence indicated influence and structure within this new group. Bjorn introduced himself by his alias. Recognition followed immediately. The clan seemed aware of his reputation, especially the title Little Falcon. Their exchange hinted at mutual respect built on battlefield reputations. Bjorn remembered that the Lalur clan was just below the top 10 in ranking, made notable by their predominantly female membership. He hadn't expected to meet someone of such high rank here, and it complicated his plans. Versal clarified that the 6 teams currently gathered in the area had all been identified and verified. Bjorn asked how this had been managed. Versal explained that anyone unrecognized had been excluded. Their goal was simple: reach the safe zone at the center of the floor together, minimizing risks. Versal invited Bjorn's team to join them. Bjorn considered the offer, noting that Versal's position as vice leader likely meant she possessed significant combat capability. The alliance could prove useful. Bjorn accepted the handshake from the vice leader, acknowledging the temporary alliance. In a place filled with uncertainty, having capable allies increased their chances of survival. Trust had to be earned quickly in the chaos. With no immediate threats nearby, the group took a short break. Bjorn told his teammates to rest while he kept watch, staying alert even while others relaxed. He recognized that their safety was only temporary. The party gathered, sharing brief conversation. One teammate praised Bjorn's decision, noting how strong the vice leader and her companions were. Morale lifted as they realized how fortunate they were to meet these allies in such hostile terrain. Erwin spoke light-heartedly, claiming fate had brought her and Bjorn together again. Her words hinted at a personal attachment, making others nearby visibly irritated, though she seemed oblivious to their reactions. She turned to the mage and praised her skill, claiming to have heard about her even before they met. The compliment surprised the mage, who wasn't used to receiving attention like that. Erwin continued bonding with the group, showing enthusiasm over a new weapon. She tested it with ease and praised its design, displaying genuine cheerfulness that softened the mood among the battle. Wary members. Bjorn quietly questioned if Erwin had always been this sociable. She interacted easily with others, a contrast to the person he remembered. The new group dynamic shifted with her upbeat presence. Meanwhile, tension flared between party members. One of them was scolded for laughing during a serious moment. Flustered, he quickly tried to deflect attention by pretending loyalty to another teammate, hoping to avoid further conflict. Bjorn interrupted the bickering with a calm demeanor. He addressed Erwin, stating there was something he wanted to offer. The playful air vanished as the conversation turned serious once again. Erwin proposed an idea: her group could temporarily move with Bjorn's by combining forces. Their 2 teams would stay together within the larger alliance formation. It was a practical suggestion for mutual defense. Bjorn considered it reasonable, but asked whether the proposal had been approved by her team leader. As a mercenary, she operated under a chain of command, and disobedience could create friction. Erwin acknowledged the hierarchy, noting that both she and Daria served under the Blue Barrier clan. While they weren't leading, she believed she could persuade the leader if necessary. Her confidence in negotiation was firm soon after. The large group began moving again. A commanding voice called for all teams to prepare. The formation placed Bjorn's group near the front, with Erwin's team just behind them. Some party members questioned their frontline position, feeling uneasy, but others explained it was because Bjorn's team consisted mostly of close-range fighters, whereas others specialized in long-range support. It made strategic sense. Bjorn learned that their safe placement had been granted thanks to negotiations behind the scenes. He began to question how a small team leader from a mid-tier clan had managed to influence a major alliance. Suspicion lingered as Bjorn quietly doubted the Lalur clan's explanation. Despite the unease, the group proceeded, led by the clan's well-organized formation. Tension remained under the surface, but the journey began with little resistance. As they advanced, the Lalur clan proved their experience, neutralizing threats before they escalated. Bjorn's group moved smoothly behind them, barely needing to raise weapons. For once, survival felt less like a struggle and more like cooperation. An hour into the march, they were halted by one of the leaders. She announced they were approaching a dangerous region. Relief at nearing their goal quickly gave way to concern as she revealed the looming threat ahead. The leader explained that not everyone could proceed safely. Scouts had confirmed Norak forces waiting in ambush near the dark region. The path forward was blocked, and a decision had to be made quickly to avoid bloodshed. To bypass the enemy presence, the leaders proposed using teleportation magic, but the plan came with limitations. Only a portion of the teams could be transported. The urgency in her tone made it clear this was a calculated risk. She clarified that the spell capacity was limited. Only 15 people could be teleported at once, forcing the group to consider splitting. Bjorn listened carefully, aware that decisions now would determine who lived through this floor. A mage confirmed the spell's restrictions. The group would have to divide, and Bjorn's team might be affected. Bjorn questioned how selections would be made. Another leader offered a rough estimate, implying at least one team would have to be excluded from the escape plan. His expression tightened as he absorbed the consequences. The meeting concluded with a final announcement. One entire team would not be teleported. The room tensed. Strategy now shifted from surviving together to avoiding elimination. A group of adventurers stands in tense silence as an influential clan declares their prearranged agreement with Vice Leader Versal, securing their spot in the upcoming expedition. Despite the gathering being presented as a fair selection, it's now clear that some positions were decided beforehand. With several teams already selected, it confirms that only 2 slots remain. Desperation grows among the remaining contenders, each realizing the competition has narrowed severely. One man offers a massive sum of stones for inclusion, while another insists on the backing of a powerful guild. Even a young man pleads, hoping the Laurel clan's recent losses might work in his favor. The vice leader of the Laurel clan steps forward and calmly announces that the final selections will not be made by favoritism or bribes, but through a random draw. This declaration overrides the chaos and restores a fragile order among the candidates. Observers quietly acknowledge her fair stance, noting it aligns with the reputation of her clan. A member of the selection team implies that none of the offers presented were persuasive enough to bypass the process. The final method is revealed. Teams will draw stones from a pouch, and those who draw white will secure the remaining slots. The crowd stands still, waiting to see who will be the first to test their luck. A burst of cheers erupts as one team pulls a white stone. Against all odds, they've secured their place. Their loud celebration contrasts with others' rising dread. Another team fails the draw. Disappointment spreads, and frustration simmers. The brutal reality of chance weighs heavily as preparations for departure begin. Seeing their opportunity vanish, rejected teams try last-minute bids, offering double the previous amounts. But the decision has been made, and no offers can change the outcome now. Even as the spell prepares to activate, a desperate adventurer continues shouting, offering 20 million stones to buy a position. But the crowd remains unmoved. His loud plea only draws awkward glances. Frustrated, the man realizes that loyalty runs deeper than desperation. A nearby warrior reinforces this, by stating that selling one's spot would mean abandoning comrades, a dishonor too great to accept. Amidst this, Bjorn steps forward and calls out to Versal, seeking clarification. He asks why his team was positioned in the safest central area during their earlier movement. Versal responds calmly, allowing Bjorn to proceed with his questioning. Xenia reveals their team also drew lots for formation. Bjorn quickly realizes that none of these arrangements were accidental. There's a deeper strategy at play, orchestrated by the Laurel clan's leadership. Bjorn changes the topic, asking about the Norak troops stationed at the mountain pass. He wants details about their strength and distribution. His serious tone hints at a more dangerous plan forming behind his questions. Versal correctly interprets Bjorn's line of questioning. He is preparing to force his way through enemy lines independently. Impressed by his resolve, she grants permission for her subordinate to share all known information with him. Time passes. The area glows as the large-scale teleportation spell reaches full activation. One by one, the selected teams prepare to depart. The rest remain behind. Their path uncertain, Versal offers parting words, asking for understanding. She reminds the remaining group that they must now proceed, relying solely on themselves. The spell pulses with final energy as the chosen teams vanish. Left behind in silence, the others stare at the fading light. One asks what Bjorn Yondel, the barbarian, who had challenged everything, plans to do now. The uncertain journey has begun. Bjorn analyzes the situation and recognizes only 2 viable paths. Force through the Norak-controlled route Versal abandoned, or avoid conflict by retreating to the outskirts. Each carries its own risks and unknowns. He considers the outskirts, less dangerous and away from the central war, but survival there would be uncertain and slow. It might buy time, but it wouldn't offer insight into the larger picture or unfolding events inside the dungeon. Bjorn dismisses the passive option. Avoiding conflict may lead to temporary safety, but they would lose all information about floor events. Worse, the third day would trigger the arrival of the floor Lord, a catastrophe if they remained idle-taking. Initiative. Bjorn gathers the remaining survivors. Standing before them, he demands each person state their explorer rank, absorbed essences, and combat specialties. His tone is calm, but firm. Several members hesitate, confused or annoyed. One questions whether such detailed introductions are necessary. Another challenges Bjorn's authority, suggesting he's assuming leadership without any group consensus. Bjorn brushes off the resistance. He explains that structure is essential in uncertain conditions, especially when facing deadly threats. His blunt approach provokes frustration, but it also forces the group to confront their disorganization. Tempers rise. One explorer sarcastically proposes holding a vote to decide leadership, annoyed by Bjorn's control. But another team steps up, stating they would support Bjorn without hesitation. This sudden declaration of support surprises others. Some argue that a barbarian can't be trusted as a leader, citing Bjorn's prior actions of self-preservation as a flaw. Bjorn remains honest and claims he's not suited to lead, yet the tension continues as others argue over who is more deserving. Distrust runs high, and the group remains fractured on the edge of danger. Some of the group, once critical of Bjorn, begin to reflect. While others panicked, he was the only one collecting intelligence on enemy positions. Embarrassed by their earlier doubts, several adventurers step forward to properly introduce themselves. One names himself Taken and pledges loyalty, recognizing Bjorn's leadership. Meanwhile, another group protests, but Bjorn asserts that they're free to leave. Bjorn draws a hard line. Anyone who disrespects or defies orders again will be removed. The threat is clear. His authority is no longer up for debate. Faced with no alternatives, even the skeptics fall in line. Afterward, the group evaluates their collective strength. Bjorn remains quietly unsure. Their formation lacks cohesion, and their combat synergy is untested. Still, he takes comfort knowing Hans, his greatest rival, isn't among them. Questions arise about their next move. With limited options, hesitation sets in, but Bjorn decides. He declares they will move toward the center, the designated safe zone, despite the dangers lying in that path. The decision is final. Bjorn knows it's a gamble, but it's one worth taking. With the team unified under a direction, they brace for a treacherous journey through hostile territory. Simone timidly asks about their chances. Bjorn internally dismisses such notions. Probability means nothing in a place like this. What mattered was that survival would come at a cost. Looking over the team's layout, Bjorn estimates that even in the best-case scenario, half of them might die before reaching the destination. Still, there's no room for hesitation. Bjorn commands the group to move. Each step forward brings them closer to a battlefield, others avoided through teleportation for them. Every inch will be paid for in blood. Bjorn's group scouts the area but finds no enemies in sight. The terrain is eerily quiet. 2 hours pass without any movement. The silence breeds tension, but they press forward. Suddenly, a blur rushes through the mist. One member hears the sound first, then another sees it. An enemy force charges out at blinding speed. Caught off guard, the group scrambles to respond. The ambushers strike fast. With precision and surprise, they launch an attack from the fog. Bjorn's team attempts to rally, but several members are quickly overwhelmed. The team regroups. A mage reports that the distance to the safe zone is approximately 20 minutes at full sprint, but time isn't their only obstacle. More enemies are closing in fast. Combat breaks out mid-run. The enemies rush from the flanks, and the group is forced to fight while pushing forward. Spells fly and blades clash as their formation threatens to fall apart. Despite heavy resistance, Bjorn and a few others cut down attackers with brute force. A red-haired warrior leads a strong counterattack, buying a few seconds for the rear to advance. But injuries are piling up. Bjorn's strategy becomes clear. Don't focus on killing. Just slow the enemies down. Any delay could save lives. The group adapts quickly, using hit-and-run tactics. A critical moment strikes. A sister and her brother are targeted. Shouts of panic erupt as one of them falls. The formation begins to crack under pressure. More enemies swarm from the sides. Some fighters collapse, but others step forward to fill the gaps. The team pushes forward, step by bloody step, toward the zone where survival still isn't guaranteed. As the team begins to falter under pressure, the front line calls out for speed. They're losing formation, but there's no time to regroup. Bjorn barrels through enemies, crushing any resistance in his path. When foes can't be killed instantly, the others handle cleanup. It's a rotating flow of forward assault and backline finishing. Suddenly, Bjorn senses an odd pressure. Something unknown surges toward him from the fog. It's fast and strong. He braces as a new challenger slams into him with overwhelming force. A figure mocks Bjorn, dismissing him as a reckless brute playing the hero. But this is no story, and Bjorn knows the cost of failure. A trap unfolds, and he realizes the attack was bait. One of his allies, Raven, unleashes a 6th-grade spell. Oxygen explosion directly behind Bjorn. The area floods with shock energy, forcing the team to fall back temporarily under the cover of the blast. The spell was not meant to kill but to knock back everything nearby. Bjorn uses the opportunity. With perfect timing, he activates his skill leap, launching himself low and hard through the weakened enemy formation. The knockback works. Bjorn is flung across the battlefield like a missile. He twists midair, directing his weight downward. His goal isn't escape, it's direct impact. The ground shakes as he lands. His blow disrupts the enemy's formation, scattering fighters across the terrain. For 3 solid minutes, chaos reigns as his move buys critical time. Without hesitation, Bjorn rises amid the debris and resumes the charge. The path remains long and perilous, but his relentless momentum drives the entire group forward, one brutal impact at a time. Bjorn senses something wrong as the ground pulses unnaturally beneath him. A wave of overwhelming hostility surges from deep within the fog-covered battlefield. The presence of the Floor Lord begins to distort the surroundings. The enemy ranks swell as reinforcements arrive. Bjorn quickly realizes the layout has changed. He had misread their movements. They had been lured into a trap. Panic spreads as the formation begins to break. He roars, trying to rally his allies. But confusion dominates and not everyone escapes the collapse. Amid the chaos, one fighter falls, marking the group's first fatality just 6 minutes into the assault. Kyan lies, motionless, on the icy ground, his body soaked in blood. Panic spreads among the group as they realize he's no longer responding. One of the members cries out for help, trying to rally support before it's too late. Rena rushes to Kyan's side, grabbing his hand and checking his condition. Her face is twisted in desperation. Despite her efforts, there is no sign of life. The man coldly declares that Kyan is already dead. He shows no emotion and instructs the others to leave the body behind. Rena lowers her head, clenching her jaw in frustration. The group moves on. The fight continues as another member of the party is struck fatally. The attackers move with speed and coordination, overwhelming the defenders. Bjorn reacts immediately, moving through chaos with urgency. Bjorn shouts that the wizard has been hit. Arrows fly, magic explodes, and enemies continue to close in. In the confusion, allies and enemies clash violently, blurring the lines between strategy and instinct. Dozens have already fallen. Their corpses litter the battlefield, and morale begins to crumble. Smoke and blood fill the air. The reality of death becomes heavier with each moment as the survivors are forced to push forward, with no time to grieve. Bjorn charges into another wave of enemies. His axe cleaves through one attacker as Rena supports him from behind. Despite being surrounded, they fight relentlessly to protect the rear. Magic surges from a nearby spellcaster. A protective barrier forms, allowing the group a momentary escape. With a powerful blast, the path behind them is sealed. Suddenly, a girl sees her sister struck down by a bolt of dark magic. Her eyes widen in horror. Her scream pierces the battlefield, but no one can afford to stop. The battle demands their full attention. As the clock reaches 17 minutes, chaos intensifies. A system message signals the death of another player, confirming the loss to everyone. An ally is thrown backward, her body slamming hard against the stone floor. Rena is struck violently, her body spinning midair before crashing down. The strength of the impact leaves her stunned. Time is running out, and the situation grows more unstable with each second. The 18th minute arrives. Bjorn leads a charge through enemy lines. Others follow, but the number of active fighters has dropped sharply. The surviving group now fights just to delay the inevitable collapse. A soldier hears a signal, turning sharply toward incoming footsteps. In the distance, new figures appear, neither allies nor enemies from before. They enter the field with intent and readiness. A man clad in armor steps forward, confidently, weapon drawn. He slams his blade into the ground, marking his arrival with force. His presence shifts the attention of both sides. Another warrior follows, sword ignited in power. He joins the first without hesitation, charging into the fray. The attackers brace themselves as these new fighters make their move. The warriors descend with crushing force. Their timing is exact, disrupting enemy formations. Bjorn recognizes the pattern and prepares for impact. They deliver quick strikes, targeting key positions. Bjorn adjusts his stance to avoid becoming an obstacle. The newcomers' coordination forces a temporary shift in momentum. One attacker tries to break their formation, but a brutal counterattack knocks him back. Bjorn doesn't engage. Instead, he focuses on survival, letting the stronger fighters clear the way ahead. Bjorn launches a powerful attack, striking downward with all his strength. His weapon meets resistance, and the enemy barely avoids a direct hit. The intensity of the strike shakes the ground. The enemy taunts Bjorn, his movements fast and mocking. Bjorn, bloodied and breathing heavily, prepares for the next blow. His eyes stay locked on the opponent's footwork, continued in next message. But Bjorn closes the distance, grabbing his opponent with sheer force. He drives his elbow into the man's chest. The two crash into the ground as Bjorn continues his assault without hesitation. A nearby ally shouts in frustration as another team member collapses. The battle grows harder, and every action now costs something valuable. Choices are made quickly without time to doubt. Bjorn signals an ally to use a support skill. The girl hesitates, but others push her to act. A spell begins casting while Bjorn takes another hit during the delay. The skill activates just as Bjorn finishes overpowering his opponent. His axe swings once more, crushing the enemy's armor. His body remains covered in blood, but he shows no signs of stopping. Bjorn prepares to execute another enemy. Rage fuels his movements as he rushes forward. A narration suggests that fear is taking hold among the opposition. As Bjorn slams into the ground with his enemy, others watch in shock. A nearby ally screams his name, witnessing the violence unfold with disbelief. Two girls stare in horror. One trembles while holding a spell, uncertain whether to act. The other finally steps forward, her eyes glowing as the spell begins to form. A massive eruption of fire engulfs the battlefield. The flames rise high, consuming the ground in waves of heat. Bjorn and the others brace themselves as the blast expands. From within the inferno, a system message confirms the activation of a powerful skill. The ground splits beneath their feet as intense heat pushes outward in all directions. Screams echo through the blaze. One enemy is completely overtaken, his form vanishing in the fire. The explosion marks the end of several lives, as the battlefield burns without mercy. Smoke clears slightly, revealing bodies scattered, and the ground blackened. Survivors cautiously regroup, keeping low to avoid further attacks. Bjorn stirs, wounded but still moving. His armor is damaged and his movements are slower. Despite the heat and chaos, he manages to lift himself, eyeing the destruction around him. Ash falls from above like dust. A system message registers his actions. He throws a corpse aside, making space. He pushes upward, exhausted, but alive. His strength barely holding up. A faint groan escapes his lips as he rises again. Bjorn staggers forward, stepping across the scorched earth. He approaches a fallen comrade. The light from the flames casts long shadows across the ground. He reaches out slowly. His hand trembles as he extends it, unsure of what he'll find. His breathing slows, while his mind processes the silence around him. From a distance, someone watches him carefully. The battlefield remains unstable. Though the fires start to fade, danger is still present. Bjorn tightens his grip and prepares for whatever remains. Bjorn rises from the scorched battlefield, locking eyes on a fleeing enemy. The figure ahead seems unaware of the danger closing in. Bjorn presses forward without pause. He tightens his grip on his weapon. The flames around him swirl, but his focus does not waver. His injuries are numerous, but none are enough to stop him. The enemy stumbles. Bjorn advances, steps heavy and deliberate. The battle has ended for most, but for him, a final task remains. One target stands between him and closure. 3 minutes later, a new group arrives at the site. Their armor gleams untouched by the chaos before. They assess the aftermath without urgency. Continued in next message. The leader speaks, remarking on the messy conclusion. The presence of scattered bodies shows the battle's intensity. Their formation remains strict as they prepare to confront the survivors. Bjorn stands in front of the group, bloodied but composed. One of them gestures with a glowing weapon. The atmosphere grows tense as misunderstanding brews between both sides. The leader criticizes the situation, stating he has authority, others lack. He references a hidden order or plan behind their arrival, but provides no proof. Bjorn reacts when a ring is noticed. A red-haired ally defends him, claiming the ring came from a knight they encountered earlier. She gestures urgently to prevent escalation. The ring is identified. The armored man confirms its origin and examines it closely. The energy within the gem activates slightly as he holds it up. Tension remains, but violence is avoided for now. Bjorn and the red-haired girl discuss the presence of high-ranking knights near the portal. Suspicion surrounds the unexpected encounter, and they reflect on the knight's motives for giving away critical information. Elsewhere, a knight appears, gesturing with confidence. His past actions are now understood as calculated, sharing valuable insight to avoid personal risk. He may not have expected his warning to be taken seriously. The group of knights now regards Bjorn and his team as non-hostile. Though tension remains, their stance softens. With measured steps, the armored leader permits them to proceed forward. Bjorn questions what will happen once they enter. The knights explain there are procedures to follow, but assure medical support will be provided. The group shows signs of exhaustion but remains cooperative. One knight volunteers to escort the wounded to treatment. Another announces that Bjorn will remain for questioning. The others comply, understanding that standard protocols must be observed. As the group disperses, Bjorn exchanges a quiet word with the red-haired girl. She nods and walks away with the others. He remains in place, preparing for what comes next. Bjorn's allies discuss Daria's behavior, uncertain about her decision to leave him behind. A few wonder aloud if something happened earlier that they missed. One member offers to return for Bjorn. Another argues that staying might lead to punishment or suspicion. None of them are sure what to do next. Suddenly, a bloodied figure bursts into the scene. Daria is caught by surprise and struggles as a new attacker grabs her. The others react too late as the scene spirals into chaos again. Bjorn is instructed to follow, and he silently agrees. He walks through the mist, alone but aware of eyes watching him. Each step echoes the weight of his decisions during the battle. The night leads him toward a camp. Bjorn's injuries slow him, but he remains steady. A nearby structure glows faintly with magical energy, signaling the presence of something beyond standard authority. As he draws closer, Bjorn wonders who truly holds power here. A portal shimmers beside the building, guarded but not sealed. He senses that something is being hidden beyond it, inside the camp. Officials prepare for discussion. They speak in low tones. Watching Bjorn approach, one questions whether bringing him was necessary, while another insists on evaluating the situation directly. The group gathers inside a command tent. They appear calm, but suspicion hangs in the air. The room falls silent as Bjorn enters. Armor still dented and stained from battle. Simone in the room identifies him by name. Bjorn confirms with a nod. Despite the tension, his expression remains controlled. He is ready to speak, but also prepared to fight again if needed. Bjorn arrives before a noble gathering holding an item of significance. The court is surprised by his return, especially with a relic from the perilous ruins of Baresh Highlands. His sudden appearance disrupts the calm tension of the hall. The nobles whisper among themselves, confused and wary. One asks about the man's identity. Another mentions that he also encountered similar ruins, further fueling curiosity about this barbarian's involvement. An official introduces Bjorn as an explorer from a remote region. He presents a ring once belonging to the paladin known for upholding truth. The ring is shown to the court. Bjorn recognizes it as belonging to the Third Order's commander. This confirms the man's claim and deepens the mystery. The noble in charge grows interested and begins questioning him further. He asks about rumors, whether a watcher was seen guarding the ruins. The warrior confirms it. Though injured, he fought and defeated the guardian, something the hall had trouble believing. The noble questions the warrior's rank. The answer shocks them. He is merely ranked 5th. The room murmurs in disbelief. Such a feat, performed by a low-ranking fighter, is nearly unheard of. The noble considers that if a 5th-rank warrior escaped, the guardian may not have used full strength. It implies the man was allowed to flee. He suspects the guardian was stationed deliberately to control access. A scene reveals the masked guardian in shadows, seemingly guarding the stairway to the dungeon's 2nd level. Had the barbarian not appeared, the group might never have passed. The noble asks whether there was any way the team bypassed the monster. Bjorn denies it. If there was a secret path, he would have taken it. The only route was through the enemy. The noble instructs Bjorn to explain exactly how he acquired the ring. He wants to understand the situation clearly, perhaps to use the information for future reference. Bjorn prepares himself mentally, knowing there's no way to avoid revealing details. Bjorn recounts his battle. His story captures attention as he speaks about how intense the situation became. The others listen closely, acknowledging the credibility and grit behind his survival. Another knight comments on Bjorn's leadership, noting that he shows no signs of being protected or guided by a higher power. Still, it's confirmed. All of Bjorn's party members survived, further shocking the council. It reflects on Bjorn's decision. He wasn't someone who chose the best options. He made the necessary ones. It reinforces that Bjorn's actions weren't about heroism but survival, responsibility, and resolve. Bjorn is seen fighting fiercely, protecting his party. His choices led to survival, not glory. His strength lies not in brilliance but in accepting harsh decisions without hesitation. Just as Bjorn prepares to leave, he's stopped by one final question: whether the enemy he fought had a unique mark or insignia. Bjorn recalls the opponent's sword technique and confirms the attacker bore a knight's crest. Bjorn confirms the crest belonged to a fallen knight from a now extinct heretic cult. This enemy was far more dangerous than expected, suggesting deeper threats ahead. The noble praises Bjorn, saying slaying such a figure will raise his prestige. Others in the room congratulate him, assuming he sees it as a victory. Bjorn, however, frowns. Barbarians don't care for praise. He grits his teeth and walks off silently, thinking, only if he survives will any of this matter. Bjorn gathers with his party near the dungeon campfire. He confirms that everyone heard the previous instructions and questions the arrangement. One party member responds, saying they adjusted positions accordingly and heard everything clearly. Bjorn reflects silently, concerned that someone might be acting on their own. He warns the group to follow rotations strictly starting tomorrow. He notices someone is missing and asks about Tyrell's whereabouts. The group hesitates. Bjorn is told that Tyrell went to a different section, assigned separately for safety. His suspicions rise as he realizes something happened while he was away from the group. The others explain Tyrell volunteered for a solo area because it was considered stable. Bjorn keeps his expression controlled but grows more cautious, realizing this decision was made without him. He acknowledges the mistake but doesn't pursue it further. One party member explains that elves are bound to blue flame altars by contract, which influenced Tyrell's decision to split. Bjorn notes silently that the reasoning seems convenient. The elf girl appears emotional, expressing guilt. But he concludes inwardly that the decision was calculated, not purely emotional. Bjorn stays alert, sensing something unusual. He prepares for a possible ambush and signals the others to stay sharp. The party recalls how many mistakes were made earlier, but they've improved. Bjorn notes that this progress was needed, and that one misstep could have cost lives. With everyone now organized and alert, their rest period ends. Elsewhere, a noble discusses Bjorn's progress. Noting the team has likely cleared the first stage, he prepares to observe their next move. An overview introduces the most dangerous types of criminals in the dungeon. The corpse collector, who manipulates the dead through eerie rituals, feared for unpredictability and vile methods. His crimes go beyond murder. The next is the demolitionist, a mage who caused mass destruction with forbidden spells. Known for eliminating entire cities during the Solar Eclipse War, he's considered a national threat. Following him is the Blood Knight, a berserker who kills with no restraint, driven by bloodlust. Finally, there's the rebel, a mastermind who gathered these criminals, formed a cult, and incited massacres. At the capital, the nobles analyze the implications of recent events. They acknowledge the return of the criminal known as the demolitionist. One soldier confirms these suspects may be operating within the second floor. The commander interrupts the briefing, focusing their priorities. He expresses concern that a single mistake could result in catastrophe. They must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Orders are given to secretly assemble mages, capable of detecting enemy magic. The situation demands action from those who can make hard decisions, regardless of the sacrifices required. Day 3050, Bjorn and his party sense movement in the dark corridors. Whispers confirm that enemy patrols are drawing close. Anxiety spreads among adventurers resting in the area. Rumors of rising death tolls circulate. Some mention a failed southern assault. Others fear the silence from parties who entered the second floor and never returned. Bjorn observes quietly. Distrust is spreading among the teams. As expected, frustration builds in the northern camp. Still, no update on the one called that person by the fifth day. Why is no one explaining anything? Bjorn is approached by a loud man praising him as a great warrior who returned from the second floor. Bjorn is confused by the enthusiasm, especially when the man mentions his original team died en route. Bjorn realizes the man has spread word of a false party. 5 survivors led only by Bjorn cheers erupt from nearby soldiers, who see him as a hero who conquered the second floor. The man casually suggests joining Bjorn's team. Bjorn, still processing the lies, agrees with little resistance, wondering if it's worth arguing in this situation. Bjorn updates the military unit and lets the loud man's group know where to meet. Laughter erupts as the man hypes up Bjorn's legendary return, fueling the growing myth. Privately, Bjorn is told the responsible mage has named him as the successor for leading their coordination. This places him under unexpected pressure to manage the team carefully. He then learns from a comrade that Tyrell had said some things in his absence, implying that he wasn't doing his job seriously. Bjorn is surprised, but listens without reacting. It's revealed that during Bjorn's absence, Tyrell voiced concerns about his leadership. The others were unsure how to respond but quietly questioned him too. One party member vents about the stress and almost loses control. Bjorn listens silently, grateful his teammates chose restraint rather than escalating conflict. Bjorn reflects on Tyrell's anger, accepting it as justified. Unbeknownst to them, he had arranged positions deliberately, sacrificing closeness to increase their chance of survival, something they never realized. Bjorn realizes that only he knows the full truth behind their strategic positioning. If his allies knew they were moved like pieces to survive, it might shatter trust, so he keeps it to himself. A party member approaches him, questioning his motives. Bjorn denies any betrayal, but the man reveals he had been questioning everything, especially why someone like Reyna had to die. The teammate remembers holding Reyna's lifeless body and wonders how she ended up dying despite Bjorn's strength. He accuses Bjorn of misleading them, even unintentionally. Bjorn is asked directly, what conclusion has he come to about it all? His answer is silence. The man states bitterly that although Bjorn fought hardest and suffered most, trust had already been broken. He admits no one could have promised survival, but still, they shouldn't have followed Bjorn. He regrets that choice, despite the hardships Bjorn endured for them. Despite everything, the same man now acknowledges Bjorn as their leader. They salute him, but the sentiment is wrapped in conflict. He admits, following Bjorn was still his decision. Bjorn reminds him that it was he who voted Bjorn as leader, and also he who did nothing when that woman betrayed them. Bjorn's voice is calm but firm, the man replies. That's why he doesn't resent Bjorn. Bjorn warns him not to treat him as a moral compass, knowing the weight of leadership too well. Bjorn predicts the other man will someday feel the same burden. The conversation ends quietly as the man sits down in silence, overwhelmed by his own guilt. Tensions rise as Bjorn learns that Tyrell and Saphira have activated a teleportation magic circle without authorization. The spell's signature is complex, indicating advanced cooperation with someone outside the party. The nobles watching from afar recognize the spell as a forced escape type used in emergencies to flee the dungeon. One of them immediately suspects betrayal, declaring that if they're stalling, execution is justified. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure flees with purpose. Bjorn catches sight of them and reacts. Recognizing the gait and urgency, he deduces betrayal is already in motion and rushes after them. Bjorn discovers an emblem dropped during the chase. It matches a mysterious symbol from earlier events. A noble nearby connects it to forbidden magic users known for treachery. Bjorn is questioned. Does he know what that symbol means? His silence draws suspicion. The noble demands clarity, pressing Bjorn on the origin of his information. The mood shifts sharply. The noble's demeanor darkens, as he demands to know exactly where Bjorn heard about that name, whatever it is. It's not something just anyone should know. Bjorn realizes he's now under scrutiny. A forbidden spell glowed ominously in the hands of a robed sorcerer. This rare magic, once sealed deep within a female-only witch coven, had the power to shift locations instantly, even across distant realms. The spell was considered catastrophic, and was only usable under extreme limitations. To activate it, a sacrificial ritual was required, one that demanded the life essence of 230 individuals, including a high-ranking wizard. The cost made its use nearly impossible, despite additional hidden requirements. This spell remained a secret tool, only known to top-tier players. It could be obtained by locating a hidden scroll buried deep in the 15th floor of a labyrinth, guarded by a cursed altar and protected by dozens of cultists. In the dungeon's dark halls, Bjorn stood firm as a soldier whispered suspicions about a knight's defeat. The air was tense. Bjorn, realizing someone had uncovered a secret about the army's internal hierarchy. An older commander gritted his teeth, recalling the disgrace of a knight's loss to a mere mercenary. It became clear the story of the fight had traveled quickly. The commander noting how a barbarian like Bjorn could uncover such a secret. Though he dismissed it aloud, he knew the information Bjorn carried was dangerous, and that his instincts were sharper than they seemed. Bjorn clenched his fists, preparing to act. The others hesitated, as he took the burden of leadership, aiming to save the captured priestess regardless of the risks. Faced with doubt, his companion warned him of the dangers, but Bjorn remained silent, weighing the cost of sacrifice against his own resolve to protect the innocent and fulfill a promise. As he advanced alone into the mist, memories of loss haunted him, but his purpose stayed clear. He would save everyone, no matter what. He wouldn't fail. As time ticked down, the dungeon system announced the defeat of each group in rapid succession. Panic spread among the remaining survivors as the countdown accelerated. Bjorn turned as a worried mage approached him with frantic urgency. She relayed a rumor claiming the enemy was capable of warping through sealed areas. This revelation hinted at a threat far greater than anyone had anticipated. Bjorn stood before the group with steady confidence. Despite the rising fear around them, he addressed everyone boldly, calming the chaos. Though his behavior seemed overly optimistic, it provided a needed anchor for those on the verge of panic. Bjorn, maintaining his composure, redirected the group's attention toward their next step. He questioned the identity of a potential threat, trying to identify the one behind the strange events. The group entered a room filled with towering figures and multiple exit paths. A countdown loomed as one of the barriers began to fall, triggering immediate urgency. Bjorn led the charge through the tunnel as enemies emerged in pursuit. The entire group was forced into a narrow escape. The environment grew increasingly chaotic with each second that passed. A high-ranking player blocked their path with an unreadable expression. His motives were unclear, and his position raised doubts about his allegiance. Bjorn analyzed the scene silently, sensing potential betrayal among allies. Visions of past companions and choices resurfaced in Bjorn's mind. Every decision made now had consequences, and he knew that trust could not be given freely. With a single conclusion, Bjorn accepted responsibility. To save everyone, he had to predict every outcome, understand every pattern, and plan with precision. Only perfection would ensure their return alive. Chaos erupted when it was confirmed that the earlier rumors were true. Some allied knights had fled the battlefield, abandoning their positions. This sudden betrayal created shock and confusion among the remaining fighters. Bjorn clenched his fist silently as the gravity of the moment settled in. Without hesitation, he issued a command for everyone to follow him. His decisiveness cut through the panic, pulling the team back from collapse. Although confused, the group obeyed. Bjorn had no time to explain. He knew their survival depended on increasing their information and monitoring multiple escape routes. Still hidden in the ruins, Bjorn's team remained hidden behind cover, observing figures gathering in a distant chamber. They couldn't afford to be seen, yet action had to be taken quickly before the opportunity passed. He quietly signaled for movement. The team split into formations and advanced. Bjorn's goal was simple: seize control of the other scattered survivors and unify them under his direction before chaos escalated beyond control. The group followed his plan carefully. Bjorn already had multiple contingency plans prepared: Plan A for success, Plan B for fallback, and Plan C as a final resort. No matter the outcome, he would adapt and lead. In another part of the dungeon, a skirmish broke out between confused allies and advancing enemies. Miscommunication caused more losses, and panic spread among the less organized forces trying to retreat or regroup. A powerful enemy commander watched the battlefield unfold. With calm confidence, he evaluated the situation. He noted that the opposing sides' formations were breaking, which meant their time to act had come. He issued an order to begin their offensive. The enemy forces advanced under the cover of spellcasters. Whatever resistance remained would be overwhelmed unless someone intervened. Fast Bjorn stood beneath the eerie glow of magic as he mocked those before him. With chilling confidence, he claimed he had predicted this outcome, implying that the chaos was part of his design. Without hesitation, the commander turned toward the portal. His subordinate followed in silence as they activated a spell capable of devastating impact. The swirling energy grew volatile, signaling that their objective was no longer survival. As the portal ignited with a violent surge of power, cries of fear and pain rang out. Magical energy burst outward, consuming the area as the attackers unleashed a final deadly spell, with the intent to leave nothing alive behind. The defenders scrambled to stop the advancing enemy from reaching the portal, but their resistance faltered. Realization dawned: they were too late. The enemy had already completed their preparations. The commander barked orders for surrender. As confusion spread, a few guards hesitated, wondering if there was truly no hope left. The atmosphere shifted into despair, clouding the soldiers' ability to act decisively. However, not all were ready to yield. Chaos returned as a warrior lashed out in defiance. Blades clashed again in the dark. Loyalty and betrayal intertwined under the flickering lights of battle. Enraged fighters demanded answers about the so-called final escape route. Accusations flew as tension exploded among both allies and enemies. No one wanted to be the last sacrifice. A silent knight declared coldly that someone had to stay behind. He saw no issue in abandoning others if it ensured his own survival. His tone lacked remorse. Another warrior stepped forward, challenging that selfish view. Though hopelessness loomed, they refused to let the remaining survivors be betrayed without a fight. Rage boiled over, and weapons clashed as factions that once stood side by side turned on each other. The name of a fallen homeland, Lapidonia, echoed like a curse. Confusion erupted. One commander fell, another fled, and trust collapsed in an instant. Betrayal led to violence, and even those who had once hesitated were now locked in deadly combat. As swords clanged and blood spilled, shouts for vengeance filled the air. Unity shattered, and any hope of cooperation crumbled. The collapse of discipline turned allies into enemies, as survival instincts took over. Amid the growing storm, a cursed energy pulsed from those overtaken by madness. Their sanity gone, their hatred burned hotter than their reason. Screaming vengeance, they surged forward in a frenzy. The corrupted charged wildly, driven by hate and grief. Their strength grew terrifying, but their actions were no longer rational. They fought with reckless abandon, endangering their own allies in a storm of uncontrollable wrath. In the midst of this chaos, a soldier fought back with despair in his eyes. He cursed the moment, blaming everyone, himself included. As more fell, The battle became not strategy, but pure emotional collapse. An enraged fighter roared, charging headfirst into death. His blade cut through enemies, but also through comrades. Unable to distinguish between friend and foe, blood sprayed, screams rose, and control was lost. Knights clashed under a storm of brutality, with commanders unable to regain command. Even seasoned warriors succumbed to the violence, cornered by betrayal and fear, no longer fighting for victory but to vent sorrow. Then, heavy stomps echoed through the cave. A massive figure emerged from the shadows, drawing everyone's attention. A new threat had arrived, one powerful enough to silence, even madness. A violent force slammed into the battlefield, breaking the standoff in an instant. Bodies flew as the ground cracked beneath a brutal strike. The attacker's overwhelming strength shattered any semblance of resistance. The enemy's entrance was catastrophic. Warriors were thrown through the air like ragdolls. One soldier desperately clutched a fallen comrade, their expressions filled with terror as the attacker surged forward without pause. From above, a massive body descended like a meteor. The system displayed the devastating weight, over 580 kilograms, before confirming additional damage from the attacker's racial trait, rebound impact. Soldiers stumbled back, confused and horrified by what they had witnessed. As some struggled to their feet, Bjorn emerged from the dust, raising his voice to rally those on the verge of despair. He declared his identity boldly, Bjorn, son of Andal of the Redfoot clan. He demanded that any ally who recognized him fall in line immediately and follow his lead. To his surprise, others stood. Fellow barbarians, inspired by his words, echoed his declaration. Their recognition reignited the flame of unity. What was once a collapsing crowd began to reform around him. The roar of a barbarian war cry shook the cave. Unity spread fast, and those who once quarreled were now driven by shared identity. A mob formed. No longer enemies, but a single tribe under one command. Bjorn reminded them they could not fight amongst themselves. In unison, the group shouted, "We must not fight each other." Their rage turned outward toward their real enemies. Among the crowd, blame still flared. Accusations flew at traitors, but the wave of solidarity pushed forward. Barbarians had gathered, and now, they were ready to fight together. The tide had begun to turn. Bjorn shouted repeatedly for everyone to stop fighting. His voice echoed over the battlefield, filled with urgency, but the chaos was overwhelming. Emotions were out of control, and not everyone listened. A wounded fighter cursed through bloodied lips, glaring with fury. Others screamed in confusion, still caught up in the storm of fear and betrayal. Bjorn's call for unity was met with more violence. Amid the shouting, a rogue attacker lunged. The blades clashed violently once again. Despite Bjorn's orders, the frenzy reignited. He was trying to stop a wildfire with words. Bjorn yelled again, this time with his full strength. His booming voice cut through the noise. Some began to pause, startled by his sheer presence and command. Two of his closest companions hesitated. They recognized something in his tone, a desperation beyond anger. They called his name softly, understanding the weight of his plea. One by one, others began to repeat his command. Men and women clenched their fists and echoed him, urging everyone to stop. Their trembling hands showed how close they were to the edge, but his words anchored them. A mysterious observer, cloaked and calm, watched the entire scene unfold. He was stunned, not by violence, but by the barbarian's unexpected influence on the crowd. He questioned how such a thing could be possible. To see this many people, on the brink of collapse, unified by a single man, was unthinkable. One barbarian had stabilized an entire battlefield. The observer, a royal court mage named Kilvarasco, took note. He hadn't predicted this now. His attention was fully on Bjorn, the barbarian who silenced chaos. Several figures stepped forward in a tense hall, their footsteps echoing as the gathered crowd turned silent and senses a confrontation forming. Attention shifts toward a cloaked man standing before knights and a priest, while uncertainty spreads among the onlookers watching from behind. Meanwhile, Bjorn observes quietly from within the crowd, allowing others to reveal their positions before taking control of the situation. Melter Fend, captain of the Nardal clan, steps ahead confidently and publicly requests any method to resolve the crisis. Soon after, Lacey Naret of the Heindel Order introduces herself and expresses gratitude for preventing further tragedy in the city. Kyle, known as a war mage, announces his presence calmly, drawing murmurs from the crowd who recognize his reputation. Tension sharpens when weapons are raised and pointed forward, demanding a clear explanation for earlier violent actions. Questions spread rapidly as suspicion grows about whether the barbarian acted recklessly without a structured plan. Bjorn, wearing his helmet firmly, remains composed and reflects that he had not expected such a swift reaction. Without warning, Bjorn suddenly shouts loudly, startling nearby adventurers and drawing every eye toward his imposing frame. Rather than presenting a detailed strategy, he admits acting on instinct, relying on direct action instead of careful calculation. Mixed reactions appear across the crowd, with some confused, others impressed, and several uncertain about trusting him. Raising his arms broadly, Bjorn urges everyone to unite, emphasizing that many capable individuals stand together in one place. Confidence strengthens his stance, as he argues that combining strength and intelligence will overcome the looming danger. Although doubts remain, the surrounding knights and mages begin considering his proposal, realizing cooperation may be their only viable path forward. Concern spreads through the gathering as certain adventurers appear too friendly, creating suspicion that visible alliances may increase overall anxiety. Bjorn, wearing his helmet, abruptly pushes the discussion forward, intentionally provoking debate to steer everyone toward his conclusion. The conversation shifts toward the royal family's absence, raising doubts about why support was withdrawn at such a critical moment. Analysis turns to the Floor Lord's defeat, and a darker possibility emerges about a new presence influencing events. The name Abyss Lord Verzak surfaces, described as another ruler appearing on the first floor and driving recent disasters. Adventurers question whether even the royal guards could defeat such a being, fearing catastrophic losses if battle occurs. Speculation arises that the commander chose retreat to protect elite forces, rather than risk destruction against Verzak. Attention moves to the second floor, with Bjorn challenging why the royal forces failed to advance earlier. A revelation follows that a destructive mage scholar ruined the western portal, blocking reinforcement routes. Shock spreads as leaders realize that destroying a portal was considered nearly impossible until now. Reports suggest the scholar may have traveled through other portals, leaving the first floor isolated. Bjorn studies the situation calmly, concluding that enemies would not trap themselves without another escape method. He proposes the use of a dimension door, reasoning that attackers targeted smaller groups rather than large clans. Strategic calculation reveals that numerous high-level mages could activate multiple dimension doors simultaneously. Bjorn deduces that chaos between the royal army and thousands of adventurers would allow the enemy to eliminate everyone efficiently. Debate intensifies as adventurers question whether fleeing upward would truly protect them if the Abyss Lord advances into the Dark Bastard's territory. Before conclusions settle, urgent news erupts that the Nork forces blocking the maze paths have suddenly disappeared without a trace. Bjorn listens beneath his helmet and challenges the assumption that every portal was destroyed, pointing out inconsistencies in that belief. As arguments overlap, clearer reasoning emerges that the first floor maze must still contain at least one functioning portal. Careful deduction suggests that if enemies vanished so quickly, they likely escaped through a hidden route rather than perishing. Despite fears that powerful foes may be waiting near any exit, several leaders admit that remaining in place guarantees slow annihilation. Bjorn proposes dividing the adventurers into organized groups of 300 to improve mobility and reduce total losses. He stresses that a direct clash against Verzak would destroy most fighters, making coordination and speed their only advantage. Gradually, determination replaces panic as various clans begin gathering members and forming structured units for departure. A red-haired captain loudly calls for high-ranked warriors to join the Red Light clan, hoping to secure elite strength first. Sensing the urgency, Bjorn steps forward, intending to move before rival leaders recruit every capable combatant. A cloaked mage approaches him directly and insists on fighting at the front, claiming instinct draws him toward Bjorn's side. Bjorn questions the mage's judgment, warning that leading the charge places survival at extreme risk. The mage responds with unsettling calm, accepting the danger and agreeing to cooperate, which triggers a system notice announcing an advanced mage's appearance. Surprise spreads among nearby adventurers, and suspicion grows that Bjorn may gain a powerful ally before anyone else secures him. Movement begins quickly as leaders urge nearby adventurers to head north and reorganize before confusion spreads further. Bjorn advances through the crowd, and others instinctively follow his steady pace, despite the lack of formal orders. Recognition grows that people are naturally gathering behind him, creating an unspoken center of gravity. Volunteers from different floors step forward, offering their strength and requesting permission to join his formation. A priest and several fighters express belief that he can save the greatest number if properly supported. Various adventurers of different ranks present their abilities, seeking roles within the developing group. The cloaked mage observes quietly and remarks that individuals consistently gravitate toward Bjorn's presence. Gradual acceptance forms in Bjorn's mind as he begins to acknowledge the weight of responsibility settling on him. Determination replaces hesitation, and he silently resolves to move forward with those who trust him. A seasoned warrior named Taklin approaches from the shadows, requesting acknowledgement before stepping closer. Without hesitation, Taklin positions himself at Bjorn's side, signaling loyalty through action rather than words. Standing together at the front, they prepare to guide the newly formed group toward the uncertain path ahead. A grief-stricken man stands beneath the fading light, his eyes empty as he questions the purpose of surviving after losing his wife and everything that anchored him. Nearby, Taklin watches him carefully, understanding that despair often disguises the instinct to endure that still burns quietly within a broken heart. Dangling over a deadly drop, the man faces the edge of death. Yet even in that moment, his body resists surrender, revealing an unspoken attachment to life. Suspended in darkness, he struggles against gravity and fear, discovering that humans cling to existence, even when their words claim exhaustion. Images of his lost wife surface through pain and regret, but grief alone cannot overpower the natural drive to keep breathing and searching for meaning. When he finally stands again, Taklin silently acknowledges that decision, later choosing to align himself with those who refuse to collapse under despair. Bjorn studies Taklin's composed demeanor, sensing kindness mixed with guilt and an awareness of his own contradictions. The knight admits inwardly that helping others eases his conscience, recognizing that survival often demands uncomfortable compromises. Despite this honesty, he commits to the group, accepting that flawed intentions can still produce necessary alliances inside the dungeon. A sudden roar shatters the tension as allies rush toward Bjorn, relief spreading quickly when they confirm he remains alive. Questions are exchanged while the priest avoids direct eye contact, her discomfort visible as she reports what she overheard earlier. Bjorn notices the hesitation but refrains from pressing her, choosing instead to observe and preserve stability within the team. Overcome by instinct, Bjorn shifts into a commanding presence, unintentionally drawing the attention of survivors gathered nearby. With steady authority, he instructs them to assemble and prepares to count their remaining numbers before taking further action. Facing the crowd, Bjorn concludes that the key to overcoming the dungeon lies not in strength alone but in organized leadership and collective resolve. Bjorn introduces himself firmly while clasping hands with a hesitant man named Sebastian, establishing recognition through a direct and steady gesture. Around them, survivors murmur about the importance of names, noting how openly Bjorn declares his identity without hesitation. Observers quietly question why Sebastian rejected an earlier offer from a captain, sensing embarrassment beneath the surface. The blonde warrior explains that he chose to follow Bjorn based on instinct rather than logic. From a distance, the group watches Bjorn's broad back, sharing the unspoken belief that standing near him feels safer. Agreement spreads subtly through the crowd as they decide to observe his actions before committing fully. A dwarf openly praises Bjorn's strength and presence, offering trust without reservation. Bjorn pauses when a knight passes, recalling the man's name as Darcis, and surprising him with that memory. Recognition turns into mutual resolve as they acknowledge the necessity of fighting together. Ebertine proposes a drink if they survive, and Bjorn accepts the gesture as a promise of shared survival. Others attempt to join the celebration, while one grieving man insists that death holds the same meaning regardless of where it occurs. Despite dark humor and tension, bonds begin forming, and strangers gradually become companions. Some question whether Bjorn planned this unity from the beginning, doubting such cohesion could happen accidentally. A seasoned man remarks that extraordinary individuals often act beyond ordinary understanding, leaving motives unclear. As cheers erupt and voices echo his name, Bjorn realizes that not a single hand rises against him, and he interprets this overwhelming support as undeniable guidance. A eastern portal, Bjorn leads the charge as explorers sprint through the crimson-lit cavern, maintaining a strict three-group formation, positioned at the very front due to the extreme danger of that role. Bjorn monitors the rear, while confirming that Kyle and the others remain close behind. The group advances rapidly, trusting the simple structure of their formation as they push deeper toward the unstable front lines. Without warning, Bjorn orders an immediate halt as a system announcement declares the appearance of the 9th floor lord. A series of effects activates instantly, reducing mana efficiency, locking active skills, and empowering monsters that consumed the Abyss Lord's energy. Recognizing the severity of these penalties, Bjorn prepares the team for combat under drastically weakened conditions. Torches ignite as visibility drops, and Bjorn urges everyone to stay alert while acknowledging the danger ahead. Sensing movement in the darkness, he steadies himself and identifies the approaching threat. An evolved abyss razormane wolf emerges, its red eyes fixed on the front line as it prepares to strike. Bjorn commands a charge, raising his moonstone shield to intercept the wolf's violent lunge. Claws crash against steel, while blood and sparks scatter, and he directs the rear fighters to eliminate enemies that slip past. Assessing the growing numbers, Bjorn realizes they cannot survive if they fight each monster individually. More evolved wolves descend from the shadows, overwhelming the formation as casualties begin to rise. With skills restricted and support weakened by the field's penalties, their ability to adapt diminishes rapidly. As the battle intensifies and allies fall one by one, Bjorn understands that advancing further will only multiply their losses unless he finds a decisive solution. As the evolved wolves freely activate their abilities, one abyss razormane wolf unleashes inner madness, causing its presence to distort violently in the darkness. Under the special field's influence, defensive attributes vanish from the explorer's status, converting what should have been resilience into pure vulnerability. Claws tear through armor and flesh with amplified force, and attacks that once could be endured now carve deep wounds into the front line. Realizing the imbalance, the warriors rotate positions, sending those who conserved strength from the rear to replace the exhausted fighters at the front. Despite concerns about leadership and direction, Bjorn refuses to fall back. Understanding that a steady guide prevents panic from spreading, names are called out in quick succession as responsibilities shift, and trust is placed in capable hands to maintain the formation. Encouraged to rest, Bjorn declines, insisting on continuing while acknowledging that retreat would only invite collapse. The group surges forward again, but fresh wolves burst from side tunnels, proving far more aggressive than ordinary razor-mane variants. Reports of mounting casualties spread through the ranks, and the realization that many have fallen weighs heavily on those still fighting. Arguments flare briefly over whether the rear is safer. Yet the truth becomes clear as priests struggle to keep up with the injured. Steel clashes against fur and bone while torches flicker wildly, revealing that danger surrounds them from every direction. Bjorn cuts down another beast, acknowledging grimly that both the front and rear have become relentless battlefields. Raising his weapon, he declares that if hell exists ahead, then an even harsher one stands where he fights now. Hearing his name shouted from behind, Bjorn instinctively turns, momentarily distracted by concern for an ally. A sudden strike knocks the breath from him, and as he steadies himself he forces his focus back to the fight, knowing hesitation will only claim more lives. Bjorn forces his body forward through the chaos, gripping his shield and mace as blood and pressure build around him in the collapsing formation. A sudden surge of icy power cuts across the battlefield, briefly pushing back the wolves and creating a narrow opening in the darkness. Nyani spots the shift and urgently signals a new direction, but another ally falls behind as the path becomes more unstable. As time passes, exhaustion spreads across the survivors, and reports confirm that Darcis has been killed during the retreat. The news settles heavily among the group, replacing earlier determination with a quiet and restrained grief, remembering their earlier promise to share drinks after surviving. The remaining members continue forward, aware that fewer will stand at the end. Bjorn reflects that in this world, people are used and discarded without hesitation, and he admits he once treated others the same way to survive harsh realities. A strange sensation spreads through his chest as heat rises with his circulating blood, and the discomfort forces him to confront emotions he long ignored. Overwhelmed by the burning in his heart and the pounding in his head, Bjorn realizes he no longer seeks justification, and instead embraces the violent resolve forming inside him. Red energy surges around him as he accepts a fierce desire to repay those who tried to break him, including his comrades and the countless people advancing behind him. Determination hardens within his muscular frame, and he commits to shattering every obstacle in his path even if the effort consumes everything he possesses. Blood and chaos surround the battlefield, yet his conviction remains steady as he prepares to stake his remaining strength on a final outcome. 8 hours pass since leaving the center, with the first 2 spent sprinting and the next 7 endured in a desperate struggle through the suffocating abyssal fog. Exhausted warriors slow their pace on shattered ground while Bjorn, helmeted and resolute, asks about the portal that once promised escape. Upon learning the portal has been destroyed, he calmly accepts that their sacrifices yielded no immediate reward despite the heavy cost already paid. Grief flickers across his expression as he acknowledges the many deaths, but he forces himself to regain composure in the silent aftermath. With few portals remaining, he understands a swift decision is required because hesitation will only invite further disaster. Comrades rally behind him without question, trusting his judgment and strength even if his choice leads them toward greater danger. Relief cools his earlier fury as he evaluates the labyrinth's structure and considers where an enemy commander would likely relocate. A mental map unfolds before him, revealing strategic positions across the maze while he calculates the most advantageous northern route. Certainty settles in as Bjorn identifies the Goblin Forest as the destination, preparing to lead everyone toward that decisive battlefield. Bjorn declares that he has 3 reasons for choosing the Goblin Forest, beginning with the nature of the abyssal goblins, who are among the most deceptive monsters on the first floor. Because of their cunning and coordinated attacks, those creatures are capable of inflicting the highest number of casualties, making that region especially dangerous for unprepared forces. Additionally, the portal located within the forest stands in an open area, allowing advanced preparation for an ambush while remaining close to the path leading upward. He explains that their enemies, pressured by dwindling food supplies, will attempt to mine magic crystals as quickly as possible after completing their immediate objectives. Since the Goblin Forest lies closest to the route toward the 3rd floor, it becomes the most practical destination for anyone seeking rapid advancement and resource acquisition. Recognizing this, Bjorn concludes that heading north offers both tactical advantage and predictive certainty regarding the enemy's movement. Although he regrets not reaching this conclusion sooner, he orders the group to prepare themselves and resume their march without further delay. Warriors who had briefly rested rise with renewed determination, trusting his judgment as they advance through the dim passage once more. Their footsteps echo across stone corridors, and tension gradually replaces the earlier sense of relief as they approach their anticipated destination. Without warning, an abyssal goblin's random trap activates, engulfing one of their companions in sudden flames before anyone can react. The skill's cruel design triggers only when stepped upon, capable of killing even experienced warriors instantly, if fortune turns against them. Realizing that detection through magic or abilities is impossible, the group understands they are facing hidden dangers scattered across the ground. Dark figures with glowing eyes gather beyond the firelight, watching patiently as panic threatens to spread among the exhausted fighters. Bjorn assesses the situation and acknowledges that retreat or careful avoidance is no longer viable under such conditions. With grim resolve, he concludes that the only remaining option is to advance forward deliberately, stepping on the concealed traps before the enemy can exploit them further. A wounded warrior finally collapses, admitting he can no longer continue, and Bjorn watches silently, remembering how that same man once laughed, even after losing an arm. Understanding the fear behind those words, Bjorn does not judge him because exhaustion and hidden traps have pushed everyone beyond their limits. After a brief pause, Bjorn resolves to take the lead himself, deciding that he will walk ahead and bear the danger first. He steps forward deliberately, knowing that progress requires one person to overcome fear and trigger the concealed traps blocking their path. Explosions and magical strikes erupt around him as multiple skills activate at once, tearing into his body and rapidly draining his strength. System warnings flare in succession, reporting severe burns, fractures, and internal damage. Yet he continues moving despite the overwhelming pain. The traps activate almost instantly upon contact, far too quickly to avoid, confirming that careful detection would never have guaranteed survival. Though his resistance allows him to endure what would have killed another warrior, blood fills his mouth as he forces himself to remain upright. Accepting that retreat would render every sacrifice meaningless, Bjorn pushes forward step by step, determined to carve a safe route. Inspired by his actions, the others charge after him, unwilling to let a single man shoulder the entire burden alone. Even those who question his recklessness choose to follow, recognizing that shared risk increases their overall chances of survival. One by one, they commit to advancing through the deadly corridor, rejecting hesitation despite the mounting injuries. As another trap detonates nearby, a companion shouts for everyone to keep running, refusing to allow fear to halt their momentum. Bjorn endures further impacts while maintaining his forward pace, ensuring the triggered traps clear the path behind him. Through pain and chaos, their formation holds together, and that relentless advance becomes the only reason they continue moving deeper into the labyrinth. Bjorn continues stepping onto hidden traps so no one else will be forced to fall behind, refusing to abandon anything or anyone in this deadly corridor. Another explosion erupts beneath his boot, and the shockwave throws debris and sparks across the narrow passage where his companions struggle to keep up. When his vision clears, he realizes someone is carrying him again, though he does not ask what happened since this has already occurred multiple times. Despite drifting in and out of consciousness, Bjorn focuses only on how much time has passed, measuring progress instead of questioning the cost. Comrades shout his name as they move, their voices strained with fear while they continue advancing through smoke and scattered flames. Regaining clarity, he insists on moving forward under his own strength, unwilling to remain a burden while others bleed around him. A warrior urges him to rest, warning that at this pace his body will collapse before they reach safety. Bjorn rejects the suggestion immediately, his gaze sharpening beneath the helmet as he calls for Kyle and demands a precise update. Sweat runs down Kyle's face as he calculates the distance and reports that they will arrive in 2 hours if they maintain speed. Hearing this, Bjorn estimates how long he was unconscious and realizes precious minutes were lost while others fought in his place. The priest's divine power continues to drain rapidly, and Bjorn wonders how many allies have fallen ahead of him during each lapse. His bloodied hand tightens around his weapon as guilt and urgency mix, reinforcing his decision to resume the lead. A companion questions whether he truly needs to keep pushing when others are already guiding the path forward. Bjorn answers through action rather than reassurance, stepping ahead once more despite the tremor in his legs. With determination overriding exhaustion, he advances toward the next unseen trap, intent on ensuring that no further sacrifices occur because of hesitation. Bjorn hears pleas urging him to stop, words that once would have sounded reasonable, yet now strike him as dangerously comforting in a place where hesitation leads to death. Despite their concern, he states that he must continue, stepping past them while their confusion grows over why he keeps choosing the most perilous position. Questions follow him through the corridor, but he does not slow down because he believes stopping now would only repeat the same cycle of loss. Exhaustion spreads across the group as they beg him to rest, unable to understand why he has pushed himself forward so many times already. Silence falls when he steadies his footing again, revealing that his resolve is not driven by pride, but by accumulated frustration. He finally clarifies through his actions that he is tired of watching companions fall, while he calculates risks from a safer distance. Recalling earlier battles, he remembers observing others trigger traps while he analyzed patterns from behind the front line. Through repeated exposure, he identified a simple calculation: the one who leads controls how many hidden dangers are activated. Accepting this conclusion, Bjorn chooses to remain at the front, convinced that placing himself in danger will ultimately result in the fewest deaths. A tense murmur spreads through the first group as Bjorn arrives, carrying an unconscious priestess, his armored frame looming heavily within the dim cavern corridor. Dust scatters beneath his boots while several members notice the girl in his arms, realizing she collapsed after exhausting divine power repeatedly. Concern rises among the party as they decide she must be stopped from overusing miracles, preserving her strength for a truly dangerous moment ahead. Before anyone can object, Bjorn firmly strikes to render the priestess unconscious, choosing practicality over hesitation, as confused eyes follow his decisive action. Movement erupts in the passage when a surge forms behind them, the marching order breaking as shadows rush forward without respecting formation. Frustration spreads through the line since even leaders are expected to obey structure, yet Bjorn's position and actions draw sharp criticism. Accusations question whether Bjorn believes himself a hero, though he remains silent, weighing their words while steadying his breath. Another companion advises him to rest, pointing out the overwhelming number of trap removers already present and implying his effort is unnecessary. Bjorn listens without visible reaction, uncertain whether their reassurance is genuine support or an attempt to sideline him. Suddenly the group halts as a command echoes through the cavern, tension tightening when Bjorn pushes forward despite protests. Allies attempt to restrain him, reminding him he needs recovery, yet he forces a path ahead, with unwavering determination. Bootsteps ring sharply against stone, while voices call after him, but Bjorn refuses to slow his advance. At the cavern's depth, a red glow pulses ominously, as several veterans recognize the threat Bjorn has approached alone. The towering figure known as the Watcher of the Abyss radiates hostile energy, its presence explained as a creature that draws aggression and chaos. Understanding dawns among the party that Bjorn intends to follow their original strategy, confronting the monster directly despite the mounting danger. Towering over the corpse of the Watcher of the Abyss, Bjorn remains composed while the creature's crimson glow dims across the fractured cavern floor. Instead of relief, calculation fills his thoughts as he announces a transition to another strategy, after sensing a greater presence stirring deeper within the abyss. From the darkness, the name Abyss, Lord Verzuk carries dreadful weight, accompanied by dense fog that suppresses mana and provokes surrounding monsters into frenzy. Quick assessments ripple through the survivors, leading to the grim conclusion that defeating such an entity outright is nearly impossible under sealed skills and hostile swarms. With measured resolve, Bjorn suggests stalling until they escape the monster's sight, only to learn their formation lacks 6 essential members. That shortage is explained bluntly as confirmation arrives that those missing have already perished within the labyrinth's relentless trials. Facing the reality of sacrifice, Bjorn requests volunteers willing to act as bait for the remaining 2 hours before the portal reopens. Answering first, the 5th rank warrior Alexander steps forward, prepared to shoulder responsibility despite understanding the overwhelming risk. Following him, Karkin, a young barbarian of a 10-man clan, declares his readiness with unwavering determination. Not long after, Milton Teterud, a seasoned 4th-ranked dwarfen clan leader, pledges his participation with steady confidence. Unexpectedly, additional adventurers volunteer as well, their exhaustion and pride blending into a dangerous eagerness to confront the threat. Nearly 6 days inside the labyrinth have eroded caution, leaving rational judgment fragile among the battered group. Observing the swelling resolve around him, Bjorn recognizes both courage and recklessness intertwined within their offers. Though he accepts their support, he understands survival depends on precision, rather than blind bravery. Together they commit to the delaying operation, fully aware that confronting Verzak may demand irreversible sacrifice. Laughter echoes through the cavern as Bjorn approaches the assembled volunteers, his heavy steps steady while the others watch in tense anticipation. Turning back toward his companions, he confirms the team is complete and begins calling each chosen warrior forward by name. Alexandro Karkin, Darbarus, Cillian, Schreimeyer, and Carrie stand acknowledged, forming a unit selected not by rank alone but by compatibility. Rather than leaving impulsively debate sparks when others question whether Bjorn intends to shoulder the burden alone, Milton insists that leadership must remain with Bjorn, arguing the rear guard requires someone capable of uniting the remaining fighters. After brief resistance, agreement is reached, and final instructions are issued to protect the scouts and maintain formation. With preparations complete, the main force begins moving deeper into the labyrinth, torches flickering against uneven stone walls. Quiet farewells pass between comrades, gratitude and apologies exchanged without ceremony as the weight of uncertainty settles heavily. One warrior expresses hope of meeting again, masking fear beneath forced composure, while others avoid lingering eye contact. A companion teases Bjorn about his solemn tone, noting that everyone already understands the dire conditions at the front. Embarrassment briefly crosses Bjorn's face as he realizes his earlier words carried further than intended among the ranks. Confirmation follows that even his own party members had volunteered earlier, though they were deliberately held back. Stepping aside at last, Bjorn clears the path so the remaining adventurers can advance without obstruction. A final exchange lingers in the air as tension blends with affection, revealing bonds forged through hardship. Nanyan delivers a fierce warning layered with concern, underscoring the fragile line between determination and loss. A faint smirk crosses Bjorn's face, as he reflects that risking himself to restore their daily lives is a price he finds acceptable. Beside him, a trusted companion expresses unwavering faith while promising to safeguard the team in his absence. With that reassurance, the remaining members separate, tension easing slightly as they prepare to move according to plan. The larger force advances through the cavern, lantern light swaying while the smaller unit lingers behind to begin their task. Once the others disappear from sight, preparations for a magic circle commence in the heavy silence left behind. Exhaustion hangs over the few who remain, yet none voice hesitation as they accept the burden of holding the line. Uneasy mood settles in, prompting forced humor among the volunteers to dispel the creeping dread. Light banter spreads briefly, though the strain in their expressions reveals how close fatigue sits beneath the surface. Attention then shifts to quieter introductions, warriors acknowledging each other properly before facing what may be their final stand. Names are exchanged firmly, each man measuring the other with respect shaped by the battlefield. A single word becomes their shared resolve, capturing the harsh simplicity of their purpose within the labyrinth. Agreement follows in subdued tones, unity forged not by optimism but by necessity. Suddenly, countless crimson eyes open across the darkness, signaling the Abyss Lord's arrival. Bjorn commands preparation as hostile energy floods the cavern and oppressive pressure bears down on the small formation. While the strategy demands enduring only minutes, a final order circulates among them to ensure Bjorn survives regardless of the outcome. Doubt flickers among the rear guard when Milton quietly accepts Bjorn's resolve, choosing not to question the burden he intends to carry alone. Confidence spreads through the group as they reaffirm a simple belief that their survival depends entirely on Bjorn remaining alive. Crimson light thickens ahead, signaling the Abyss Lord's movement while the formation tightens in preparation for impact. A violent clash erupts as Bjorn intercepts the first strike, his shield absorbing a force strong enough to fracture reinforced stone. Shock registers briefly across his expression when he realizes the monster's raw power exceeds earlier calculations. Despite that revelation, the rear guard steadies themselves, committing to endure 10 full minutes regardless of mounting damage. The towering form of Abyss Lord Verzak emerges fully identified as a boss defeatable only in later phases and otherwise overwhelmingly superior. Acknowledging their limited knowledge, the warriors abandon hesitation and treat the enemy as merely another trial in the labyrinth. With resolve hardened, Bjorn advances under the red glare, determined to withstand hardship long enough to secure tomorrow. Deep within the eerie region, Bjorn and the expedition arrived in a place covered by floating eyes and crimson darkness. From the tangled roots emerged Verzak, a terrifying creature whose massive eye watched over the battlefield. Recalling the information he had learned before, Bjorn carefully assessed the threat. Remaining calm became his top priority as the monster's fear ability began to spread. According to the gathered knowledge, Verzak's fear effect could accumulate again and again. Reaching the final stage meant losing all freedom and becoming its servant forever. Under the influence of the curse, an armored warrior struggled to steady himself. Each stack pushed him closer to losing control of both his mind and actions. Fortunately, the warrior recovered sooner than expected and regained his composure. That result gave Bjorn confidence that the party still had a chance to fight back. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a hooded fighter endured the mental assault through determination alone. Failure would have forced him to abandon reason and act against his allies. Before Verzak could strengthen its influence, a support mage unleashed a powerful sun element spell. Brilliant light exploded across the area and disrupted the monster's advance. Encouraged by the opening, the adventurers moved into position and tightened their formation. Golden strikes descended from every direction and hammered Verzak without pause. Continuous pressure prevented the creature from freely using its abilities. Joining the offensive, Karkin delivered another powerful blow while the others maintained their assault. Without hesitation, Bjorn stepped forward and accepted the most dangerous role. During the next 10 minutes, he intended to keep Verzak focused entirely on him. As the conflict reached a critical stage, the creature activated a sinister sacrificial power. The outcome of everyone present depended on surviving this moment. Across the battlefield, dark energy surged outward and threatened to consume the adventurers. Even under overwhelming pressure, nobody broke ranks or retreated. Sweat covered Bjorn's face while he endured the crushing tension and pressed onward, driven by the determination to save his companions. He prepared for the decisive clash ahead. Before entering the battle, the group reviewed everything they knew about Verzak's abilities. A discussion followed about whether one person could sacrifice themselves to draw the monster's attention away from the others. However, the plan was quickly dismissed because Verzak's field of vision covered more than 2 kilometers. Escaping its sight would take too much time for any individual adventurer. Meanwhile, the monster would continue hunting the remaining party members without pause. For that reason, Bjorn chose to endure the burden himself rather than rely on sacrifice. His determination came from the trust he placed in the companions fighting beside him. Around him, allies continued attacking while supporting one another through the intense battle. Their teamwork allowed the front line to remain stable, despite Verzak's pressure. At a critical moment, a warrior named Switch attempted to take Bjorn's place. Concern spread through the group as they realized the danger of such a decision. Suddenly, shining blades crossed through the battlefield as allies moved to assist the exhausted fighters. Recognizing Bjorn's condition, a companion offered him an advanced healing potion. Even while resisting, he was urged to restore his strength and return to the front lines. After accepting the potion, his injuries rapidly began to heal. Relief spread among the party as Bjorn regained the ability to continue fighting. Elsewhere, Cillian charged forward despite the danger surrounding Verzak. His reckless determination came from a desire to stand with his companions until the end. Dark tendrils and crimson energy immediately converged on him as the monster retaliated. Several allies shouted in alarm while watching him enter the deadly zone. Although others tried to stop him, Cillian refused to retreat. The risk was clear, yet he continued advancing toward the source of the threat. Without warning, Verzak unleashed a powerful abyssal call that echoed throughout the battlefield. Across the region, countless monsters began emerging within the creature's field of vision. The already difficult battle suddenly became far more chaotic. Reacting immediately, an adventurer activated a monster pocket skill to contain the growing threat. Using the monster pocket skill, the adventurers summoned creatures equal in rank to the monsters released by Verzak. Various beasts immediately appeared across the battlefield and joined the chaotic struggle. Soon after, monsters and humans became locked in fierce combat on every side. Confusion spread as both groups fought desperately to survive the overwhelming situation. Amid the disorder, Karkin noticed one of his companions collapsing from exhaustion and injuries. The growing number of casualties showed how costly the battle had become. Before anyone could recover, another adventurer lost his life in the relentless fighting. Grief quickly followed, but there was no opportunity to stop and mourn. At the same time, a massive troll pushed through the front line and threatened to break the formation. Several warriors rushed forward in an attempt to drive it back. Farther behind the defensive line, the party's third mage was struck down despite being placed in a protected position. Watching the situation worsen, Bjorn began calculating how much mana remained among the surviving mages. Every passing moment made the outcome look more uncertain. Minutes slipped away as the battle dragged on without pause. Reports from the rear confirmed that only a few minutes remained before the planned strategy reached its limit. Their efforts bought valuable time, but the strain on their resources became increasingly obvious. Maintaining the elemental support field had already consumed nearly everything they had left. After hearing the report, Bjorn accepted the reality of the situation without hesitation. Retreat was impossible, leaving the party with only one path forward. Despite reduced numbers and fewer mages, the adventurers continued pressing the attack. Their determination remained strong even as the battle became more difficult. Elsewhere on the battlefield, another ally came under attack. While the front line struggled to hold together, bloodied and exhausted, Bjorn realized the group was approaching its limit. Even so, he refused to abandon the fight or give in to despair. Then, an injured companion spoke to him one final time while standing on the edge of death. As another companion fell during the battle, the surviving adventurers realized their situation had become even more desperate. The loss further weakened the group's chances of victory. Behind the front line, Verzak's influence continued spreading while dark spikes surrounded the battlefield. Fear and exhaustion pushed the party closer to its limit. Recognizing the danger, the remaining mages quickly gathered everyone together. Their final plan relied on activating a large magic circle before the enemy could stop them. Amid the confusion, Bjorn was urgently called back toward the formation. The mages needed every second available to complete their preparation. Nearby, a massive beast charged through the battlefield and threatened to interrupt the ritual. Its approach forced the frontline fighters to react immediately. Without slowing down, Bjorn rushed toward the danger and placed himself directly in the creature's path. His goal was to buy enough time for the others to finish their work. A powerful strike descended from the monster, but Bjorn narrowly avoided the attack and continued moving forward. Meanwhile, the mages completed the final stages of the magic circle while watching the battle unfold. At the crucial moment, Kyle activated a 4th-rank teleportation spell and connected the completed formation. Brilliant energy surged outward as the spell finally took effect. Elsewhere, Verzak quietly observed the battlefield, while strange energy gathered around its body. The monster remained motionless, as if waiting for something important. Gradually, its attention shifted toward an unexpected target among the adventurers. A sense of danger emerged as the creature focused its gaze. Finally, Verzak's giant eye opened and locked onto its chosen target. Having noticed the hidden movement, the monster revealed that it had been watching all along. Barely conscious after the battle, Bjorn remained sprawled across the ruined ground, while the defeated enemy collapsed nearby. Across the battlefield, a powerful barrier began surrounding the area. Witnessing the phenomenon, the adventurers realized the operation had finally reached its conclusion. Concern quickly replaced relief as several people rushed toward Bjorn. His unstable condition forced the priests and survivors to focus on saving his life before celebrating. Meanwhile, the adventurers discussed how the mission succeeded, despite the dungeon's poor mana environment. Careful coordination and preparation were recognized as the key reasons behind the achievement. The unusual tools he carried sparked curiosity among those who wanted to understand how he endured the deadly encounter. Those questions reminded Bjorn of the moments before the battle began. Fragments of conversations and final arrangements resurfaced from his memory. Within those memories, his companions entrusted him with responsibilities to fulfill if they failed to survive. Every request reflected the danger awaiting them. Some left behind personal wishes, while others prepared messages for loved ones. Their actions revealed an acceptance that death was a real possibility. Returning to the present, Bjorn pushed aside his fatigue and made a decision. Rest could wait until the remaining tasks were completed. Despite his severe injuries, he continued moving forward with determination. The damage covering his body showed how fiercely he had fought. Seeing his condition, nearby adventurers offered him recovered equipment and supplies. Several valuable items were presented as recognition for his efforts. Rather than collecting everything, Bjorn chose only the necessities. Practical needs mattered more to him than rewards or trophies. Before departing, a companion handed over an item that would be useful for the journey ahead. Accepting it, Bjorn prepared to reunite with his team. Sometime later, he finally located his party members gathered together. Their expressions immediately caught his attention. Observing their troubled faces, Bjorn sensed that something important had happened while he was gone. Noticing Bjorn trying to leave, despite his injuries, his companions gathered around him with concern. Several party members urged him to stop and recover properly before moving again. Their concern came not from weakness, but from knowing another difficult battle still awaited them. After listening to their advice, Bjorn finally accepted their reasoning. Even with unfinished goals ahead, he realized that exhaustion would only slow him down further. Time passed as Bjorn took the opportunity to recover. The brief period of rest allowed the group to regain some strength after the brutal conflict. Later, attention shifted toward the portal that would allow everyone to leave the dangerous area. Questions spread through the crowd as adventurers waited anxiously for confirmation. Relief erupted the moment the portal opened successfully. The tense atmosphere vanished as survivors realized they would finally escape the dungeon alive. Excitement quickly filled the gathering as adventurers celebrated their survival. Many expressed gratitude toward those who had carried the mission to victory. Amid the celebration, Bjorn entrusted responsibilities to Raven before preparing for the next stage of the journey. Although others worried about his health, he remained focused on moving forward. Standing before the activated portal, he accepted that danger would continue waiting ahead. Confidence returned to the group as they prepared to follow him once again. With preparations complete, Bjorn approached the portal alongside his companions. The glowing gateway marked the path toward an unknown destination. Warnings about the challenges beyond failed to change anyone's decision. Every member understood the risks but chose to continue regardless. Stepping through the portal, Bjorn entered a new region known as the Goblin Forest. The unfamiliar surroundings immediately signaled the beginning of another trial. Upon arrival, the group encountered a mysterious survivor accompanied by strange figures. Their appearance suggested they had endured hardships of their own. Unexpectedly, the newcomer recognized Bjorn and commented on his condition. The observation drew attention to the severe injuries he still carried, despite his recovery. Curiosity soon replaced the initial greetings as questions emerged about what had happened during the previous battles. Facing the newly encountered survivor, Bjorn listened as the mysterious figure spoke with unsettling enthusiasm. The stranger seemed amused by the idea of hunting explorers who had barely escaped death. Rather than reacting emotionally, the elderly companion questioned the dramatic manner of speaking. The exchange revealed that the enemy viewed the situation as entertainment rather than a serious conflict. Meanwhile, Bjorn quietly observed the conversation and assessed the threat. The stranger's behavior suggested a dangerous personality hidden behind casual words. Looking over the gathered adventurers, the enemy noted that more survivors remained than expected. Hundreds of explorers stood together after enduring numerous hardships inside the dungeon. Despite their numbers, the mysterious figure showed no concern. Confidence remained visible as he prepared for the confrontation ahead. Without hesitation, he launched the first attack and advanced toward the crowd. The sudden aggression immediately transformed the tense meeting into open battle. As danger approached, one adventurer realized an important restriction had disappeared. The group quickly understood that their abilities could now be used again. Excitement spread through the survivors as magical energy surged across the battlefield. After enduring countless limitations, they were finally able to fight at full strength. Renewed determination replaced uncertainty among the adventurers. Access to their skills greatly increased their confidence against the approaching enemy. During the preparations, Bjorn exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with a fellow warrior. The brief moment eased some of the tension surrounding the battle. Instead of continuing the discussion, both warriors turned their attention toward the approaching threat. Their focus shifted completely to the coming fight. At that moment, a powerful support skill was activated across the battlefield. The enhancement strengthened the morale of the adventurers while reducing the burden on their exhausted bodies. Golden energy spread among the gathered forces as the support effect reached everyone nearby. Encouraged by the enhancement, the adventurers tightened their formation and prepared their weapons. Confidence steadily grew throughout the ranks. With abilities restored and support magic active, the survivors stood ready for another difficult battle. As the battle began, the necromancer openly mocked the adventurers and treated the conflict as a game. His confidence came from believing the exhausted survivors had little chance of resisting. Instead of retreating, the adventurers immediately charged forward and launched a coordinated assault. Their renewed determination caught the enemy by surprise. At the center of the attack, a powerful warrior activated a combat skill and rushed into the front line. The sudden offensive forced the undead forces to react at once. Moments later, the warrior crashed into the enemy ranks with overwhelming force. Several undead creatures were torn apart before they could organize a defense. Each strike carried enough power to send bodies flying across the battlefield. The adventurers quickly gained momentum as the enemy formation began to break apart. Rather than slowing down, the warrior continued advancing deeper into the horde. His aggressive charge opened a path for the others to follow. Watching the destruction unfold, the necromancer finally decided to intervene personally. The earlier amusement on his face faded as he prepared a dangerous spell. Dark magic spread across the battlefield and transformed fallen corpses into deadly weapons. Without hesitation, the necromancer activated another technique that caused the bodies to explode. Green poison burst from the exploding corpses and spread through the surrounding area. Several adventurers were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Pain and panic erupted among those exposed to the toxic cloud. Warnings quickly spread as the survivors realized the poison could disable them before the enemy did. Reacting immediately, Bjorn charged into the danger and smashed away nearby corpses. His actions prevented additional explosions from occurring near the group. Observing the battlefield, a beast-like enemy became intrigued by Bjorn's influence over the adventurers. Curiosity soon turned into fascination as the creature studied Bjorn more closely. His leadership and fearless actions seemed unusual, even among barbarians. After witnessing Bjorn's conduct in battle, the beast-man openly questioned his identity. The strange remark suggested that Bjorn possessed qualities that set him apart from ordinary warriors. A massive wolf-like monster stepped forward while releasing a violent aura that covered its body. Without hesitation, the beast lunged ahead and accelerated toward its target. Dust and debris scattered beneath its feet as the distance rapidly disappeared. Just as the attack was about to connect, a knight rushed forward and intercepted it. His strike collided with the monster's advance, shaking the ground and stopping the charge before it reached Bjorn. Following a command from the battlefield leader, the knight accepted responsibility for confronting the monster. The order allowed Bjorn to focus on a separate objective that could determine the outcome of the conflict. Although still lacking extensive combat experience, the knight was recognized as one of the strongest warriors available. His skill and potential made him the best candidate to stall the dangerous enemy. After confirming the strategy, Bjorn received instructions to gather the others and challenge the corpse collector while the knight remained behind to hold the line. The knight immediately launched an aggressive attack and met the monster head-on. Rather than retreating, he chose to maintain pressure and force the beast into direct combat. Careful observation revealed that the creature possessed intelligence beyond that of an ordinary animal. The realization changed the knight's understanding of his opponent. Instead of relying solely on himself, he treated the battle as a group effort and stood firmly alongside his comrades against the monster. Powerful clashes echoed across the battlefield as both sides exchanged attacks. The struggle attracted attention from allies and enemies alike. Meanwhile, the corpse collector observed the fight and recognized the knight as a worthy opponent for the raging beast. During the confrontation, unexpected news arrived that reinforcements were approaching the battlefield. A new group of allies soon appeared and entered the fight without delay. Their arrival eased the burden on the frontline fighters and strengthened the team's overall position. With fresh support joining the battle, Bjorn's group regained momentum and prepared to continue the fight against their enemies. Suddenly, Erwin appeared on the battlefield and joined the fight, catching several enemies off guard. Meanwhile, Bjorn noticed that the situation was becoming more manageable with additional support. Ahead of them, the corpse collector remained the primary target. Despite the chaos surrounding the battlefield, the group continued advancing toward him with a clear objective. According to Bjorn's plan, defeating the corpse collector required striking directly at the source of his control. Across the battlefield, warriors noticed Bjorn moving decisively toward the enemy leader. Inspired by his actions, many fighters followed behind and charged through the undead ranks. Watching their advance from a distance, the corpse collector welcomed the challenge. Rather than retreating, he prepared another dangerous move to stop the approaching warriors. Without warning, the necromancer activated a powerful skill that affected the entire battlefield. Dark energy spread outward as corpses scattered across the area began to respond. Soon afterward, fallen comrades rose from the ground as undead servants. Shock spread among the surviving fighters as familiar faces suddenly turned into enemies. Even so, the frontline warriors continued fighting while protecting one another. Their determination prevented panic from completely disrupting the battle formation. At the same time, fierce clashes erupted between the undead army and Bjorn's allies. Although the enemy formation appeared overwhelming, the group refused to back down. From Bjorn's perspective, the opposing side possessed an effective combination of numbers, brute strength, and support abilities. Every advantage seemed to work together perfectly. Nevertheless, he remained focused on finding a weakness. Complaining about the situation would accomplish nothing while the battle continued to intensify. After assessing the battlefield, Bjorn decided the moment had come to use a special item. The surrounding undead created ideal conditions for its effect. Once activated, the item greatly increased his close-range combat power by drawing strength from the large number of human-type monsters nearby. Red energy erupted around Bjorn as the enhancement reached its maximum potential. Empowered by the bonus, he prepared to break through the enemy forces and confront the corpse collector directly. Empowered by the item's effect, Bjorn charged through the battlefield and unleashed a sweeping attack. Overwhelming destruction shocked nearby fighters, who had never witnessed such efficiency against the undead. Watching the result, Bjorn compared himself to a living corpse eraser. Every swing removed large groups of enemies, allowing his team to advance with far less resistance. Behind him, the allied warriors followed the opening he created and pushed deeper into enemy territory. At the same time, support mages analyzed the battlefield and searched for ways to weaken the undead forces more effectively. Several magical preparations were quickly completed. Soon afterward, a powerful support spell was activated, creating a swirling force that gathered enemies together and reduced the pressure on the advancing warriors. Meanwhile, a dangerous magical reaction began forming above the battlefield. Strange energy gathered into a single point, while nearby fighters looked upward in alarm. Moments later, a high-ranking summoning spell called down a massive destructive object from the sky. The terrifying phenomenon drew attention from both allies and enemies. Recognizing the threat, many soldiers immediately tried to escape its projected impact zone before the devastating attack could reach the ground. From a distance, observers could clearly see the overwhelming power contained within the descending magic. Its presence alone was enough to create panic among those below. Rather than retreating, one determined warrior stepped forward and chose to confront the danger directly. He understood that someone had to stop the attack. Encouraging the others to keep advancing, he volunteered to hold the destructive spell back while the main force continued toward its objective. As the massive magic descended, dark energy spread across the battlefield and intensified the atmosphere. The approaching catastrophe seemed impossible to avoid. Elsewhere, Kyle prepared a powerful lightning-based attack while carefully timing his response. Every second became critical as the threat drew closer. Finally, he released the spell toward the incoming danger, sending a brilliant surge of energy across the battlefield and setting the stage for the next clash. Kyle's lightning attack collided with the descending magic, creating a massive explosion that shook the battlefield. Bright energy spread across the sky while fragments of the destructive spell scattered in every direction. Instead of allowing the attack to strike the ground directly, Kyle formed barriers throughout the area. Each fragment was intercepted individually, preventing the devastation from concentrating in one place. Witnessing the feat, the nearby warriors were astonished by his precision. Even under immense pressure, he continued controlling the battlefield with remarkable skill. As the shattered fragments fell, explosions erupted among the undead forces. Numerous enemies were destroyed before they could advance any farther. Farther ahead, another threat emerged when a powerful summoning spell was activated. The battlefield trembled as magical energy gathered beneath the enemy formation. Soon afterward, a gigantic fire giant rose from the ground. The enormous creature towered above the combatants, adding yet another obstacle to the already desperate battle. Observing the situation, the allied mages realized how dangerous their opponent truly was. The enemy had repeatedly cast advanced spells in an impossibly short amount of time. Urgent warnings spread through the battlefield as reports confirmed that another spell was already being prepared. Despite the progress they had made, Bjorn understood that the battle remained heavily stacked against them. Meanwhile, Melterfend continued occupying the powerful blue man, preventing the monster from interfering with the main objective. Elsewhere, Kyle remained locked in a fierce magical confrontation against the Scholar of Destruction. His efforts kept the dangerous mage from freely attacking the rest of the group. With his allies handling their respective opponents, Bjorn pressed forward through the chaos and continued his advance toward the corpse collector. Determination filled Bjorn as he pushed through the battlefield, knowing that success depended on reaching his target before the enemy completed another plan. At the same time, powerful spells, monsters, and undead forces continued clashing around him. A grim realization settled over Bjorn as he assessed the situation. If even one of their key fighters fell, the entire operation would collapse and the battle would be lost. Flaming debris rained across the battlefield as Kyle cast defensive magic, but the relentless barrage overwhelmed every barrier protecting the retreating forces. Despite resisting with everything available, countless projectiles pierced the defenses, leaving soldiers trapped beneath explosions, while the desperate struggle continued. Exhausted beyond his limits, Taklin realized the collapsing battlefield resembled hell itself, as hope faded beneath endless destruction and casualties. Fear spread further when hostile explorers from Nork joined the assault, surrounding the defenders alongside powerful monsters advancing without hesitation. Enraged attackers charged forward together, transforming the battle into complete chaos, as every remaining defender faced overwhelming numbers from multiple directions. Taklin understood their position had become almost impossible to defend, despite everyone's determined resistance. Unable to understand the growing bloodshed, Taklin questioned why the conflict continued while allies and enemies collapsed across the burning battlefield. He convinced himself someone had to survive long enough to report the disaster beyond the dungeon. Even while repeating that reason, lingering doubt remained because his heart knew another painful motive hid beneath those desperate thoughts. Deep inside, Taklin admitted his determination came from resentment rather than duty after witnessing unbearable losses surrounding him. Bitterness consumed him as he wished the inspiring warrior would experience the same heartbreaking pain everyone else had already endured. That cruel desire grew stronger until he wanted the respected man to suffer despair after losing someone equally precious. Taklin believed nobody could have prevented the tragedy, making his own failure seem unavoidable despite overwhelming guilt. Suddenly, a familiar voice called his name before warm light replaced despair, breaking through the hopeless thoughts consuming his exhausted mind. Relieved survivors surrounded Taklin with grateful smiles, proving his sacrifices had saved innocent lives and restored hope after the devastating battle. A wounded survivor thanked Taklin for saving his life, while Taklin accepted the gratitude despite believing everyone would eventually perish. Meanwhile, reinforcements urged the exhausted fighters to withdraw, but Taklin refused because abandoning the battlefield without resisting felt impossible. Driven by determination, he charged another enemy head-on, deciding every remaining strike mattered before his strength completely disappeared. Swinging his weapon without hesitation, Taklin defeated another opponent while celebrating that his exhausting struggle had not been meaningless. Suddenly, a furious enemy attacked from behind, forcing Taklin into another desperate clash as danger closed around him once again. Instead of surrendering, he answered with unwavering resolve, declaring their battle would continue because nobody had given up surviving yet. Nearby warriors witnessed his fearless charge and realized his relentless courage inspired everyone to keep fighting despite impossible circumstances. Following Taklin's example, allies launched a powerful counterattack together, pushing back enemies who had dominated the battlefield moments earlier. Watching the fierce resistance unfold, Bjorn recognized Taklin's expression and sensed something unusual hidden behind his fearless determination. Bjorn suddenly recognized the injured warrior as Hansen Kelders, exposing the true identity behind the determined fighter standing before him. Even after apologizing, Hansen continued battling alongside everyone else, proving his loyalty belonged to their side throughout the brutal conflict. Advancing through the burning battlefield, Bjorn encouraged Hansen by assuring him they had nearly reached their destination, despite relentless opposition. Although heavily wounded, Bjorn asked about every front line while receiving grim reports that each defensive position struggled to hold against constant attacks. Rejecting suggestions to recover, he refused to retreat, because delaying their response would only allow the enemy greater opportunities. After confirming the remaining battle lines, Bjorn focused on the destructive Gachuar and prepared himself to eliminate the powerful threat immediately. Bjorn admitted the enormous difference in strength between them and resolved to delay the enemy long enough for everyone else to act. While magical circles expanded across the battlefield, he accepted the possibility of sacrificing his own life if that became necessary. Hearing the explanation, Taklin realized Bjorn planned to use an advanced technique resembling awakening magic, despite the dangerous consequences. Aubrey revealed she had refined the technique for years, allowing her to perform it without risking her own life completely. After understanding the plan, Bjorn confidently predicted they would finally corner the corpse collector before another opportunity disappeared. Their brief exchange eased the tension as both prepared themselves for the decisive move that could change the battle's outcome. An elderly mage calmly extended his hand, while accepting the determined resolve surrounding him before activating an extraordinary magical formation. Bright crimson light spread rapidly across the battlefield, astonishing nearby allies as the enormous spell began reshaping the surrounding space. Recognizing the formation, a shocked mage identified it as an advanced spatial magic circle, unlike anything normally witnessed in combat. Kyle remembered the enemy scholar specialized in spatial magic and expected another unusual spell instead of a direct offensive attack. Moments later, Parallel Realm activated and isolated Kyle Pevrock, together with the target inside a completely separate dimension. Once the spell succeeded, everyone realized the opportunity had finally arrived and prepared to launch the next phase immediately. Without wasting another moment, Bjorn led the assault while his companions rushed forward together toward the isolated battlefield. Even exhausted warriors regained their determination, refusing to stop until they eliminated the enemy threatening every survivor. Just before the charge continued, the white-haired elf insisted on joining them, determined to fight alongside the group until victory. The corpse collector observed Bjorn's transformation with curiosity, treating the unexpected change as valuable material for another gruesome experiment. Standing beside Bjorn, his companions ignored the mockery while allowing the enemy to remain distracted before launching their coordinated plan. Without hesitation, Bjorn ordered Teeterud toward the melter, separating their objectives while preparing the decisive assault against the true target. Erwin activated Leap, carrying the group high above the battlefield before immediately beginning the next stage of their strategy. Responding to Bjorn's request, Erwin used spiritification, transforming into a spirit capable of sharing extraordinary power through a magical contract. Keeping perfect synchronization, Raven accepted the contract while everyone prepared for Bjorn's final transformation into a stronger combat form. Raven cast Hand of the Wind, as Bjorn ended gigantification, allowing greater speed and freedom for the dangerous attack ahead. Receiving Erwin's spiritual blessing, Bjorn accepted the contract and combined every enhancement into a single overwhelming battle style, empowered by multiple abilities. He rushed straight toward the enemy while allies cleared every obstacle blocking his path. Erwin's spirit fully merged with Bjorn, creating Elemental Barbarian Earth mode and greatly increasing his resistance against elemental damage, wielding his massive weapon with renewed strength. Bjorn unleashed a devastating swing enhanced by destructive force and incredible physical power. The crushing impact shattered the battlefield beneath him as his attack, supported by overwhelming weight, crashed directly toward the corpse collector. Explosions shattered the battlefield as Bjorn endured a relentless assault, forcing him to withstand powerful attacks without losing his focus. Despite suffering heavy blows, he protected himself against the enemy's continuous pressure while searching for an opportunity to strike back. Suddenly, Bjorn recognized the mysterious masked explorer. Immediately realizing the dangerous opponent standing before him carried an unusual presence. Across the battlefield, the masked explorer mocked Bjorn's appearance while observing the surrounding companions preparing to support the coming fight. Instead of showing concern, the strange enemy laughed confidently, because nobody around him understood the hidden knowledge he possessed. Growing more serious, he abandoned his strange behavior and promised to inflict unimaginable suffering before allowing Bjorn's struggle to finally end. Meanwhile, Bjorn answered with calm confidence, refusing to fear the threat while comparing the enemy's words to an ordinary explorer's boast. Without wasting another moment, the masked explorer rushed forward, determined to overwhelm Bjorn before his allies could interfere with the battle. Immediately afterward, Bjorn ordered Aster to advance together as both sides committed themselves to a direct confrontation. Green poison spread across the battlefield, yet Bjorn remained unaffected because his poison resistance completely neutralized the dangerous contamination. Realizing ordinary poison had failed, the masked explorer activated Stone Curse, attempting to weaken Bjorn through powerful earth element magic instead. Even after the curse reduced mobility, Bjorn accepted the disadvantage and prepared himself for the enemy's next relentless attack. Although the curse greatly lowered his agility, Bjorn calmly analyzed its effects instead of surrendering to panic during combat. Calculating the perfect timing, he transformed the restricted movement into momentum and launched himself directly toward the surprised opponent, using the recoil to strengthen his charge. Bjorn closed the distance instantly, proving overwhelming physical strength could overcome magical limitations. Calculating his next move, Bjorn challenged the masked explorer to escape the curse through his own strength, instead of relying on magic. Receiving no response, Bjorn raised his massive weapon and smashed directly into the enemy's bone armor with overwhelming physical force. The crushing impact shattered the defensive skill, sending the masked explorer flying backward as fragments scattered across the battlefield. Although bone armor reduced part of the damage, the tremendous swing still overwhelmed the enemy's protection and left him exposed. Recognizing the opening, Bjorn immediately called Erwin to launch a coordinated attack before the opponent regained his balance. Following the signal, Erwin released a lightning-charged strike that forced the masked explorer to retreat while avoiding another direct hit. Watching Erwin's elemental weapon advance, Bjorn realized the Earth Curse would disappear if enough damage interrupted its magical effect. Meanwhile, the masked explorer summoned undead creatures to surround Erwin, hoping relentless pressure would prevent her from breaking the curse. Understanding the enemy's strategy, Bjorn stayed close to protect Erwin while refusing to let the summoned monsters reach her. As the fierce exchange continued, neither fighter could finish the other, because both carefully avoided fatal mistakes during every attack. Elsewhere, Raven activated a powerful protective spell that blocked the undead army and secured Erwin's position from constant interference. Supporting one another flawlessly, the entire party formed a solid defense that prevented the enemy from isolating any single teammate. Determined to regain control, the masked explorer created rows of icy spikes that restricted Raven's movement across the battlefield. Even after the freezing barrier appeared, Bjorn's companions continued protecting Raven while maintaining their coordinated formation against every assault. Frustrated by their teamwork, the masked explorer launched another attack toward Bjorn, yet the barbarian remained steady. Bjorn endured the exhausting battle while worrying Elibaba's transformation would soon expire before the rune scholar returned to the battlefield. Moments later, the surrounding undead unexpectedly retreated, confirming the enemy had deliberately ordered them to withdraw from the front line. Recognizing the unusual reaction, Bjorn realized the opponent had finally revealed his identity as the infamous outlaw of the wasteland. Smiling without hesitation, the masked explorer abandoned his disguise and activated momentary immortality. Dark power consumed his body, granting overwhelming strength, while mutating his appearance into a terrifying skeletal monster with immense vitality. Instead of retreating, Bjorn calmly accepted the transformation and prepared himself for an even more dangerous confrontation against the empowered enemy. Without warning, the transformed explorer charged forward with incredible speed, smashing Bjorn backward through sheer physical force and enhanced strength. Realizing ordinary attacks would devastate everyone else, Bjorn ordered his companions to fall back before another devastating assault reached them. Ignoring the warning, the monstrous enemy immediately shifted his attention toward the weaker members standing behind Bjorn's defensive position. Reacting instantly, Bjorn intercepted the rushing attacker and blocked the deadly charge before it reached his vulnerable companions. Although the monster briefly lost balance, it recovered with astonishing speed and continued attacking without leaving any opening to exploit. Another fierce exchange erupted as both combatants traded crushing blows while the surrounding battlefield shook from every powerful collision. Despite enduring repeated strikes, Bjorn noticed the transformed enemy had begun targeting Raven instead of continuing their direct duel. Recognizing the immediate danger, Bjorn shouted for everyone to protect the mage before the enemy reached the vulnerable backline. Even with the team's desperate response, the monstrous explorer rushed toward Raven at full speed, forcing the entire party into another desperate struggle. Bjorn struggled to stop the transformed enemy as the monster forced its way toward the vulnerable backline with relentless aggression. Before the attack reached its target, Einar charged forward and struck the monster, buying precious moments for the exhausted party. Following the interruption, another companion joined the assault, surrounding the enemy and preventing him from advancing without resistance. Ignoring the attackers, the skeletal explorer broke through their defense and rushed directly toward Raven with murderous determination. Asura immediately stepped forward to shield the frightened mage, placing herself between the monster and its intended victim. Even after Asura blocked the charge, the powerful impact hurled everyone backward as the enemy continued pursuing Raven relentlessly. Seizing the brief opportunity, Bjorn activated gigantification and grabbed the transformed explorer before another fatal strike could land. The furious enemy struggled desperately to escape the crushing grip, but Bjorn refused to loosen his hold, despite repeated attacks. While both fighters wrestled fiercely, the empowered transformation suddenly approached its final moments and began weakening without warning. At the critical instant, gigantification expired because Bjorn no longer possessed enough spiritual power to maintain the enormous body. Momentary immortality ended, causing the skeletal transformation to disappear and exposing the explorer's exhausted condition. Standing over the defeated enemy, Bjorn realized the desperate battle had finally reached its conclusion after the overwhelming powers vanished. Rather than celebrating victory, Bjorn calmly admitted the enemy's actions remained unforgivable, despite showing a trace of regret. Confused by those unexpected words, the defeated explorer failed to understand why Bjorn continued speaking with complete composure. Bjorn tightened his grip on the giant hammer and prepared to deliver the final decisive blow against his fallen opponent. Bjorn realized Necrophado's bone armor could break if enough force shattered its protective shell. Without hesitating, Bjorn unleashed a powerful attack that crashed into Necrophado. Although the devastating blow damaged the defense and staggered Necrophado, the monster endured the assault, while its battered body struggled to remain standing, despite severe injuries. Believing victory was finally within reach, Bjorn prepared another attack, after seeing Necrophado weakened and barely maintaining its balance during the fierce confrontation. Unexpectedly, Necrophado activated bone armor once again, restoring its shattered protection and shocking Bjorn, who realized the enemy still possessed an enormous reserve of magical energy. Meanwhile, allies informed Bjorn that the blue mage had been defeated, offering hope that reinforcements would soon arrive to assist against the relentless undead opponent. Hearing the encouraging report, Bjorn welcomed the incoming support, while another companion noticed Kyle's magical energy had almost completely disappeared from the battlefield. Despite Kyle's apparent defeat, everyone remained cautious because both dangerous enemies unexpectedly began moving again, proving the desperate battle was far from finished. Suddenly, Erwin suffered overwhelming damage beyond her limit, forcing her spiritization to end as she collapsed from the unbearable strain. Bjorn immediately realized the battle had become even more dangerous, while Necrofeto also showed signs of reaching its own physical limit. Red energy surrounded the battlefield, as both exhausted fighters struggled to continue, leaving every survivor uncertain about who would collapse first. Bjorn fixed his attention on the wounded enemy, recognizing a final opportunity to end the exhausting confrontation. Countless doubts crossed Bjorn's mind, yet he ignored every distraction because hesitation would only waste the precious opening before him. Determination replaced uncertainty as he concentrated every remaining resource into a final charge. With unwavering resolve, Bjorn rushed straight toward Necrofeto's exposed body. Bjorn spotted a weakness after shattering Necrofeto's protection, immediately recognizing the perfect chance to finish the relentless undead before another recovery became possible. With complete determination, he raised his weapon and unleashed one final crushing strike, pouring every remaining ounce of strength into the desperate attack. The devastating impact left Necrofeto visibly shaken, while Bjorn sensed an unfamiliar force beginning to surge across the battlefield after the successful blow. Meanwhile, the hooded Earth Mage realized the situation had become dangerous. After witnessing Bjorn withstand forbidden attacks despite possessing resistance against necromantic magic, ignoring his exhaustion, Bjorn forced his battered body forward and continued attacking, refusing to stop even after suffering severe wounds throughout the battle. Instead of retreating, he prepared another relentless assault, believing relentless pressure remained the only way to prevent his enemy from recovering once again, suddenly completely restricting his movement before he could deliver another decisive attack. Recognizing Bjorn had defeated Necrofeto through extraordinary ability rather than ordinary explorer strength. Even while immobilized, hoping his approaching companions would arrive before the unknown magician carried out another dangerous plan. Son of Yandel, he answered every question while carefully observing the mage's unusual behavior and overwhelming magical presence. The mysterious Earth Mage became interested after learning Bjorn had already reached rank 5 and possessed the unique title known as Little Vulcan. Activating the unique Earth School spell called Memory of the Earth, the mage began reconstructing everything that had recently happened across the battlefield. Watching the magical reconstruction unfold, Bjorn understood the spell revealed past events. Curious about Kyle's condition, Bjorn learned the injured man still lived because the mage considered him valuable for future growth instead of immediate sacrifice. Finally, the mage explained Kyle would eventually abandon his human emotions and evolve further. Bjorn realized the Earth Mage intended to claim Necrofeto after exhausting too much mana, leaving him with only a brief opportunity to survive and continue resisting. Suppressing every distracting thought, he activated character identification to remove the paralysis effect. Determination replaced hesitation as Bjorn prepared to gamble everything, knowing escaping death required immediate action before the Earth Mage launched another devastating spell. The Earth Mage praised Bjorn's quick decision before gathering another massive amount of mana. Instead of retreating, Bjorn charged directly toward his opponent, forcing the mage to react at close range, where powerful long-distance spells became less practical. At the same moment, distant allies noticed the dangerous situation and rushed toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, an allied magician cast Terra and Shirdium before rapidly deploying layered mana barrier spells to shield everyone from the approaching magical explosion. The Earth Mage acknowledged the clever defensive response, but continued releasing overwhelming magical power without showing the slightest concern for the incoming resistance. Blinding energy collided against the reinforced barriers, shaking the battlefield as both destructive force and defensive magic struggled for dominance. Amid the chaos, the Earth Mage unexpectedly revealed that the young woman accompanying Bjorn possessed the second fate destined to follow after him, preventing him from understanding the hidden meaning behind the strange prediction. Despite desperately trying to remain focused, Bjorn refused to lose concentration because surviving the battle remained far more important than solving the mysterious warning. Questions continued filling Bjorn's mind, yet every answer remained hidden as the battle raged around him with relentless intensity. His battered body struggled to keep moving, but unwavering determination prevented him from surrendering, despite overwhelming pain and exhaustion. Standing before the terrifying Earth Mage, Bjorn steadied himself for the next exchange. Bjorn ignored his worsening injuries and launched another reckless assault, leaving blood pouring from countless wounds, as unbearable pain threatened to overwhelm his fading consciousness. Despite collapsing onto the ruined ground, he forced himself to endure, because defeating the Earth Mage remained his only chance to survive. Yet fragmented memories reminded him that venom hydra poison gradually became weaker over time. Character identification reached its limit and disappeared, but Bjorn relied on his own resilience. Instead of surrendering to exhaustion and deadly venom, he refused to lose sight of his enemy even while his body continued failing with each passing moment. The Earth Mage calmly observed Bjorn's horrific condition, praising the barbarian's extraordinary endurance after witnessing him continue fighting, despite losing an ear. Instead of collapsing, Bjorn roared with renewed determination and charged once more, ignoring the unbearable pain consuming his battered body, who recognized that ordinary warriors could never endure such overwhelming punishment. Seeing another opening, Bjorn transformed into his beast form and unleashed a desperate close-range attack aimed directly at the Earth Mage. Although every strike pushed his damaged body closer to its limit, he refused to stop, because victory demanded absolute persistence. The Earth Mage laughed at Bjorn's madness, while questioning why someone so badly wounded continued risking everything for one final attack. Bjorn answered through unwavering resolve, declaring himself a warrior whose duty was to keep fighting regardless of overwhelming hardship. Moments later, powerful reinforcements finally arrived, releasing brilliant magical energy that illuminated the devastated battlefield behind the exhausted barbarian. Watching the newcomers appear, the Earth Mage quietly accepted the unexpected development. Bjorn lay gravely wounded as his companions rushed toward him, while the Earth Mage acknowledged the barbarian had exceeded every expectation during their brutal battle. Rather than showing disappointment, the Earth Mage admitted Bjorn had accomplished something no ordinary explorer could achieve, recognizing his remarkable strength and determination. Before departing, the Earth Mage congratulated Bjorn for surviving the impossible trial, declaring he had finally become a true warrior worthy of recognition.